to the right. Ritter drops way back, steps up, launches high to the end zone. Jump ball again, and it's going to be intercepted. Not batted down, caught in the end zone, and Atlanta is going to survive.
Oh, baby. Oh, man. That was a tough one to endure. Monday Night Football yesterday, a doubleheader, Raiders and Falcons, Vikings and Bears, and we had Thursday Night Football with the Rams and the Niners, which was awful. That was 12-6. Last night you get the Raiders and Falcons and I believe the Raiders had a shot to tie the game or take the lead. I know Mark Davis and Tom Telesco were in the suites. Tom Telesco, the GM of the Raiders, said, do not win this game. Mark Davis said, please lose it. They lost 15-9. It was ugly. Minnesota rolls over the Chicago Bears. The Bears are cooked, and Caleb Williams is just lost right now. That offense is lost. But just looking at the quarterback scene last night. Well, Caleb, I'm going to give him a pass. Shaska, as I say, good morning, everybody out there. Get out their graveyard shift. You know, all the overnight dancers, firefighters, cops, etc. Hopefully you're doing some good Christmas shopping and drive safe. But Caleb Williams, I'm going to give him a pass because of the coaching situation. Let's see what he does next year with those weapons, and maybe they, improve their offensive line. So I was really focused on Darnold, Kirk Cousins, and whoever the hell the Raiders were playing. Now, we know the Raiders need a quarterback. That's for sure. They're getting a quarterback, whether it's Schroder, Cam Ward, who knows? Maybe they're trying to throw some money at Sam Darnold. I have no idea. They need a quarterback. Kirk Cousins is cooked. So if Kyle Shanahan was watching that film and there's any second thoughts about Brock Purdy or whatnot, going to Kirk Cousins is not the answer. That's for sure. I think we can cross his name off the list.
Kirk Cousins.
You know who he looked like to me last night?
Matt Ryan?
No, I was going to say Trent Dilfer in a Niner uniform. Like, just can't move, can't throw. The team is scared to throw the ball, even though I felt like they had a couple of weapons, out there, and Bijan's an absolute stud.
He's gun shy.
I'm watching both those games, and it's 1/8 of the league, essentially. 4 teams playing last night, and your takeaway was quarterbacks, and mine was absolutely like just looking at through the quarterback prism and also the head coach prism. All the criticisms, myself included, when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, I'm saying, I saw 3 coaches last night that don't belong in the league.
No. Raheem Morris. He's a coordinator.
He's a coordinator. I'm watching whatever the hell Antonio Pierce is doing. Nice guy, rah, dude. He doesn't know what he's doing on offense.
No.
Literally every single punt was going to get blocked last night.
He has no idea what he's doing, period. We've heard the rumors about practice not being organized. I mean, to day one, we saw it last year was like, oh, they're going to take the bait with Antonio Pierce, and they're going to just bypass Jim Harbaugh.
Absolutely.
I would have threw the kitchen sink at Jim Harbaugh.
And our... Like, looking at it through a Niner prism, I understand we have higher standards. Believe me, I get that. I understand, the way Nike operates isn't the way a startup shoe company is going to operate, right? There are standards at Nike, right? I understand that. And the Niners have standards right now. But how can you watch the rest of the league as you see, like, Sam Howell coming in for Geno Smith at the end of that game and sit here and say that, A, the quarterback is garbage or stinks, quote unquote, and B, that the head coach has no business being the head coach of the 49ers moving forward. I think both of those things are dismissed when you take off your Niner lenses and you just watch the rest of the league objectively. There are so many bad teams, bad coaches, bad quarterbacks. Does that mean I throw $1 billion at the head coach and give him autonomy for the rest of his career? No. Does that mean I give the quarterback a blank check? No. But I'm saying, I know our season's been down, and I know it's bad, and I know it's ugly. At least we aren't those teams.
No.
They look hopeless.
No, Shanahan. I mean, the rhetoric with Kyle Shanahan. Like, the fact that Diana Rossini over the weekend had to write a report that Shanahan's seat is not even close to being hot. I'm like, yeah, duh. Anybody with the brain would understand that Shanahan's not going anywhere, nor should he. We see what's happening this year, yeah. Has he been at his best? No.
No.
As Steve Young said, he needs to reinvent himself. Well, we'll explore that avenue on how he reinvents himself, and I got some ideas on that. We all think they need more explosiveness on the outside and a little more speed, and you got to stop being so predictable in the red zone or whatnot. But Raheem Morris, I'm not mad at him getting another chance. He did a great job with the LA Rams as their defensive coordinator, but that organization, Arthur Blank and the owner threw the blank check at Kirk Cousins, and then you turn around and draft Michael Penix Jr. This makes no sense. So now you put yourself behind the 8 ball to where if you try to release or move on from Kirk Cousins, it's going to cost you a pretty penny. So that didn't make any sense. And they passed up on Bill Belichick. He wanted that job. They said no to Bill Belichick. So that's the Atlanta. And Atlanta's going to be Atlanta forever as long as Arthur Blank is the owner. He just gets in the way. And I like the guy. I really do. But he gets in there. He gets in his own way. Minnesota's in a good spot with Kevin O'Connor. I like that guy a lot. I like him a lot. I like his offense. I like his design. You see what he's doing with that offense. You see what he's doing with that defense and Brian Flores. They're in a good spot. They're a sleeper team in the NFC, especially if they get home field advantage and they get to play their games inside that stadium. Ooh-wee, that'd be tough. But those other three teams, like the Raiders, are going to go through another facelift.
I know.
Who wants that job? I mean, you look at the talent on the team. Oh, my gosh.
Well, so, like, we've had people call in, and again, I know that this is like a small drop in the overall bucket of 49er fandom, but people are like, Brock's not an NFL quarterback. No, Desmond Ritter's not an NFL quarterback, right? That's a guy who had like 90 yards passing, and 90 yards of total offense. Forget passing through like basically 3.5 quarters. Mm. Brock Purdy is a functional starting quarterback in the NFL. I think he's good. If you think he's middle of the pack, fine, whatever. And I understand he's never going to be Josh Allen or Lamar. Yeah, we get that. We understand that, but you can still win a lot of games with them. And this kind of comes back into my like Dak Prescott rhetoric where I hear a lot of people, Dak is terrible. No,
he's not terrible.
Dak's a good player.
They're a top 5 offense three years in a row, and they've had really no running game.
They've won that division multiple times during his tenure. They are a double-digit win team when he plays, essentially, right? And look, is there a ceiling in the playoffs? Sure. But you can make a lot of money and be wildly profitable as an organization going to the playoffs year after year after year. So I just think the way we talk about these quarterbacks, and I know I'm guilty at times of this, is just absurd. And then I think about confidence, Bonte, and I don't know if Brock's got the ultimate confidence currently going, but I look at someone like Sam Darnold, and he feels very empowered, and he's got a lot of confidence in what he's doing right now. And I think confidence is an intoxicating drug for an athlete.
I thought you were going to keep going there.
No, I was just going on I'm thinking about guys that don't have confidence. Like Pajemski doesn't have any confidence right now.
I don't look at Brock Purdy and say, man, that's not a confident quarterback.
I think he's lost a little. That's just my interpretation.
I think he's battling something with the injuries, with the shoulder and the elbow. And then there's a trust factor. When you got Ricky Pearsall, who you weren't able to build a rapport with Ricky Pearsall in training camp for multiple reasons. Deebo Samuel's obviously lost something there. And when your receivers, you don't trust your wide receivers to compete for balls, to compete for contest 50-50 balls like Jawad Jennings, you lose some trust. So, a little confidence in the way that, I don't know if I can throw the ball to this guy. I'm not confident he's going to come down with it. I'm not confident he's going to get wide open. So then, maybe that confidence does affect your mental psyche to say, I'm just a little gun shy right now because I don't trust what I have out there. I trust George Kittle. I trust Jawan, but I don't trust the other assets that I have right now. I don't trust our running game to get going here, to trade out yards without Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason. I don't trust my offensive line to hold up for 3 to 4 seconds to give me the proper time to dissect the defense and process everything. So, there's a little slippage there, but I think Brock Purdy, from what I've seen from him throughout his career, the guy can handle adversity. The guy can handle the tough times. And so I just think it's when we focus on the money and what he's going to get, to me, that's just silly stuff. You're going to roll back Shanahan and Brock Purdy. The question I have for everybody is, do you still believe he's a franchise quarterback? Because you could sign him for another year or two and have opt-outs in his contract, but do you think he's a long-term solution? And that's where we waver back and forth. Again, we have the golden four with Allen, Burrow, Lamar, and Patrick Mahomes. We know those guys are just absolute studs. Justin Herbert's trying to enter that category, right? He's trying to enter that category. Jalen Hurts is trying to enter that category. But right now, when you look around the league, I mean, do you really want to move? What's going to be available out there in the open market? It could be a Kirk Cousins. It could be a Sam Darnold. Are you really better off with Sam Darnold as opposed to Brock Purdy? I don't know. I
is
just
it a one-off for Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I don't.
Does it
but
work
do you
with
wanna,
us?
Do you want to go through that once again? We all talk about out here we're tired of the musical chairs at the quarterback position. Can you sustain long-term success as a franchise if you continue to flip the deck at the most important position in all of sports? And I don't think you can.
Very few teams can pull off what Bill Parcells did with Hostetler winning a Super Bowl, coming in for an injured Phil
Right.
Simms or do what Joe Gibbs did, winning with 3 different quarterbacks, right? Like, that's really hard. It's really hard to do that, to win big. And that's, I think, part of what makes Andy Reid such a intriguing head coach in the history of the game is that he's won with so many different quarterbacks.
Right.
It's really hard.
A division title here or there, but like going into the playoffs
major.
and winning.
We're talking about winning major. It's
winning
very
major.
difficult.
Yes.
I mean, again, there's a handful of guys, so I guess when you say franchise quarterback, I guess my question is, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like
franchise quarterback? Is he the guy for the next 4 years? Is he the guy you're willing to sign up for? So then he would have like a 7-year run as a starting quarterback? I
find that hard to believe just because the league doesn't have a lot of those guys.
I mean, like, do you believe this is a guy for the next 3 years? Hey, we don't have to worry about the quarterback. I'll ask a better question. Are you worried about the quarterback position in San Francisco? Does that position need to be upgraded?
Here's what I would
say. If he's already a top 7, top 8 quarterback, or even top 10, it's really hard to upgrade past the golden 4.
Yeah, but can't we also see that these things are very cyclical? And like Kirk Cousins had it a couple years ago, injuries, gone. Like I think of Jimmy Garoppolo. We spent so much time talking about franchise quarterback.
Did you really believe Kirk Cousins had it, though? We've always been down on Kirk.
No, you and I have, but he was a good player. Like he was a solid player. Was he overpaid? Probably. You know what I mean? Was he overrated? Probably. But he was a really good player. You can win a lot of games with him. Like his team was a fringe playoff team for every year. It was some dysfunctional organization stuff in Washington. Was he not?
Nah, I don't. I mean, they were okay.
So you just never thought he was good?
I've never been a Kirk. You know me. I've never been. Player. He's okay, but I never thought, boy, let me give the keys to Kirk Cousins. He's going to win you a lot of football games. No, I never subscribed to that with Kirk. Never. That's just me though.
Look, I think the Brock thing.
And let me add something to Kirk Cousins real quick. And I think the reason why Kirk Cousins got the bag and why people maybe have a different view of him, I think quarterback position, contrary to what most people think, I think it's at an all-time worse collectively. There's so many bad quarterbacks in the league. So many bad quarterbacks.
There's always been bad.
But yeah, like right now, it's like the golden 4, and then it's like you flip the coin. You never know what you're going to get on a weekly basis from a lot of these guys. So the bottom half of the quarterback position in this league, it's just like the New York Giants. Oh, my God. You go watch one of their games, you're like, dear God, what am I watching here? What am I watching?
But that's what like the Niners went through for, a long stretch.
Exactly. But I'm saying collectively in the league, not just a singular team, because I know that's why it's just so funny that people want to move off of Brock Purdy so fast because of what we did go through with the 49ers. But overall in the league, like Cleveland, they're playing musical chairs. Jameis not the answer. DTR is not the answer. So you have so many. I don't even know if Russell Wilson's going to be a long-term solution at Pittsburgh. Who the hell knows what Pittsburgh's going to do?
I think
the New York Jets. I don't know if they're Drake May. So overall, I'm just thinking, do you really want to move off of Brock Purdy? Because what are the better options?
Well, I don't think anyone wants to just move off of him without options and whatnot. But I do think is my confidence in him at a low point? Probably. Would I insulate myself with bringing in somebody behind him, either to tutor, under his tutelage, as a draft pick, or some random guy, hypothetically, we've heard Justin Fields and Mac Jones. Would I bring a reclamation project in? Yeah, I probably would. I think it worked out for Sam Darnold in the sense that he got a chance to see how to train like a professional behind Brock Purdy and what stability does for an individual. And then going back to the confidence thing, I do think his confidence was shot. Playing on those New York Jets teams were just, it's a nightmare. It's a disaster. You're seeing it play out with Caleb Williams. I don't even know if Peyton Manning would survive with the situation that's going on with Chicago right now. So I still think that he's the guy for right now. But what I'm learning in the NFL is, to your point, I think there's only a handful of guys that are going to spend a decade with their team under center. I mean, Russell Wilson, I thought was going to be a 15 to 20-year Seattle Seahawk.
He was there for damn near a decade, though. He had a hell of a run in Seattle. Hell of a run.
I know, but if I would have told you in 2018, that he wouldn't be finishing his career out in Seattle, you'd find that hard to believe.
I mean, it happens in pro sports, right? I mean, hell, Joe Namath didn't end up with the New York Jets. He didn't finish his career with the Jets. Johnny Unitas didn't finish his career with the Baltimore Colts. Hell, right here in this market. Joe Montana didn't finish with the San Francisco 49ers. Things happen here.
Yeah, but when we say franchise quarterback, I think that there's an assumption approximately 7 to 10 years, right?
Yeah.
So, if you say that to me with Brock Purdy, I'm going like 1 to 2 years, and then I'll reassess where I'm at. I thought Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be a 7 to 10 year starter for the 49ers, and I was wrong on that one. I thought Colin Kaepernick was going to be a 7 to 10 year starter for the 49ers. I was wrong on that one. I thought Alex Smith, when he was initially drafted, was going to be a 7 to 10. I mean, he couldn't even be a starter 4 years in. So I think that things dramatically shift, and you almost have to take like in 2 year increments.
Here's a question. And I'm going to steal this from Zach. I believe he's from South Carolina. Shout out to South Carolina. Comcast Business Text Line. Morning, fellas. Zach from SC. The idea of moving off Purdy is just silly. The question is, can we win a Super Bowl with him? And I think everyone agrees we can. Talk of how he plays when things aren't perfect is also silly. Look at Kansas City right now. Pat is playing its worst ball with limited receivers, but the defense is amazing. If he was a first-round pick, the perspective would be different. So I guess that is a question. Can you win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy?
I have more doubts today than I ever have. I'm not saying that he can't. I never thought Nick Foles could win a Super Bowl. I would never, just absolutely never, like Desmond Ridder will never win a Super Bowl. That I feel pretty confident in saying, for example. But like, the sport,
not starting anyways.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
think he's going to be
I don't think he's an NFL player.
He's going to be out of the league.
Yeah, but like, I feel pretty confident saying Desmond Ridder will never win a Super Bowl. I have more doubts on Brock Purdy winning a Super Bowl today than maybe at any point ever. But I also said the same thing about Sam Darnold. And what did they win? 12 games right now? They're 12 and whatever, 2? I never want to say never, but I have more doubts now than I've ever had.
Spinoni 11, you believe that Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl? I mean, we saw this guy take Mahomes. I mean, they went to overtime and lost.
Yeah, he can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree.
I echo that belief.
I mean, you got to an NFC Championship game. You got deep into the playoffs. We see him rally in playoff games.
So you think he can win a Super Bowl?
I think he can win a Super Bowl, but the team, obviously, the defense has to be a little bit better. And, he's not the perfect quarterback. He's not. But can he function at a high level with an offense with playmakers? Absolutely.
So let me do this exercise, and I'm just curious. Like, do you think Jared Goff can win you a Super Bowl?
I'm not 100% sure Jared Goff will win a Super Bowl. But I do think with those weapons, with this team right now, I don't think Detroit's going to the Super Bowl. But Jared Goff is capable of winning the Super Bowl. I know the other guy's like, boy, I don't think Detroit's winning it this year, but I do believe Jared Goff is good enough to help his team win the Super Bowl. The guy can make all the throws.
So then why do you view him different than, let's say, Dak Prescott?
I don't view him different. I don't view Jared. I think Jared Goff is solid. I thought Jared Goff, I actually, when Jared Goff got traded, I thought he got a lot of unwarranted heat.
Do you think that Dak Prescott can win a Super Bowl?
I think Dak is, you know what? With the right structure, Dak possibly can. Dak had a top 5 offense for 3 years in a row with limited weapons. I like Dak. With the right pieces around him, yes, he's capable of going on a run, but you got to have, things have to be almost perfect, right?
Of course.
In the NFL. It's never going to be perfect, but you got to have a second wide receiver.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a second wide receiver. He doesn't have a third wide receiver. They lost Schultz, the tight end. He has no running game whatsoever, but he did lead a top 5 offense in the regular season, but when you got Mike McCarthy as your head coach, I don't think he can win a Super Bowl with that head coach.
Well, and also,
can you flip the head coach? Head coach matters too in this equation.
I know, but Dak also has thrown up all over himself in the first half of every playoff loss that they've had.
Again, they took the Niners to the brink in a playoff game.
No. And he also threw
a lot of them, but I also don't think he can win with Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy. I think that's also baked into it. I know Brock Purdy has Kyle Shanahan. I think they're capable of winning the Super Bowl. Dan Campbell, I like Dan Campbell. I think he's a riverboat gambler, no doubt about it. But you know what? They can win up there in Detroit. Now, this year, I think their defense is too damn decimated. I don't think they're going to go far in the playoffs because of that defense and all of that. But I do believe Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl. 888-957-9570. We will shift at 6:50 to some Warriors talk because my boy Evan Barnes is going to join us to give us some intel on Dennis Schroder, your newest member of the Golden State Warriors. But 888-957-9570. Like, I don't really care about the money right now because we're still in season and the money's going to be the money. Whatever he gets paid, I'm not really focused on that. I'm focused on, do Niner fans still believe in Brock Purdy and whether or not he could be your franchise guy, whatever that means to you, and whether or not he can help you win a Super Bowl. Brock Purdy, you in or out on him? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's coming up, brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking
You just said that.
This is Film on Mike, and the Doobie Awards are this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10. I'll be there. You better be there, too. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Bonte, you know you ain't a king in Filmo. Nah, I'm playing.
Doobie Awards this Friday. Take the day off, take the day off, take the day off. We're honoring the best moments from the morning roast all year long in the year of 2024. The best guests, the best callers, the best freestyles, the best of everything. The roasters are invited. We have the Rookie Roaster of the Year as well. YouTuber of the Year, are we still doing that? I think we switched that out because YouTube got blocked. No more chat on YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, 6 to 10 a.m., and you want to get there early because
yeah.
food may dissipate. I'm telling you, man, this food is so good. Might be gone by 8 o'clock. Seriously. Go to 957thegame.com for more details and RSVP. And this is, of course, about celebrating you, the fan. And by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. My boy Evan Barnes will join us at 650. He's not covering the New York Giants for Newsday. Got moved to that beat, but he did cover the Nets, and he knows Dennis Schroder pretty well. So we'll ask him about Dennis Schroder coming up at 650. He covered the Memphis Grizzlies as well, who we'll see on Thursday. And you saw John Morant mix it up with the Brooklyn Nets the other night, and Dennis Schroder cursing out Taylor Jenkins, that coach and that clown. So get to see Jaja and company Thursday. Grizzlies, Warriors.
What do they say? Someone who has the same enemy as me is now my friend.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm totally,
Enemy of my enemy is my
I
friend.
know. Can I give you an analogy about quarterbacks? And it might not be perfectly, succinct here, but just bear with me. Next door, I've had a lot of success on, okay, in terms of being able to get furniture and stuff for the cabin. There's a whole hack of if you go into certain neighborhoods, you know that those neighborhoods have high quality stuff that they're getting rid of. But my mom wants me to go pick up some bed frames for her that she bought on Facebook Marketplace. And I've never used Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, I have.
You have?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
I got my couch off there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Facebook Marketplace is cool.
Well, I was having a conversation, and my mom was basically saying to the effect that it's very hit and miss. And sometimes you get a gem. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you get garbage. And depending on what's been posted, how it's been presented, things like that, you don't know what you're getting, until you actually go and see it. You got to kind of get a feel for it. I feel like drafting quarterbacks is almost the same way. Can you find a gem in a Brock Purdy?
Well,
They're giving it away for free if you just come pick it up in an hour. Yeah, it's really rare. And then sometimes you see things like a Scotty Cameron putter, for example, that my dad bought on Facebook Marketplace years ago. And it's a knockoff, and it's not good, and it doesn't have the weights, and it's not even called a Scotty Cameron. You get up close, and it's called like a Robbie Cameron, and it's totally fake, and it's like a Folex, And so I just think that going through the draft and trying to hit the lottery on a quarterback is just so hit and miss.
Well, I think I know we're focused on quarterbacks right now, but can't you say you can say the same about any position in football, like wide receiver. They just drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round. We have no idea how a wide receiver is going to translate from college to the pros, where all the different concepts at the wide receiver position, where you learn from college to pro, and then you're playing against defenses that you've never seen before in college. Offensive linemen, right tackle, left tackle, centers, defensive ends, middle linebackers, safeties, corners.
Okay.
I mean, you can kind of say that about every position in the draft because it's the ultimate crapshoot.
Yeah, no doubt. But the Niners missed on Mike McGlinchey and went to the Super Bowl, right? If you miss on the quarterback, it's really, really difficult to even win 10 games, right? You completely whiff on the quarterback. It's just really hard.
It is.
Very rarely do you get hey, we don't think Mitch Trubisky's any good. And
right.
Playoffs a couple times with him, right? That's very rare for that to happen. You can miss on a receiver and still be a really, really, really good team.
Be all right, yeah.
I would just, it is what it is. Like the Niners missed on A.J. Jenkins in 2012, went to Super Bowl.
Yeah, but it didn't hurt them long term.
Of course
a couple years later when it's hey, we need A.J. Jenkins to start balling, and all of a sudden it's oh, damn, we don't have a wide receiver.
But it doesn't anchor
and now
you
everybody,
losing the quarterback.
And now early on it doesn't. I mean, look. Early on it doesn't.
It's the most important position in sports.
I agree it's the most important position. And, now, granted, they found Brock Purdy in the 7th round after missing on Trey Lance. And the Niners are very fortunate in this sense.
Of course they were.
Jimmy Garoppolo being on the team and not having a team to trade to, I don't know if the Niners were looking for a first-round pick or a second-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo, but they were very fortunate that they kept Jimmy Garoppolo on the baby field to where Trey Lance gets hurt. Because I don't know if Brock Purdy's ready by week 3.
Who knows?
I don't know. So anyway,
but to your point, like Joe Douglas said this when he got hired, and it's absolutely correct. He goes, I can hit on all my draft picks, but if I miss on the quarterback, I will be fired in 5 years. And they did. They hit on Garrett Wilson. They hit on Sauce Gardner. They missed on Zach Wilson.
They did.
And that's why he's not employed right now. So,
well, it's also the Jets just being the Jets, too, not having patience. Bad organizations do bad organizational things. But you can hit on the quarterback. Like Sam Darnold, we're finding out, man, he's really not that bad. But if you had the right structure around him, then you succeed.
Sure.
So part of drafting a quarterback is you got to put the right pieces around him. And that's where a lot of organizations get in trouble. Trevor Lawrence, I still think is a good quarterback, but look at everything around him. Bad head coach, coordinators, bad defense, injuries galore, bad ownership group. You don't have the right pieces around the quarterback, you're still going to get sunk. You may have the right quarterback and still not have the right pieces around the quarterback and still doom your franchise.
Of course you need to have good people. Like Steph Curry doesn't become Steph Curry without Clay.
So my point, right now the structure around Brock Purdy is you have a bad offensive line. You're down to your 4th-string running back. Debo's a shell of himself. The defense is not the same. You got a rookie defensive coordinator, and what do you know? The team is struggling.
Monte, I'm going to push back. Their roster, we watched 4 teams play last night. Their roster is better than just about all those teams not named the Vikings.
No doubt about it. Nobody's saying that. I'm not saying they're terrible. Games. Yeah, but they've lost those games. They're not good enough to beat the good teams, which they haven't done this year. They're not good enough to beat the LA Rams. They're not good enough to hold off the Arizona Cardinals. They're not good enough to hold off the Seattle Seahawks because of everything around them. There's a lot of injuries on this team. Up.
Like, they had opportunities to win all these division games, and they've blown them themselves. And that, to me, comes back to player accountability, coaching accountability. Well, like Jerry Rice said yesterday, no excuses.
But no excuses. But at the same time, next man up. Well, that next man is Ronnie Bell. That next man is Jordan Mason. That next man was Devondre Campbell. That next man was Tig Brown. That next man was Malik Mustafa.
Detroit is leading the North right now, and they've had injuries galore. They've been without Aiden Hutchinson for weeks on end.
Good, but their Super Bowl chances are basically
everyone in the league
right
has
in front
injuries.
of our eyes.
The Kansas City Chiefs lost
they have injuries. They have injuries defensively, but their offense is still functioning at a high level. And now they lost David Montgomery, so let's see what it looks like.
Absolutely, but they've weathered the storm better than the Niners have. That's just.
I think the Niners have had a lot of injuries at a lot of key positions. So anyway, let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo Cookie, what's happening? Oreo Cookie? Going once, going twice.
Hello?
What's up, Oreo?
Hey, what's up, guys? What up, man? Hey, so as far as Brock Purdy goes, don't get me wrong. We want him to succeed. He's on our team, so we want the 49ers to win. But to answer your question, can he win us a Super Bowl? The answer is no. The guy had his chance last year to win us a Super Bowl, and he didn't get it done. But I can say that he could be a quarterback on a Super Bowl winning team, if you guys know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The team around him has to be perfect, has to be good for him to be good. So to answer your question, he cannot win us a Super Bowl, but I don't mind him as our quarterback next year.
That's well put. A quarterback on a Super Bowl winning team. But I will push back on the Super Bowl. Watching that Super Bowl, I wasn't all on Brock Purdy. It wasn't all on Brock Purdy. Like, there's a lot of things that have to go well on him. Like, Patrick Mahomes is an all-time great quarterback. We saw what happened when he lost his left tackle in that Super Bowl, or going into the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay. They could not function as an offense. So, this is why football is the ultimate team sport. We pay so much attention to the quarterback position, for sure. You have to be functional at quarterback. I'm not dismissing that whatsoever. You need to be good at quarterback. You have to be able to take care of the football, make throws, and make plays, and continue to keep drives alive on third down. There is no doubt about that. But I think back to the Super Bowl, Trent Williams stunk, right? Debo stunk. Defense let loose at the end of the game. There was a lot of things happening in that Super Bowl. Christian McCaffrey, for crying out loud, fumbled. Christian McCaffrey fumbled. So, I don't know. I feel good with Brock Purdy, but it sounds like a lot of people don't feel good with Brock Purdy.
I just think that, and I know you wanted to remove the money, but I think 95% or more of Niner fans are like, hey, if he's willing to take something that is aggregate under $50 million, even though we know it's more about the guarantees. Like, let's roll them for the next year or 2, 3, however long it is.
So what if he does say, I want 60?
I think a lot of people are gonna be like, now we're entering.
What if he says, I want 60 million?
Because
are people
no one
ready
thinks
to
he's
move
worth
off of
that.
him? Are people ready to move off of? If he says, I want 55 a year,
I think that's a road that they're willing to cross if he's willing to be so hardline about it. But I think most people are like, we want him back, but yeah, we don't think he's worth the top.
Purdy,
top
I'm ready
dollar.
to call people's bluff. We're going to talk to Evan Barnes on the other side. I'm going to call people's bluff. I want to hear from Niner fans. If Brock Purdy walks into John Lynch's office and says, I want 55.
So you're giving him a blank check?
I'm not saying I'm not. I want to hear from the fans, not what I think. I want to hear from the fans because I'm not worried about the money. He's going to make what he makes. To me, I don't really care how much he makes. I don't. I don't. I think they're good enough to structure a contract around him and make it a team-friendly deal while he gets paid. However, if he does make 55, say if he does want 55, are you willing to move off of him and go explore options?
I mean, no one. We'll talk about it on the other side.
All right. That's coming up on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, Dan Dibley here.
He's very excited about coming to us. I just think it all made sense. Whether he's the same style of play, I don't know. You have to be able to do different things to win games in different ways. And clearly we lack a little bit of another ball handler. So I think he's going to help a lot in that regard.
What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Joe Lacob with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. Now he's part of the Odyssey family, the TK show. That was after the Dallas Mavericks lost on Sunday, 143-133. So Lacob was in a giving mood for a few minutes talking to Tim Kawakami there. Evan Barnes is going to join us, and Evan Barnes has been a friend of the program for a long time, friend of mine for a long time, now at Newsday Sports out there in New York City. And he's been on the beat all over the place. Memphis Grizzlies, he was covering the Brooklyn Nets. Now he's covering the New York Giants, for crying out loud. And sorry, Evan, that was a dud of a game on Sunday as Evan Barnes. Evan Giddings is one of our producers. Sorry, rolled off the tongue. Sorry, Evan. I'm sorry, Evan. Got the last name wrong. Evan Barnes joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Evan Barnes, the real Evan, the only Evan I acknowledge. What up, Evan? How you doing, man?
I'm good, Bonte. Has it been that long that you forgot my name already?
We got this Evan Giddings kid who ironically is a Chargers fan like you. He's a Chargers fan. He produces the afternoon show. So I don't know why he was in my head. His Twitter popped up on my page as I was looking for you. But the real Evan Barnes, you're the only Evan I acknowledge. This other guy's a chump.
My brother. It's good to talk to you, man. Shasky's always good to talk to you, too.
What's up, man? Hey, tell me about Dennis Schroder. Like, what's he got left in the tank? Warrior fans are familiar with him, obviously, but making this deal, they need another ball handler. Where's he at right now in his career?
I would say that right now, you could argue Dennis Schroder is playing some of the best ball of his career at this point. I mean, he has been really playing at a high level since the FIBA World Cup last year, and by last year, 23, when Germany won the FIBA World Cup. Schroder was their best player on the team with Franz Wagner, Mo Wagner, a couple other pros. And then in the Olympics, he played really well for Germany, and then he carried that over to the Nets where he was bringing toughness, leadership, great ball handling. They obviously were doing a two-guard lineup with him and Ben Simmons, but whenever Schroder was on the court, there was a steadiness and there was an aggressiveness. He could still get his shot off. He could still attack the basket. So I think what the Warriors are getting is not just a capable point guard, but someone who can really come in, maybe stay that second unit, or if they're going to play him with Curry. He's played alongside Ben Simmons, so it helps Curry get off ball and get some easy shots. So you're getting a Dennis Schroder that is playing at a really high level, despite this being year 12 in the league.
Evan, what type of guy is he? Because, he could be a pest on defense, right? And I could see him being annoying. We saw the clip the other night against Memphis where he's jawing back and forth with Taylor Jenkins. Who is Dennis Schroder? What is he like in the locker room? How is he going to mess with the personalities that the Warriors do have, and like Draymond Green and Stephen Curry and Jonathan Kuminga? Who is Dennis Schroder, the person off the floor?
Yeah, no, he's a pro. Like, this is a guy who comes in, doesn't take any crap. Obviously, he has a standard. He has the professionalism about him. This is a young man who, I guess say young, he's younger than us, but this is somebody who has basically played at a high level since he was a young player in Germany, So he's going to come in. He's going to obviously demand respect. He's not going to come in with a lot of the ego or anything like that. He's going to immediately see what the team needs. He's going to see, hey, how do I fit in, and then do his job. He's not going to come in being boisterous or whatever, but he will be assertive. He will definitely fit in with, say, a Draymond, who is obviously going to speak his mind and whatnot. But Dennis Schroder is going to fit in just fine. He's not somebody that you can just say, plug in, how's it going to work? He's going to plug in and just seamlessly fit in that locker room. The Nets, a younger team, really looked up to him, admired him for how he set a tone the minute he got there. They admired his professionalism. I use that word a lot, but really that's the best way to describe him. So I think the Warriors are getting a guy who is going to come in, fit in very well, and immediately help, but also raise the culture of the locker room by teaching some of those young guys kind of how to be a pro.
In terms of all of the speculation with other players maybe that the Warriors were interested in, hypothetically Cam Johnson or Cam Thomas, I don't know. I've seen a lot of different varying reports. What did you think of what the Nets got back and what the Warriors gave up? And should they have been interested in, say, Cam Johnson?
Well, I think. Well, first of all, you have to understand what the Nets are trying to do. The Nets are in a position where this year is a rebuilding year, where their goal is we want to get into the top 5 of this draft lottery, no matter what. That's why as soon as Sunday's deadline came where players can be traded, they probably said, hey, if we can trade somebody, let's go ahead and make it happen. So Dennis Schroder obviously became the first player on that team to go. So I would say, if you were looking at maybe Cam Johnson, the asking price is going to be a little bit higher for Cam Johnson because while Schroeder is a good player, Cam Johnson obviously is younger in his prime, 40% shooter from 3 with size, also playing some of his best ball right now. I think that asking price would have been a little bit too high for what the Warriors want to do because obviously, the Warriors have a really deep roster they want to get into. So trading Melton, who obviously I really have loved Melton because I covered him in high school, trading him with that contract probably made the most sense, as well as getting rid of those second-round picks. So I think the Warriors probably didn't have to give up a lot, but the Nets will appreciate having more second-round picks because they're trying to stockpile picks. They're kind of taking that OKC model of let's get as many picks as we can and then worry about the rest later. So I think that the Warriors, you didn't really give up a lot to get Schroeder, but you got a player who can help you right away. Unfortunately, with Melton's injury, we'll have to wait to see next year what he can bring to a team.
Yeah, Evan Barnes here on the River Islands guest line, of course, covers the New York Giants now for Newsday, formerly on a Brooklyn Nets beat. Why do you think Schroeder's been on so many different teams over the course of his career? We heard the infamous story about giving up the bag with the L.A. Lakers where they offered a boatload of money. He's like, nah, I'm good, and probably never saw that money again. But what's the deal? Because you follow the L.A. teams as closely as you do the Brooklyn Nets or whatnot because you're from L.A. Why do you think he's been on so many different teams, Evan?
It's fun, Vontae. One of my good buddies in the Bay asked me that too, and it's hard to say because he is a pretty good character guy. Like I haven't heard anything about his character or him being someone that's hard to deal with. I can tell you the Nets thought very highly of him while he was there. It's hard to say. I just don't know, but I do know that he is a really solid player in this league. Right. It's just very strange when maybe it's a contract he has or it's an easily tradable contract, right? It expires after this year. Maybe that's an easy piece to get rid of. I don't know. There's a good chance Schroeder might be playing for another team next year. And then we say 9 teams in 9 seasons, right? I'm not sure, but I do know that Schroeder is somebody who can be very firm about what he wants. Schroeder can be very firm about, his role. But from what I saw in Brooklyn, he is a quality player. So I don't think it's a character thing. So I don't think Warrior fans need to worry about character or any of that. Like, he is a good character guy in terms of what he brings to that locker room. So it might just be the nature of the business, which is strange for someone who has been as productive as he is.
Look, he was in Atlanta for 5 years. They were trying to compete for playoff spots or whatnot. But then I look at the teams that he's been on, Evan. OKC, during a period where they were rebuilding and tanking for picks. The LA situation, obviously, they moved off of him. Boston, they moved off of him. But Toronto, a rebuilding team. Houston, at the time where he was there for 15 games, rebuilding. So wrong situation at the wrong time for Dennis Schroeder. Just hasn't really been able to latch on to a contender here. Real quick, because you're on the Giants beat now. I'm so proud of you for covering the NFL. That must be a lot of fun. You're now going to the NFL Combine soon, Evan. You got to go dress up for Indianapolis. You got the NFL Draft. You have Malik Neighbors. You may have Shadur Sanders in your life soon, Evan.
Man, you make it sound so good. Honestly, that's kind of how it feels, man. Like, I'm learning how to adjust from the NBA to, this is not week 3 for me on the NFL beat. And literally, the biggest story was Malik Neighbors playing catch with Shadur Sanders last Friday, and Shadur was out here for the Heisman supporting his boy Travis Hunter. So it's interesting, man. Like, the Giants are obviously not a good team. They're they have the NFL's worst record. All signs are pointing to what's going to happen in the draft. But I can tell you, man, Malik Neighbors is fun to watch. He's a great player. I can tell you that Shedeur or Cam Ward, whichever one comes here, I think Giants fans will be happy given the poor quarterback play they've had to suffer through this year. They're up to 4 quarterbacks who have thrown passes in a game, which is the first time that's happened since 1992 when I was a small tyke and Vontae, you were up here rooting for Steve Young, taking over and injured Montana, I think, that year or whatever. So, yeah, man, it's pretty cool. It's cool. But, yeah, the Giants, they got a lot of work ahead of them.
Before we let you go, real quickly, Evan, because we're up against it, we appreciate the time today. Brian Daboll, Joe Shine, they out the door, or what's the Mars going to do here with their coaching staff and the GM?
We will see. John Mara basically gave Daboll a vote of confidence earlier this year. But if this Giants team, which is on a 90-game losing streak, if they lose the rest of the season, there might be some tough conversations. I don't know. We know the fans are fed up. We've seen 2 planes fly over the stadium the last 2 games with messages about protest. We will see.
Oh, boy. Welcome to the New York Giants beat, Evan. Definitely a lot more.
What am I walking into, bro? What am I walking into? I love it.
Oh, man, I'm proud of you, man. You're over there doing your thing at News 8. Again, Evan Barnes, not Evan Giddings. Evan Giddings does a fine job here at 95.7 Game. Evan, always appreciate the time. I'm sad that I missed you last time you were out here with the Brooklyn Nets when they lit up the Warriors on that Monday night, man. What a disaster that was for the Dubs.
Hey, man, that was tough. That was a tough game. Fun game for the Nets, but the Warriors, man, I was not expecting that. We all were kind of shocked and impressed, bro. But, man, always good to be in the Bay. I wish I could have seen you, brother. But, hey, keep doing your thing. I'm proud of you. You know I love you. And thank you for having me, man.
Anytime. Evan Barnes here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game. Covered the Brooklyn Nets for Newsday. Now he just moved over to the beat for the New York Giants 3 weeks ago. So knows Schroder very, very well. And I believe the Warriors are getting a pro. I want to get back to Schroder because we have some calls on Brock Purdy. And he talked about the NFL and they're protesting. Think about that, Niner fans. They're flying planes over in the Meadowlands, MetLife Stadium out there in Jersey, flying planes over protesting games. Protesting. Back in the day, we're not even close to doing that right now.
It was like a decade ago.
Yeah, back in the day. Decade ago. They've done it before.
Is that back in the day?
Yeah, well, a decade ago.
I think back in the day is like
right,
2 decades
I'm kidding.
ago.
All right,
Am I wrong?
Back in the day, a decade ago.
No. I don't mean to slice this up. It wasn't that long ago that Niner fans were
it was a decade ago. We've come a long way.
I'm not going to sugarcoat.
We're not going to sugarcoat.
Yeah, well, it was a decade ago.
Vote of confidence. That should just come with a knife right in your back.
He's not happy. I can't believe they went to Daniel Jones' route. But Niner fans, see, you could be New York Giants fans. It's a lot worse out there. Go watch them play football every single Sunday or Saturday or Monday. It's nasty out there. But the question was, before we got Evan Barnes on, do you believe you can still win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy? Do you still believe this guy is hit?
Can we acknowledge this? If I removed Brock Purdy from the equation, or any quarterback from the equation, building a Super Bowl roster is really hard. It just is. I've watched Aaron Rodgers, who I believe to be one of the greatest talents in terms of just the physical ability and mind to play the position. He got to 1 Super Bowl. And many of it did fall on his shoulders, but also there were things outside of his control. It's really difficult to build a Super Bowl roster. Now, is Brock a good quarterback? I think he is a really good quarterback. Now, the hard part is he's got to stay upright. He's got to play good ball, and he's got to utilize all the weapons around him, and you got to have good weapons around him. And it's just, man, it's so hard to get there. It's just so hard to get there.
Why do you think the conversation is just, hey, you mentioned it, and I trust me, I subscribe to that. I subscribe to that. That's why it's so funny to me when people say, well, Shanahan couldn't win the Super Bowl with this roster. Who the hell do you think built the roster? Shanahan and Lynch. They built this roster into a bully, brick by brick. Remember, brick by brick, what we said back in 2017. They're going to build it brick by brick. And they did.
Well, and you know, some teams can come up and be a one-hit wonder. It's hard to reinvent yourself on the fly over a 5-year period, which is what they've done. And because they've done that, I am more encouraged that they can do it again. And I just look at their recent draft class. They did hit on a guard, which they've failed to do over the last couple of years. They did hit on a couple of these secondary players that I really like. We'll see about wide receiver. You know, I think you can overcome, even if Ricky Pearsall doesn't end up being a stud, I think you can overcome that because they've missed on wide receivers in years past. And I'm still giving them a pass for everything that's happened this year. The consistency at head coach, GM, in the quarterback position gives you such a leg up on about half the league.
No doubt.
It's just, I mean, half the league is going to be incompetent at head coach, quarterback, and GM. And so you can just write them off before the season's even started.
All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Jose in Oakland, and we'll get to Lucky in the city. Jose, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Jose.
Joe, let me ask a quick question. Okay, given the current situation, you're going to have about 4 or 5 teams looking for the quarterback next year, all right?
Yeah, could be more. Could be more.
Okay. Let's say the only 2 viable options on the market are Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold. If you were the general manager, who would you pick based on their history, based on what they've done in the past?
Well, if it's me, I'm very like, what does it cost me? So to go get Sam Darnold, is he a free agent? Then I'm just surrendering lots and lots of money. If it's Brock Purdy, he's under contract. I have to surrender lots of money and draft capital. So it would be easier to acquire a Sam Darnold. Who do I believe in as a quarterback more? I'm going to lean Brock Purdy still over Sam Darnold, though he's had a monster year this year. I think Brock's body of work has been a little better, and I don't think it's close to Sam Darnold's.
Okay, well, you know what? Based on what you said, at first I would say you're about manager, because then you're thinking about money and not about winning. Okay, now if you're thinking about winning, Brock Purdy was the last pick of the draft, and he's been good since game 1 when he played against the Dolphins. Sam Darnold was the first pick, and he's been on about 3-4 different teams. How many of those teams has he taken to the playoffs? This is the first year that he's in a team where, like you said, everything has to go right, and he has all the pieces in place for him to win. Okay, so given what I've seen, I would take Brock Purdy over Sam Darnold any time of the year. Now, as far as the cost being 55 to 60 million, we're gonna fall again into the same issue that we felt with Brandon Ayuk. I'm guilty of it. I said I wouldn't pay Ayuk $28 million. I mean, 26 as much as he wants to. If we play that game and the team ended up paying $30 million a year, I can almost guarantee you next year a capable backup is going to cost you between 55 and 60 million because the market is not going down. These guys are going to be asking for more money. Why? Because you don't have too many quarterbacks out there, too many capable quarterbacks out there. Would you pay Brock Purdy backup money even though he's a starter? No, obviously his agent is going to be asking for starters money. I would say 55 to 60 million. Sounds like a lot of money. Granted, it's not my money. What I would pay Brock Purdy because he has shown me that when he has enough protection, which the team failed to give him last year, and if he had that protection, we would have won the Super Bowl because Chris Young, he just came like there was, it was an open door for him to block that pass.
Hey, Jose, that's one of your best calls ever. Now, we may not agree with everything you just said, but that's one of your best calls ever. You came in with the point, with the question. You had some facts behind it. I'm not mad at Jose in that call. And he's right. The market may say he's 55, 60 million. Now, is there another team that will pay him? After watching Desmond Ridder, are we sure the Raiders would pay Brock Purdy 55 to 60 if they failed out of say if the Raiders didn't get the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 pick, and they win a game. They slip up and win a game here, and they get like the 6th pick. We sure the Raiders won't pay him $50 million a year if the Niners said, hey.
The division matters. I'm sorry. I'm not paying Brock Purdy that much money when I have Patrick Mahomes and I have Justin Herbert in that division.
Well, and also, what are you surrendering in draft capital, right? I know we want to remove a lot of those elements, but I do believe when these front offices are making those decisions, as we saw in the New York Giants offseason, all these things, they do matter, right? You're juggling the salaries, you're juggling your draft picks. Everyone starts with the same amount of salary cap and the same amount of draft picks. It's how you want to utilize them. So I can't speak on everyone's behalf, but if the Raiders are pressed between trading up in that scenario or trading for someone and surrendering capital, I can't say what they would do. I don't even know who their coach is going to be.
Yeah, I don't either. Lucky in San Francisco, real quick before the break. Lucky, what's happening?
Top of the morning, fellas. I know I have to say this, man. I'm questioning all these 49er fandoms, including my favorite, tag team partner, Joe Shasky. Are you really saying that you want to get rid of Brock Purdy for Sam Darnold?
No.
Have you forgot the history of Sam Darnold?
I don't think I said that, though. I mean, it's about cost analysis. I like Brock better than Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's done it for 1 year. I feel like Purdy's been good to great for multiple years.
He had one bad year, Joe. One bad year, brother. The world is not falling to all you 49er fans who are saying trade Brock Purdy for Kirk Cousins and Sam Donald. Are you crazy? You might as well go and be a Dallas Cowboy or Seahawks fan right now.
Lucky coming in with the heat. Lucky, you coming in with the heat. Tell him, Lucky, get off my quarterback.
Bonte, this is coming from them tall projects, man. Back in the day, we used to play with the OGs on the black
the 12-story jets. Yeah, I didn't walk by the 12-story jets, Lucky.
12-story jets, man.
Yeah, I didn't walk by the 12-story jets. Some of the only projects I was really petrified of. Y'all didn't play no games in those heat projects, man.
Come on, man. I was a little tight, man, running around there with all them cats, man, just seeing it all. But I'm serious, man. My 49er love is in my bloodstream. People, please don't disrespect our team. We need O-line, D-line, and some better backups. That's it, and Kyle needs to adjust his game plan so we can win a bowl, please.
So, let's remove quarterback.
I like that. Jose Lucky, man. Wow, back-to-back.
Think about what they did with their defensive line and Nick Bosa. Like, Nick Bosa had a pretty spectacular resume that he was negotiating on. Felt like he had a lot of leverage. And it went down to the very end. And maybe the Niners adjust how they do business with Brock Purdy because it's the quarterback or because of some of the things that have happened over the last 2 off seasons. Maybe they adjust. But they play hardball. That's kind of Parag's way of doing business. Now, I don't love it. I feel like it's had a depreciating effect on the roster.
They didn't play hardball with Christian McCaffrey.
Well,
we don't talk about that enough.
I also
that burned them just as bad as the Ayuk deal so far. And actually, Ayuk played in more games than Christian McCaffrey this season.
But I also don't think that he was as public as those other two guys.
He wasn't.
Bosa, we kind of knew from the jump that he was going to be all about the money. And so I know how this organization operates. And what's happening right now is kind of not new. But my point was that, when they spent all that money on Nick Bosa, they kind of were like, hey, Nick, we can only afford so much on that defensive line. It's up to you to kind of, make things happen. And I would say you can't do that with the quarterback.
Well,
you can't just say, hey, we're paying you whatever the money is. Figure it out. No, you still have to surround that guy with the right infrastructure.
Well, we don't talk about that enough. Everybody's so hyper-focused on Debo and Trent and Ayuk. You brought up Nick Bosa. Has he lived up to his contract?
Not even close.
Not even close.
Actually, there's some sound I'd like to play where we talked about, where I told you, when you make the most in the franchise, there is a way that you have to conduct yourself, even if it's out of your nature, because when I pay you top general dollar, you need to conduct yourself like a general. And he said something that really, it didn't sit well with me.
Bosa said a few things this year that hasn't sat well with a lot of people, and we'll get into that. Plus, we'll get to Nick and Berkeley. Everybody, 888-957-9570. You ready to move off of Brock? Seriously? Can you? I still believe you can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. What about you out there, Roasters? 888-957-9570. Forget the money for a second. Can you win with Brock, and can he get better as a 24-year-old? Is there room for improvement with a guy who is just about to complete his second full season in the NFL, his third in the league overall? 888-957-9570. And that is brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
Xfinity. What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, almost forgot. It's Tuesday. Shark Week. It's time to eat. Baldy's coming up at 7:30. Holy smokes, we're going to get Brian Baldinger. I almost forgot.
I can't even believe you said that.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. And I can't believe the Doobies are happening this Friday, the third annual Doobie Awards, this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Be there or be square.
And
right?
I'm looking for Gene in Oakland. I know Gene is always kind of lurking.
He's going to be there.
Well, Gene in Oakland won Roaster of the Year last year, and I got a little something from the Shasky house.
I was a little in shock.
Yeah, I got a little something in the Shasky house for Gene in Oakland. It's not expensive. I'm not going to try to hype it up, but it's a little something on behalf of the show because you're Roaster of the Year, and we want you to be there because last year you were Roaster of the Year, and we want to give you your award.
Well-deserved Roaster of the Year.
And then this year, we should actually announce out loud who the Roaster candidates are because I want them in the building because I might have something special for them.
Who are the Roaster of the Year candidates, Lubman, real quick before we get to the calls?
Yeah, for this year.
Yes, so our Roasters of the Year, the official nominees that we have.
And that's the highest honor.
Yes, so our official Roasters of the Year, we got Brian in Palo Alto.
Oh, I love that.
Great nominee there.
Yeah.
You got Rob and San Bruno. The downfall is near.
Okay.
Also, Rob is up for a Call of the Year.
Wow, a double dipper.
Mm-hmm. Wow. TC and Sack.
TC and Sack.
Well, the great lines of the year was High Level Loser.
What's up with my bros?
High level loser, bro. What's up, Joe, bro?
We got a pair of Knicks who are up for an award. Not New York Knicks.
Yeah, I was going to say Jalen Brunson showing up.
No, we got better Knicks than that. We got Nick in Berkeley, and we got Nick in San Jose. Nick in Berkeley is on the line right now.
Oh, wow. Well, let's go to Nick in Berkeley right now, then.
Couple more.
Hurry.
Adam in the City, and then Verducci in the El Dorado Hills.
And Tony in Oakland didn't make the list.
Oh, sorry, Tony in Oakland too. I have it written between the two Knicks, so I skipped over. Tony in Oakland is also on that list, but so is Nick in Berkeley.
All right, Nick in Berkeley. What's up? Candidate for Roaster of the Year, Nick. How about that?
I'm fired up, y'all. I'm really fired up.
What up, Nick? Hey, good morning.
Man, good morning, y'all. I'm humbled to be on the list, man. There's so many great callers in the Bay, man. So many great calls, man. Like, I'm just humbled to be part of it. And I just want to say, man, I'm really looking forward to Friday, man, and meeting y'all for the first time personally. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
We appreciate your support, bro.
Oh, man, all day, man, all day. Anyways, I just want to say, man, that the opposing team's defenses have only been called 4 times on both of the entire season, offensive holding-wise. It's just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, he's getting chokeholds, like, constantly. And so, like, we shouldn't beat up Bosa too much. And Purdy, with all the injuries on offense, man, and all the delays with players getting ready and stuff, it was a weird season, man. And then, some of the Big Trent had a loss, you know what I'm saying? And Shavarius had a loss, like personal loss, man. It's brutal, man. It's just like been one of them weird years. But, the last 3 seasons on third down conversions, we're less than 50%. You know what I'm saying? It's like there are certain stats that stick out about Shanahan. He's got, and, just to your point, the whole contract thing with Shanahan getting an extension and McCaffrey, that was like some insider trading. It was weird, man. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. It's a good call, Nick. Good call.
So he brings up Nick Bosa, and look, I'm probably one of the bigger Nick Bosa fans out there and have been for a long time. When you pay a guy $125 million and you're the highest defensive paid player in the NFL in terms of guaranteed money, I'm not asking you to be someone you're not, right? Fred Warner is just a different person in terms of his wiring and his leadership than Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa is going to be more lead by example guy. But there are seminal moments for a team in a season, in a career, where I do want a guy who's maybe a little more soft-spoken to speak up and be a leader. And Nick Bosa said something yesterday that it really bugged me. Well, as much as the play on the field has bugged me the last 2 years, as much as the throwing of Steve Wilkes under the bus last year bugged me, this one was like, come on, man. You're one of the leaders on this team, and I think you actually saying something at this moment in time let's true leadership.
Well, let's bring it back to Thursday night because Devondre Campbell, which is the hypocrisy in what he said yesterday, is alarming because Thursday night, this is what Bosa said about Campbell.
I didn't know till now, but until I know more about the situation, I'm not going to talk about it.
So he didn't want to talk about it Thursday, didn't know much about the situation. So then he was asked about the situation yesterday, as you just alluded to, Shasky, and here's what Bosa had to say.
I actually did. In the locker room before the game, I heard some complaining, and I was going to say something, didn't, because I didn't want to create more of a distraction, but kind of felt it. And so, yeah, I kind of saw the foreshadowing, and I definitely didn't think it was going to result in that. Didn't know it happened during the game, but
do you regret not saying anything now?
Not really. No. If he was going to do that, then he's not the type of guy to be here.
So there's a couple things here. One, Thursday you wouldn't talk about it. You said you didn't know much about the situation. Yesterday you allude to, I heard him complaining before the game as he was getting dressed up, and I thought to say something and I didn't. You're one of the 6 captains on this football team. You have the C on your chest. You've been here since 2019. All right, 2019. And the fact that you saw him complaining and other guys complaining about roles, your job as a captain and as a leader, Fred Warder would have heard it. Hey, lock in, guys. Let's go. It's a big game. Our season's on the line. Let's go. Let's go. The fact that you decided, yeah, I'm not going to really say anything. I'm just going to let these guys complain about their roles. That's not leadership to me. That's worried about yourself and doing your own deal. So I've had complaints about Nick Bosa before. You know, the way he threw Steve Wilkes under the bus last season, which the head coach, as JC in Sacramento once told us, he kind of allowed it to happen. And I thought it was, I was probably the only host at the station irate over that, about Bosa throwing the defensive coordinator, because Fred Warder kind of said some things too, and I was like, really? We're going to do this to Steve Wilkes? He ain't the problem. Hey, we found out he wasn't the problem. But Bosa saying what he said yesterday, I mean, this is just who he is.
Yeah, but
when they're going to learn that this is who he is.
Okay. This is unbecoming of a 49er leader. And I'm just being real. Like, if Ronnie Lott heard that in the locker room,
he would have checked him. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, my God.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, give me a break. Could you imagine doing this to Ken Norton, Bryant Young, Patrick Willis? Like, I'm just trying to think, like, Dante Whitner? You think Dante Whitner, who talks on air all the time on television, whatnot, like, and he was a Niner for a short period of time. He wasn't a lifer, but I consider him a guy who held the Niners to a certain standard. Like, to me, this is very simple. Come on, man. Do you just work here, or are you one of the foundational pieces?
No, he just works here.
Well, that's unbecoming of a guy getting paid the amount of money that he's getting paid. And we could argue
Are you really surprised?
Yeah, I am.
Really?
Yeah, I am.
Why are you surprised?
Because when I give you I don't expect you day one to walk in, and not everyone's wired that way, B. Some guys are just kind of like, I go about my business. Like Steph Curry, for example. I don't think he's a rah, like rally the troops. I actually think he's more understated than anything. But he shows his leadership in various forms, and I do believe as he's gotten older and as he's matured and as he's created more status in the league, he's found his appropriate voice, right? Not everyone can be a leader. Nick, I gave you you bent this team over for the extra 10, 20 million bucks, whatever it was. You waited till the last second to come in. You came in, you made excuses on why you weren't prepared, and yeah, the team finished and started off really well, but you were complaining about it all year last year.
All year long. He made excuses. Yeah, I've been experimenting. Missing training camp really hurt. When his mom came on the station, told Willard and Dibbs, oh, he's ready to roll. He's ready to roll.
And when I watch his contemporaries, like I think about TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. Like the situations those guys have been in. Have you ever heard anything like this?
No, absolutely not.
And then I think of a guy like Aaron Donald, who you want to be in the breadth of an Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald, first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the great defensive linemen. Like Nick, I couldn't even think of him having these types of conversations in the locker room. This is I'm being real. And it really bugs me because when you are given that kind of money, yes, there are seminal moments where I do expect you to say something. Because the guy who cries wolf every single week, maybe it doesn't hit as hard as you talking once every 12 or 13 weeks in the locker room. If you're a quiet guy, it does resonate. It does. And it ticks me off. That's the attitude of a guy. I just work here, man. That's what it feels like to me.
Exactly. That's Bosa for you.
It really ticked me off when I heard that.
Let's go to Jaime in San Carlos. Jaime, real quick. We're going to get to a couple calls before Baldy here and squeeze you guys in. Jaime, what's up, man? Good morning.
Season on the line, B.
What's up? What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
All right, so a few things. You guys are talking about, the Niners and all this. You think the old regime, the old owner, would let this happen Eddie D would have Kyle Shanahan on the hot seat in a heartbeat. He almost fired Bill Walsh 3 times. Okay, and then the second thing, Brock Purdy. If you guys are going to pay, if we as a team are going to pay them $55 to $60 million, we are in trouble. If I'm the Niners, I go to the Bengals and say, hey, Burrow is out there. How about 3 number 1 picks and Purdy?
I'll never trade Burrow. That Burrow's their guy, dude. He's from the state of Ohio. They're never trading.
When does that crack come into play?
You could offer them 25 first-round picks, and I don't think they're trading.
That's not trading Burrow.
Yeah.
Rich in Washington, D.C. Rich, what's up?
Hey, this is Rich Bravey in Washington, D.C. I was born and raised in Richmond, California. I'm a 49er fan for life. Quickly, I wanted to touch on the Brock Purdy situation. Everybody has this knee-jerk reaction. He did just have one of the worst starts of his career. But I just had to go look at the whole career, the 2 years that he's been here. He's 20. He's young. He has 8,000 yards. He has 59 touchdowns, 24 picks, and a 105.9 quarterback rating. You take Brock Purdy's name off of that. I mean, the going rate for quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence has got 50-something million, dude. You know what I'm saying? Trevor Lawrence is nowhere near the quarterback I feel Brock
but that's
Purdy
bad
is
money.
right.
Would you agree to me, the minute that deal was signed, I'm not saying that I wouldn't pay Brock.
Well, we'll see if it's bad money. We'll see. It's 1 year into the deal.
It
It's 1 year
is.
into
As
the
of right
deal.
now, given what he's accomplished, it's bad money.
I get what Jacksonville's doing. No, they don't. A lot of free agent quarterbacks are just not going to go to Jacksonville. Anyway, real quick, let's go to RJ Fairfield. Then we'll get to Jim Satterfield before Baldinger. What up, RJ?
Hey, you cannot win with Brock Purdy, man. Kyle Shanahan's play calling plays to Purdy's strength, and that's why Jerry Rice said everything is yesterday. He said everything is congested because Brock Purdy cannot spread the ball. That's why everybody wants Sam Darnold, because we can have an actual offense where we can spread out and receivers could do their thing.
RJ, they are 28. They are 28-12 in games that Brock Purdy has started, including the playoffs and Super Bowl.
Merry Christmas, Chasky. I gotta go.
Hey, RJ, how that Sacramento game?
Win with them.
How that Sacramento game end up last night?
12.
Hey, RJ, how does Sacramento end up last night against the Denver Nuggets? Real quick, Jim and Sarah fell. Oh, Draper. I was texting with him yesterday. The Kings lost the game. They had a 6-point lead with
I'm in no position.
They had an 8-point lead with 2 minutes left, and they blew it.
The season ends today. They're out of the offs.
Hey, the Sacramento Kings gave on 21 points in the last 4 minutes of that game.
I think there's 2 games separating the 5th seed and the 12th seed right now in the West.
They can't win with them. They're 28-12. Well, Merry Christmas.
Well, I mean, it's what happens.
28-12 in games he started, including against the best teams in the league in the playoffs and the Super Bowl.
I've been preaching that, and for some reason, Jim Satterfield, what's up?
Hey, guys. So I love everything about Brock Purdy. The one thing that is a complete deal breaker for me is his lack of arm strength. If you notice, he's got no deep threat. Every time we go deep, he underthrows his receivers. You guys notice that? No one's talking about
this year.
We've talked about it a lot.
This year he's done it way more, and that's why
the Kansas City game when he underthrew Jacob Cowing and and George Kittle on the 2 deep routes. It resulted in the field goals instead of touchdowns. So, no, we've touched on that a lot. He has underthrown a lot of deep balls, including one last Thursday to Ricky Pearsall in the 4th quarter before throwing a pick to Juwan Jennings. But it is Shark Week. It is Shark Week. Let's get to Baldy. All right. When he gets on the River Islands guest line, Brian Baldinger.
Why
this
are
is
you
a
laughing?
who's who. Because, I love this type of stuff, man. I love chaos when it comes to sports. Presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToSaveLover.com. Got people saying trade for Joe Burrow, even though Purdy sucks. They say trade for Justin Fields. He's going to take it to the Super Bowl. Hire Rex Ryan. The list goes on and on, Baldy. This is football fans at its finest when you have a losing team. So, Baldy, good morning to you. You're looking dapper as always. Last week in L.A., it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Whenever I watch Tampa, you were the first guy, Baldy, who said the most impressive team you've seen in training camp were the Tampa Bay Bucks. And, boy, they are surging right now, my boy Bucky Irving and Baker Mayfield. But forget that for a second, Baldy. Let's get to the Niners and Brock Purdy because there's a lot going on here. Everybody's talking about his numbers or whatnot. Is it fair to dismiss this season as a one-off bad year for the Niners and Brock Purdy? Or do you believe that this is Brock Purdy here at 24 years old?
Well, Jed York and John Lynch have a big decision to make. I mean, because the amount of money being paid to, your star quarterbacks right now is $55, $60 million. That's going to be an investment that's going to basically, a lot of guys are going to have to depart. You're going to be limited by what you can do. If you do that, and they have to make that decision now. Obviously, you wouldn't base anything off playing in the monsoon and the poor performance by everybody in that game, but that's the $1 million decision that the 49ers got to make right now. Because if you make the wrong decision, and he's a guy that's a declining player, which it sort of looks like right now, then you're going to be a bottom feeder for a while, And so it's a very tricky situation right now. And you can say, okay, we got backups all over the place, and we got all these injuries, and the offseason was just muddled by holdouts. And all right, is it an aberration or is it real? Because he couldn't complete a pass down the field at all the other day. And the interception, I think Darius Williams probably interfered a little bit, with Jennings on the outside there, and he couldn't get to the ball. But still, they needed one play to win that game and to stay in the race. They couldn't make one play, and that's on the quarterback. And so he had Pearsall, on a post, bang eight. They put it out in front of him. He walks in the end zone, provided he catches it. He's got the corner beat. Markello Witherspoon looked like, last week in that game, he looked like he was, Deion Sanders, against some of the guys he was covering. But it's a big question right now, Bonte, amongst all the other questions that are swirling in San Francisco. And I don't know what the answer is right now, honestly. Because, I was the biggest Brock Purdy fan and defender for 3 years. But, they needed to make one play against the Rams. And they couldn't make one play.
I'm seeing a similar thing to you. And I don't know if it's indecisive. I don't know if he doesn't trust his own arm and shoulder. I don't know if defenses are just keen on the 4 or 5 spots in the middle of the field they like to throw to. The word I keep coming back to is predictable and a step slow on just everything. And they're not dynamic in terms of being able to throw the ball down the field. Heck, Baldy, the second to last play of the game, he airmails a wide open Ricky Pearsall going toward the sidelines. It just feels like they have a very difficult time completing anything in that intermediate to deep range. Why is that? Is it a function of the offense? Is it defenses? Is it Brock? Because I got a bunch of stats here, and we can go over them after that. But, why can't they complete the ball down the field? It's kind of driving me crazy.
Well, you're watching Cam Curl cover George Kittle down the field. You're looking at, matchups. If you would think if you throw the ball enough against any defense, you're going to get the defense either to break down or be out of position. The 49ers can't get either one. I saw Minnesota. I saw Sam Darnold throw 5 touchdowns, 2 weeks ago against Atlanta, and that's Jesse Bates and some Justin Simmons. They've got 50-something interceptions between the two of them. They were breaking down left and right. Justin Jefferson's free, Jordan Anderson's free. You don't see that with this 49ers up. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is it seems awfully predictable. Now, that's what you get when you don't get guys open or wide open, or the defense is, their coverages are breaking down. You're not seeing that right now. You're seeing a lot of one-on-ones where guys aren't winning. You saw a lot of square-ins from Kittle, from Debo, that all got defended on that game against the Rams. And I wouldn't put those guys, Witherspoon, Curl, even Williams, I wouldn't put that group as, a top flight secondary in this league. But they played like one last Thursday night.
You know, Baldy, and Bonte wants to get in here, but first 25 games, including the playoffs, 45 touchdowns, 17 total turnovers. The 18 games, starting with the Baltimore game, 20 touchdowns, 22 turnovers, and the team is only 10-8. Now, I know there are some better opponents in there. Is there a common denominator? Is there something that you're seeing that is so dramatically different since that Baltimore game? Because it's almost like we all can't unsee it.
Well, for a long time, especially in the first, I think, what'd you say, 30 games, Joe? I always thought this about Kyle's offense. I always knew that there was a motion and a shift in every play. And they were trying to get you out of your gaps, out of position, whatever. Okay, window dressing. But I always thought of every run they had a play action. And that play action got the quarterback free, he got him good vision, and he had time. And I just don't see much of that right now. Now, it could be a function of there's no McCaffrey, there's no Mason, you're down to Guerrero, whatever. Could be some of that. There's no Trent. Okay, there's had some injuries up front. Could be some of that. But I don't see – I always just say that every run had a play action. The guys have told me that have been in that offense. Hughes has told me that. And I don't see those play actions getting Brock, really wide open to read the field and to get good, easy throws and get guys open. That component seems to be missing over the last 18 games.
And Baldy, I agree with you. And I would add to that context, McCaffrey. That's a big, big weapon, and you have to try to overcome that. I don't know how you overcome not having the Offensive Player of the Year. There's a drop-off. There's a big-time drop-off, especially in the pass game. I don't know how you overcome Brandon Ayuk being hurt, even though he was rusty coming in. But let's face it, that was Brock's number one target last season. He had a dynamic year and finished second in the franchise with 7 100-yard games, only behind the great Jerry Rice. You talk about the offensive line. I think the offensive line is a lot worse. So there's a lot there with this football team. But at 24, I've been asking fans all week long, since there's been a lot of doom and gloom around here. That's what happens in losing seasons. You see things going on, like the videos you sent on Twitter, Baldy, where Debo's running into Isaac Guerrero in ghost motion. It's like, what the hell is going on here? We can't even function and run in basic motion. At 24 years old, do you believe that Brock Purdy can improve and get better at the quarterback position?
I'd love to know if there is a still existing injury to the shoulder. Is it affecting him? Nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to say anything. He's not going to say anything. The team isn't going to say anything. But is there an injury there that he's playing with? Because it doesn't look like he can drive the ball the way he once did. He never had the strongest arm, but he could drive the ball. And he could layer it. He could do all the things you got to do with the football. And we all saw it. And it was against good teams. And it was in the playoffs. And it was all those things. And you could say, okay, there's no Ayuk. And you could say all these things. But it doesn't look to be the same right now. Now, you've had the elbow, you've had the shoulder. There is a compounding thing to a guy who's he's not Josh Allen. He doesn't have that frame. So is there a compounding injury right here to him that is starting to take its toll right now at a tender age of 24?
Baldy, I'll ask you directly, and we'll get back into the rest of the team because Greenlaw, Debo, there's so much to talk about. If John Lynch came to you and said, hey, Brian, I know you watch every single week, and you watch all these other quarterbacks around the league, Brock is demanding top 5 money. What do we do here? What would your advice to him be?
I'd say I'd go flip him for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
Why wouldn't so Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a second. He sat there as a backup all year. He learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. And Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, and just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give him top flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic? I don't know, but he's bigger, stronger than what Brock is. Like, or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition? I mean, I'd be interested to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold.
What my question is, then, coming off of this season with Sam Darnold, because it's something that last Friday I came in here, I said, you may have to go get Sam Darnold, which is very intriguing, and I kind of walked it back. What would Sam Darnold be able to command on the open market as a free agent? Would he be able to command $30 million a year, $40 million a year, $50 million a year coming off this one season?
Well, when this was a 12-team league, Bonte, we didn't have enough good quarterbacks. With Sam Darnold, we came to the Atlanta Falcons and win that division. Yep. Would he be an improvement with that staff in Carolina? Yep, he'd be an improvement. Would he be an improvement in New York at either team right now? Yeah, he would be. I mean, you just go around the league and you go, there's going to be a demand. Now, can the Vikings? They've got a rookie quarterback that's injured, but he's on a rookie contract. You could afford both. And if Sam beats him out, then he sits like Jordan Love sat. And when time has come, that you make the move. But, I think he could command a pretty big salary. I don't know if it's $50 million, and I don't know how you put, but he's going to get some good offers out there.
Baldy here on the River Islands guest line. I'm stumped. I'm stumped with the Sam Darnold situation here because I leave it out of the game Thursday. I said, man, would the Niners go back and I don't know. That's why we'll get back. Trust me, we got the show planned the rest of the day. But Devondre Campbell also made headlines, and I don't want to sweep this under the rug because I think it's one of the biggest stories I've seen in terms of just a football team and playing sports or whatnot. What did you make of the situation? And did you have a teammate that ever just walked off the field and say, yeah, I don't want to play today, I'm out?
I've never been on a team where a player did that, ever. I think it's the worst violation that there is. I mean, there's curfew violations, there's guys that stay out all night, there's all that stuff. This, to me, first of all, this game was a celebration of Dre Greenlaw's return to the line. It was a celebration of Dre. Nick Bosa and Fred Warner already said, there was almost a spiritual intervention that Dre, after 10 months of rehab, was going back to play his old position. Devondre was playing only because of that. And so when Dre pulled up and whatever happened, leg got tight, whatever happened, and it was time for Devondre now to go supplant Dre, and for him not to want to go in the game, I can't imagine a bigger quit on a team than that, ever. I can't even imagine that. First of all, you're not even celebrating your brother right there and his return. It's a brotherhood. It's a fraternity. It truly is. And for him to, not see that, not understand that, I'll never understand that.
You ever meet Devondre Campbell? You ever had any interactions with him? What is he like as a guy?
I don't know him. I don't know. He's been in the league 9 years. He's been on different teams. He's led the Packers in tackles at one point. He's been on a couple different teams, whatever. He's getting a chance to play next to Fred Warner and go to the Super Bowl and, extend his career into the 9th year. And to pull that stunt. I mean, I know there's all kinds of, player union things, but I'm sure Kyle and John Lynch would love to have just said, pack your bags and get out of here. And because the union has certain stipulations, I don't know all the legal terms, so they're just protecting themselves. But just pack your bags and go.
There are certain players. You brought up Dre Greenlaw. There's certain players, and B and I have talked about these guys. They give their bodies to the sport, and you feel like they lose a chunk of who they are because of how violent the game is, and just stuff happens, And I think of Navarro Bowman and guys like that. And then I think of what Dre Greenlaw did in that first half. And you've said it over and over: speed with instincts, where you can play just so fast, and the way he was knifing through. Shedding blocks and reading things in real time and flying. I was like, my God, we forgot how great this guy was. I mean, he's so good. And what a spiritual uplift it was to that whole defense. Everything looked faster. How great was Dre Greenlaw in that first half?
He was great. And did you see the game that Fred Warner had? Fred hadn't played like that in months. It was the best game Fred played. I don't know how many tackles he had. It was the best game Fred played in a long, long time. And I know he's been hobbled and, banged up and all that stuff and out of the lineup a couple of different times. But, I felt like Fred was inspired. I know how Fred feels about Dre. They played 6 years together. They're the longest tenured tandem of inside linebackers in this business. And they play off each other so well, depending on what the call is, man zone, how they divide up the responsibilities on any given play or situation. It's nonverbal. But I thought Fred played the best game he's played in a long time. And I think a big part of it was going out there on the field with his brother and Dre Greenlaw.
Baldy, this has been a disappointing season for the 49ers. Very disappointing on a number of levels. Quarterback, offensive line, defensive line, receivers, linebackers, you name it. Who's been the most disappointing player on the 49ers this season, in your opinion? Not to single anybody out, Baldy, because I know you do this stuff, and I'm not trying to put you on a hot seat here, but I have some thoughts.
For me, it's been Bosa.
For Shasky, it's Bosa.
I've been very disappointed. I love Bosa, but I feel like not that he's not playing hard. I'm not seeing the impact. I watched TJ Watt. This guy is relentless.
Yeah. I mean, Nick Bosa, to be a former, if you look at just the recent defensive players of the year, you look at Nick Bosa, you look at TJ, you look at Myles Garrett, you just take those three guys now. I mean, if you just went off the tape, you take Jonathan Greenard right now. You take Grenard in Minnesota over Nick. Wow. You would take, there's certain guys that you would take. You would take Daniil Hunter, okay? You would take certain guys over him right now. And this is the great Nick Bosa, but he's not, he's still getting to the quarterback and he's making some plays more so than the stats might show, but he's not creating strip fumbles, where like he once was. He's not doing that right now. And so it doesn't, for a guy that had a healthy offseason, no contract and all that kind of stuff, like he had the year before, in my mind, I think Nick has to play bigger and better. He's got a bigger impact, especially on that line when you lose Hargrave, and you lose Armstead, you lose some of these guys that have been there. You need more from him right now.
See, my most disappointing Niner will be Deebo Samuel. He has 101 receiving yards over the last 5 weeks. And when he tweeted out last week, hey, I'm not getting the ball enough. It's not me. I'm not getting the ball enough. And he drops a quick slant for a touchdown. He's not beating man press. He's not getting open. He's running into Isaac Garendo on ghost motions on a running play. To me, Deebo Samuel, because all the talk out of training camp, he looks like he's in phenomenal shape. He's going to have a monster season. He's a leader. And then after the Tabor Pepper situation, it's gone all downhill. He will be my most disappointing Niner this season, Baldy.
Well, I mean, the one player that had a chance to actually score a touchdown in that game was Deebo. And that might have been the difference in the game and the difference in them, in the playoff hunt at 7-7 if they win that game. And, it's all bunched up with coming down the final weeks. You got to make plays, and that was the play to be made. He's walking in the end zone. Brock hits him in stride. He's going to score on that play. And that's when Deebo's at his best, when he's got a head of steam up and the ball is put right in front of him. That's when he makes big plays. He's not a guy that's going to beat you with his routes and a guy that's going to come back to the ball and then, do some Justin Jefferson thing up to you and make you admit, that's not really his game. But that slant that he ran, that's the Deebo play. That's the play that we've seen where he energizes the entire stadium. And for him to take his eyes off the ball and, not do the fundamental there, that's disappointing. They showed you the sideline shot at him, and he's just, if you want to speak up and say those kind of things, you have to back it up.
Yeah.
You just have to back it up. Otherwise, you don't say the things they said that week.
It's funny. We've been talking a lot as a fan base, Kyle's got to evolve. And his offense still puts up a ton of yards. one of my hugest criticisms, and it's been year after year after year, is I feel like depending on who the hot hand should be, we're not adjusting in-game going to that person. And I want to contrast this. McVay realized Kyron's running harder than the numbers look. Let's ride him. Cooper Kupp's not really doing much. We don't need to target him, but Puka is. Those are now my two top dogs. We're going to ride them. I come out of so many games going, Kittle's your best player this year, and he's just not getting the appropriate amount of looks. And I watched them early in this game, and I'm like, if this game is about getting Debo right, we're going to lose this game. And it felt like it was like we got to try to get Debo right. He's not one of your top dogs anymore. It's Kittle, and it's maddening to watch. Are you noticing that same thing? Because no specific design plays like they had the week prior with George Kittle. I know I'm long-winded. It's driving me nuts.
Well, they had a one-on-one with Cam Curl. He defended them twice on third downs. Third down, they weren't good. They didn't stay on the field and sustain offense. And, the ball was going to George. I mean, he got defended. But, I mean, even if you look at some of the routes, I don't see George running comebacks. If the defender's just sitting on top of you and you're making a 90-degree cut, what's wrong with just coming back to the ball? A 3rd and 7, going to 10 and coming back to 7. What's wrong with the comeback right there? He's a big body, catches the ball with his hands. There's just certain things that I would adjust in the type of routes that I ran if I was George. Look, I'm with you. The plays that they ran the week before, the plays I would draw up for any tight end, any good tight end, to get them the ball, and they're a little negligent doing it. Look, I don't think Kyle's having a great season. But when you're 6-8, there's plenty of blame to go around with everybody right now, especially, and then it's just too easy to say, honestly. It's just too easy to say, oh, it's a Super Bowl hangover. Okay, we've seen that before from teams, but I just don't want to buy into that. The roster was still elite to start the season. They haven't scored enough points based on the amount of yards that they've gained. And they lost 2 running backs that are really good. But it's just too easy to say Super Bowl hangover and injuries.
Kyle Shanahan, we heard from Steve Young last week saying that Shanahan needs to reinvent himself. How does Shanahan reinvent himself, Baldy?
That's a good question. Did Steve Young answer that?
Steve Young just basically, he said he wanted to see him reinvent himself, which is, there's a lot more context to it. Maybe it's, first down passing. Maybe it's more innovation in the red zone. But how would you, by watching Shanahan and watching how this team has played this season, what would you suggest for Shanahan to reinvent himself? How would he reinvent himself for next season in 2025? Is it the passing game? Is it more routes outside? Is it throwing outside the numbers? Is it more deep shots? Is it riding more George Kittle when your running backs or whatnot, more targets for Kittle? Because that's been a theme all season long. We say George Kittle walks off the field with just 6 targets. He's your best wide receiver, and he's the one guy who's gaining separation.
Well, I would like to see Kyle Shanahan with offensive players that have more speed. I'd like to see more speed in the offense. Remember, they drafted all these guys. Who was the kid? Danny Jones, the kid from SMU?
Danny Gray.
Yeah, Danny Gray. Yeah.
Danny Gray. These guys were supposed to have great speed. I'd like to see him. I remember when he was in Cleveland, and he had tremendous speed.
Josh Gordon.
In Atlanta, obviously you had Julio. You had guys that had speed. I just feel like this offense looks, I've said it for weeks now, it looks slow. I'd like to see, I think Kyle Shanahan go a long ways to reinventing himself if he had real speed on the outside.
Is Ayuk the missing element, or do they need something more than that?
Well, Ayuk would really help because he's such a great route runner. He's such a great blocker. He can beat man coverage against anybody. But I would think you need more. Maybe it's Pearsall. I don't know. We haven't seen enough of him. I'd like to see him with an off-season mate. I don't know that he has the speed I'm talking about, top flight speed.
You're talking about explosiveness, just
just take the cover off the top of the defense. I'd like to see somebody like that in the offense and see what it could look like.
Real quick, I always got to ask as we say bye-bye, where are you going to be at this weekend?
I'm going to be in Washington, Philadelphia, Washington. I'm going to see the hottest team in football in the Philadelphia Eagles. No defense has made bigger improvements from one year to the other. It's coordinator, it's the drafting, it's the GM, it's you go get yourself Zach Vaughn, you go get yourself Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, you develop Nolan Smith. It's everything in Philadelphia, what they're doing right now to become and morph into the number one defense in football.
All right, Baldy. Good stuff as always, man. Sam Darnold. You flip Purdy for Darnold right now. That is fascinating.
I don't know if I'd do that, but I would have to. I don't know, Bonte, if I would flip it, but I would think about it.
Yeah.
Especially if Sam takes this team deep into the playoffs right now. There's no chance to be the number one seed. So, Sam is a big reason why this thing is humming the way it is right now.
All right, Baldy. Talk to you next week, buddy.
See you, pal.
Yep. All right, guys. You bet, man. Have a good week.
You too. Brian Baldinger. Wow.
It's time for the injury.
Ow! Well, I always feel like when a team loses or they're mediocre, there's a lot more content there. There's a lot more to get into. And obviously, Baldy kind of led us into some things here with Sam Darnold, the locker room stuff, Bosa, Debo, Shanahan. But Sam Darnold, I want to know right off the bat, Niner fans, because Sam Darnold was just in the building last season. Would you flip Purdy for Darnold if you had the chance going into 2025? Would you flip Purdy for Darnold? 888-957-9570. Mark Vlasic back on the ice soon for the Sharks. Vlasic has been dealing with an upper body injury that has kept him off the ice all season long. He has been skating in practice to travel with the team on a recent 6-game road trip with the hope of returning to action, and that was not the case, however. And as of now, there appears to be no set date for the Sharks' longtime defenseman to return to action. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's Code Up on the Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570 is the number. Would you flip Purdy for Sam Darnold?
I'd say I'd go flip them for Sam Darnold right now.
Flip them for Sam Darnold, right? It was only a 5-second cut. It says 57 seconds. Oh, okay. All right. There was a pause.
That was Brian Baldinger?
Yeah, Brian Baldinger just now on the Morning Roast. You asked him. It was a hell of a question. What would you do? Would you give Brock Purdy top 5 money? And I think we're all in agreement that we want to pump the brakes on that money. But he said he'd flip him for Sam Darnold right now.
So this is
unsolicited. He would flip him for Sam Darnold right now. Let me get these out the way. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570 is the number. Would you flip Sam Darnold for Brock Purdy? I got my thoughts on it. I have thoughts on it. But Baldy said he would. And then I asked him on the back end, and he kind of said, well, I think about it.
Well, the question that I asked him, and I want to make sure that we give the full context, was, hey, John Lynch comes to you, and he says Purdy's camp, and I'm being, I guess, aggressive with this, Purdy's camp saying they will accept nothing less than top 5 guaranteed money. What's your recommendation to them? And he would, think about some of the options. See, I don't think it's as cut and dry as you just pay him whatever he wants and give him a blank check. And, I think there's a lot that goes into this thought process. It's like when people say they want to buy a house, it's like, all right, well, what can you afford, and what are your needs and where are you at in life and how many more years do you think you can work and what's in your retirement plan and do you have a family and there's a million questions, and what you might need and what I might need are going to be totally different. We know that what Kyle Shanahan needs at quarterback is someone who's extremely cerebral and can throw the anticipation routes over the middle with deadly accuracy. And Brock's proven he can do those things. There are some limitations in the offense that also kind of highlight some of his limitations, throwing beyond the numbers and things like that. But to me, the bigger thing was just the overall arching Baldy being down on Brock. This is someone who has been so high on Brock Purdy for so long. And not that it validates how people feel, but it's like, all right, well, then I'm trusting my eyes because my eyes are telling me he doesn't look like quite the same player for a variety of reasons. Deteriorating talent, confidence, the shoulder, which he referenced, might be an issue because clearly the ball's not coming out the same way. It's just he doesn't look like the same guy. And that presents its own alarming issues.
He's kind of down on him going to I think signs of Baldy not drinking the Brock Purdy Kool-Aid because he has loved Brock Purdy. But the signs of Brock Purdy and Baldy kind of wavering on him was the beginning of the Baltimore game or the week of the Baltimore game. And you were out that week. And Spadoni asked him, do you think he's the MVP? And Baldy said, well, I got to wait. I have to wait to see what he looks like against Baltimore. And he looked like crap against Baltimore. There's no denying it. He looked awful. That was his worst game probably as a professional quarterback. Now, going into this season, I have a hard time saying Brock Purdy's been garbage or this and that because context matters to me. And I understand football's the ultimate team sport. And there's guys in and out of the lineup. But there's no doubt Brock Purdy against Kansas City did not look good. Against Arizona, he was inconsistent. Against Seattle, obviously to make a throw on 2nd and 11 to seal the game. He didn't make it. He airmailed it. Last week against the Rams, it's the worst I've seen him since the Baltimore game in that LA Rams game. But to flip him over Sam Darnold, let's pause for a second on that. Let's get into that because Sam Darnold was just in the building for a year. And I remember the dialogue because I didn't watch the last game of the season. There was a Warriors game the day of the LA Rams Niners game to end the season. Carson Wentz versus Sam Darnold. And I was like, I'm not going back to watch that. I'm getting ready for the bye week, getting ready for the playoffs. I was like, I went through it a little bit, but kind of casually, and I was like, whatever. I'm not going to have any real assessments on that. Backups are playing. Guys are in and out of the lineup. Whatever. Darnold's cool. I've seen enough of Darnold. But the rhetoric after that game was, oh, my God, Sam Darnold's terrible. Oh, my God, Sam Darnold, are you kidding me? Oh, my God, we're in trouble if Sam Darnold plays.
Well, he had multiple opportunities at the end of the game to put together a drive, and Carson Wentz put together a drive at the end of the game, and Darnold kind of fell apart.
No doubt. No doubt. And so now here we are a year later, And Baldy said he would think about flipping Purdy for Darnold. He would think about it because we gave him a chance at the end of the interview because I was stuck on. I was like, wow, we're out on Purdy just like that. How many people would flip Purdy for Darnold?
Just straight up?
Just don't even think about the money because who knows what the hell Sam Darnold's going to receive? Who knows what Purdy will receive? Sam Darnold's agent is probably thinking, man, when you put Justin Jefferson around him or you put some premium weapons around him, he has the arm to make all the throws. And by the way, how did Darnold look to everybody yesterday?
He looked okay. Is it a cop-out for me to say I really want to see what he looks like in the playoffs?
No, it's not a cop-out because the playoffs will determine a lot. It'll be his first. But see, to me, if he does struggle in the playoffs, I'm not going to say, oh, well, that's the Sam Darnold we all know. Because he's never. No, I didn't say you did. I didn't say you did. I'm just telling you how I'm feeling. If he does struggle in the playoffs, I tend to rate quarterbacks, okay, it's their first postseason. It's tougher. You're playing against great defenses. You've never been in that moment before. It is just different. That's why NBA teams, for the most part, when see them, it's rare that you see an NBA team come out of nowhere and just win an NBA championship. It's usually a process to it, right? You lose in the first round, you lose in the conference final, you lose in the second round, then finally you win a championship. We've seen it with all the greats, whether it's Michael, whether it's LeBron, whether it's Steph, KD. There's a process to winning the ultimate prize because you just haven't been there before. And that happens. So, me personally, it's going to be tough for me to say, man, Sam Darnold sucks. What does it look like? Does he just completely crap the bed in the playoff game? Because the playoffs are a different beast.
Yeah, but for me, the NBA, the margin of error for the better team is just so much wider in a 7-game series. In these one-offs, and Dan Campbell alluded to this last year on the podium after losing to the Niners, like, nothing is guaranteed in the NFL.
No doubt.
These one-game scenarios where the margins are so razor thin and the bodies break down so quickly, anything can happen.
No, anything can happen, but you get what I'm saying? No, that first go-round is tough for quarterbacks.
Doubt, but if he throws 5 picks in the first 3 quarters of the game,
Eli threw 5 picks in a wild card game. Minnesota Vikings, remember that?
Yeah, I also remember him putting together 2 of one of the greatest playoff runs ever.
After the fact.
Yeah.
After the fact. Again, his first go-round, look at Eli's numbers in his first go-round. He threw 5 picks in a wild card game.
But you're asking me but you're not asking about body of work for a career. Right. You're asking about, in a singular game, who would I trade for? If he looks serviceable
I didn't even ask that question. You asked, what does it look like in the playoffs? And I said, well, he may struggle in the playoffs. I don't think I want to come to a sweeping judgment.
Okay, but if he completely implodes, then I'm looking at him because it's about getting back to the playoffs.
Did you look at Eli different after the 5 interceptions when he threw it to Minnesota?
I was never high on Eli, and he completely turned me, around after beating the Niners in the rain.
You could completely flip it. Peyton Manning, his first go-round in the playoffs.
But you're asking about next year, and so that's why I'm focused on not body of work, not careers, not 20-year runways. I'm next year. So if he looks completely terrible in a playoff game, I'm now I'm going back to Brock, and I know it's a 1-game sample that I'm basing this off of, but there's not a lot to go off of Sam Darnold. He has 1 year of excellence. He has 50 games of being very mediocre and subpar. And so I'm making a rash decision based off of 1 game. I'm putting a lot into that game.
How about this though? Because the same argument I'm making for Purdy is boy, you don't have Ayuk, your offensive line's a joke. You don't have McCaffrey, you don't have Mason. Can't we look at Sam Darnold the same way, say, boy, he was a New York Jet, and that organization was an absolute disaster. And who was he throwing to? Can we name a receiver with the New York Jets that he threw to?
No, but we're doing career year stuff here. He's had a career year.
But I'm thinking into the fact that
I know what's baked in.
But no, maybe it's not a career, and maybe this is who Sam Darnold is. Maybe he wasn't Sam Darnold, the real Sam Darnold, because he was in New York with the bad organization, with the bad offensive line, with the bad running game, with the bad running game or whatnot. I think Sam Darnold could be good.
So are you doing the deal?
I don't know if I'm doing a deal or not. I have no idea. I have no idea if I want to do that deal or not.
Well, then what would make you want to do that deal?
But I didn't say I wanted to do the deal. Nothing would make me want to do the deal. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea at this moment. All I'm just we're having a conversation here about quarterbacks going to the playoffs, body of work, what does it look around him? He goes to Carolina. He got his job taken in Carolina by Baker. Yeah. He got his job taken. So we've seen a lot more bad with Darnold, but also I sit back and say, you know what? The situation wasn't the greatest. All right? The coaching was terrible. The defense was terrible. The offensive line, there's all these baked-in equations. So that's why it's tough for me to say that's why there's the golden four who can really lead a team, and everybody else is just in this spot to where you need things around them to function at a high level.
There's an argument, and I wouldn't be one to make it completely because I think it depends on your circumstance, but like there is an argument to say like I'm only paying those top 5 guys and no one else. And it's an interesting concept. I think it's rife with unknown, and you could hit the lottery with a Desmond Ridder like we watched last night and just get everyone fired, you know? Right. You could conceivably bounce around and sign a Geno Smith and be stable for the time being, but I think those have ceilings. Like, so because I think we need to come down. There's like, if you're asking me Brock or Darnold, even if he has a singular great playoff game, I'm probably still going Brock Purdy. I'm probably still going Brock Purdy because to me, there is something to be said about doing it over multiple years and being, good for multiple years.
Obviously, the Niners have always been intrigued with Sam Darnold. There was multiple rumors about the Niners traded for Sam Darnold from the New York Jets. It never happened. So when Sam Darnold did come here, there was a lot of people high on that. I was like, boy, can Sam Darnold actually take this job? Can Sam Darnold do this and do that? And a couple training camp practices, I saw Sam Darnold. I was like, wow. I remember Ludman after one training camp practice walked up to me, who do you think was the best quarterback on the field? I asked him first. And he got Trey Lance. I said, nah, Sam Darnold was the best quarterback on the field. It wasn't even close to me. He threw an out route to Brennan Ayuk. I was like, wow. But at the same time, Brock has put in the body of work, but he also has had the better resources around him. Now, you asked in the playoff game, can you reserve jump into the playoff game? I'll throw a hypothetical out. What if he throws 3 interceptions? What does the 3 interceptions look like?
Well, I think the 3 interceptions diminishes his value, which to me means maybe he could be had for cheaper.
But those interceptions could come off of a deflected pass.
Well,
it could come off of a receiver running the wrong route. It could come off a receiver slipping. So so that's why in football,
but this is where
I think context matters so much. It's not just, he threw 5 picks, let's fire him. You know what I mean? He's not good enough. Because I'm sure a lot of people in New York said that about Eli. Next thing you know, he wins 2 Super Bowls.
I have a hard time thinking Darnold will evolve into Rich Gannon later in a career. But, other things have happened. I thought Baker's career was over. But, this is where you tell me to, remove the money. No. All of these evaluations for the guys that aren't in tier 1, I have to evaluate the money.
So paying Purdy, I'll throw this hypothetical at you then since you want to play this game. Purdy, $30 million, Darnold, $20.
Well, do I have to trade for Darnold? Well, no, but this is part of it.
Darnold's going to be a free agent.
Part of it.
Darnold's going to be a free agent. He's going to be a free agent.
He's going to be a free agent, and I can sign him. And could I flip Purdy?
He's going to be a free agent.
Would go.
He's on a 1-year deal.
Then I would and I can flip Purdy in this situation. Then I probably, if those were the options, but I don't think Purdy's signing for 30. It's probably more likely Purdy is looking for 45, 50 million, and Darnold's looking for 30, 35 million. And if they franchise tag Darnold, now I have to trade for Darnold. And I'm not surrendering draft capital and paying him the money currently. I'd rather just pay Brock and stay the course.
The only way you have to give draft capital for Sam Darnold is if Minnesota franchises him. Yeah, that's it. And I don't think they're going to franchise him and pay him all that money, because then I think another team will back off and say, yeah, I'm good.
But I keep coming back to, and this is where I don't think there are a lot of suitors for Brock. Not that they wouldn't trade for him. I just don't think there are a lot of teams surrendering high capital and giving him the amount of money that he's looking for. When Jalen Ramsey was going to get traded, the Rams were like, we'll give you 2 firsts and we'll pay him a boatload of money. When Khalil Mack was available, we'll give you multiple firsts and we'll pay you a boatload of money. I don't know how many teams have $50 million ready to go for Brock Purdy and are willing to surrender multiple 2s in a 1 or multiple 1s in a 4th or something like that. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Do you want Brock Purdy to be your quarterback next season?
For next year, yes. But I also want them to bring in some stuff behind him because that's how the league is right now. And I don't view him as a surefire lock right now.
All right, let's go to the calls.
Right now. I'm hesitant.
Let's go to the calls.
I freely admit it. I'm back and forth on this.
Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, what's happening?
Tell us, is today April 1st?
No.
Because I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Go ahead, George. I'm with you. I think it's premature, but you know what? This is what everybody's talking about. They're talking about the quarterback position and the money or whatnot. I don't care about the money right now, George. I'll just speak for myself. I think there's no substance there right now until we see what the roster looks like, what does the cap look like, who's moving on, who are you trading or whatnot. But I'm just basically boiling down to this. Do you want Brock as your quarterback for next season?
And the answer to me is absolutely you do for a number of reasons. And in my view, take a look at what the kid has gone through since we drafted him as the last pick. He gets hurt in an NFC championship game. He then comes back the next year and wins an NFC championship game. And then he goes to the Super Bowl. And I think he played well in the Super Bowl. Okay. It wasn't his fault.
I agree
that those offensive linemen went the wrong direction. So to me, and I've been watching a lot of talk about him and so forth and so on. He's still learning. He's still learning. He right now, his weakness is he's not good against man coverage. He's great against the zone. So they're going to have to teach him. Kyle's going to have to teach him next year about how to deal with man-to-man coverage and cover zero. But this kid, most importantly, the team loves him. They love him. They rally behind him. They believe in him. And that's a big, big intangible that you really can't define any other way but to give the guy the respect that I think he's due. Do I think he's worth $60 million? No. Do I think he's worth 50? Yes. So I think he's our guy. To me, it's not even close between Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy, and that's just my opinion, fellas.
All right, George, let's go to Adrian and Hayward. What do you think? Darnold a better option than Brock Purdy?
Hey, what's up? Yes, I believe so. I believe the Niner offense is very limited with Purdy's lack of arm strength. Since the tape got out on Christmas, they're 8-10. I believe it's 15 interceptions, 7 fumbles, stuff like that, physical limitations. He's not going to wake up one day and have a strong arm. Defenses have caught on. They're implementing the Jimmy G defense, press man coverage, and they're daring Brock to beat you. And he's not going to do that. Sam Darnold has a stronger arm. I'll say he's a little better than Brock. He's not a whole lot better. But he's definitely going to give us some more options.
Good call, AJ Shashka. Is it on Brock that he can't beat man coverage, or is it on the wide receivers who can't beat man coverage?
Like, there was a play late last night's game, and most people probably didn't see it, but Drake London catches a ball near the sidelines, and I'm going, boy, would it be nice to have a 6'3", 6'4" wide receiver who can run. I mean, the catch radius that you give a guy when you have that kind of dude. You've seen kind of glimpses of it with a guy who can't run that well in Juwan Jennings. And I feel like Brock does a great job. Like, I'm just going to throw to him.
Right.
Like, he's covered. I don't care. I'm just going to throw it to him. And I trust that he's going to make plays. Mm-hmm. And I like Juwan. But realistically, how many teams is Juwan the legit 2 on?
Right.
You know, the legit 2.
Not many.
Not many, right?
Not
now,
many.
on this team this year, I feel like he's been our number 1, wide receiver 1, because of injuries and Debo's depreciation. But, like, God, and that's where, like, the Ricky Pearsall draft pick is just a head scratcher to me. I wanted a 6'2", 6'3" guy who can line up on the line of scrimmage and just run.
Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette.
I mean, there were a bunch of guys. Adonai Mitchell, I wanted to see them draft. And I don't even know if he's good.
Yeah, no, your boy in Jacksonville, was it Brian Thomas Jr.?
Brian Thomas Jr. looks amazing.
They compared him to Brendan Ayuk, and boy, he looks like he has more speed than Ayuk. So, so when we say Brock Purdy can't beat man coverage or press man, I kind of put it on the skill guys and not get open. Hey, skill guys got to get open here.
Here's the hard part of where, like, when you're building a team, they only have so many draft picks, and they have a lot of needs, right? And so you only have so many resources, and they've dumped a lot of resources, picks and money into wide receiver, and I still feel like they need another wide receiver. Isn't it crazy?
Now, if we're talking any trades, can you trade for Jamar Chase and give him the money? That's what if we're going to talk about trading.
So we'll have $120 million allocated to wide receiver.
You know what? The hell with it. Why not? Why not?
I'm with you.
Anyway.
I have a hard time thinking that Cincinnati's going to move off
they're not going to do that. I'm just getting goofy here. Yeah, I'm getting goofy.
It's crazy, though, that you've spent money on Debo and draft cow, spent money on Ayuk, and paid the highest paid for a wide receiver 3 in Juwan Jennings, drafted a first-round pick, and wide receiver's still a need.
Boy.
So is O-line. So is edge.
Yeah, I know. The more and more I think about it, I'm not flipping Brock Purdy for Sam Darnold. I'm not doing that.
So you're not going to do that?
I'm not doing that. Darnold's solid. It is a great reclamation project, a great story. I know there's a lot of people who would do it. My former broadcast partner would do it. There's no doubt about that. I thought of him instantly when Baldy answered that question.
I'm very skeptical on Darnold in general. Not that I'm expecting him to just fall. My question is, like, can you do it again? Like, I had the same question with Brock Purdy. Can you do it again? Oh, he's fallen a little short this year, right? And, like, the part of what makes the Golden Four, as you keep referring to it, They do it year after year after year. You know, Baker's had a tremendous year this year. I thought he had a really good year last year. Can he do it a third year? You know, then I think he will catapult himself up into that upper echelon.
And I know we don't judge Mahomes by the stats, but even Mahomes has had his ups and downs at the quarterback spot. Yeah. Josh Allen last year, I remember the dialogue with Josh Allen last year. It was like, yeah, we don't know about Josh. We don't know about Josh. And now everybody's like, wow, did you see Josh Allen make that throw to James Cook? Did you see him make the throw to Keon Coleman down the sideline? Josh Allen's pretty good, but even he went through his ruts. Let's go to Dr. Hustle in San Jose. He did, though. He did, and we talked about it.
5,000
I hear that.
40-plus touchdowns.
Trust me,
for 8 straight years.
Chasky, I know. But last year when we were having a conversation about Josh Allen on the show multiple weeks, people were like, yeah, I'm good off Josh Allen. He's too much of a gunslinger.
Say that. I don't think that's the national.
There was a lot of, I don't know. Dr. Hustle in San Jose.
What's going on, fellas? Look, I'm always listening. I haven't been calling. I haven't been posting stuff on social media. I've been trying to keep my blood pressure down. But this conversation finally made me crack, and I had a call. You are crazy to think that you switch Brock Purdy for a guy who used to see ghosts, a guy who's never played well until he got on this offense with unbelievable wide receivers, a great tight end, an offensive-minded coach. Man, Brock Purdy has done nothing but been a great quarterback. This is Sam Darnold's best year. He still has 3 more interceptions than Brock Purdy. He's only 2.4% better completion percentage. Come on, stop with that nonsense. Let's go. Give the man $55 million. Those are the doctor's notes.
The doctor.
I mean, he has 29 touchdowns this year. I'm not trying to
Yeah, but the completion percentage, Joe. That's what he wanted to. Completion.
He was 24 or 40 last night.
Okay.
And believe it or not, his rating, because I don't like QBR. I don't care about QBR or stuff like that.
He's got 30.
But it was 48.5 and rating was 74. Now, it does help to have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and now TJ Hawkinson is back in the fold, and he's playing very, very good football. Sam Darnold's having a career season. Is his season this season better than Brock's last year? I wouldn't say it's close. But he's having a solid season, no doubt. Contract year, but there's a lot of people. 888-957-9570. Look, I've been on record saying I don't care. When Sam Darnold first signed with the Niners, remember he first signed with the Niners? And everybody said, yeah, he's going to compete for third string. I was like, yeah, you're out of your mind. Sam Darnold's here for a reason because Shanahan likes him. I'm not scoffing at the notion that Sam Darnold could be the quarterback of the 49ers next year. Would I do it? No. I see the vision from Shanahan. I see if they want to go that route, I see the vision. So 888-957-9570 is a number. Would you flip Purdy for Darnold? We'll play the sound coming out the break. Brian Baldinger said he'd think about it. Flipping Sam Darnold for Brock Purdy. And there's context behind that as well. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine light.
with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You
better hit those brakes, Monte.
Jump the gun again. I'm so ready to talk. Steve Kerr and the Warriors will take on the Grizzlies Thursday. I do want to get into the Warriors in the 9 o'clock hour. Laker talked to Tim Kawakami. He said some interesting things about Jonathan Kuminga. He touched on the Schroder trade as Dennis Schroder will make his debut with the Warriors Thursday in Memphis. Ironically, last week in Memphis, he had some words for Taylor Jenkins, and there was a little spice there. Some spiciness. But Baldy said this, and I'll let you set this up, and then I'll play the sound, Shasky. You asked Baldy what in the 7:30 hour?
I asked him, I said, hey, look, John Lynch gives you a call, and he says, hey, Brock Purdy's camp, whatever, agent is saying, we're going to sign nothing less than top 5 money guaranteed at the quarterback position. I need some help on this, Baldy. What would you recommend to John Lynch?
And here's what Baldy had to say.
I'd say I'd go flip him for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean, so Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a second. You sat there as a backup all year. He learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give them top flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger and stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
Competition.
This league is so crazy. A year ago, some of the opinions I held on players that I thought were definitive and the way that they fluctuate so much, it's just, this league is crazy.
Baldy, on the market for Sam Darnold. So I was like, well, what could he command? Now I want to know what Sam Darnold could command. That's where my mind went to after that. What could Sam Darnold actually ask for?
Would Sam Darnold be taking the Atlanta Falcons and winning that division? Yep. Would he be an improvement with that staff in Carolina? Yep, he'd be an improvement. Would he be an improvement in New York at either team right now? Yeah, he would be. I mean, you just go around the league and you go, there's going to be a demand. Now, can the Vikings, they've got a rookie quarterback that's injured, but he's on a rookie contract. You could afford both. And if Sam beats him out, then he sits like Jordan Love sat. And when time has come, that you make the move. But he's going to get some good offers out there.
So Sam Darnold, which is insane, because last year he got the 1 year, $9 million deal. $9 million.
When the Niners signed him, couldn't you say, Darnold, that is, his value was probably at its lowest?
It was probably at its lowest. It was at its lowest.
Okay. Now, could you also say it's probably at its highest right now if he was a stock?
It is. And this is why, if it's not Shanahan going after Sam Darnold, and look, I want to make it clear, Bonsa Hill do not want to move off of Brock Purdy before somebody aggregates me, eclipses me. I do not want to move off of Brock Purdy. With that said, if Sam Darnold doesn't have Kevin O'Connell and Kyle Shanahan, what does it look like? What does Sam Darnold look like with Raheem Morris and Zach Robinson calling the plays in Atlanta? I don't know if he looks this good. Does he? And by the way, he's thrown to one of the best wide receivers in pro football, Justin Jefferson. That helps tremendously. Oh, that helps tremendously. He's got Aaron Jones in the backfield.
He dropped the ball in the red zone yesterday. I thought could have been a walk-in touchdown.
I mean, so he's got that going for him. What does it look like with the Las Vegas Raiders? What does it look like with the Cleveland Browns? So it's just situation, too. Situations matter. And Brock Purdy's in a great situation. Now, Sam Darnold does know about this situation. How does he view this situation now? Would he want to leave Minnesota? I don't even know if we want to leave Minnesota. Maybe he wants to compete with J.J. McCarthy. Maybe that team says, no, we need to keep Darnold. The veterans in there say, no, we got to keep this guy. He's it, especially if he plays well in the playoffs. Boy, flipping Purdy for Sam Darnold. How many Niner fans would entertain that?
It's interesting because I agree with you right now.
888-957-9570.
The highest his stock is, Sam Darnold, is probably right now. Close to it, right? Maybe before he came out in the draft, it was higher, but it feels like his stock is at an all-time high. Purdy's stock is pretty much at its lowest, right? I think league-wide, fan-wise, and even then, we're splitting hairs, and it's a tough decision for some people, right? So it's an interesting exercise, and that's why I do think like all these games matter on Purdy's side. Even though they feel mathematically eliminated, these last 3 games are big. I feel like all these games are huge for Sam Darnold. Every pass is millions of dollars in one direction or the other. Let me ask you this.
Gosh. Let me ask you this.
I wonder what Shanahan's thinking. That's what I think.
888-957-9570. Did the Niners improve with Sam Darnold at quarterback over Brock Purdy? How much improvement? How much better at the quarterback position are they if Sam Darnold is taking snaps under center? Because, again, what if the defense is the same? This defense has taken a step back. Sam Darnold has a great defense in Minnesota, so he doesn't have to do everything. In a way, they asked Sam Darnold to do what Kyle Shanahan asked Brock Purdy to do. Don't lose the game.
Well, one thing when I look at when it comes to ball security is like, are you an explosive playmaker? Do you give me a ton of points and big explosion plays? And right now, like the thing that Purdy hung his hat on, not only did he give you explosion plays, but he limited the turnovers. And I've referenced it over 50 combined touchdowns and 17 turnovers in his first 25 games. But since then, it's been the reverse, 22 turnovers and only 20 touchdowns. And so I'm not getting the big pop plays. I'm not getting the ball security. And so it looks really bad these last 18 games. Is that the aberration? And the other stuff is really who he is? Or is it somewhere in the middle?
Right.
And I probably would say it's probably somewhere in the middle. And like I'm looking at Sam Darnold right now. He's giving you big explosion plays.
Well, that's the one thing after the Rams game. I mentioned to you, I said, the deep ball, he will throw that deep ball. And we saw that week 3. Or was it week 2?
Yeah.
When the Niners took out the Vikings, he hit Judge Jefferson for that 97, 98-yarder. So he does take the top off the defense, no doubt about it. But he's a gunslinger as well.
I mean, he'll throw you the boneheaded red zone interception like he did to Fred Warner in that early season game. He'll have those turnovers, but he kind of makes up, at least this year, he's made up for it with the big explosion plays. And it's like, that's the area for me that's the most concerning with the Niners this year. And I go back to, I do think something's up with the arm. Not only do they not have the person on the outside, but they've had guys with 3, 4, 5 steps, and Brock has just flat out underthrown him.
Yes.
And that's the part that's really alarming for me. It's like, man, is the body starting to give out? Is it just a one-off where he's hurt? Because I saw Jimmy Garoppolo never get right physically. And then it affected his psyche, it affected his confidence, his discernment, and then it just never got right. Sometimes that happens with guys.
I would have an issue in this sense. If they did entertain this, Darnold, and moved off of Purdy. It's the same way I felt after 2019 with Shanahan. And this goes back to Kyle Shanahan. If you don't like the quarterback and Jimmy Garoppolo, your actions are telling us that you're kind of down on Jimmy, then why not go get your guy? And he had a chance. He told Brady no. Told Tom Brady flat out, no, I'm going to stick with Jimmy. Yeah, you're going to stick with Jimmy, which is that crazy, right? That. Which is crazy. And he stuck with Jimmy for a few more years. Then, he makes the trade for Trey Lance, basically telling everybody Jimmy's not his guy. And then next thing you know, we got Jimmy on the baby field throwing passes because you don't want to trade him. So you're like, oh, well, we still have a good quarterback in the building. We have a great quarterback room, blah, 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 blah. Right? Right? But then it's
all real. This is all real.
Now fast forward to 2025. We have 3 games left. You mean to tell me that they're going to flip Purdy for Darnold if they did decide to do that? Coming off of that Super Bowl where you thought, and you said it to me like, man, that was the difference between great and good. And Mahomes is great and Purdy's good. But you mean to tell me coming off of that Super Bowl in which you thought Purdy maybe could have played better? I'm talking about Kyle Shanahan here. Why not just say, you know what? We know we're going to have to entertain contract conversations with Brock Purdy a year after next. Let's just move on to Darnold now. We know what we have because we've seen what we've seen on the practice field. We've seen all the drills. We've seen the way he throws a football. Matt Mayoko comes to mind where he says, boy, he's got the strongest arm I've ever seen in Santa Clara. Stronger than Steve Young, stronger than all these guys. Like, just the most impressive throwing arm.
You know why? And this goes because of the money. Like, Brock was making $1 million. And they had 1 million guys with their hands out that they had to pay. So you thought you could run it back one more year, pay all the quote-unquote Avengers, and have the quarterback making $1 million. Like, I know we want to remove the money, but I really believe the way that this team operates has been, it's very much like, are you a good football player and how much do you make? Like it is very methodical in terms of price point, and that's how they make a lot of their decisions is because of the price point.
Go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. I've always loved Baldy. I love him more than ever now because, and this is going to surprise you, I totally agree with him with one reservation about looking seriously at Darnold. I'd want to see how Darnold looks the rest of the year, particularly going in the playoffs, see how well he does, see if he's got that, competitive gene, in the tightest of situations, how well he does. But if Brock Purdy is going to demand $60 million plus a year, and this gets back to the points you keep making, Joe, then you're going to severely limit what you can put around him. And Brock, it comes to the question of can he win? Of course he can win. He showed it last year, showed it the year before, but he had a cavalcade of stars around him. And that's what he's going to need to get to and win a Super Bowl. And if you give him 60 or 70 million a year, that you're not going to have enough to pay enough quality players, would be my fear. So, yeah, I would be open to the idea. I mean, if you could get a Sam Darnold for 30 or 40 million and he takes you deep into the playoffs this year, and he's got the physical skills and the size
I'm surprised.
never going to have.
How much better is Sam Darnold than Brock Purdy? How much would you improve at the quarterback position?
Well, I think that still remains to be seen. But what he's shown this year, you put what he needs around him. He's got a great arm. He seems to be seeing the field. He's operating very effectively. I don't know. But I'm
so
afraid.
We don't know. Hold on, Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, we don't know how he would look, but we'd be willing to take a chance on an unknown, other than a known commodity we've seen within this offense in Brock Purdy.
All right, but here's what I'm concerned about, particularly after that last game of Purdy's. As you said before, Bonte last week, he said, quarterback's got to be able to play in the elements, and he has some serious issues with that. Okay, both quarterbacks struggled in the first half, but Stafford did fine in the second, while Purdy still struggled. Now, maybe he's got an arm problem, but then Baldy said, hey, maybe it's a chronic problem. We don't know. So there's a big question mark there. And then making that horrible decision that basically ended the season to throw that interception, I don't know, man. I'm starting to have some questions about that.
How did Sam Darnold, thanks for the call, Uncle Gene, how did Sam Darnold do in New York City in the elements of MetLife? I'm just throwing it out loud, kind of just like, not
I
asking
you knew
specifically. I didn't watch a lot of Jets football.
Me neither.
I knew what Sam Darnold was. It lost a lot of them at USC. I saw him in the Pac-12 championship game, for crying out loud. And he beat Stanford in the Pac-12 championship game, but even in that game, he drove you crazy. He throw a bad pick or he throw a bad pass. Next thing you know, out of the back of his own end zone, he'll throw a bomb. You're like, wow, look at that arm. I wonder how he did in the elements in New York City. How did he do in the elements in Carolina? Because it does get cold out there. And if we're talking about Brock and weather games, well, how does Darnold look at weather games? Right now, it does benefit him. He's playing in the dome. And he may see the great thing about Darnold this year, he's in a great spot. Because if Minnesota wins out, they're going to clinch home field advantage, which means he doesn't have to play the elements.
Well, he wouldn't even if they went to Detroit.
If they went to the Super Bowl, it's in New Orleans in the Superdome. So he wouldn't even have to play outdoors.
Well, just for him.
So,
I wish it was us. But
I'm just saying, so we won't even find out if he can play. Because I'd be interested to see him go to Philadelphia or something.
I mean, look, if the guy has like 3 consecutive fourth quarter comebacks where he's, in shotgun 4 wide the whole time, slinging it down, like he can win everyone over, like that's why it's called sports, no one expects these certain things. But
all right.
I keep coming back to like one of the seminal moments of this organization and this regime in this organization was when they made the financial and football decision. We can't afford DeForest Buckner at that price point, but we can get back a first-round pick, and we can keep Eric Armstead, and we can keep Jimmy Ward. And like that's how they viewed that whole transaction. It wasn't, hey, is DeForest really good? Hell yeah, he's really good. But he's asking for an amount of money that would sacrifice us 3 players because we can get a pick and we can get these 2 other guys under contract. And I just think that's how they operate across the roster. And I don't think it's as cut and dry as, is Brock Purdy good? Well, yeah, I think they really like Brock Purdy. And I think that they're doing the math in a variety of ways as they're kind of breaking down on the whiteboard what are their options. And I don't think it's a hard truth. Like, I think in their heart of hearts, they'd love to have Brock Purdy play on the $1 million contract that he's on for next year. I just don't see that happening. I don't see how Purdy's camp is like, yeah, go to OTAs on a $1 million contract with a bum elbow and just no guarantees. You just play the year out in the NFL.
Shanahan mentioned that. With Tim Kawakami day before training camp. What does it look like when you have a quarterback on a rookie contract as opposed to paying him $40 billion? Was the rest of the roster. So he hinted at that from day one. From day one, before training camp this season, he discussed that and talked about the financial ramifications of giving a quarterback. But even Sam Darnold at $40 billion. Oh, I gotta scratch my head.
Was there a point in time, like, for me there was, like, there's guys that just kind of, like, shut you up and prove you wrong. And I look at Matt Stafford as an example. I was like, what has he ever done? Like, what? Everybody would hype him up in Detroit, and I thought he was just a fantasy, just a fantasy guy that threw up a bunch of hollow numbers. And then I watched him go on that magical run, and I viewed him differently since that. And not that he's done anything real spectacular since the Super Bowl, but that run made me view him in a completely different light. And maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I feel like, wow, he is a guy that can win you games with his right arm when the chips are up against it and when he doesn't have all his weapons around there. And so, like, you can be won over. Simultaneously, you could play yourself out of money. I watched Joe Flacco just destroy everyone in the playoffs and put together one of the most magical seasons of all time. And then he just lost it and wasn't the same player. And they overpaid for him.
Or maybe that was an outlier, right? Maybe that was the outlier.
Could have been. But this is kind of what
happened. It could have been his Nick Foles story.
What?
It could have been Nick Foles all over again.
I didn't see Nick Foles winning that Super Bowl.
I actually picked Philly to win that game.
Did you? I didn't.
Well, I didn't like the Patriots
blown
defense.
Away.
I didn't like the Patriots defense that year. The Patriots defense was suffering. And their offense was a little limited, even though they scored 40 in that game. I know Brady, but I was looking at that Eagles defense line that day, and I was like, the trenches matter to me. The trenches matter. I look at the trenches first. No matter what the quarterback is, what does the defensive and the offensive lines look like? That's how I pick playoff games.
Remember Malcolm Butler, too? They benched him that game.
They benched him that game as well. I look at that, so playoff games are a little different for me.
Yeah, last year I did Mahomes is playing? Yeah, I'm taking Mahomes. Remember that at the beginning? I said, they're going to represent the AFC, and everyone thought I was crazy.
No, but what I did with Kansas City was overlook their defense. Well, I did not think their defense was that good.
No,
and their defense led them to that Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
Like, it was the defense, and that defensive line and that front seven. So churches matter to me, man. Churches matter. Let's go to Clay in Millbrae. Clay, what's happening?
Hey, Clay.
You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's going on?
I think our judgment of Sam Darnold is a little skewed. I think we should do a thought exercise and put Brock Purdy on the Minnesota Vikings and put Sam Darnold on the 49ers this year. I think Brock Purdy would be an MVP candidate if he was thrown to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Aaron Jones running the ball with that defense. We saw what Sam Darnold was on the 49ers team last year, and there was no time where we wanted Sam Darnold to start over Brock Purdy. If you put Brock Purdy on the Minnesota Vikings this year, he's an MVP candidate, and we're talking about flipping Sam Darnold for Brock Purdy the other way around.
I mean, they did have Kirk Cousins last year and were, not as good. Like, even I know Kirk Cousins got hurt, but they had a good version of Kirk Cousins last year, and
he got hurt.
They weren't even close to what they are now. They've revamped their team, and having a healthy Justin Jefferson is a big part of that.
And that's the key. He wasn't healthy last year.
He's so good.
He's the difference.
Aaron Jones is good, but they got a lot of free agents too. I was watching this graphic that they showed. Yeah. They got cornerbacks that are free agents.
No doubt. But
Byron Murphy, I'd love to have him.
That's the key, though. Justin Jefferson was hurt for a long time. He didn't even play the game against the Niners where Sam Darnold threw for a bunch of yards. So, I mean, or when Kirk Cousins threw for a bunch of yards, what did he go, 35 and 45 against the Niners in that game? He lit them up for over 400.
He looked incredible.
He lit them up. So it is a good point because I remember during the third game. So now it's bringing me back. And we're going to go to a special guest in just a second, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Special guest. Now I'm thinking about it now, and it just hit me like a ton of bricks.
What's that?
During the 3-game losing streak, Niners lose 3 in a row. And Purdy has a terrible fourth quarter against Minnesota. plays like crap against Cincinnati, although he didn't have any practice time because he had a concussion. And, Cleveland wasn't that good. I remember coming in here saying, how far away are we from Sam Darnold? And people lost their minds. And that's where I got the label of Brock Purdy hater. So it's like, well...
I don't think you got that label, but continue.
You want to see my DMs?
Ignore them.
No, easier said than done. It's not just, and I don't reply. I don't care. I'm just telling you what people were saying to me. I check my mentions like you check your mentions. I'm not replying to them. I'm just telling you what they were saying to me. You're the Brock Purdy hater. Because I suggested that how long before you look to Sam Darnold after the three-game losing streak?
Look, man,
but they never did. And so where I'm going at here is that, don't you think Kyle Shanahan knows football pretty well? Don't you think Kyle Shanahan's a smart coach? And don't you think that they have good talent evaluators inside that building?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have let Sam Darnold walk if they thought he was better than Brock Purdy. I don't care what the price point was. If they said, Sam Darnold, we get you on 1 year, $9 million, and we could move off Purdy, I think they bite that bullet if they thought that Darnold was better than Brock Purdy. I truly do.
There is also an element of you can't just move off the quarterback after a Super Bowl loss in overtime unless that guy just throws up all over himself. Like they kind of alluded to that during the Jimmy G, Tom Brady stuff. Like we couldn't move off of Jimmy at that point in time, and it's sometimes bigger than you.
Sometimes you can though. Minnesota did it with Case Keenum. He took him to an NFC Championship game, and they're like, "Yeah, we got to move off of him. We got to move off of him." You go to a Final Four, you get moved off of.
You can admit that's pretty rare.
It is rare, but teams do it. Teams do it. Let's go to our special guest, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. I'm surprised he's up right now because Sacramento in line one, Joe Spadoni. Sacramento took the tough L yesterday. They gave him 21 points in the last 4 minutes.
Oh my gosh! I came here to talk football. And this is what you want to bring up, Bonte Hill.
What's up, Casey?
I'm not over it yet.
It's Kenny
I'm not over it. I'm hot.
Hey, I know you're hot. I was hot. And Kyle Draper was hot on the call, too. And Dusimo was hot on television as well. They were disheveled, man. I enjoyed every second of it as my baby girl was sleeping on my chest. What's up, Kenny?
Man, come on, man. Look, first of all, we can go there real quick. I'm still pissed off about last night because I said they got a 5-game home streak coming up. I need at least 4-1. They lost the first game of it, so now I'm asking them to win 4 straight. So that has me hot under the collar right now.
Kenny,
but it is good to see Buddy Hill doing his thing.
Than Kings talk we need on this show.
No, it's Chasky. He don't watch basketball.
We can talk dub talks, you know what I'm saying? It's good to see Buddy Hill doing what he does out there. Shout out to Buddy Hill. Big up to
him. Boy, you're praying for his downfall. You're a sick individual.
my guys, man. What's up, fellas? What's up, man? You know I'm listening to the Morning Roast, man, and I'm listening to the Brock Purdy talk. And look, I'm going to tell you like this. Brock Purdy, he's getting his 50, 55. I say it's going to end up being about 57, 58 because you got to get higher than Trevor Lawrence. If I'm his agent, we can't even talk if it's not higher than Trevor Lawrence. So I'm going to get about 57, 58 or so, and I'm going to give him that. And there's one reason why. Number one, because there's something I believe in organizational stability. And are we really going to go through this for the 4th summer in a row?
I know.
Nick Bosa, Debo, Brandon Ayuk, Trent Wood, at some point, it's like, look, let's get this guy signed and let's move on with our offseason accordingly. I think that'll happen. But there's one thing that people aren't talking about because people are worried about the money and they worried about, I wouldn't pay him this and all this other stuff and it's going to hamper you. And I get it. But there's one thing that people aren't talking about that I think they really should be talking about, and I think they really should be doing it in those walls in Santa Clara. I think they need to put Nick Bosa on the trading block. I'd move on from Nick Bosa. That's a lot of money for a guy that's not giving you the production that warrants that type of money that he's getting. He's the highest defensive player, paid defensive player in the game, ain't he?
Yep.
I'd move on from Nick Bosa.
Here's the problem with that, though, and I get saying that out loud. Just look at all the kinds of trades where you send multiple picks for an elite Pro Bowl level, normally Pro Bowl level player. You pray to God one of those picks becomes 3/4 of as good as Nick Bosa. You'd still have the same issue on your defensive line. Yes, he's grossly overpaid. He's still a top 10 to 15 guy on a defensive line in the league.
But you're paying him to be the number one guy.
There's no question.
And Kenny, I would add, not only is the production down, 7 sacks, tied for 30th in the league, 26 tackles, 1 forced fumble, which is tied for 57th, one interception, tied for 73rd. The pick is a bonus. But also the leadership. The lack of leadership I'm seeing from him is alarming to me. 2 years in a row. One, you threw Steve Wilkes under the bus, and everybody blames Steve Wilkes for everything. Well, I said, be careful what you wish for, and we got Nick Sorensen. So I just excuse
100%.
after excuse after excuse. The leadership baked in with the lack of production. I don't know, man. I don't know if I trade Bosa, but it's very interesting you bring that up, Casey.
I would definitely look into that. One of the things that I've been saying since July that I thought was probably the biggest problem with this team is you go in that locker room and not everybody was committed to winning. Winning wasn't the biggest priority to everybody in that locker room like it had been the last couple of years. Now it's professional football. I understand you got to get paid. You got a family to feed. You got to make sure you maximize what you get. Brandon Ayuk, you had a contract situation. Trent Williams, you had a contract situation. I'm not disparaging you for that, but we have to call a spade a spade. You were more worried about money than you were about winning.
I agree.
And then you go down the line, and you look at somebody like Deebo Samuel after one of the biggest offensive outputs of the season. And I love Deebo Samuel. That's my favorite 49er on the team outside of Fred Warner. I love Deebo Samuel, but I got to say what it is. After the biggest offensive output of the year, you tweeting about how you still got it and that you're not washed. You're not worried about winning. And then you talk about Devondre Campbell. We've seen that, but getting all the way back to 97. One of the other biggest wins of the season, you want to hop in front of a camera and wear a hat. And I don't really care what the hat says. I'm not here to talk about that. But it goes to the theme of what I've talked about. Winning was not the most important thing in that locker room. And John Lynch, when he went down on that sideline and got Devondre Campbell, I think in his mind is we got to stop all this. Like, we got to get back to winning, being singly what everybody's focused on first and foremost in this locker room. And I think you talk about the leadership. Nick Bosa played a big role in that with what he had to do after one of the biggest wins of the year.
You know, Belichick has talked so much about who you pay and how much they're getting paid in your locker room matters, right? Like, big deal. He never wanted to have before they started doing specific slotted contracts, he never wanted to have a first-round pick making more than one of his veterans that is a trusted person in that locker room because of the dynamics and stuff. And he has this line, and I might be butchering it, but it's something like a pack of hungry wolves always is out hunting, and a bunch of fat, overpaid cows end up getting slaughtered. And it's something to that effect. That's a Belichick line. And he's basically saying you want to have the right mix of people that when you pay them, they're still hungry. And it does feel like they lost a little edge with some of these guys getting paid. And also they're older. You know, it's the NFL. Yeah. Guys get old quick.
Yeah, 100%, man. Hey, man, you know I love y'all, man. I'm coming to the dental office. I think they go there like at the beginning again. I'm coming to the dental office on a Sunday night, baby. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna walk right past Vontae Set, man. I'm gonna be right there with my Jason Williams jersey.
Well, you do floss every day.
Hey, listen, Bully's been talking about that Pros versus Joes event, and I can't wait to introduce you to him and say, this is the clown who was talking all that trash to Keenan and Jet. When you looked at Kenny Smith and said, your name is Kenneth today. Oh, it's an all-time episode. It was worth the $199, Casey.
Hey, man, I think we had a mole in there, man. The dude from Jersey, man, I think he was part of the production team, man, making sure we didn't get that money, man. But look, in real talk, Molly was one of the nicest people ever. Molly was so nice through that whole thing. I was just a random, literally a Joe, and he treated me like the nicest guy, man.
I can't believe you're on that show. That is so amazing that you're. And by the way, you and D'Lo, can y'all stop wearing Louis Vuitton and Gucci into the radio station, man? Like, you guys, it's a fashion show on air.
I'm trying to keep up with D'Lo. You know, I'll go to Target and get me a nice little V-neck. You know, that's nothing. But D'Lo. I mean, that guy, Gucci that.
Dude's got a Louis Vuitton.
I can't keep up.
Hey, D'Lo's got a Louis Vuitton, Shasky, Louis Vuitton leather jacket. With this, I mean,
you wore a Versace shirt to your daughter's birthday party.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
That's true. That's true, Butch. That's true, Butch. I saw him out there. He was kind of stunting on that. You know what I mean?
Hey, it's my daughter's birthday. You know what we do on birthdays, Casey. Hey, I was actually disappointed because I didn't have two chains out. I didn't have my chains out. I should have had the chains out with the Versace covering the VER. I'm disappointed myself.
I'm wearing
Look,
Levi's.
Christmas, we gotta get Butch 2 chains and a Versace shirt, man. We gotta do that for Christmas.
Yeah, he's got a slide. He wants quarterbers with a flip fold, Casey. That's what he wants.
I want real estate. I don't want.
He wants quarterbacks with a flip fold.
I do. Bring Andrew
Y'all stay good, man. Y'all know I love y'all, man.
All right, man.
Talk to you soon.
By the way, Ed bought that for me like 3 years ago. I barely wear it. It just hangs up in the closet.
Well, I wasn't trying to make. I was just, trying to defend Casey and D'Lo for,
No, you weren't defending. We're trying to get you some Versace, man.
You're wearing a Jumpman top and bottom. Is that the one from Paris?
No, this is what Anna bought me at a clearance on Macy's.
Oh, I thought that was the one from Paris.
Oh, no, that's the PSG.
Oh,
yeah,
see, okay.
PSG. That's still up in there. I got the PSG.
Might be suggestible.
I mean,
the PSG. So, anyway.
Trading Nick Bosa?
Might be suggestible.
So, again,
well,
it's really hard to find. It's really hard to find elite talent. And we agree. He's leaving a lot to be desired. But if you trade Nick Bosa, what it becomes the number one need? Pass rush. Okay? All of your draft capital will go into more pass rush. And you're hoping one of those guys becomes close to the player that he currently already is.
Baldy on Bosa's season.
If you look at just the recent defensive players of the year, you look at Nick Bosa, you look at TJ, you look at Myles Garrett. You just take those three guys now. I mean, if you just went off the tape, you take Jonathan Greener right now. You take Grenard in Minnesota over Nick. You would take. There's certain guys that you would take. You would take Daniil Hunter. Okay, you would take certain guys over him right now. And this is the great Nick Bosa, but he's not. He's still getting to the quarterback, and he's making some plays more so than the stats might show. But he's not creating strip fumbles, where like he once was. He's not doing that right now.
So here's Shanahan earlier this season, right the day before training camp on the TK show, about reliving the Buckner deal, because I don't think Shanahan and Lynch are afraid of making trades. They've taken calls on Debo multiple times. They've taken calls on Brandon Ayuk. I wonder if they've taken calls on Nick Bosa before. But here's what Shanahan had to say about reliving the Buckner deal.
The Buckner thing was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through. I love DeForest Buckner. We don't want to get rid of him at all. But we're trying to budget a certain amount of money. And then when it gets to a certain price and we know what the options are, you got to choose paying Buck, whatever it was, which is a few more than what we were willing, which, all right, let's go there. Guys, what does that mean? Well, you got to get rid of Jimmy Ward and Armstead. Ooh, that's a tough decision. Well, I don't know where I'm going to go with that decision. What if we told you if you get rid of Buck, you get Jimmy Ward, Armstead, and the 13th pick in the draft? Man, that makes sense from an organizational standpoint. Man, I don't want to lose Buck. He's like everything you want for a Niner. But those are the tough decisions you got to make for that. And that does make sense. You can go either way, but I understand that decision and had nothing to do with Buck. That just had to do with what we were trying to build and how many more people we could get, and we think it's 3-1. Those aren't easy, but I don't shy away from that.
All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HU1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, talking about trading Bosa. I don't.
Well, but
I don't know how I feel.
I mean,
it's just. Sorry, go ahead, Shasky. Because I'm just having a hard time because we're not. Yeah, we haven't even got through the season yet, and we're talking about trade guys.
This is what happens in a spiral, everyone losing their mind type of a year. So the Bosa thing, I don't think Bosa's going anywhere. I need him to just be more like a leader, dude. I mean, come on, take accountability of your career. That's all. Take accountability of your own career. Stop complaining about what's not around you and all that. TJ Watt, no one can name. The average fan cannot name who's on the defensive line besides TJ Watt. Maybe a few people know Cam Hayward. Maybe, okay? Maybe. But let's call it what it is.
I think football fans know about the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. But I hear you. I hear your point. I get your point.
I mean, there's no excuse. We just watch and we're like, wow, TJ Watt is attacking the quarterback nonstop. Myles Garrett, he has every reason to tap out this year. And every week I watch, and this dude's making play after play after play on a team that has had no shot for months on end, right? And so I don't want to hear it from Bosa this year. I just want him to play better. And he's got to start playing better.
I don't think the scheme fits Bosa, the wide 9. I think they need to adjust the scheme for Nick Bosa. He's lined up so far outside the tackle box that he's not a speed rusher. He's a power rusher. So let's get rid of the Y9 for once. Just give me a traditional 4-3 if you don't want to move to a 3-4, which was obvious when Vic Fangio inquired about the defensive coordinator job. Shanahan wants to stick with the Y9 and the 4-3. I don't like that. Look how it's working out for Philadelphia. Their defense is back. It's back. This Y9, I don't think benefits your best defensive player. So if I'm paying my guy, Nick Bosa, the most amount of money as a defensive player in the league, then I need to find a scheme that fits Nick Bosa. Hey, Nick, what scheme do you want to play in? Is it the Y9? I doubt it's the Y9. I doubt he wants to play in the Y9 over and over and over again.
I don't know.
He's not a speed rusher. Look how far outside he lines up.
There's no doubt. They have to maximize their personnel. That is something that they're absolutely going to have to look at. And it's up to these guys to stop complaining about what they want to run and just, trust the coaches. They do. Then that might be why you need a veteran DC who's got a little cachet. I don't know if you can go with a first-timer. Some of these guys are almost too evolution. Nick's the highest-paid guy in that team. It's hard to stand up to him and be like, no, we're going to change everything up. I know you've been a Pro Bowler and a Defensive Player of the Year, but we're going to do it my way. That's why I wanted Vic Fangio so bad last year, because I think Vic has the kind of cachet where guys would fall in line. Now, the other part of this is and we were talking about the Nick Bosa trade, but when you compare the DeForest Buckner situation, I do believe what he said about DeForest Buckner is exactly what he would say about Brock Purdy. I love Brock Purdy. I really like him. But when he's making $65 million versus, somebody else out there and what we could flip, see, I think that's their mindset on every position.
I think playing musical chairs at the quarterback position is a dangerous game. Look what it did. We were discussing, quarterbacks moving on, like how Minnesota moved on for Case Keenum after the NFC Championship game. Philadelphia, after Nick Foles won a Super Bowl, went back to Carson Wentz, and Carson Wentz got hurt, and they ended up going back to Nick Foles. The Baltimore Ravens, way back in the day, moved off of Trent Dilfer, and they killed that team. They said, Trent Dilfer, yeah, he wasn't great in a lot of people's eyes, but he was good for us. And we lost something when we didn't have Trent Dilfer, and they went to Elvis Gerback. Hell, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers basically kind of told Brad Johnson, yeah, we're not sold on you completely. They started playing musical chairs with Sean King. I think it's a dangerous game to continue to play musical chairs at the quarterback position. What Casey said is something I believe in, stability at the quarterback position. In 2.5 years with Brock Purdy, we've seen a guy play excellent football. And I do believe this is a one-off with Brock Purdy. Get him some weapons outside, like Baldy said, some explosiveness. Get him some big receivers. Get Brandon Ayuk back. You get Christian McCaffrey back in the fold. And now we're looking at a guy who's in an MVP conversation again within this offense. I don't subscribe to playing musical chairs at the quarterback spot, especially when you got a good one. Brock Purdy's been so far better than Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not even funny. And now we're ready to move off for Sam Darnold?
Well, this year
Sam Darnold?
No, I think this year looks very Jimmy-like. I think that's the big concern. I think that's the big concern. And at one point, if I told people during the 2019 season the way the Jimmy thing would end, no one would have believed us. And so these things happen quick. And it's this coach. I think if it was a different coach, I wouldn't view it this way. This coach he's won with a lot of different quarterbacks, and he has a very quick hook. The way we thought he viewed running backs, I feel like he views every position that way.
Yeah, I think that's a dangerous game. 888-957-9570 is a number. 888-957-9570 is a number. And especially when you don't have D tackles, you got D tackles. The D tackle spot they need to upgrade. They've whiffed on that one. So anyway, more on Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, Nick Bosa. I got my little elf on the shelf for Baby Chess because, this whole elf on the shelf thing that I've never
I thought that was Brock Purdy.
Oh, yeah. Is it Brock Purdy? Does it look like Brock?
That's so mean. I don't know what elf on the shelf is. What is that?
I don't know. We'll explain on the other side. Brought to you by Safeway.
Seeing ghosts. Head to Safeway this week.
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
Hey, Scott, going through it. Joel Embiid out with a sinus infection. Or was it sinus fracture or something crazy? Insane. Oh, man.
What is that in your hand?
It's an elf.
Okay.
So I have never heard of this elf on the shelf thing.
Nor have I. I mean, I know the term. I don't know what you're talking about.
And I still don't even understand it. But basically every morning during the holidays, elf on the shelf, I guess it's Santa's. Spinoni will probably know. I'm going to do a terrible job describing it. But basically every morning, Anna does something different with the elf. Like one morning, for example, she had Elsa freeze the elf. And she put this elf in a tub of water and froze it. And then it was like Elsa froze the elf. And what was it?
Like
what
Sub-Zero.
Yeah. What is the whole deal with the elf on the shelf, Spinoni?
So is it for your daughter?
Yeah, it's for my daughter. So this morning, and we'll explain why. But basically, Anna said, hey, for the elf on the shelf, for the next day, I'm going to put them in your backpack. And we're going to act like the elf snuck into your backpack. And then I want you to take pictures of him driving the car and then talking on the microphone. And so now she wants me to show the elf. So what is the whole elf?
So like it's like the whole like purpose of it. You put it in different spots, and it's like, you know what, elves, they help Santa Claus, right?
Yeah,
so
gotcha.
like the elves have Santa's ears, so they know if you've been naughty or nice. So you keep the elf around during Christmas time. It's like, oh, the elf sees everything. He's around the house. He sees what you're doing. So you better be good. It's for the kids.
Oh boy!
And you put them in different scenarios and stuff like that.
Let me shut up because I already see the text line. You guys are going to ruin it for a bunch of kids listening. So let me shut up about that. So just Google it. You got to Google it.
I didn't say anything. I just said the elf is Santa's helper.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything that was crazy. I didn't ruin anything.
You know, don't be beholden to the text line.
Well, don't tell me. You were just looking at the text line during the break. What are you talking about? You love the text line. You love the text line. Relax. Tell me it doesn't affect me. I'm just saying. He said, don't ruin it. So make sure we're not spoiling it.
Don't ruin it.
Telling me not to look at it. Tell you just looked at the break and searching through all the text. TC Sacramento. Did you not? Get on me. Tell me what I need to do, man. TC, what's up?
What's up with my bros, man?
Good.
Yeah, just vibing. Hey, check it out. Hey, I'm trying to make it out there Friday, bro, to the awards, man. If I can't, though, man, I hope I win, man. But I'm going to try to get that off, bro, so I can get out there to y'all. I'm going to show up for
I
sure.
hope to see you.
Yeah, man, for sure. Hey, look, you already know I'm coming in hot. I see how silent it is. Listen, I told you already, man, I'm trading both those dudes for 2 first-round picks, Kyle and Bosa, right? Kyle, you can go to Chicago. Bosa, we can find a spot for you for 2 first rounds. You trade up in the draft, because you can get another pass rusher that can just bull rush. Like, you're not a TJ Watt, bro. You be doing, like, a lot of distractions. Your health is a problem. I get it. When you're top notch, you did all that, Bosa, but you're not like a TJ Watt, bro. We can find another bull rusher, a guy coming off the edge. You get what I'm saying? Go get the boy Ben Johnson and hook him up with Schroder, and we can keep it trucking, bro. That's it, man. Sign Greg Greenlaw back and keep it pushing. That's my plan, man. If nobody don't want to agree with it, I mean, it is what it is, though, but that's my plan. That's how I'm moving forward.
It's an interesting plan.
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion is what I've learned and what I've tried to learn over the last 8 years of doing radio, that you're going to get opinions from all walks of life and all kind of different opinions, and that one shouldn't scoff at the opinion. So I'm not going to scoff at anything, but what is going through my head is, damn, this is going to be a long offseason. Like you thought last offseason was hard, coming off of a Super Bowl loss. It's got nothing on what's coming up here with the 49ers. It's going to be a long all season.
What's harder to find?
Quarterback.
It's the hardest thing to find in sport. Is it harder to find a great quarterback or a great coach?
Quarterback.
Okay, what about
I think quarterback, but you know, when you think about great quarterbacks, they always align themselves with great coaches. It kind of goes hand in hand. Andy Reid, Mahomes. I think McDermott's a really good coach, and I think Josh Allen's a really good quarterback. John Harbaugh, I think he's a really good coach / great coach. Lamar Jackson's turned out to be a great player. We think about the go to 4. I'm higher on Zach Taylor than a lot of other people. And then you look at Cincinnati, their offense hasn't been a problem. It's been a defense. So Lou Amaruto, as a chip is stuck in my throat here.
Well, I just wouldn't be into trading the head coach.
Man, that was What, the Skittle?
I wouldn't be into trading the D end. But here's the question I would ask you. Who's more untouchable then? Forget coach's stand. If you had to choose and we had to poll the Niner fans, is Purdy more untouchable or is Bosa more untouchable?
What do you think is more untouchable? What do you think is more untouchable?
I mean, I asked you the question originally, but I think I'm going to go with. I think I'm going to probably
the old
go
Uno reverse card.
You like that? You like that?
Well, I mean,
we're going to get your answer after Shasky's.
I'd probably go with Purdy. I think it's look. There is something to the health thing with Bosa, and he hasn't played great. I'm a little bitter over the amount of money I had to give him, and I just I don't know, man. Like, I could see the quarterback still being good with a crummy defense, and you could still survive a little. I don't like, even if you had a top tier defense, if you don't have a quarterback, you're kind of done. Is there a team that's going to be a playoff team right now with a crummy quarterback? I'm just asking, like,
I don't know.
Because I know there are some teams that don't have great defenses that are going to be playoff teams.
Without Bosa, the defense is pretty bad. With Bosa, the defense is mediocre. Without a quarterback, your offense is not going to go anywhere. We see teams. Just look at last night with the Raiders. Desmond Ridder's not a functional quarterback. He scored 9 points. I don't know, man. I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. But here's what Troy Aikman said about the head coach last night on Monday Night Football.
There has been discussion about do you give up some picks and see if you can maybe make a deal for a guy like Kyle Shanahan. I would be all in on that because he would develop a quarterback and he's a hell of a head coach. But can you pull that off? That's a better question. And who might you hire that has no head coaching experience as an offensive guy? You never know the answer to that as to how good they're going to be.
That's Troy Aikman last night on Monday Night Football during the Bears and Vikings game. That's how Aikman feels about Shanahan. That's how the rest of the league feels about Shanahan. For some reason in this bubble, we're willing to just trade him for picks.
The most important guy in the organization is Kyle Shanahan. No, I will go down with the ship on that one. Like, he's more important than the quarterback because I'm watching quarterbacks have zero chance for success because of play caller and head coach. Like, I can't even begin to make an assessment on Caleb when I watch them play football. I can't. I watched Antonio Pierce's team. I don't know how Raider fans do it. I watched last night, and all I kept thinking was, look, I know this is ugly, and they have no personnel. Brock Bowers I like a lot. Like, I know if Kyle Shanahan was just imported right now on game day, forget practice week, game day, I know he can call a better game than like half the league, sight unseen. Like, he's the most important person in the entire organization right now. There's just not a chance in hell I'm trading him. Period.
Go to JC and Sack. JC, what's happening?
What's going on, gentlemen? Oh, baby. So you guys hear me?
Yep.
We got you.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on a few things. Those two brothers that called and said trade Bosa, they know what they talking about. TC, I believe. I've been telling you guys, I don't have a problem with Bosa. He's a good player, but he's not that guy to be making almost $35 million. But I don't have a problem with his, like what he said in the locker room about Devondre Campbell, because I don't look at Bosa as like a leader. He seems very introverted and non-confrontational. And so I realized as soon as he got on the team, he's good, but he's just not going to be your leader. And I just accept that. You don't have a problem with that. Everybody can't play every position. But I would try to trade him because I do think he's maxed out his body significantly. Now, as far as Purdy, I would not give Purdy no 60, 50, $40 million. I might not even give him 35. I would probably give him at best.
Would you flip him for Darnold?
Oh, absolutely not. That's absolutely absurd. I don't know who would even take that seriously. No. I probably would offer him about between 25 and 30 max. I would give him that 33 what Baker got.
Yeah. JC,
I just think his skill set is very limited.
JC, you're nominated for the Rookie Roaster of the Year. I just want to let you know you're nominated for that award, Rookie Roaster of the Year. Did you hear Baldy? Did you hear Baldy this morning?
Yeah. I heard him, and I'm lockstep with Baldy. You know.
Well, no, what Baldy said. He said he'd think about flipping Purdy for Darnold.
No. I'm not in agreement with that, but I'm in agreement with the other things as far his slight regression and his injury history. I called in before and I said, this is going to be, if he has to get that shoulder cleaned up, that's 2 surgeries in 3 off seasons. That's starting to be a problem. And that's Jimmy G like. He's better than Jimmy G, but that's what hampered Jimmy G. He just could not stay healthy, and Brock is not a big guy. Now, my last point, very quickly, I have a whole trade scenario for Chicago. I would trade, if this was a blockbuster trade, I'd be open to it. I'd give Chicago Kyle, I'd give him Christian McCaffrey, I'd give him Debo, I'd give him Ricky Parcell, and I'd give him Juszczyk for 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, DJ Moore, and I would take DeAndre Swift. And that's the trade I would make with Chicago.
I want to write this down. This is great. I love this. This is hilarious.
Why not, JC?
Yeah, okay. So Shanahan, I'm just laughing here, but I'm going with it. Shanahan, who?
Yes. I'd give up Shanahan. I'd give up C-Mac with the contract and the age. I'd give up Debo with the weight issues. I'd give up Ricky Parcell because I don't know if he's that guy. I'd give up Juszczyk because he really doesn't do anything. Right? I'd give him those players. And I would get back and I would get back 2 1s. I would get back a 2. I would get back DJ Moore, the receiver, and I would get back DeAndre Swift if I could.
And who's coaching the team?
We'd find a coach. I mean, it's guys out there that can coach. We just might not know, but I'm sure somebody can coach the team.
All right, JC.
When does that crack come into play for you?
I love him, though, because you know what? That's how sports fans talk.
Yeah, you can just find a coach. Just go find one.
Shanahan, C-Mac, Debo, Pearsall. Isn't that what he called him?
No, Parcell.
Oh, okay. And then Juice for 2 firsts and a second. DJ Moore, who they already just traded for. I believe they gave him money. I don't know. And then let's take a running back because, we can't find running backs. So DeAndre Swift we'll take back for 2. Wow, that's an interesting trade.
Let me look at that dates here. NFL free agency dates.
Oh, I thought you were looking at vacation dates.
Oh, well, no. Well, I'm looking at
with some of these takes.
Well, that's what I'm doing here. So I'm looking at the schedule here. 2024, 25 important dates. So I'm saying, all right, February 18th, beginning this date, teams can designate franchise or transition players. Okay. March 4th, prior to 4 p.m. New York time, deadline for clubs to designate the franchise or transition players. And then the negotiation period for unrestricted free agents began March 10th and 12th. So maybe I just need to take a month off from February. Because no, you're right. It's only going to get crazier.
Well,
this is just the tipping point. We haven't even. Oh my gosh.
Well, okay.
Oh my gosh. What are we doing here?
Forget that part.
No, it's hard to forget it when we're taking calls all day about it. What are you telling me to forget it when we're doing it all week long? Forget it. No, we can't forget it. These are actual. Baldy set it off. He set it off. Now everybody's running with it.
All right, so let's play a hypothetical here. Let's play a hypothetical. All right? A hypothetical game, okay? Because I think this is how these conversations go. Last offseason, it was like, hey, well, CMC wants money. All right, well, we're going to probably have to say goodbye to Eric Armstead. Well, we also have to pay Ayuk and, this. All right, well, then the year after that, we're probably going to have to say goodbye to Debo. Like, I don't think they're concrete, but these are the conversations I believe that you're having.
Yeah, I get it. But you say, this is how fans talk about sports and whatnot. There's a realistic component to this.
You haven't had a wild trade in your mind?
No, not ever since I got into the game. I kind of that's left my system a little bit. But
at one time, your Christian McCaffrey trade request was crazy to the audience here in the Bay Area.
But I had context to it, and look, and it came to fruition. I'm not just going to throw something out there just like the Antonio Brown was one of my most ridiculous takes. Trade number 2 overall pick for Antonio Brown because I wanted a wide receiver who was explosive.
But at the time, it made sense.
Well, then he went cuckoo, and I was like, yeah, I probably need to take a step back off of that one. So, but no, when it's things like this, and we do this with the Warriors all the time.
Do it with every team.
All the time. Well, this guy sucks on my team, but let's go trade this player for that player who's greater. For example, Jaime and San Carlos. Jaime's a very intelligent caller. But you know what? Yeah, we shouldn't pay Brock Purdy. He's not good enough. Maybe we should just trade him for Joe Burrow. Wait, you don't think he's good enough over here?
But there's some picks attached to that trade, too.
But 3 first rounders.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? We do this all the time.
But Monte, you're also the guy, the maker of this line, which I subscribe to now. Again, because, I'm not concrete in my opinions. They're constantly evolving. There's always a sucker.
There's always a sucker
All right,
in the
so
NBA.
let me give you this scenario.
But also, the NFL is a year-to-year league, so I get all this. I get all of it.
But
That's why it's going to be crazy. What?
Well, Shanahan, C-Mac, Debo, Pearsall, Juice for 2 firsts, a second, DJ Moore and DeAndre Swift. That is the most interesting trade I've heard on these airwaves.
I mean, it's been a lot. We're just getting started.
I know.
TC and Sack had a plan. You know, everybody's got a plan. Like, so what is your plan for the offseason?
Sam Lubman texted me this plan. You want to hear it?
Yeah. So
here's the hypothetical.
Why did you just say it on the air? Why
No,
you text him?
I'm gonna
I need
play
him
it
to
out
stay off his cell phone during the show. The man, he wants us off our phones.
So
okay, my bad.
So here's the
Never
thing.
mind.
Let's say you got about 70
Why did you text
million.
me the plan? I want to hear the plan. See, you guys always leaving me out.
No. I'm throwing this to you. I'm like, because I'm going to do this exercise. Let's say you have about 70 million that you could play around with. This is in this hypothetical, because I believe this is how it is. There's budgeting. You can keep Bosa at 35 million, and you could bring in Darnold at 35 million, and maybe hypothetically trade away Brock Purdy and get some draft capital back. Or Brock Purdy at 55 million. You got to say goodbye to Bosa, and you got Matos and Floyd as your DNs making the $10 million difference, $15 million difference. Like do you not think these are how, I'm not saying it's this dramatic, but.
No, that's on the whiteboard. Every scenario on the whiteboard, they look at all options. They're looking at everything. They
So
probably looked at
presented
this
with
a
this
year
one,
ago.
if I were to say you keep, and this is going dramatic here, I think Bosa's on the team no matter what, but if you keep Bosa and you bring in Darnold, or you keep Purdy and you go with the combination of Gross Matos and Leonard Floyd, which one are you going to go with if I made you choose?
Hard to go into a season with Leonard Floyd and Gross Matos. I mean, take yourself seriously. I mean, come on, man.
He did have a good game last game.
As much as Bosa has bothered me over the last couple of years, and I'm going to give myself some credit here for once. I've really been cool with Nick Bosa. Like, part of me just wants to crush him for some of the things over the last couple of years, but you know what? I'm just saying, you know what? I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone because I kind of figured he was this type of guy when he signed that money going into Pittsburgh and he stuck the organization for another $20 million. And then everything, when he threw Steve Wilkes under the bus, I said, this guy who's talking about experimenting different moves in the first 7 weeks of the season. Yeah, it's not about winning. I'm just trying to find my rhythm. I'm just a bit experimenting. Bro, we trying to win football games. I need you to get to the quarterback. And you are here experimenting, saying, yeah, I'm working on speed rushes and this and that. That's what training camp is for, doggy. Come on, doggy. And then this year, don't even get me started. You took away Isaac Grindo's moment on Sunday Night Football. You hijacked that one. Then you ducked the questions. And now you're talking about, yeah, I heard Campbell. He was complaining before the game, but I decided not to say anything. You got to see on your chest. Hell, Debo went up to Jake Moody and Taylor Pepper, and Udo chopped him in the throat because he missed a damn field goal. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have that than this guy complaining about, yeah, I'm not going to get no playing time today, yada, yada, yada. We getting ready for Thursday Night Football. You decide, yeah, I'm not even going to address it.
All right.
So Bosa's he's gotten on my damn nerves in the last 2 years.
All right.
However, I understand how good of a player he is, and his defense is a lot worse without number 97.
So your tolerance level for his talent is greater.
Hey, what did Parcells say? You need characters.
So let's forget
you need high IQ. You need high IQ guys with good character. Do you need characters who can play good football? Well, Bosa may be trending towards he's a character who can play football, so you have to tolerate it.
We've got 3 weeks, and we're going to evaluate all these things. Today, if I were to say to you, I want you to, Bonte Hill, give me the list of guys, no matter what, are on this team to start week 1 next year. Give it to me.
Wait, no matter what? They're not on the team?
No matter what, the guys on the roster right now, no matter what they cost, no matter what you're doing, just blank check, doesn't matter, but I just want these guys on my team no matter what. How long is that list?
Well, George Kittle's probably on that list.
Let him talk.
We got a 53-man roster, so
just go with the guys that you have to see on this team.
Well,
Forget like the ancillary pieces, the big ones.
All right, big ones. Warner, Greenlaw. Bosa.
Greenlaw, okay.
Bosa. Deommodore Lenoir.
Yes, and he got paid.
I would like to keep Travaris Schroder, but I think it's going to cost you a pretty penny. But Travaris Schroder would be one.
Okay.
I think he's had a solid season.
Okay.
Renardo Green, obviously. Tatum Bethune.
I'll put Green. I won't put Bethune. He barely played this year.
Yeah, but I still like him. I think he could be a good player.
Pooney?
Malik Mustafa, Dominic Purdy, Trent Williams.
You still want Trent?
Still want Trent.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason.
Wait, Mason free. Okay, Mason.
Isaac Guerrero.
CMC, you're bringing back. Okay.
Absolutely, Isaac Guerrero. Brock Purdy.
Purdy.
Absolutely.
You just glossed over that. Purdy. No matter what. All right.
I got Brock Purdy.
Okay.
You telling me to pick between Darnold and Purdy? Come on, let's not get
No,
crazy.
I didn't ask the other alternatives. Just guys that you have to have on this team next year.
What else? Oh, Brandon Ayuk is going to be on this team. Juwan Jennings.
If you had it your way, would you?
Juwan Jennings, yes.
Okay.
We screwed this Brandon Ayuk situation up. I put it more on the organization than I put it on BA. And that's what a list. You said big stuff, so we're not going to go ancillary pieces. Oh, Jake Moody, he's got to be on the roster.
Oh my
big
God.
field goals last Thursday night.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding. Jake Moody's got a leg.
Pearsall?
Ooh. Did I say his name?
Ooh.
I'm out.
You did not say his name. I offered to you.
There's another name I omitted.
Hufanga?
I omitted that one. There's another name.
Debo?
Ding, 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 ding.
So your list is probably way longer than mine. Like, if I just say, like, hell or high water, they've got to be on my team next year. You got about 15 names there. Warner, Kittle, Greenlaw for sure. I don't even care if he's just I need Greenlaw on the team. Honestly, I don't care if Trent stays or goes. I don't. So he's not on my list. Diomino Lenore, absolutely. I'm going to put Purdy on this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pooney, that'd be 6. I'm going to give CMC one more chance to run it back. 7.
Wait, you would consider moving off of CMC?
Well, is the guy ever going to be healthy again? He's making the most amount at the running back position. Like, I don't even know. Like, I think it's under 10, dude. Like, I'm being 100%
That's a sackaroonie,
candid.
baby.
Wow.
So Warner, I'm just saying, like
wow.
When I close my eyes, Bosa is on my list as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9 names. I got Warner,
9
Kittle.
names that you want back next year.
Well, hell or high water.
Yeah.
Hell or high water. Like Warner, Kittle, it's a game I'm playing. Greenlaw, Lenore, Purdy, Pooney, CMC, Ayuk, Bosa. I mean, like, honestly, Niner fans, like I'm just being honest here. Am I missing somebody? I would like to see Renardo Green and Mustafa. I haven't seen enough. Like, we'll see. You know, time will tell. Like, to me, these are all deal breakers. Like, this changes who you are fundamentally. We're talking about 9 guys. For me.
Yeah, for you. Yeah, I don't know if I go that far.
Oh, and Jennings. You know what? Juwan Jennings, I'm going to add as my 10th. Jennings has played his ass off this year. I feel very foolish having not put his name on here. Because Jennings, when I watch him play, he represents what being a Niner is.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Hey, Dante Shasky. You know, the conversation about Brock, I'm hearing to pay him. It sounds to me, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm hearing it's more circumstantial than his actual, ability. And I think that would be a mistake. And what I'm hearing from you, Dante, is that you want to pay him because you're tired of the to-be carousel and you're scared of not, what's life without Brock. I'm
not. Listen, first of all, number one, I don't give a damn who the quarterback is. I've said that for 2 years straight now on this station. I don't care who plays quarterback for the 49ers. Can you function at a high level, and can you get this team to win games? That's number one. Number two, what does it cost? I've never said that Brock Purdy's a $60 million a year quarterback, nor do I feel comfortable paying him $60 million a year. Now, I also don't believe that the Niners will pay him $60 million a year, and I don't know if he wants $60 million a year. I don't know the context and the substance to it. We're a long way away from that, okay? And number three, when you look at the options out there, is Sam Darnold a better option than Brock Purdy, Dave?
It's about even, in my opinion.
So who would you rather have, the guy who's been in the system for 3 years or the guy who was here as a backup and then had a one-off season in Minnesota?
You have to look hard at that, to be honest. I would have to look at the draft pool and see. I think you can roll a Brock, but I'm with you. But I'm not accusing you. That's why I'm calling. I'm trying to get clarification, and you cleared it up. I'm just saying, not. I don't want to pay him because circumstantial. I think he does obviously deserve a raise, but to your point, obviously not $60 million. But there are questions about him. There are limitations to him. And, that's definitely going to be in the equation. Now, between him and Darnold, that's big because Darnold has a bigger arm. And I think Brock, if you look at the game on Thursday, he left 14 points on the board. He left 14 points on the board. Underthrowing big throws has been a big issue for him. I think a lot of people are seeing that. And that's giving a lot of people a little pause now. So, I just think he fits with us. I don't think he fits with a lot of other teams. And I think if he were to hit the open market, I don't think there'd be a lot of interest. So I think he's either Niners or bust, in my opinion, to be honest with you. But I was just calling to get clarification, bro. I'm not trying to tease you with anything.
Do you want a clarification for me? You're confused? You're confused?
Yeah, because it sounded like you wanted to pay him. It sounded like you wanted to pay him because you was tired of this QB Kerr. So, I was going to say this. That's on the coach. That's on your coach, bro, that y'all don't want to trade. That's on the coach.
So, that's the Dave, coach. Dave, you want to trade Shanahan?
What's up?
You want to trade Shanahan, Dave?
No.
Why you say, you're a Niner fan, too? He's your coach, too.
Y'all go to bat for him, not me.
I'm not trading Shanahan. Yeah, I will go to bat for him. I'm not trading Shanahan.
I want to know, Dave, since you're on the line. Let's have some fun here. Dave and Frisno brought to you by the River Islands Gas Line. Well, why don't you go to bat for Shanahan?
Because, we're in this carousel because of him. We're on our, sixth quarterback because of him? Grabbing these questions because of him. He's the one that fixed the QBs. So we're here we are again.
Two Super Bowls, two Super Bowls, two NFC Championship games outside of those Super Bowls. That's not a successful run.
Yeah, that's a successful run, but there's also flaws in that run. So what I'm saying is there's flaws and there's positives. You can focus on the positives. There's also flaws. If you want to overlook those, that's fine.
Now I want to know who you want to coach the team. Like this is, if that's how you feel, honestly, I'm being real, dude. If that's how you feel, dude, like that's how you feel as a sports fan. Like I like hearing it, but I would appreciate coming with who your alternative head coach is.
If Mike Vrabel was interested, that's not a bad option because who our coach is now and who our coach could be, we can have the same results. We can have 0 Super Bowls with who it could be and who we have now. It could be the same thing, bro.
Well, so an interesting guy. I wonder why he's unemployed currently. I like him. I like Shanahan a lot more. And I think around league circles, people like Shanahan a lot more. That doesn't mean that Vrabel isn't going to resurface somewhere. I think Ohio State would be great for him, but I'm taking Shanahan.
Boy. I'm going to play a couple things here before we hit the show.
You like Vrabel, but you'd still take it Shanahan, right?
Yeah, I'm not moving off the coach, man. And I've been as critical as Shanahan. I've warmed up to Shanahan. I'm like, this guy, he gets it. I rock with Shanahan.
What does he get?
He gets football. He gets how to put players in position to succeed.
I thought you meant the media game.
The media game? No, I don't care about the media game. I do like his media game because he had to check people after Trey Lance. And 650, I don't think there's going to be any Warrior talk today. We'll get back to that tomorrow. Somebody on the Comcast business text line just text statmuse.com. NFL asked Sam Darnold career playoff stats.
Seeing ghosts.
Basically saying that he doesn't have any playoff experience.
Yeah.
He'll get that this year.
I think we're all just like intrigued to see what he does.
Are you really that intrigued to see?
Minnesota's a fun team.
They are a fun team. They're a sleeper team. I mentioned that in the thread the other day, but are we really
I've been wrong before.
No, it's not about you being wrong or right.
No, but I'm saying I
out of all the things that are happening in the playoffs,
win me over.
But out of all the scenarios we got in the playoffs coming up, that's what intrigues you. Is that the most intriguing thing to you?
Well, I find that division, Green Bay, Minnesota, and Detroit, I think any one of those teams could knock off Philly, or Philly could knock them off. Like, it's wide. To me, it's wide open in the NFC. And yeah, so there is some fascination there.
Right. Got another one, 650. I would trade CMC for Swift from the Bears, which is funny because we had a lot of dialogue about Swift and CMC. Not that I want to Swift over CMC, but I thought he's a good running back. He's not CMC. Not even close to being CMC.
He's a serviceable player.
He's good. But It's going to be a long offseason, man. Buckle up. Shannon Sharp, Ocho Cinco. It's just, I'm telling you right now.
Like we're in a dune buggy.
No, we
going
are.
Across the terrain.
It's going to get spicy on this show. There's going to be arguments. There's going to be this and that. Maybe I'll just take a vacation.
My favorite trade of all time on this show. We almost need a new category next year for the Doobies. I'm trading Shanahan, C-Mac, Debo, Pearsall, and Juice. Okay, what do you do? For 2 firsts, a second, DJ Moore and DeAndre Swift.
Craziest trade proposal of the year?
Yeah, I kind of like it.
I kind of like that as a category.
But I need the other one. Well, I don't really like Brock Purdy. We'll trade him for 3 first-round picks and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Best trade of the day.
I wake up too damn early for this stuff, man. This is insane.
Let's put like Josh Humphries. I'll trade him for 3 first-round picks and John Elway.
I'm going to play this Sharp and Ocho back and forth on Purdy's contract. Then I want to play something from Dan Campbell before we get to Fast Five. Here's Ocho Cinco, because I just want to play it because I know it's ridiculous. I just want to hear Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco.
Brock Purdy reportedly seeking a contract at the top of the quarterback market around $50 million a year.
Whoa. He don't need to be talking about no contracts right now at all. But go ahead.
All I know is I ain't getting him nowhere near no $50 million. I'll give you one of them on $35, $40 million.
Hey, what you think he gonna say? What you think he gonna say to that? No.
Okay, you play on a. Guess what? We'll put you on a what you call it for 2 years.
What? Franchise tag?
Yes.
Bet on himself like Kirk Cousins. Then.
Okay, let him bet.
Hey, but you know what? Hey, they might be stuck. They might have no choice but to pay Purdy. Cause listen, you don't want to pay him what he's worth or what the market says he should be paid. Where else you going with? At the quarterback position, you have no one to replace them.
I'm not paying them no $50 million.
You don't have no choice.
Yes, you do got a choice.
Listen, they had a choice not to pay Daniel Jones. What did they did, right?
What did Tampa play Baker Mayfield?
40?
33.
Nah, 40.
3 years, $100 million.
Okay. I see where you're going with that. So you're saying he should have a Baker Mayfield type contract?
Yes.
Okay. That's feasible. That's feasible. I'm not sure he would even complain about that.
He would. I'm not giving him no $50 million. That ain't happening.
That quarterback position is very, 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 very important. And sometimes, if you want it bad enough, you will overpay for it.
He's got a point there.
I lean more toward the way Shannon's viewing this and than the way Ocho. But I get all of Ocho's counterpoints are 100% accurate. Right. Like, why would he accept that? Why would he take less? That's why I think this is intriguing.
No, yeah, that would. You know how I feel about the players in the NFL. Go get your money. We do it in all walks of life in every industry. We all want top dollar, whether you're a producer, a sports radio host, a program director. You think that he gets taking something off the top to say, yeah, you know what? No, hell no. He's got a family to feed. He's got a house. He's got a mortgage to pay. You taking something off the top?
Monte, this is not real life. This is pro sports.
Exactly. And you know what? I don't care if it is pro sports. You're going to get your dollars because that's how the locker rooms stink. And
you can't give everyone a blank check. You have to draw the line somewhere.
Well, you're going to draw the line on the quarterback?
I'm watching
You're going to draw the line on the quarterback?
I'll give you a real life scenario. I'm watching hotel people strike out in front of these businesses, and they're saying, we can't afford to have a living wage, which they are accurately correct on that. But also, if there's no revenue because tourism is down, you can't just throw money at employees and expect to be able to pay them. If you don't have the revenue, your business model won't sustain. So there's got to be balance, right? You have to have thresholds. You have to have systems put in place to where you can actually be profitable.
Poor people got to strike during the holiday season. How long is this, Dan Campbell? How long is it? Can I play it before Fast Five?
No, we'll play it during Fast Five.
All right, let's play it for during Fast Five. Dan Campbell, on overcoming adversity and not making excuses. This is via 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit.
You win 11 in a row, and you lose, and then the sky falls. I hate to say it, but we're not going to be able to win 11 in a row again for the rest of this season. We're just not going to be able to do it. You get used to eating filet, and I'm talking to all of us, and everything's good. Life's good, but you forgot what it was like when you had nothing and you ate your molded bread, and it was just fine, and it gave you everything you needed. And sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth and remember what it used to be like to really appreciate where you are, and we'll do that. We got a bad taste in our mouth.
We got kicked around the other day. We lost a few guys, and you know what? It's exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. So we're going to bounce back. We're going to respond. We got guys that are about to have an unbelievable opportunity here, and we will play the game any way needed to win. We still got a good offense. We got plenty of defensive players. I can go rattle them off right now. We're going to put the best 11 on the field. We're going to freaking cut it loose. We're going to play with our special teams. And I don't give a crap if we got to win by 1 point for the rest of the year. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to be happy about it. We come out of the game with 50 yards of total offense and we win by 1, you're going to see smiles on my face. I promise you. All right? If it's the other way defensively, we give up 700 yards and we win by 1 point, you're going to see a smile from my ear to ear. All right? I can promise you. So we're going to find a way and we're going to get it done.
Campbell, man. National treasure.
I don't know if that guy is a schematics genius, but I know for one thing, that is a leader. I love him.
Don't worry. Would you trade Shanahan for him?
No.
I bet you there's some Niner fans out there that would trade Shanahan for Dan Campbell. That's for sure. Ooh-wee.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
No, but like when you hear that, like he's 100% correct. Once I got a car, I never rode the bus again. I was like, I'm not riding Muni. Screw that. I grew up riding Muni. I didn't have a license till I was like 23. Once I got one, I never looked back.
No thoughts? We got a break? Final thought is, we'll get to the Warriors tomorrow. House Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Yeah, we're on to go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Cassie.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further.
to talk about what decisions are in the future, particularly at quarterback. Brock Purdy. What do you do with Brock Purdy? We still resetting the market? Jed?
Well, my name's Daryl. I'm not Jed. I wish I had that money. But if you're asking me, partner, you're rubbing off on me, and I'm going to give you the victory lap on this one, Donnie. I rode for Ayuk. I know wide receiver is a different position than quarterback. Quarterback is the ultimate and most important position, I believe, in the NFL. And I said to you and the masses, what if Brandon gets hurt? You can't ask him to come back and play on that last year. That's barbaric. I don't know whose voice that is. But, Stoney, that's where I'm at because there are warning flags, I believe, with what I've seen from Brock Purdy in this offense. I do understand if they feel like they can get a deal and pay him. But if you're asking me, Guru, when did you turn into the renegade? I guess a whole Ayuk situation had it, and what I deem some red flags from Brock Purdy moving forward. Stoney, it's not about what number you get him at. It's can he get you to the promised land? And every quarterback suffers this, not the tallest, from tip balls. But there's some chicken just on the bone, and I'm a little perplexed. And I was the guy that said he could reset the market, but partner, I think I would have him as barbaric and archaic as it would be. Come back and play on it so I could feel better about writing that check for whatever the number it is.
So you're gonna reset the market with McCaffrey last year. You're gonna make Ayuk the highest paid, one of the highest paid receivers, and then Trent last year resets the market, and now you're gonna play hardball. And listen, I'm not here to say that's the wrong decision, but one of the fascinating things about this is, depending on what the 49ers do, they're going to have a window into their past exposed. I mean, do you try to get Purdy right away at a number that doesn't matter or that you're willing to pay if it's in June so that he gets in, so that he's signed by camp? I mean, how big of a priority now is that to get the guys in here for training camp, knowing that the last couple of years the season suffered without training camp?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, and I'm asking you point blank range right now, Stoney. Do you believe that Kyle Shanahan looks at Brock Purdy any different? Because I'm conflicted. This offense took a step or steps back, even when we got the glimpse of McCaffrey with them. My question to you, is that a Kyle problem? And maybe I'm being unfair, but I don't have the answers. Or is that a Brock problem? And when we hear Baldy, who just joined the roast, he just shared his opinion. He would flip, if he could, Purdy for Sam Darnold. And I'm just wondering, that hasn't, changed my thought. But my thought is everybody in the offense I have question marks about. And everything that you said happened and transpired last offseason, and it's gone kind of not the way the Niners envisioned it. Is that why they would try to be renegades and say, hey, Brock, you got to play this one out? Or is it, Steiny, if we can get you on a mediocre 35-40, whatever, I'm concerned about can Brock, and is this offense condensed because of throws maybe that he can't make down the field, or is that a Kyle issue? I'm all over, Steiny, but I'm telling you, I just can't give this guy the bread that I thought I was going to give him.
Well, first of all, and I know people are going to think I'm just saying this, but there's 3 games left. Ooh. And to me, the games are important because now there's nothing to play for. So you really do find out what guys are made of. And I'm not saying I expect Brock Purdy to play great the last 3 games, but I do know the way football goes. And if the 49ers, let's say, finish 1-2, right, and Brock Purdy doesn't do much different than he's done the last 3 weeks, then we do have big-time discussion. But I also think that if Purdy plays well these last 3 weeks, and I'm not talking about lighting up the stat sheet with 390 yards, but if he looks like Brock Purdy, 260, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 21 for 28, then I think that does make the decision easier. But I absolutely believe these last 3 games matter because you need all the information you can about Brock Purdy. But I'm with you. I'm not giving him $60 million right now.
You said it, and nobody's happy. Stoney, I'm with you. And to your point, I got to believe, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think that he could throw for 500 yards 3 weeks in a row, and that won't the last 3 weeks of the season, but that should not supersede what guys in power like Lynch and Kyle, they should already know, and they may already know. Guru Stoney, shut up. We know where we're at with them. Nothing's changed, and I just wonder, Kyle has not had the best year, and now I'm questioning Debo, and that's separate because, there's some merit there. But Brock Purdy, Stoney, how many Sundays have I come in and I've just said, something didn't look right. The batted passes, the offense, and now if you're telling me your wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall, short sample size, all of a sudden can't get open, I'm starting to wonder, is that a Brock issue? They don't throw the ball outside the hashes. So when we say Jerry Rice said that maybe Kyle Shanahan yesterday on the roast, that maybe he needs a reset or reinvent himself, do you have the quarterback, I'm just asking, Stoney, that can make those throws if you try to reinvent your offense, throwing the ball downfield? I just have those questions.
I mean, why would you throw the ball downfield if Purdy's your quarterback? I mean, that's not his strength, clearly.
So you're limited in regard to what you're trying to do, and I'm wondering how much of that is why they try to attack the middle of the field, and defenses have caught on to that.
Well,
just a thought.
Yeah, and I think it's just a thought that every quarterback's got strengths and weaknesses. Some guys are not accurate. Some guys are more accurate. The guys who aren't accurate, probably they're coached differently. I mean, every quarterback's got strengths and weaknesses, and if Purdy's is throwing 45 yards or 50 yards in the air, well, then you gotta do other things. I mean, the one thing that the 49ers, I think, are facing is, and I don't like when teams are in this, but they're in a position where they almost have to have Purdy back, because the more you think about it, the more you realize that they can't. Look at all their big players. Trent Williams, okay? And these are all whether you like it or not. Yeah. Trent Williams, he's going to be back. McCaffrey, he's going to be back.
Yeah.
Ayuk, he'll be back at some point. Debo Samuel, he'll be back because you can't get rid of him before Ayuk gets back. George Kittle, he'll be back. Bosa will be back. Hargrave and Floyd will probably be back. Warner will be back. If Greenlaw plays the rest of the season pretty well, he's a free agent, but he might be back. What I'm getting at is they're going to have to run it back. What's their alternative?
Okay.
All their big money so-called star veterans are probably coming back. Can you really afford to have a quarterback other than Brock Purdy quarterbacking a team with all those names that have been here for 3 or 4 more years?
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to find out, but the bottom line is I got to be careful here. Nobody can argue, I can't, and hate on the last 4 years. The Niners have got it done. So behind closed doors, partner, if they feel like, you know what, yeah, all of us look bad, even Kyle, offensively, then you run it back and expect different results because they know, what really made it go bad. But when you talk about Jerry Rice, a steward of the game, Brian Baldinger, Stoney, guys like that offensively that say the Niners offense doesn't scare anybody, and it was good enough in the past, so I got to be careful to say, even if they don't throw it up top, Stoney, I mean, I'm just thinking about how the Rams came in here, and I believe they were like, you guys don't take shots deep, and the one time they did, it was a bad interception, right? So I'm just wondering, they got away with that in years past, so why is it a big deal moving forward if they're going to attack and be the offense that they were, because it worked? So that's why, Stoney, I'm trying to, if now win, I'm trying to be a renegade in regard to I can't just write chicken and not feel like I got something that can win us games at the quarterback position.
Well, I also know that if Purdy gets a contract extension in early June for $55-60 million, that also is a message from the team that, hey, we think this guy is so important that we have to get him wrapped up and in here by training camp. That's what they thought with Christian McCaffrey. They signed him in June so he would participate in training camp. Ayuk, Trent Williams, they weren't signed in June. They ended up holding out. So I wonder if that's a factor too. How do the 49ers determine who they're going to pay quickly, who's prioritized that they want to get into training camp, and who are they kind of going to play hardball with? Because over the last couple of years, it feels like there's been some inconsistency there. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into this Tom Pelissero sound from NFL.com about Brock Purdy and his future and what he may or may not be worth. At 11 a.m., we've got Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. He joins us every other Tuesday. The holiday spirit sparkles in downtown Los Altos with more than 150 unique shops. You'll find special gifts and fine holiday dining. Downtown Los Altos is your destination for festive events and fabulous holiday shopping, all with free parking. Get more information at downtownlosaltos.org.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Joe Shasky, and I got to give a shout.
It's a little shtick on your big shtick. Dobbsy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, LeBron's better than Jordan.
Stop.
That's fine. I got you, Spino.
Jordan don't have a stain.
I got you.
Of the Dallas Mavericks series where LeBron needed a diaper because he ran from the moment.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Jordan,
well, Jordan one team.
Comment.
Jordan got urinated on the first 7 years of his career by the big boys, by the champions like
I think Bird called him Jesus in tennis shoes.
They never beat the
Paraphrasing.
Celtics. Anyway.
He scored 63 double overtime.
And they lost.
But everybody knew who the best player on the floor was.
Yeah.
Bird called him Jesus.
Well, he did, and he called him God.
Well, I can't say
but that is different.
Yeah.
So get to know the Holy Trinity.
It is better.
And we're not talking about that at all.
Where'd that go? Oh, you and Spadoni were fighting.
No, Spadoni's on my page. He's with me on that one. Here's where I'm going to start. Tom Pelissero of NFL.com. Talking about Brock Purdy. We got 3 weeks to go in the regular season, but apparently we got to look ahead to what the 49ers are going to do with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, with Brock Purdy, I think you have to look at it in the aggregate here. In his short career, because he took over, as a 7th-round pick and took over late in the 2022 season, he's already got 13 games with 120 passer rating, which is the most of any player ever over their first 3 seasons here. The efficiency numbers are really strong on him. And he's been a part of 4 playoff wins. I mean, the last 2 guys to reset the market were Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson, who have 4 playoff wins combined. And wins are not a quarterback stat, but the point is they found a way to win a ton of games with Brock Purdy.
All right.
But they also won a ton of games with Jimmy Garoppolo.
That was Tom Pelissero. So let's get down to brass tacks, as they say. What kind of money we talking?
You've got a pretty expensive roster. They got like 6 or 7 guys who are all due at least $15 million in cash in 2025. So what other things potentially could come? Because you've got a very veteran, older, expensive core on that football team. One of the names we're going to be talking about is what's the future for Deebo Samuel. He's on the books for about $17 million in 2025. We know the 49ers got calls on him in a potential trade back before the draft. They were not at that point willing to part with him unless somebody gave him up just a crazy price for him. And he's one of Kyle Shanahan's favorite players of all time, maybe the favorite. But he's in a contract year. He's making a lot less money, half the money of what the top of the wide receiver market is at this point. Can they get another big wide receiver deal done? Or, potentially could Deebo Samuel be on the move?
So there's a couple pieces of sound there from Tom Pelissero about what the 49ers are thinking. And,
they got a lot to answer, questions to answer.
He talked about top of the market money and whether you give it to Brock Purdy or not.
I guess I would say to you, Steiny, what's your alternative? And if you're telling me Sam Darnold or somebody like that was feasible for way lesser, and what's funny about Sam Darnold is you just had him. He was in your backyard with the same weaponry, and for whatever reason you felt like, well, we know why. Brock Purdy was excellent. So, again, Steiny, I'm worried about Brock and what I thought I saw, and maybe what I thought I saw and what he is still there, and this is just a bad year across the board for the offense. But, you talk about Dak and Lamar, 4 combined playoff wins combined, and Brock already has that on his resume. Do you just look at this as an anomaly this season and build the offensive line as much as you can and say this guy took us to a Super Bowl, he took us to an NFC championship on the fly? I think right now, if I had to bet and go to the counter, Steiny, that's the way they're going to go in regard to they'll come up with a number and he'll be their QB.
Well, that's what they got to figure out. That's what the San Francisco 49ers have to figure out. And, the issue to me is you can find all sorts of numbers, I think, to back up paying Brock Purdy 50 or 60. I mean, if you're going to say, wow, in 3 years he's already won 4 playoff games. Okay, well, so did Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, you're right.
Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy have the same postseason record, 4-2. The other thing to me that I'd have to take into consideration, and I don't know if it's a positive or a negative, is you got to look at everybody else on this team. And they're going to bring back a lot of their veteran players. So do you have to bring back Brock Purdy to give it one more shot? Or do you start looking now for a quarterback of the future? And how much are you going to pay Brock Purdy? I mean, in a way, I don't really care if it's 40 or 60 because it's going to be a big-time hit anyway.
Right.
But to me, the bigger decision is whether you're paying him for the next 3 or 4 years or not.
Well, I'll say this, and I think I can look you in the face and you can look me right back, Stoney, and say, right now, if you took everything into what you just spoke reference to, the resume is leading towards he's been way better than bad or whatever. I don't even know if someone call.
But shouldn't – well, and I'll ask 49er fans this. What's more important, the overall resume or how he's playing now?
And that's where I was. How he's playing now, I'm sipping on that like the biggest alcoholic in the world, Stoney, and maybe I need to put it down because I'm letting it, hey, quit living in the past, Goo. What's he going to be moving forward? And that's what scares me. And it's got to scare the Niners.
Well, let's take a listen to Tom Pelissero about Purdy's market of NFL.com.
Next year is a contract year. If a deal is going to get done, I would anticipate it is at the top of the quarterback market for all the reasons that I just said. Right now, that Stacks number, that is $60 million per year. Are the 49ers willing to go to that? Or are they going to be in a situation where you could have a standoff with your starting quarterback into the offseason here? I mean, there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here. There's no reason really for Brock Purdy to take a sub-market deal at this stage. The worst case would be, he could always play it out. Lamar Jackson did that once upon a time. You gain even more leverage by doing that. Brock also hasn't made as much money as Lamar by virtue of being a seventh-round draft pick. But I don't think this is a, hey, we're going to make you the 10th highest-paid quarterback, and Brock Purdy just saying, hey, where do I sign?
All right, that's Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. So what I'm hearing from Tom Pelissero is, I don't know what kind of money we're talking, but we're talking 55 because I'm looking at the highest average year per year of quarterbacks, and I got Prescott at 60, Burrow, Love, Lawrence at 55. I got Tua at 53 and Goff at 53. Herbert's at 52. Lamar's at 52. Hurts is 51. I mean, that's about 8 or 9 names right there. So if he's talking about top 5-ish money, it's going to be over 50. And if he's talking about top 10 money, it's over 50. So in Tom Pelissero's example, they are absolutely going to pay Brock Purdy north of 50 and probably north of 55. And my question is, would you do that if you're the San Francisco 49ers? Would you write a check right now to Brock Purdy for 4 years at about $55 million each?
Before this season kicked off, I would have. And I'm on record as saying as much. Stoney, I look at Ayuk, it's nobody's fault, but the bottom line is what the Niners invested and how it played out, that's just bad. And he's going to try to come back from that. What you see Debo not doing and what he's getting paid right now, that bothers me. You gave Trent some chicken, and he's having an off year for him and some other extenuating circumstances. You look at McCaffrey, point-blank range, Stoney. So those things, to me, they got to mean something for Brock Purdy, even if Brock Purdy it's Tom Thumb. It's like, now I got to move a bit different. And if that means I got to go cutthroat and I have an opportunity, which they do, to see the most important position be able to be monitored one more season before we really, truly invest, Stoney, I think I would do that. And I know that sounds cold and probably unrealistic, but if any team can say, we don't get down like that, but after what we just endured with all the money we invested and how it went bad, the Niners are it.
Well, by the same token, this is where, to me, last year absolutely positively matters. You paid Brandon Ayuk. He didn't reset the market, but he was a top 5 to 8 paid wide receiver. Christian McCaffrey, reset the market. Trent Williams, reset the market at his position. So you can't, or can you, tell Brock on June 1st, guess what? We're gonna ask you to play on that last year like we would never have dreamed to do to Brandon Ayuk. Well, hasn't Purdy proven as much in his 2 or 3 years than Ayuk did in his first 2 or 3 years?
Yes, he has, and more.
So what do you do if you're the San Francisco 49ers? The other thing is, and this is where I'm at, and I get it. Purdy's a priority because you have to deal with it,
right?
But you know what?
Talk to me.
I think he's less of an issue than the following, and this is what I mean. Because you have no choice next year, and this is what I'm talking about. Trent Williams is going to be on the team next year. Okay, how's he going to be? Like, what's he going to be next year? Trent Williams.
But if I had to bet, he would revert back to the best.
If I had to bet, he's going to miss part of the season. How's McCaffrey going to be next year?
Don't know, but
exactly.
Okay.
How's Brandon Ayuk going to be next year?
I don't know when he's playing.
Okay, how's Deebo Samuel going to be next year? Is he on the decline?
Proactive. Yeah, right.
Exactly. So that's where, honest to goodness, when we talk about Brock Purdy, like in terms of just being a quarterback, and I know you have to assign a number to him.
Yeah.
And that's up to the 49ers. But in terms of what to expect from players, I know in my way of thinking, I know more about Brock Purdy heading into next year than Trent, McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel. I do, because I have no idea how those guys are going to play next year after this season.
Yeah, but they're signed, sealed, and delivered.
That's right. That's why you have no choice except to go into next year with your fingers crossed and say, I hope all the guys that got hurt or looked old play like 2 years ago instead of last year.
No, that's real.
Yeah, good luck.
But how does I'm just being true here.
Good luck.
I'm conflicted on Brock now, Steiny, about what he is or what he can be if he can get there. Wouldn't you essentially be crossing your fingers then if you do give him a deal? If they're really like, oh my gosh, we didn't see this regression, or it's not his fault. But that's what I'm doing right now. Whatever number it is, they're crossing their finger that he's the guy from 2 seasons ago and not this year.
And they crossed their fingers with the other guys, and it didn't work.
I was going to say got burned, but it has worked some because you've seen and benefited from the good of McCaffrey.
Right, but not since you signed them to extensions. All 3 extensions went sideways this year. And now, to my way of thinking, it's if you really want to look at it, the 49ers, I think, are going to figure out a number for Brock Purdy and get him in here. And to my way of thinking, again, I know more about Brock Purdy and how he's going to quarterback this team next year than how Christian McCaffrey's going to run the football. And is anybody going to disagree with me on that? Like, I think I know what to expect more from Brock Purdy next year than Trent Williams. I know more of what to expect next year from Brock Purdy.
See, I'm on the other
than
side.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. Well, that one is, he tore ACL and MCL. That's scary.
Exactly.
But the other guys you mentioned, I guess, Donnie, I don't want to say they've earned. I've seen them be their best, and this, I believe, is an anomaly. Now, if McCaffrey can't overcome the bilateral tendonitis and this leg, then it's a wrap. But I don't think we're there. So, Steiny, I got to be looking like some time off, hit the reset. I got more confidence in those two getting back to all-pro form than if Brock can take 2 more steps up or make up for the step, if you want to call it, or half step. Shout out Big Daddy Kane, no half-stepping, that he's taking back.
601 on the Comcast business text line. I disagree, Steiny. Do we know if Purdy's arm's okay? That's fair.
It's real fair. But they got to know more than we do. But if you got people just throwing, have they caught up to this offense, and Kyle's wandering eye, I do wonder if Sam Darnold, Steiny, and he may not even be available, but if he were available, would you pull the trigger? Would you say right now you feel confident, Sam Darnold's better than Brock Purdy? I know he's in a situation now with a better receiver than Brock's ever thrown to, but I don't get it. And the Niners wouldn't spend a first-round draft pick on a wide receiver, and I like what I thought I saw, but for him to vanish and not even make any contributions, can that really be on one Ricky Pearsall? Because now we're looking at Debo and we're wondering what's going on with him.
Right. Both of them are players who've underachieved or haven't done what they're supposed to do. Like, that's the way I look at it. And, the other thing, with Brock Purdy is it's not just a matter of, do you want him back? Do you not want him back? And do you want him back at this number or do you want him back at that number? But I can assume that if the people who want Brock Purdy back at a certain number, I guarantee you want him back on June 1st or June 2nd, the minute you can re-sign or you can extend him, right? You don't want to get into a contract situation with him where you're negotiating a contract and then he's not here.
Wow.
And then he holds out.
Right.
And then right before the season, then he gets his contract, and we've done the same thing 3 years in a row. Now, the other scenario is June 2nd comes along, you pay Brock Purdy $55 or $60 million, and you get into camp and you start rolling. And then the question a guy like me would ask is, okay, interesting how you took care of Purdy and McCaffrey right off the bat when they had contract issues, but Brandon Ayuk, Nick Bosa, and Trent Williams, you put them through the ringer. They ended up missing camp, and the team was worse for it, and they were worse for it. In other words, by signing Brock Purdy in June, you're putting him in a better position to succeed than Trent Williams or Brandon Ayuk.
Now, to that point, what would that really mean? Do you think that would mean something or be on anybody's radar as far as a player in that locker room? Because I don't think they would move like that. The bottom line is, if they love this guy, Brock Purdy, that much, then you go ahead and you give him that number. But what's crazy to me is I'm acting like Brock Purdy's Leave It to Beaver, and he's going to take this hometown discount. And to be honest, the scoreboard is in his favor, even if they miss the playoffs, because he's taken the team to a Super Bowl and, again, on the fly, a NFC championship game that he didn't finish. So, Steiny, I guess why would I think or there be any scuttlebutt of Brock Purdy saying, oh, I'll take 35-40 and golly geez, we'll call it a day, when technically, on paper, he has a card to say, I'm better than 3 of the 5 guys you mentioned. Dak, I've done more.
Well, exactly. So you got to figure that out. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what are you going to do with Purdy? And that includes, obviously the first thing I'm going to do is watch him play the last 3 games. Because if this is who he is, I got to put that into the equation. If he plays well the last 2 or 3 games, that goes into the equation. And then maybe I say, you know what, he's been more solid than he hasn't been, and I have no problem, giving him what he deserves. But the other thing is, how much do you pay him? And if he doesn't like the number, are we really going to risk Brock Purdy holding out?
Oh, man.
But then again, do you just give Purdy what he wants to get him in here on time so that you don't have a repeat of last season, which I think got the year off to a bad start? There's a lot of different angles to this. But do you make him come back and play on 1 year? And if he doesn't, tough.
I know it sounds cruel, man, but that's where I'm at. But I don't believe that, and I always say family, loyalty, and fairness. But, Steiny, the Niners have had some bad luck in regard to the bang for the buck that they've got in regard to their investment on some of these contracts. And I wonder, if you're telling me you could get a better quarterback at a lesser price, why wouldn't that right there, I'm saying Sam Darnold for 35, if that were that right there, they're close enough in talent to me to where I would go down that avenue.
Well, first of all, I think Darnold may get more than Purdy. Darnold may be worth more than Purdy. He's had a better year.
Well, but he hasn't had a better 3 years, though, Steiny.
Well,
Brock's been taking him to a Super Bowl. You got to put respect on his name and an NFC Championship game, and he looked like he could do no wrong.
Well, we don't.
What's happened? Is it him or a byproduct of the offense and the play calling? I don't know, but I do see physical limitations to where they concern me a bit. And now to your question, hey, Goo, can the Niners come into a game and win it with Brock's arm? Before the season started, my answer was hell yes. Now my answer is I don't know.
I mean, the bottom line is Sam Darnold may be a more viable long-term quarterback seen by other teams than Brock Purdy. And I think the idea of, we'll get Sam Darnold in here for $35 million for 1 year. That ain't happening. You're not going to get Sam Darnold after this year for that. Here's the other thing. Let's say he could get Sam Darnold for $40 million. 1 year, $40 million. Okay, now you bring him in here and you tell Brock he's got to play on $1 million. You can't do that. You can't do that. And the reason you can't do that is because you can't have a quarterback 2 years ago who backed up Brock Purdy. Now he's making 40, Brock's making 1, and he's the starting quarterback and Brock's the backup. Or vice versa. The minute something would go wrong, everybody would be starting to talk about the other quarterback. I do not think it's feasible to have Darnold and Purdy together again like they did 2 years ago.
Yeah, and Darnold's looking great, but he's got the best, or if not one of the best receivers in the game, and Justin Jefferson. So how was that? And I could use that for Brock Purdy. If Debo has really fell off or, he can't beat man coverage, Brock Purdy didn't have Ayuk. I didn't have I just feel like Brock's saying this to me, Goo, I didn't have my best running back for 8 games. You're tripping. I'm the same dude. It'll get better next year. And maybe that's what it is. And he's facing, a payday just around the corner.
408, if something's wrong with his shoulder and they know, it would be criminal to pay him $60 million.
It would be criminal to have him out there playing.
Yeah, it'd be also criminal if
I would hope
Christian McCaffrey reset the market and he wasn't 100% healthy.
That engine could be gone. His engine, you know what I mean? As far as healthy, staying healthy, McCaffrey. Man.
So I went back and looked at some of these, like the McCaffrey signing and the timing.
All right.
It's, to me, I find it fascinating. I really do.
But what's the biggest takeaway to make you say this goes under the fascinating category?
Because I still have questions about what happened. On May 22nd, the 49ers had OTAs, optional training activities. Okay. He wasn't there. Okay, neither was Trent and neither were Ayuk.
All right.
Debo was there and Bosa was there. At the time, it was reported that it's not contract related, but Bobby Turner, the running back coach, said he's not here. That's the business part of it, and I don't get into stuff like that. So it did have to do with money.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so
and he's an older running back. Yeah,
So 3 guys hold out at OTAs, and the minute OTAs are over, McCaffrey signs and resets the market. Okay?
Gotcha.
Then training camp starts, and 5 days into training camp, McCaffrey gets hurt. And initially, Shanahan calls it a calf. He'll be out 2 weeks. Now he's going to miss the preseason, but we're not worried about the first game. We're not worried about the regular season. And he ends up missing 8 games. And
crazy.
He gets hurt a week into training camp, but you still have one guy holding in and one guy holding out who are looking for the money that you just gave the guy who's going to miss the first half of the season. I don't know where it all fits in, and I'm not saying, but when I look at the context of the entire season and where it went right and where it went wrong, there's a lot to unpack about how the 49ers handled last offseason. And the question is, well, how do you handle this offseason? Because you have Brock Purdy,
who you're about to not make the playoffs with.
You got to pay him.
Yeah, but
do you have to pay him?
There you go.
And you know what? I'll say it. The 49ers, they messed up managing last offseason. So how do they not mess up managing this offseason with Brock Purdy?
Well, McCaffrey had all the leverage in the world, so I don't deem that a mess up. At that time, whatever went into it, he was at the top. he was Steiny. He was a bad boy. He had a card to play, and I don't think anybody would have said, hold on, you want some new money? What are you? Oh, hell no. So I think that was
the
simple.
point is why did the 49ers break off McCaffrey right as soon as free agency happened, and they reset the market with him, but they didn't with the other two? Why did they make those guys hold out or hold in when they took care of McCaffrey? We got Ross Tucker coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll talk about some of this to him. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now. InnAtTheTides.com.
At Makita, good enough is never.
Timothy Chalamet.
Shamalama Ding Dong.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Damn, Evan.
So here's my question to 49er fans. If you are like me and you think that last offseason set the table for a bad year because they had 3 guys wanting contracts to either reset the market or close to it, and the way they handled it meant 2 of the 3 got into camp late and didn't produce. One didn't produce like he to his ability, and the other got hurt but wasn't producing either, and the third guy got hurt and has missed most of the year. How do you avoid that this upcoming season when the quarterback needs to get paid?
I believe it's something out of your control.
Out of whose control?
The Niners.
Well, whose control is it in?
Well, I don't believe the delay in anything is why Brandon Ayuk got hurt. They had my point is, Steiny, when you talk about Trent Williams, the first 2 of the 3, the trifecta, when you talk about Trent Williams, his resume is second to none. I believe he earned the OG, don't want to be at camp. Like a lot of times we hear that. So he got a pass, and they knew they would get him back when it was time to go. Okay. They didn't foresee this fall off with his play and the personal stuff. And I mean this, the McCaffrey situation is, it should have happened as soon as the final gun went off in Nevada on him getting his new money because he was worth it. And obviously the chessboard did not show any signs of anything physically we need to be worried about. And he was arguably the number 1 fantasy in the draft pick in fantasy. His leverage was in the clouds. Okay. So I get that. Now the Ayuk was, you ain't all that, but they gave in and gave him $30 million, and I believe that's the one, Steiny, is perplexing, and you can make an argument hurt the team because he was rusty. They didn't throw to each other in the OTAs at all, Brock Purdy and IU.
So
one of the 3 is the one that I get you, but the other 2, I'm like.
Here's the way, okay, that's fine. Here's the way I look at it. You had 3 players, and I'm not saying they did it wrong, they got it right. But miss me with it wasn't part of the dynamic. That's where you got to miss me. And here's what I mean. There were 3 guys who wanted to either reset the market or be among the top 3 paid players at their position. The 49ers had 3 of those, and they knew about them in March. McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Williams. All 3 of them miss OTAs. And then right after OTAs, the San Francisco 49ers say, okay, boom, we're taking care of McCaffrey. You're now done. You're under contract. Trent and Brandon, we're still working on your stuff. Week goes by. 2 weeks go by. 3 weeks go by. Now it's training camp. Well, Brandon's not practicing, and Trent's not there. They're still without a contract. And now Christian McCaffrey starts practicing. Why? Well, just because he was the first one they signed and chose the other 2 for whatever reason, maybe it was priorities, to not sign. So now we get to training camp, and 1 week into training camp, McCaffrey gets hurt. And they're saying, he's going to miss a couple weeks, but now I wonder if they knew it was more serious at that point. So now McCaffrey gets hurt, but he's already gotten his money, and people are wondering why Trent and Ayuk are doing everything in their power to get an extension because they don't if McCaffrey got it and got hurt. It's like, that's right. That's why we got to have ours too. And they ended up signing those guys, but both those guys had missed camp. And so neither of those guys had a great year. So what do you do heading into this offseason? If you're the San Francisco 49ers.
You have to decide, and maybe they already have, Steiny, and I know you got on your ledger, you want to see the last 3 games in regard to performance-wise, but I feel like there's enough data, and they know deep down, Kyle and John and the Yorks, on what this dude's value is and how much he played a part in them not making the playoffs. And I don't have him at the top of my list, but I guess, partner, I don't know what to do with what you're breaking down because you're breaking it down. All I can say is, okay, Brock Purdy's not hurt, so we think. Obviously, if he finishes the year, you got to really believe, is he the guy to take you to the promised land, especially now that we got to see him when he was without some of his weaponry. And my view of him has changed. I don't think he's a bum by any stretch, but I don't know that 60 is that blank check is not there for me. So I'm just having trouble processing it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Ross Tucker, NFL Odyssey Insider, coming up in 8 minutes. Let's go to Will in San Bruno. What's up, Will?
What's going on, fellas? It's been a minute.
How you doing?
But I'm calling in to rattle some cages, if you will. Rattling, Sure. I'm not a professional. You guys are, so maybe you guys take this conversation, because I'm a fan. So what I'm trying to get at is only in the Bay Area, in San Francisco, we are the only organization that makes it about the coach. And at the end of the day, it will always be about the players and the personnel. And if you don't got the guy, you don't got him. But all I'm trying to say is I can't think of another NFL team that puts such a high emphasis on the coach. Because even when Walsh left, Montana was killing it. When Brady left Belichick, he was killing it. At the end of the day, boys, it's about the players. Okay? Because at the end of the day, coaches, they're all a bunch of football nerds. They're football fentanyl addicts. You know what I'm saying? Come Sundays when there's no more football, they're all crash down and stuff. But once the season comes, boom, they're on. All I'm saying, maybe I could help change the zeitgeist in the narrative of that. We can't just college just has too much power, and they have to hit on draft picks, and they have to find the right quarterback. Because at the end of the day, we will no longer be having this conversation. We pay Brock Purdy. Is he the man? So on and so forth. That's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate it, Will. Appreciate it.
So Will saying,
I'm not sure what he's really saying. Tell you the truth.
Ain't nothing wrong with his
holidays. About the players.
Yeah. And the coach.
The players. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show.
This is Heat Rocks right here.
Is it? Let's talk about it.
I'd say I'd go flip them for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean, Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a sec. You sat there as a backup all year. You learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give them top flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger, stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
Yeah, that I don't see.
And it already happened.
Remember I don't see.
They were all here together. Now, and I hate that I'm sounding this way, Stoney, because I'm trying to do a better job because this is too simpleton. But half the offense and defense is hurt, and Guru blaming Purdy. No, I'm blaming what I've seen from Purdy, and there's been just a natural fall off. It's not the record of the team. It's him back there. I have not seen the poise. I've not seen the command. I've seen receivers open, and he's going different places, and I don't know what's leading to that, but the right on the table brought to you by Atco Stoney is Minnesota might tell the Niners right now, hit the road.
Exactly.
What the hell?
What if Minnesota wins a Super Bowl? I mean, seriously, what if they go deep in the playoffs? You don't just get to pluck Sam Darnold.
Yeah. And I remember what
if Sam Darnold does become a free agent and the 49ers pay him $60?
Well, he wouldn't be available. I think he's solidifying that. Like Minnesota's probably
I think
like
he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah, but if they go far into the Super Bowl, McCarthy, hold the clipboard. You'll
For
get
4
out there.
more years?
I don't know how many more years. It could be. I'm just saying.
Let's go to Michael in Lemoore. Hey, Michael, how you doing, man?
Lemoore.
What's going on? Hey, Michael.
Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
So to handle the quarterback situation during this offseason, you keep hitting ignore on Brock's agent's phone call because every contract you have signed in the previous offseason has come back to fail you. Every time you play a player, their hunger goes away, it seems like, on this team. They get too fat, they get too comfortable, they get complacent, and they think their job is secure. And Brock Purdy has shown us he is not a $200 million quarterback. He has extreme limitations. You have Jerry Rice and Brian Baldinger throwing up red flags and saying, hey, wait a minute, those are guys' advice you have to listen to.
Okay,
seriously.
So what do we do?
You pivot to a different quarterback if you have to. If they don't oblige to your demands, Brock Purdy and his agent, then you kick the rocks and you tell him to go test the market and you switch to a different quarterback like Brian Baldinger had mentioned earlier this morning. You go to Sam Darnold or you draft Cam Ward. One of the two.
Like, just off the top of my head, what would you pay Purdy? What would you offer him?
I wouldn't pay him a single dime.
He's done.
Oh,
He's
really?
out.
None.
So you wouldn't.
He's not a $200 million quarterback. He's not a $40 million quarterback. He's not a $20 million quarterback.
Okay.
This is the question you have to ask yourself. Are we winning because of him or are we winning because of the team? And we're winning because of the team, not because of Brock Purdy.
Wow. All right, Michael, appreciate the call. I mean, I'm not against you when it comes to 60. I might not even be against you when it comes to 40.
But having them play that last year out, this team is, if you took the politics and what it would look like out of it, Stoney, this is the epitome of where this player is at.
You can't do that. You cannot tell him play on $1 million when you were afraid to do it to Brandon Ayuk. And
but
he was
if you
making
see
14.
how that played out, doesn't that give you more? Hey, wake up! You have to.
I'm just telling you how Purdy's agent's going to see it. Oh boy, I almost did it again. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're efforting Ross Tucker, and we got him.
Ross.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. On the line right now, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo Game Day, be delicious. Ross, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, how are you handling the Brock Purdy situation this offseason?
Well, I'm trying to sign him an extension. I believe that he is the right quarterback for us moving forward. It's the most important position. You've won a lot of games with him. He's a good player. I'm trying to sign him an extension. But what I think is interesting there is what the dollar amount is. What's fascinating to me, guys, is I felt the same way about Tua last year. I would love to see what Purdy would get on the open market. You know what I mean? Like, I would just love to see that because I don't think there's other teams that would pay him $60 million. I don't know if he'd have other teams paying him $50 million plus. I think a lot of people would believe that, he's a good player that excels in Kyle Shanahan's system. Kind of the same as Tua with Mike McDaniel. When Tua and Jordan Love were both looking for new contracts, what I had said was there'd be a huge difference between those two guys on the open market, right? Like, if Tua was on the open market, I'm not sure what the love would be for him. Whereas if Jordan Love was on the open market, I think everybody would want him and pay him a lot. Because I think certain guys are considered certain type of quarterbacks. I think Jordan Love is considered the type of guy that has elite talent that can excel for any team. Tua, not so much. Purdy is in the Tua category.
So that's one of those deals where it's like, I think you want to sign him, and I think you tell the agent that. I think you tell Brock that. But I also think you need to be somewhat realistic about what his actual market would be, because you could also just have him on the cheap for another year, and then you could tag him for a year, and then you could let him see what the market is. I think Purdy and his agent are probably smart enough to know that the market wouldn't be what they think it would be, and so they really need to try to make sure that they get a fair deal for both sides, which is not trying to hit the top of the market. We'll see.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, happy holidays, man. I got so much. This whole situation and scenario is insane, but I told Steiny, what we know the Niners, what they don't do offensively is they don't throw it deep. They don't even try to get a flag. In today's pass-happy NFL, okay, that's fine. But the great Jerry Rice joined our morning show yesterday, and he said maybe Kyle needs to reinvent himself. And I'm just asking you, now all of a sudden Debo can't get open. Ayuk, people told me, can't get deep. You draft Pearsall with the first-round draft pick, and we're not getting anything from him. So, Ross, what would reinvent some coach's self look like? Because I'm starting to think defenses like Niners are going to middle field. We're not afraid. And it's like an NBA team not shooting threes. Can Kyle really have to go to the lab and reinvent his offense?
Well, on some level, all these guys go to the lab every offseason, right? I mean, they totally go through every game they played and dissect it by not only the games, but also, by certain situations, look for areas where they can improve. The thing I would tell you guys is, I'm already seeing, even when I talk with other coaches, they already tell me about things that are innovative that Kyle does that they're very, very impressed with. I think Kyle Shanahan is low on the list of 49ers issues. I mean, they haven't had Ayuk. He is their deep guy. I think the Pearsall thing, it's just unbelievable, right? You have all the other injuries we knew about with Trent and McCaffrey and Bosa, but then even at receiver, you have the Pearsall shooting. You have Ayuk out. It's just not your year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take this year and think that wholesale changes are necessary. I would look at it more like, man, this was just not our year, and expect a major bounce back from them next year.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Here's the problem with that, I think, Ross. So I'm looking at the 49ers roster of their big boys. And Trent, what? Just think, don't answer. Well, what can you really expect from these guys next year? Trent Williams, McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo Samuel, Fred Warren, like Kittle, all those guys have now, with the exception of Kittle, kind of become question marks. Can you really go into a season, expect Trent Williams to play 16 games? Can you really go into a season right now and expect McCaffrey to be the running back he was a couple years ago? Ayuk's probably going to start the season late, and Debo Samuel might be in decline.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Let me ask you this. What's your alternative?
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I have one.
You know what I mean? Your alternative is what? Your alternative is to try to move on from McCaffrey, try to move on from Trent Williams? I don't think so. They're kind of, whatever that expression is, pot committed right now.
Yeah.
I think at least for next year, I think it's fair to wonder what those guys will be able to do next year and have some concerns about it. I don't think it's fair to try to make changes or to try to move on from them. I don't think that's your best chance to have success. I think your best chance for success is to run it back. That doesn't mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they moved Debo, if they really think Pearsall is ready, but I don't know that I don't know how you can feel that. Pearsall, I haven't seen very much from him. It's such a shame with what happened to him. So I think they'll run it back. And then I think, depending on how next year goes, it could be, if they had another bad year next year, then you're talking about like a reset, which is a totally different thing.
Yeah, Ross, we had the Devondre Campbell situation, and everybody knew it was wrong. It was ugly. But Debo, came out and made some comments after the team scored 38 points, 38 points that he went to social media. I'm open, ball not coming his way. Kyle didn't come down on him. He said, that's Debo being Debo. We had the Pepper situation where he got in his face, and I called him out because I didn't like it. But you played the game. Do you think Debo's doing himself any favors? And then he goes out and drops a touchdown pass that might have changed the game just last Thursday. Where are you at with Debo Samuel on and off the field with what he's doing?
Well, no, he's definitely not doing himself any favors because everybody knows what he said on social media. Everybody knows he wanted the ball, and then he drops an easy pass right to him. You can't do that. That's one of the reasons, by the way, why you shouldn't say stuff like that, is because then you put a big bullseye on yourself like he did and put himself in a really bad spot. Here's what I know. Declining players that make a lot of money and are providing headaches off the field, those are prime trade targets. So that would be one to keep an eye on. I know they really like him as a player and what he's brought the last 5 years or whatever, but if you think a player's declining and they're giving you some off-the-field issues or whatever, drama, and they're making a lot of money, those are the type of guys that usually get traded.
Ross, let me throw this at you as it relates to Devondre Campbell. So what he did, everybody said was reprehensible. He quit on his team. And the way it looks to me, and Bosa mentioned something like this, was he actually might have thought about doing this before the game, knowing that he wasn't going to start and then answering, no, I'm not going to go in the game. And, okay, here's my question, and go ahead and put the clock on me. Obviously what he did is wrong, but does it say anything about what might be going on inside the locker room that 52 other guys couldn't keep him engaged? Or no, that's out of that's no factor?
I don't think anyone in an NFL locker room ever thinks there's a possibility that a guy will say he's not going in the game. Because to do that, there's something wrong with that guy. Because to do that, knowing you're going to have to then go in the locker room and face all those guys, it's one thing when you hold out because you want a new contract or you're holding for financial security or whatever. But when you start refusing to go in the game when a guy's hurt and your team needs you, now you're screwing the other guys over. That's a different category. And by the way, which makes it even worse or better, I don't know, you're screwing yourself over. He's going to miss out on 3 game checks, the last 3 of the year. Then he's going to go into free agency. Who's going to want him? I don't think it says anything about the other 52 guys because I was watching that game hard. Those other guys like Bosa and those guys, they absolutely play their you-know-what off. So much respect. I was watching Bosa in particular coming off the injury and the hustle, the effort, just so much respect for the way that guy lays out on the line, which, by the way, is probably why he couldn't believe that Devondre would actually consider doing such a thing.
Yeah, Ross, you had mentioned something kind of struck a chord with me. When you look at the totality of this season and the injuries, you played this game, and let's just say Brock is re-up because we know they're not going to make the playoffs this year, and he comes back, he's under center next year. When you look at that team, do you say, okay, I'd bet on the Niners, or do you think there's more going on here to where maybe guys are just aging out? Where are you at with next year's team, this team's future?
Yeah, so I would I'd kind of be all in on the Niners next year. I mean, I think there's a reason why they've been one of the best teams the last few years. You know, because of how badly this season has gone, a lot of other people are going to be out on them. A lot of people are going to forget what they've been. A lot of people are going to dismiss them. Not me. I think, you know, I remember years living in Pennsylvania where people wanted to get rid of Andy Reid because he had a bad year in Philly, and then the next year they were awesome. Or Bill Cowher or Mike Tomlin, you know, where, okay, well, they had a down year. You know, there's multiple times that people were calling for the Rooneys to fire Bill Cowher. They stuck with him through some losing seasons, and he came back and was able to have the season that he had and win a Super Bowl. That's kind of what I'm not going to say they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I would be very, very surprised if this year isn't an aberration, an anomaly, and the Niners aren't right back in the playoffs next year. A lot of these things that people talk about with locker room and blah, 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 a lot of that's the kind of stuff that people only hear about when a team is losing and things aren't going well. And I don't think they'd be losing if they didn't have all the injuries they had this year.
All right, so you think Purdy's back, essentially?
Well, he's definitely back. He's got another year left on his deal. I mean, they're not going to trade him. He's not going to hold out. He's definitely back. It's just whether or not he has an extension at that point.
Yeah, and I think that's what's interesting, Ross, is are you really going to tell Brock Purdy you got to come back and play for $1 million when they didn't do that with Ayuk, who was making $14 million? You know what I mean? That seems like it would open up the door to another tumultuous offseason because he might hold out, right?
I'm offering Brock Purdy a deal that changes his life forever with $50 million per year and over $100 million fully guaranteed. If he says, I want more, I want $60 million like Dak, I want to be a top 5 highest paid guy, I want to reset the market, I say, hey, then that's your decision, Brock. And more power to you, that's fine. And maybe after this year, you'll be a free agent. But in my mind, that would be him choosing to play for the 1 year, $1 million at that point.
Hey, Ross, before we let you go, I just got to, take your pulse on what's going on around the league. What's going on in Detroit, and do you think all the injuries have them to where they might not get it done? Because I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Los Angeles Rams.
Well, yeah, I think it's cool when I look at the Rams and the Bucks. You know, they both are only 8-6 or whatever, but the way those quarterbacks are playing, they absolutely have a puncher's chance in the playoffs. And I kind of love the idea of those wild card weekend games. You know, like the Vikings at the Bucks, or the Packers at the Bucks and Vikings at the Rams. I mean, those are awesome football games. I'm excited for us that it's looking like we're going to get some epic wild card games. As for the Lions, I'm just so sad. Like, I know life isn't fair, but this is like cruel and unusual punishment for Lions fans. This is the year. This was supposed to be the year. And I just think they've taken too many hits now. I mean, you can't lose arguably the defensive player of the year. Now they've lost basically a whole starting defense worth of guys, which is just ridiculous. And they also now lose David Montgomery, who's a huge part of what they do at running back. It's just garbage. It's just those people don't deserve it. They've never been to a Super Bowl. A single one. They haven't been to one. And now this year where everything was lined up for them, you're going to get everybody and their brother hurt. It's just garbage. It's the worst part of the sport.
Hey,
I hear you.
Hey, Ross, I forgot to let you in on something that we have in common.
Uh-oh.
Here's where you say what?
Listen.
I'm an American Conference expert in football. I bet you didn't know that.
The AAC?
Yes. And let me tell you.
I didn't know that. Why is that?
Because my daughter goes to Tulane, and let me tell you something. Army got a big break by playing Tulane after they lost to Memphis and knowing their starting quarterback was going to transfer. Otherwise, Tulane had a lot of action this year.
Yeah, well, listen, I don't feel bad for them. I've never seen kids look colder in their life than that Friday night championship game up at West Point. They looked like they did not want to be there at all. And the irony of it is, Army, I think that contributed to them losing the next week to Navy, because Navy's just getting all prepped for Army.
Yeah.
Army's trying to win a championship against Tulane, and they had to put all that effort into it. And I think Army, I can tell you for sure, would much rather have beaten Navy than have beaten Tulane.
Yeah,
so
I think you're right.
Next year, you guys can have your AAC championship. Army will take the Commander-in-Chief trophy.
Hey, Ross, I can't let you get out the phone. I told Steiny one more. I just got to ask you this, man, because I've come down this player's road before in the past, and right now I feel like Hercules is playing the quarterback position in Buffalo. Can Josh Allen do any wrong? He's in a zone. What are you seeing, man?
Well, he's pretty clearly the MVP of the league. He is, I said this on Dan Patrick. A lot of people got mad at me. I don't know why. To me, he has the highest ceiling of any NFL quarterback ever, right? So think about whoever you think is like the best quarterbacks ever. Have they had his total skill set? His size, his speed, his arm strength, his brain. No, that's only when he's playing, that's only when he's playing, at his very, very best. We've seen the inconsistencies, but when he's playing at his very best, his upside higher than anybody else's upside that I've seen.
Wow,
Ross, appreciate it, man. Thanks for your time today, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right, that was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious.
We said 50 Cent should be the new Brock Purdy. 50 a year should get it done, Stoney. 100 million. What other alternatives that we don't see now? There's some, right, or may manifest here in the offseason. But right now, he's right. Like, he would bet, and I don't think he would be by himself, that you write this season off to, some subpar play. But, Stoney, we can't ignore a rat on the table, which is, and again, look at Detroit. They don't give a damn. But these injuries, man. You just hope, and like you said, well, is Trent going to be better? Well, you hope, but he's your hope because you signed him. McCaffrey, the same thing. So it's almost like you're in a corner and you'd be a fool to do anything with a heart transplant at the quarterback position.
Yeah, I think the way the 49ers are, the way I look at it is, now that I've taken a look, they're boxed in.
The
49ers are boxed in, it feels like.
There you go.
And the other thing that's a little strange to me is, okay, so you acknowledge you've got an old team with Trent Williams and McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo and, Fred Warner's probably in his prime right now. But what if you pay Purdy, you give him 3 or 4 years, and he quarterbacks next year and you don't win anything? And now the writing is on the wall that McCaffrey's done and Trent's done and Kittle's on his way, on the last year or two of his contract. But then Purdy's under contract for a longer term. I got to believe, knowing the 49ers and knowing Parag Marathe, they will figure out a way to be able to get out of the contract like they were able to get out of Jimmy Garoppolo's contract.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the number's going to be, but the more I think about it, the more I think they're going to sign him, and he's going to be here. And the reason is they don't have any other choice at this point with the team that's going to surround Purdy.
Yeah. I'll say this to you, partner, because it's fascinating. And I mean this, and I say it this way, because it started a radio fight. Steiny, let's just say there's no more games left in the season. You said you wanted to see one Brock Purdy without his weapons. You got that. You had nothing to do with it, fast and in a hurry. Can you share with us what you've seen from him without the weapons, or has your opinion of Brock changed, or you never said he was ready for Canton like I was when I said he deserved a blank check?
I mean, it's clear to me that he's going to be overpaid.
Wow, man.
He's going to be like, let me get the list out.
No, it's real, but...
I mean, look, he's going to be Prescott. He's going to be Trevor Lawrence. He's going to be Tua. I mean,
what if he delivers a Super Bowl,
well,
then he's not that?
But the point is we all know that he's not a top 5 quarterback. Like, let's quit kidding ourselves.
See, but I hate that. Why would I pay something?
Because Mahomes is 12th right now on the list. That's why. Because as long as Prescott, and you know what? If Purdy gets 58, then the next guy's getting 65.
Right.
And so, like, you can look at it any way you want, and I can just look at it and say, I mean, Geno Smith's getting 25, so he's got to get more than that. Baker Mayfield's getting 33. Well, he's got to get more than that. Well, who else is up there? Cousins, 45. Well, he probably should get more than Cousins. Lamar Jackson, 52. Well, he shouldn't get more than that. Okay, but then why is Trevor Lawrence making more than that?
Because his upside is what they were married to, and they were hoping he still does evolve into that quarterback. But as far as DNA and a lab study, which I get off on in regard to how these quarterbacks are built, I don't think Brock Purdy will ever win any of that. Nobody's asking him to, but now on the field, we're starting to see a little air under the ball. We're seeing a team that, okay, they don't like to throw it deep, and I'm starting to just ask myself, is that really because you don't have the guys as far as the receivers, or when he throws it past 25 yards, the accuracy goes out the window? And it's no shade at Brock, but Steiny, I can't just pay somebody just because they're there. I got to pay somebody that I know can make all the throws.
Well, then don't pay him. Pay him.
And I know I'm saying that.
I'd offer him 3 years and $140 million or $150. Say take it or leave it. I think I would. I'm not giving him 5 years or whatever. I'm not giving him 60 plus.
Do you think he's already earned that? Not this season. Taking him to the Super Bowl and taking him to the NFC. That's why I'll give him
40, 45. Right. And again, like, the one thing is, the guy's been making $1 million a year. I'm not saying he's going to take a haircut, but I mean, he's going to go from 1 to 40 or 1 to 60.
No, he's a winner already.
But no, I'm not. Okay. I'm not resetting the market with Brock Purdy. No chance.
And I just want to pull my hair out, because you could put all the sports on the board. There's no better relationship than a city and its quarterback. Exhibit A is here in San Francisco with Montana, who set the bar so high God couldn't touch it. Steve Young. But Steiny, you had a little bit of Cap. You had a little bit of Alex Smith, but you've really never gotten there. And the reason I brought up Josh Allen is I know there's only one, but you want to feel good about your quarterback. And I'm just starting to see, when I watch the Niners, I know there's going to be some limitations in regard to some of the throws, and I don't like it.
Well, watch the last 3 games, because you might change your mind. Because if he has 3 great games, then he'll have a blank check again.
No. You got the goal, my brother.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. Pick Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton in San Francisco. See, I got this photogenic memory. It's photographic. I did that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we just had Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, joining us, and we're talking about the 49ers and what you do with Purdy, and I'm kind of with him. He's not going to offer him 60 plus, but
50's the new 60.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I do got to believe that I'm not giving him over 60 million. And 50 would be about as high as I would go.
He's had him in the Super Bowl. He's had him in the NFC Championship game. Now, I know Brock, somebody had brought up the point, well, did the team take him there because everything was rosy around him? But I can't just go from give him a blank check to I'm done. But, Steiny, if I could utilize that, hey, you come back and play for $1 million because of what's happened to us and where we're at, we just can't give you 50 right now not knowing. But maybe they already know, and it's just the O-line having a bad year collectively that's impacted him, not having our guy McCaffrey for 8 games. Maybe it's that simple, but, man, what I said before the break, I mean it, Steiny. Do you think fans are in love with Brock Purdy? I feel like the relationship is mirroring what it was with Jimmy. It was all good, and now the honeymoon stage is over. And Brock does deserve some of that in regard to his play not being what it was the last 2 years, but I do question the arm strength, and I know Philmo Mike and I went at it about it's more than that at the quarterback position. That I do know. But, Steiny, I'm just wondering how much of Kyle's reluctancy to not throw the ball downfield is hampering everybody, even his weapons, because now everything's congested and they're trying to take away the middle of the field. I don't think it's too far-fetched. So that's a Kyle problem. And maybe I'm holding Brock and Debo too responsible for it.
Let's get into what we're talking about. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, was talking about the San Francisco 49ers and what Brock Purdy's market will be. And this is the one that caught all our attention, and I want to talk about it with 49er fans. Take a listen.
Next year is a contract year. If a deal is going to get done, I would anticipate it is at the top of the quarterback market for all the reasons that I just said. Right now, that Stacks number, that is $60 million per year. Are the 49ers willing to go to that? Or are they going to be in a situation where you could have a standoff with your starting quarterback into the offseason here? I mean, there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here. There's no reason really for Brock Purdy to take a sub-market deal at this stage. The worst case would be, he could always play it out. Lamar Jackson did that once upon a time. You gain even more leverage by doing that. Brock also hasn't made as much money as Lamar by virtue of being a 7th-round draft pick. But I don't think this is a, hey, we're going to make you the 10th highest paid quarterback, and Brock Purdy just saying, hey, where do I sign?
All right, so that's Tom Pelissero. And just real quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10th highest paid quarterback is right now average salary per year is Kyler Murray, 46. So what Pelissero's saying is, you're not just going to make him a top 10. So what Pelissero's saying is you're going to have to pay him 55, 60 or north of that, and I'm not sure that I can do that.
I'm with you. And tell me if I'm wrong. He's also saying our boy Brock Purdy, your boy, is not taking a hometown discount. Well, I don't know where that came from.
Well, the other thing is, and here's one thing where, the 49ers, okay, he wants 60. We'll give him 4 for 180. 40, 45, 45. Well, what's he going to turn that down?
I don't believe so.
With like $100 million guarantee, a guy that's made $1 million in each of the first 3 years.
Because he's already a winner, whatever the number's at. But you just wonder.
Let's go to Uncle Trucker in Chico. What's going on, Uncle Trucker? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I love Brock Purdy. I think he's the best quarterback we've had since Colin Kaepernick.
All right.
I believe this is already a done deal, and I think they're going to give him 3 for 180. And Steiny, you brought it up. I don't think they're going to mess around. I think they're going to get it done right away, so he's there day one for OTAs and camp and everything because of the debacle that happened the last couple years. And I'll explain why I think he's going to get that. 5 years ago, they gave Jimmy G a 3-year, $130 million contract. 5 years ago, the market has exploded since then.
Right.
Number two, Kyle Shanahan drafted Brock Purdy. He's groomed him. He runs the offense the way Kyle wants it run. So I don't think they're looking at any other quarterbacks. I think he's their guy, and they're going to pay him and move forward. And Goo, you just touched on it. I think more than losing all of his skill players this year, the offensive line has been horrible. So I believe they're going to address that because they're going to be probably in the middle of the pack for draft picks, 14 to 16, somewhere in there. I think they're going to use their first-round pick this year on an O-lineman. I hope they do. That's what they should do, in my opinion.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Uncle Trucker. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, Kyle did draft him, and it could be that simple, Steiny. They knock it out right away, and there's nothing to see here. But you are right, unless now we're talking about the guy that could possibly replace what Baldy was talking about. I mean, he might be so coveted by his current team now, he's not even available. You know what I mean? So what are we really talking about? Two of the 3 years you went to the NFC Championship game, and then this year you didn't qualify, and it was injuries. Like you said earlier, let's run it back.
Well, this is the point. This is the situation they're in. I don't believe there's a situation where there's nothing to see here for the San Francisco 49ers.
As far as
no matter what they do, there is going to be something to see here. If they make Brock Purdy a $60+ million quarterback on June 1st or June 3rd, that to me is not nothing to see here. I mean, I know how you mean it. Like, okay, they're moving forward with him, but you pay Brock Purdy that kind of money, the clock starts ticking, and now we got to look at the roster, and we got to look at what players we can't hold on to.
But isn't that natural?
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Now, if you want to make Brock Purdy the highest paid quarterback just because he's coming up right now, then do it. I don't like that. I wouldn't. I don't like that. Well, to think that Brock Purdy will be making $62 million a year next year as the highest paid quarterback, and we're still looking at him like $1 million quarterback. That ain't happening. I mean, the standards are going to change, and they're going to change in a monster way. And if let's say hypothetically they make him the highest paid quarterback, and then let's say they get banged up next year, and he has a year exactly like this. Oh my God, there's going to be hell to pay.
Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do with Brock Purdy this offseason? You get him signed right away? You tell him to play on that $1 million? Do you try to sign him for under what the highest paid quarterback would be? They got a big decision to make, no doubt about it. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway. 888-957-9570 is the number. And
not to interrupt you, you weren't saying within those walls it would be a problem if they gave Purdy that big bread.
Maybe. I don't know.
Wow.
I'm not saying it won't be. I'm not saying it's a problem, but yes, there's going to be, it's the dynamic. It doesn't mean it's good or bad, but if Brock Purdy walks into that locker room on June 5th and he's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, yes, that matters. I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent, but then everybody looks at him differently. I would believe his teammates too. Yes, he's got more responsibility, I would think. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals for members.
Was that a horse?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What would you rather have? A player making too much money who's declining, or a player who hasn't proven a lot but is making a lot of money?
Well, the latter.
Okay. Well, that's Purdy. That's Purdy. 49ers got to figure out what to do with Brock Purdy. And remember, it was Jed York who said he's going to reset the market.
Well, the market is the market. Numbers are numbers are numbers, but you know what I mean? So
this is a great.
Can't be mad at him for that. Like he's up.
You're right. He is up,
and he's got a couple hits and homers on the wall.
So
no,
stop arguing for him if you're not paying him 60.
No, I'm
then.
just arguing about, is he the guy that's going to get you hoist up the next Lombardi trophy? That's what I'm like. It's hard to have that physical conversation when it's just about football than the Benjamins. But I've just seen some things to where I don't know how good he is, Steiny. I know he's good, but I'm talking about get you to the promised land.
Let's go to Javier in Vacaville.
Oh, man.
Get us started, Javi. What's going on, man?
How you doing? I'm Mr. Simonson, Mr. Johnson. So,
hey.
I hate to break it to you, Brock Purdy. You know, I love you like every Niner fan has. And it's not a matter of what you deserve. It's a matter of business. And if you want to say, I'm going to reset the market, all right, well, then, hey, what team's going to go pay you that money? Go find your suitor. Like, same thing with IU. The teams that he wanted to have him pay, he didn't want to play for. You can go play for the Jets, the Giants, the Raiders, because I'm going to call your bluff. Yo, if the team isn't everything all good, the end-all, be-all, he's not doing it. And it's not like he's not a good quarterback, but you see what a $6 million quarterback year looked like when we went up to Buffalo. Period. And it ain't about, well, Purdy did. I would do exactly, if Brian Baldinger saying it with a neutral lens, saying, I was living right now for Sam Darnold, I'll pay Sam Darnold half of what
No,
Purdy
you won't.
wants.
No, you
He
won't.
throw the ball more verticals.
No, you won't.
What?
Darnold's going to.
Darnold's going to cost.
You think Sam Darnold's not going to get paid after this season?
I said half. He's not going to take. He wouldn't take 3 for 120.
I'll bet you
Are you
Sam
serious?
Darnold makes more than half of what Brock Purdy makes next year.
Either way, my argument is still prevalent. It's still less. You're going to lose Hufanga. You're going to lose your defensive line depth. You're not going to be able to keep Debo. You're going to lose Jordan Mason. You don't even have the D-line depth you're trying to replenish. You're not going to be able to pay any offensive linemen. Who's going to pay Dre Greenlaw? You're going to pay all that money to Brock Purdy. You just say, you know, the perfect example of it all is, look at Joe Burrow. They paid him all that money. And they are ass.
So you're
all that money.
Listen, let me just get
on
it.
defense.
So you're advocating for Sam Darnold.
If I could get him for 3/4 of the price of Brock Purdy, you don't got to tell me twice.
For how many years?
I'm doing 3 for 100, or 3 for 120, 3 for 115, 3 for 110 with the opt out after 2. But a team option for the player. But again, you guys keep saying, well, you know, they didn't have all these weapons and they didn't have all this and that. So what happens if it happens again and you pay them all that money when your roster's already even more depleted because you can't pay the guys on your roster?
Yeah. No, appreciate it, Javi. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. And you know what's funny is, you know, Javi's saying I'd offer Sam Darnold 3 for 120. And I get it. We got to factor in the guarantee and how long it's spread. But just for the sake of ease, let's just go for average annual salary. I mean, if you offer Brock Purdy 3 for 120 right now, is he really going to turn it down? Is he really going to turn it down and say, no, I'm going to play for $1 million so that in a year I can make 65 to 70 million?
No, or he would hold out. I don't think he would. That 40 would suffice. I think if he's got any representation worth of salt, Snotty, they know what time it is. And I just had your guys. I was a quarterback that had you in the Super Bowl. Pay me. So.
Well, that's not going to be the case when he negotiates. He's not going to be the quarterback
I do
that
wonder.
had him in the
That's
Super Bowl this past year.
That's reality. You are right there, and I wonder how much do you still – I'm asking you, and, you know, Javier has me thinking you got 2 lines that you need to build in regard to the defensive line, okay? You got a receiver you're paying $30 million who will not be out there week 1. What do you do with your agent receiver or whatever you want to adjective you want to use to describe Debo, they got so much to do and get done. Is Ward coming back or is he gone? Like, Steiny, there's a litany of items that they got to find out what's going on. So I say all that to say, in a crazy world, does that make the Purdy thing almost easier for him to where, hey, Brock, here's 55. Let's just, and then they go attack what they got to attack, because right now the reality is, Donnie, if it's not Brock, then who?
Well,
that's the Niner reality right now. Doug, who thinks it's 11 o'clock? But you know what I mean? Like, what are the chances of them really saying we're going to go try to find something else? The Niners.
I mean, if he wants too much money, or if you don't think he's the guy.
No,
I mean, who knows? We don't know what
no, that's real.
What Kyle Shanahan really thinks of him. Let's go to West Oakland Holloway. What's going on, West Oakland? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm gonna get to it because I got a lot to say. Unfortunately, and it pains me to say this, man, that they might be stuck with him. They may be stuck with him. They may have to pay him. But the one thing I want to see, this is what I want to see. I want to see him play hardball, because I would love to see what type of scrutiny Brock Purdy will receive if he held out of camp. I'm just saying, keep that energy like y'all gave BA and everybody else. That's what I pray that I see. The other thing is this. The 49ers window has closed with this team. What they need to do, while they're still competitive, is go the route the Buffalo Bills did. You could get something. Isaac Guerrero, I want to see what you do in these next 3 games. Because one thing we know about a Shanahan offense is friendly for running backs. So if Guerrero can prove that he's a starting running back, McCaffrey's on the trading block, Debo's on the trading block, my left tackle, Trent, is on the trading block, because you need to get as many draft picks right now while you're still competitive. Not saying you're going to win a Super Bowl, but you're still competitive. Get as many draft picks as you can to get depth and bring people in and open a new window. Do I think Brock can take them? No, I don't. I really don't. But you can still be competitive if you can hit in the draft and get some guys that you could put on a field as playmakers, because they need playmakers, because they have none. So we'll see, what they do in the off season, but we'll see. And one more thing real quick, Steiny.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever, maybe you guys done this before, I don't know, but have you guys ever did like to where you have callers that call in, to come on the show and sit in with you guys for a segment, man, and get a sports opinion? Have you guys ever thought about doing something like that?
Wow. Yeah, no, we have.
Who did we have?
Absolutely.
Who did we have?
We've thought about it.
Oh, we thought, right.
No, we've thought about it, West Oakland. Thanks. Appreciate the call.
That's never happened,
we've thought about it.
We should look into that. The morning guys got the doobies, then pull up on Goo and Steiny. Now, I got to say something about what West Oakland Holloway said. This is not aimed at anybody. Just let me get it out of my mouth. How the hell do you have no playmakers when Debo's getting 28.5? You just paid your young stud 30, and you drafted in the first round Ricky Pearsall. How the hell do you not have, if West Oakland Holloway's right, I don't believe he is, how do you not have playmakers?
Well, it would mean you made a mistake drafting.
Or your system needs an oil change.
Well, there's no such thing as an oil change.
A tune-up.
No, that's kind of my point with this team right now. There's no oil change. You've got, you got to live with whatever McCaffrey is next year.
Okay, gotcha. But you've got to do something no different.
You've got to, like what?
Like we're running the 2-3. We'll go man. Something like that, to where he's trying to. Think about it. Jerry Rice said it. He was just saying why the offense is stale and stagnant. If you're going to run it back, and it looks like you are, just your mindset of how you attack, you can control.
So you're going to ask, what does McCaffrey do best? What are you going to do? Ask McCaffrey to not.
Yeah, no, that's that.
My point is here's where they're boxed in. They're at the mercy now of McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, and Debo Samuel. And you know who else I'm adding to that? Nick Bosa.
Well,
they're at the mercy of those guys.
Like a Marvin Gaye song.
Make a boatload of money who have been supremely disappointed.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa's got 7 sacks. Nick Bosa has 7 sacks.
And he's injured, man.
So, in other words, like,
I hear you.
This team may be so.
Do you think the window's
finished.
shut?
Yes,
I do.
I actually do.
I do.
So then, are you really going to play? Are you really going to pay Purdy $65 million?
And to oversee what? A soft rebuild? Or is this going to, if you're there, and like, it's funny. We just talked to a guy on the other side of the country, and he said he's going all in for next year's Niners.
That's all you can do. Somebody else give me an option other than running back this same team that looked stale and old. I shouldn't say that. At least running it back with all your name players who didn't come through this year, but they're going to get another crack at it next year. How come? Because we have to. That's really what it comes down to. Let's go to Manny in Fremont. What's up, Manny? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. I just want to say I ran into your partner in the U a few days ago.
Oh, Manny. Coming out the barbershop.
I thought he was harassing them high school kids for a second, but then I recognized the voice. I thought he was a grown man just picking on high school kids. Then I recognized the voice.
What's up, baby?
What's up, Goo? How you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Real quick. I'm going to be fast about this. Brock Purdy's a Super Bowl quarterback, right?
Super Bowl playing quarterback.
He's been there.
So was Jake Delhomme, and so was Rex Grossman, right? So I'm not going to give too much credit towards the fact that you were a Super Bowl quarterback. Now you got to get paid. Just like the Janet Jackson says in the song, "What have you done for me lately?" So coming off the heels of the Super Bowl and coming into the season and showing me this kind of performance, I'm glad he still has some time left on his contract.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate the call, man.
Manny would play hardball.
You got a lot going on out there back there.
So, Scotty, you think there's no way in hell that scenario's happening to where if the Niners sit down and find out this dude's really trying to reset the market, that they play the hardest of all hardball and say, you know what, then go out there on your last year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, I think...
in a perfect world, I know it doesn't work that way and it looks bad or it would look bad, but I guess that's just how I can deal with me trying to decipher is Brock Purdy the 2 years ago Brock, what he's done and where I was high on him, or am I just letting what I've been seeing, not just results, limited physically? I don't know, man, but I just think there's something there.
I will say it again. And I don't know where this factors in to how much you pay him. But we say, what is Brock Purdy? Is he this? Is he that? Do we need to see more from him? And all I'm telling you right now is I feel like when it comes to Brock Purdy as a quarterback, I know more, or I believe I know more about who he is as a quarterback right now than I know who Trent Williams is as a left tackle. I know more about who Brock Purdy is as a quarterback right now than what Christian McCaffrey's going to be from this point on. I know more about who Purdy is than Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. So what I'm getting at is none of those other 4 guys are going anywhere. So you're not at the mercy of Purdy. You're at the mercy of those guys because all of those guys were wanting this year. And whether you pay Purdy 60 or not, their success is going to be dependent on those guys. And I'm not sure those guys have it in them anymore. That's what I believe.
But I'm not mad at you, and I understand what you're saying. But, Stoddy, that goes to saying with anybody that's ever hurt, how are they? And they got a list of them.
But these guys are older. Like George Kittle has had a great year.
Yeah.
Like I would just expect a little regression from him next year because he's getting up there a little bit.
Okay, so what do you do with what you know about Brock in regard to those other guys? Okay, now let me ask you
that's my point. You're beholden to these old guys now. So you're not bringing a new quarterback in here. I mean, the only guy who would make sense would be Darnold, but they're not going to be able to get Darnold. And even if, like, they can't, the quarterback of the 49ers next year is somebody that the team thinks, I don't know. That's why I don't think it matters next year who the quarterback is in a crazy kind of way.
It has to, though.
Well, no, because I don't think the skill positions are good enough anymore.
Oh, man.
I really don't.
We disagree on that, but that's why I'm like, I'm coming down Kyle Shanahan, the coordinators road, because it can't be everybody outside of Kittle and Jawan Jennings, looking like themselves. There has to be something going on with their plan of attack, even the plays that they're calling. Now, if Debo catches a ball in the rain, they might win that game last Thursday in the season.
He'll catch it next year.
So is that on Kyle?
He'll catch it next year.
Well,
I mean,
but you have no choice
that's
almost.
my point. That's my point. You can't make changes with this team, at least not at the top. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing? JoJo in San Jose, what do you got?
Yeah, so first of all, Brock Purdy is an overachiever only at $1 million. The moment he starts making $60 million, he needs to do what Josh Allen is doing because he's not going to have very much of a roster around him, right? Wow. And he's not Josh Allen, we know that. So if he's playing like Baker Mayfield or if he's playing like Sam Darnold, he deserves to be paid like wow. And that is a three-year, $100 million kind of deal. Regardless of how smart, the Niners structure his contract, to me it's about principle. We can't pay him anywhere close to $60 million because he's not that kind of player. That will send all kinds of wrong signals to the team members. This is a team, this is a franchise that played hardball with Hall of Famers like Nick Bosa, Debo Samuel.
Appreciate the call, Joe. No, I listen, and that's the other
what is it?
Issue one of the one of the myriad issues is however they handle Purdy, it will be compared with how they handled Trent. With how they handled fans. Oh. It should be a factor to the fans because the way they handled it last year, everybody acknowledges didn't do them any favors going into the year.
And I'm asking you, Stotty, because unless we're not going to say there's a racial component, which I don't believe there is, then what are we doing with and I told you my thoughts. Because McCaffrey's the best out of those three.
You're missing my point. Okay. My point is this. If on June 2nd, Brock Purdy is in contract negotiations, one of two things is going to happen. He's either going to get into camp immediately, and they're going to pay him what he wants, or we're going to have a holdout situation.
Gotcha.
Or he's actually going to say, they're making me play on the on $1 million. And whatever happens, that can be compared to like if Brock Purdy holds out and he misses all the training camp, the 49ers are going to get ripped.
Yeah, and they should.
Well, that's my point. And
they have already.
Right. So how they handle the Purdy situation is going to be judged in a big, big way.
I thought you were saying from within players.
It might be.
But what game did that cost him this year? All you can do is go out and do your job.
It's not he's mad at him. He's mad at that guy. It's that the way the 49ers handled the offseason negatively affected their team. So the way they handle this upcoming season is going to negatively impact the team, not impact it at all, or impact it in a positive way.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. Donnie, to me, injuries is the number one thing that went wrong.
No, Brandon Ayuk was terrible the first 5 weeks of the year.
No doubt
that was because he held out, right? Nick Bosa a year ago said when he held out, he never really got back in.
But they went to the Super Bowl.
Right, but he wasn't. He wasn't.
I'm talking about they.
Okay, that's my point.
They went to the Super Bowl.
That's
when he
my
held
point,
out.
Goo. If Brock Purdy holds out and he's not the same player, the 49ers front office is going to get killed, and rightfully so, because we're going to be able to say, geez, you let Bosa. Okay. And I don't care that the team made the Super Bowl. Bosa underachieved. I didn't know you were going individually if he signs and then he doesn't live up to it. And that's why, Stoney, I'm nervous now because outside of Willard, who can walk in here and feel comfortable about paying Brock $50 to $60 million? And I'm being real. Maybe Cosell. I don't know who has seen enough to. And I'm asking because now I'm seeing more warts in a fast amount of time than I ever thought, and I just have questions. I don't want to pay a quarterback because of that's the market when I'm asking myself, well, he's not Josh Allen. Okay, who is? But he's not this or that. And from a physical standpoint, I forget who joined the show last week that said, how many times are you going to win the quarterback battle if Brock Purdy's your guy? And we've seen this year what's so funny is last 2 years, Brock Purdy had the tuxedo around him. His team was the NFL version of a tuxedo with Stacey Adams, clean. And this year, for whatever reasons, it went bad, and he had to bring something to the table, and that's why I'm Steiny. He wasn't awful. That's why everybody who in the first 2 years, when Brock Purdy was playing well, and anybody, every side. Brock Purdy came out and he lit the world on fire, and everyone said, "Oh, he's great." Yeah, and then the people on the other side said, "He's not that great. And they're like, both sides are wrong. He's neither. He's better than the one side thinks he is, and he's not as good as the other side thinks he is. He's not a top 5 quarterback, but he's pretty good. So you got to figure out what to pay him. But I'll tell you right now, the more I think about it, you're not leaving these old guys hanging with a quarterback that can't get it done.
That'll be answered, right? That'll be answered, though. When you break it down like that, there's no quorums about Brock's going to get a number, Steiny. It's just about how much, and then you're right. We are going to be waiting. I would not like jackals, but it'll be a natural. Okay, let's see. Was Purdy the guy? It's unavoidable, like you said.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do we, and again, I'll be honest with you. I know the question is, what are we going to do about Brock Purdy? And to me, there's a couple things you got to do. And one is, whatever you do, he can't be a holdout. Whatever happens, Brock Purdy cannot hold out and then come to camp late like the other guys who did that and had miserable years. That's one thing you can't do. So if you're going to pay him, figure it out in June and then pay him and then do what you have to do, which is the only thing you can do.
Run it back.
Which is run it back with your old team, your older veteran team, and you're giving them one more crack at it.
Yeah.
The problem is now if you're not good enough next year, and that's what you realize, what you also may realize is Purdy isn't the guy either.
But
and
that
then
ship
what do you
has
do?
sailed, though. And what can you do? It's all how you construct a contract.
I think, right. I don't think there are any good decisions for the Niners. They're either going to overpay Brock Purdy out of necessity, or they're not going to have a quarterback in here as good as Brock Purdy.
But don't you think Dallas I'm just using them because Dak got his money, and he got it because it was predicated on we have no alternative. It was out of necessity.
Well, the 49ers may be bringing Brock Purdy back because of the team they have around him. And they have to bring him back because this is their last chance to win it. You thought last year was the last chance, but actually they're going to get one more crack at it. Now, I don't see it happening, but maybe everybody can be healthy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial.
bothering me? What's funny?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You are something else, man.
What?
I'm just so excited about tonight's Emirates Cup Championship in Vegas, OKC Houston. I say to my main man, who do you got? And you cuss me out. I was at the Circa. It didn't work, so you're not in on it.
It's stupid.
Dude. Kerr wanted to go to Vegas. How about that?
I'm sure they did. I'm sure everybody wants to go to Vegas.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
But
they want to go to Vegas because, really, no, he's right. One thing was on their mind, the cup. That's what's on their mind.
Oh.
The cup. The pike.
Yeah, I'm juiced.
Well, it's not surprising.
Right.
Let me see. Let me see if I'll tell you what. I'm going to start with Carlito in Alameda.
Okay.
And I'm putting the burden on him, Carlito in Alameda, to start off the segment with something provocative, like I have to do every day, 12 times a day.
And how many times do you do it?
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. All right, you got it. I'll take the challenge. I know I've been hard on Kyle and Brock, but they have to pay Brock. The bigger question here is, how is the team going to help Brock? I know, Steiny, you say, they have to run it back, but they can't run it back. There has to be change. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
There has to be changes in the team. There has to be changes. This team is not good enough for Brock. They need to help him.
Carlito, listen to me. You ready? I'm going to ask you questions. We're going to go down this fast.
Okay.
What do you do with McCaffrey?
All right.
McCaffrey.
Bring him back, but he needs another guy
Trent
to help
Williams.
him.
Trent Williams.
They need to address the offensive line.
Let me do it for you. Trent Williams will be back. Ayuk will be back. Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Bosa, Warner. They're all going to be back. All their big boy players are going to be back.
That's not a bad thing, though, Steiny.
I think it is. Right. I really do. I think the ship has sailed.
But they're 1 year removed from that cast of characters going to the Super Bowl and 4 straight. That's coming to an end.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. But if we understand they don't have many moves they can make.
Exactly.
It goes to what I told you yesterday. You're looking at it glass half empty. I think we know more about the other players that are injured right now than Brock. And I'm just telling you, Trent Williams, if he decides to play, that lets me know he knows he slipped this year, and maybe it started with whatever was going on in the offseason. Ayuk, that's different. You can't control that. Hopefully he'll pull off a Greenlaw and he's back, but hopefully that's not when it's too late, because that's when Greenlaw came. Hopefully Greenlaw's better, Steiny. You sign him, and then you put him with the healthy Fred Warner. And if I'm wrong about my trepidation in regard to Brock Purdy, you hit a reset and you go back at it.
Here's the reality. If you really think that you're going to get McCaffrey to play like he did 2 years ago, and Trent Williams to play like he did 2 years ago, and Brandon Ayuk to play like he did 2 years ago, and Deebo Samuel to play like he did 2 years ago. If you think all those things are going to happen and Kittle is going to play, then there isn't a problem with Brock Purdy, because we've seen him quarterback that team. And they got to the Super Bowl.
And you're right.
But that's what I'm getting at.
I don't think that's highly.
Hell no.
Well, it's what the Warriors are doing.
Exactly. And it's what they tried to do 2 years in a row after they won the title. They chased the title 2 years in a row with older guys. And I don't think it worked. And I think football is even worse in that way as it pertains to guys falling off.
And I'll tell you what, Steiny, had this contract situation in regard to Brock Purdy transpired this offseason, it wouldn't have been 5 minutes before he would have got that $60 million or whatever number would have reset the market. And it's just interesting. I know guys like you didn't do it because you stayed, you were holding on, but guys like myself and women, there were a lot that were ready to give Brock 60. They didn't. But see what a difference a day makes. But they're kind of still in the same boat, because Steiny, he's put not just 1 year together, he put 2 years together where it looked like he could do no wrong.
And that's not a lot.
Okay, but it's more than whatever we're going to call this year because he hadn't missed many games. You
remember when Steve Kerr
tough gets going?
Remember when Steve Kerr talked about the year after Durant left and Clay was hurt? He said, this is the real NBA. We've been in dream world. So the 49ers, I think, in a way, have been in dream world the last few years with all their stars.
Right, and what naturally is Macbeth about it is they didn't win it all.
Exactly.
So this could just be what you're describing as a natural.
So why? Okay, then they'll just
not crumble, but a natural. You're coming back down to earth.
No kidding. They're older,
but and no hardware to capitalize on that era. If that wasn't the best opportunity to do it, it almost is sad. In
so
a
do you
sense.
think? Let's say they re-sign Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
For whatever, it doesn't matter. Do you think they have a better chance of winning it next year than they had at the beginning of this year?
No.
Exactly.
No, I don't.
Exactly. So think about that.
Now it's about.
Think about that.
No, but things
that's desperate. They're
things are different, Steiny.
I know they are.
Your talent is not.
So if you're telling me your odds are less to win the Super Bowl than they were last year, that sounds to me like you're getting worse. John in Berkeley.
Yeah. No, I was just saying. But what about at the quarterback position? You're marrying him. So, you're looking at your team taking inventory, and you're thinking about the future and the future seasons. You feel good about the most important position, which is quarterback, that you taken care of.
I don't know. I don't know if you're feeling good about it or not.
He shouldn't get pay. You shouldn't pay any quarterback if you don't feel good about that.
Well, especially just for the sake of argument, you have to pay him because you ain't you think you're only you think Super Bowl or bust. This year was a phrase. It's even more so. It's going to be more so next year because these guys are older.
It could
That's
die.
right. That's right. And some people believe that it's dead now, and others don't. Let's go to John in Berkeley. What's going on, John? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Love the show. The Super Bowl or bust thing to me has always been funny. I never subscribed to it. I've been actually quite grateful for the Niners and the run that they've had. I do agree with you that, their odds of making it next year are a lot less. I'm very optimistic though. I agree with Goo in the sense that, we had probably the most amount of injuries of any team, especially at the best positions. And on top of that, if you take into account that, they're going to come back. They're not going to be as good. But even if we get them back at 70% of what they were 2 years ago, but they're all healthy, I actually think that we're going to be a formidable team. I don't look at the NFC West of having any, runaway teams in that division. I think we'll have a puncher's chance. I do think that we need to get rid of Sorensen, to be honest with you. I think he's just not a good coach. And we need to clean up special teams. And last and not least, we need to focus on drafting in the lines. Both D-line and O-line. We need to go there first and foremost. Because to me, that has been the biggest problem is, there are games where we just can't run the ball the way that we're used to running it. And McKivitz is not the answer. I know that, again, a lot of people are hurt there. And I do think the one player that we're paying a lot of that is actually going to hurt us because, he's getting older. I think Williams is just not going to be the same guy he was 2 years ago. So I really think that we have to draft on the offensive line and emphasize that. And I think defensive line, we need, Floyd's been okay, but we're just not getting the pressure that we're accommodated to.
Appreciate the call, John. Good stuff. And I agree with the 925. Can somebody tell that guy 49ers injuries are basically on par with the rest of the NFL? Well, no, they're not.
Wow.
The Lions have more.
They've accumulated more during the season, but the Niners have. I'm not selling you on the Niners aren't taking a step back. This defense is not what it was. And what's scary is how do you get it back there? Okay, what's scary is now your defensive line is insufficient. You're paying Bosa, the Barbarian, all the bread, and now Steiny, it's no shade at him. You need more from him, and he needs help. You told us.
You know what Bosa said? You know what he said?
Well,
Bosa said right now, defensively, we're hitting our stride. He says, we're going to get criticism next year when the team looks the same. Meaning, he knows there's not big changes on the horizon.
And what stride are you hitting when the
game against the Rams
to go are gone?
The game against the Rams with Dre Greenlaw is what he's obviously alluding to.
All right.
So, I
love me some Dre. He made a difference that half and early third before he left. So
415 on the Comcast Business text line. Why do they have to pay Purdy now? Play next year out. You can still franchise him too. If he holds out, he's not our guy. All right, let's take that out to its logical end. June 2nd, they tell Purdy, you got to play for $1 million. And he says, I'm not showing up to camp.
Because that is.
What does that do to your Super Bowl aspirations, which are going to be a long shot anyway? Okay, hold out. We'll go with Brandon Allen. Or somebody you got in here.
No, you don't want that.
Okay.
He's not good enough not to be at camp. You just don't want that.
Exactly. So
you do what you can to avoid that.
So I dare you to tell him, and this is the other thing, I dare you to tell Brock Purdy, no, you got to play on the million when you were not courageous enough to do it with Brandon Ayuk.
Donnie, whatever he gets, they got to have an out clause, man. They got to have some way to where if this regression, if you just let me use that for this season for Brock on an individual basis continues, they could abort mission and get out. Dak Prescott years ago, I keep going to him, but he wasn't making $1 million. He played on the last year and his foot was facing the wrong direction, but they still paid him. So to answer that caller's point, Donnie, teams don't want to look that cutthroat to their own because that's what, what if Ayuk wouldn't have got paid? You think the Niners wouldn't, and you could say, who cares? The Niners ain't tripping, but you think the Niners wouldn't be looking bad or cheap?
I mean, honestly.
Or would they be behind closed doors like, thank God, not that we're happy he's hurt?
Yes, they would. If you're asking.
Wow, man.
If you're asking me, would John Lynch rather have Brandon Ayuk as an unmitigated free agent right now, coming off a devastating injury, as opposed to coming off a devastating injury and we still owe him what we owe him?
Yeah.
What do you think? Wendy in Minnesota.
Hey,
Wendy, how you doing?
Guys, okay, so I agree with that last caller. First of all, I think this whole team and management, upper management and Kyle, they've all been complacent. They're hanging on. Every year we're favored to get to the Super Bowl. They will sign Brock Purdy because they can't have any more drama like they had last year. He deserves to get more than $1 million. Does he deserve 60? I'd probably give him 45. I think that'd be fair. The two players I would definitely keep, I would definitely sign, would be Greenlaw and Mason, because there's no way Trent's going to make it through the year. He's too old. He's past his prime. Debo is washed. We need to get rid of Juszczyk, Hargrave. I mean, there's a list of players that need to go. And this idea that they're going to come back, and even Bosa hasn't been good. Ayuk's going to miss probably most of next year, if not the whole year, and he was terrible before he even got injured. So why don't, instead of just hanging on to these players that are past their prime that they've given contracts to, because they love to play hardball, but they're known for playing hardball. What do they do? They give in every damn time. And maybe had they gotten rid of Ayuk and not signed Trent, they might have some money to fix the offensive line and get some younger players, because until they get younger players, the same thing's going to happen next year. And I mean, I love CMC. I don't know, how he's going to be next year, but Kyle will do the same thing. He'll run him into the ground just like he did when he came back this year and he wasn't even 100% healthy. So they need to sign Brock because Kyle doesn't have the patience to develop quarterbacks every 2 or 3 years.
Thank you, Wendy.
And outside of Brock,
cosign.
Who is Kyle the genius? And again, I didn't say he could make quarterbacks, but we saw the debacle that was Trey Lance. I mean, I guess he's got to go for broke with Brock Purdy. I just got to say something, though, about what you said to me real quick, Stoney. Do you know what it was, how big of a blessing it was for Mason to take over in the 5-6 weeks? He had big shoes to fill. There's not another Christian McCaffrey. But my bigger point here is Kyle in his play calling. So you told me, you specifically, hey, kind of look to the side of Mason leading the league in rushing and broken tackles. My point is that was a dream that the backup for McCaffrey could handle the load. Yeah, he's different. And Kyle couldn't adjust to where he had a bull back there that was not only leading the league in rushing, but broken tackles, and you couldn't change up on the fly for that to remedy your problems in the red zone. See, now I'm going down another street. McCaffrey went down. They're okay. If you tell me next year that McCaffrey's not going to play Steiny or he plays 2 games, I'm confident in Garindo, a healthy Garindo and a healthy Mason. My point is, Kyle got that benefit and still couldn't turn what Mason brought to the table into points in the red zone. So was it really just, oh, we don't have McCaffrey, that's why we stink in the red zone? Or is it what I'm thinking it is on a bigger stage, Steiny, a Kyle problem?
Well, I mean, if it's a Kyle problem. In regard to
play calling.
I don't know.
So you believe Pearsall is this, I got to be careful.
He's a rookie. Like, quit. Like, we expect that.
There were 61 snaps where he didn't get a ball. He's
a rookie. And here's the other thing. Quit thinking rookies are going to be impactful if you really want to win a Super Bowl.
I'm not saying
one of the reasons they're 6-8 is because they started Pooney on the offensive line, is because Pearsall was one of their wide receivers. It's because they used Garindo a lot.
But I can't ignore when the quarterback overthrows a wide open Pearsall more than once in different games.
Pearsall's irrelevant. He's irrelevant. He's a rookie.
But we're talking about him like his production is scrubbish, like it's on him.
No, you're talking about him to me like, oh, he's a difference maker. No, it's like, let's figure out what he is.
No, he's a first-round draft pick that was forced into a situation to where, hey, if the quarterback or the coach identify what he can do and do well, we'll see him contribute.
Okay, if you want me to be honest, it's like they don't have Ayuk. Debo's been hurt. It's like
Debo's been hurt.
I mean, Debo's missed a couple games, hasn't been effective. It's like, to me, Pearsall hasn't had a good rookie year. Brandon Ayuk hasn't even played, and he hasn't stepped in and caught any more balls. Is that Purdy?
Yeah, and that's what.
Okay, no, it's not Purdy.
Yeah, I believe it's Kyle.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, then everything, we're just pissing into the wind talking about personnel. Like, if everybody were in their prime, then if Kyle's the problem, they're never going to win it. Let's go to Mac P from the Yoon.
Mac.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I love Brock. I think he's the guy, but he's shown enough doubt where I don't think it makes sense to offer him the big deal right now. What I would do is offer him 40 to 45. If he doesn't want it, you let him ride it out. And if he just kills it, I guess good for us. And, we could franchise tag him. And, people call that cutthroat, but I think, these players, they're professionals and they're just going to have to deal with it. Like they're not going to not play as hard. They're expected to play their best every week, and that's what they have to do in order to have a good career. So, they may be a little salty, but they're still going to have to do their job. And I think like previous bad deals, like Ayuk and like Dak Prescott and Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson, those don't mean that we also have to make those mistakes. So I think that that would be the smart play. Additionally, in terms of Brock's arm strength, it is definitely a limitation. Not only the throws deep down the field, but like if you're throwing like a 10-yard out from across like one hash to the other, that's actually like a 40-yard throw in terms of distance. So, like the great Guru said, these teams kind of know what his tendencies are and what his strengths are. And I think, it's like if you play basketball and you can't shoot that well, people are gonna let's say shooting is your strong point. They're gonna get up on you if you can't drive, and vice versa. So I think that's starting to happen with Brock. Doesn't mean he's not the guy, but there's definitely enough doubt where you gotta be very careful.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, that's well said.
I mean, like, do we really not know who Brock Purdy is? Like, let me just go the highest paid quarterback.
Go ahead.
Dak Prescott.
He'll never win it.
No, I'm talking about
We know what he is.
Okay, Purdy.
I would take Purdy over that.
Right, barely.
I mean that.
Barely.
No.
Whatever. Joe Burrow. He's never going to be Joe Burrow.
Never.
Jordan Love.
I would take Love.
Exactly. Trevor Lawrence.
Purdy.
Tua.
Purdy.
What I'm getting at is, do you really want to be, we know he's not going to be as good as Lamar Jackson. He's never going to be Justin Herbert. Okay. And he's never going to be my other guy, Josh Allen. He's not going to be those guys.
But you're not asking him to be.
Well, you're right, but at least acknowledge you're not asking him to be that guy, but you're paying him more than a lot of those guys.
To be the best version.
To Mahomes and to Allen and to Burrow and to those guys.
To be fair, and to be fair, Steiny, he was a 3rd and 4 away. Brock Purdy of slaying the beast.
You think
that was
he can do that? So he's never going to be that was when he was making $1 million. So you're going to pay him $60, but you acknowledge he's never going to be even a Rodgers in his prime.
I just have how do you avoid that? I just have
then you do it.
Real.
Then you pay him like Dak Prescott. You pay him like Trevor Lawrence, Tua,
Jesus,
Jalen Hurts, Murray. I mean, here's the other thing. Tell me why Purdy would be. Whatever Kirk Cousins' best year was, tell me why Purdy would have a better best year than Cousins.
I thought it was because he had the tutelage under Kyle Shanahan and the scheme had opened, but that's rotted right before my eyes. So I say to that stat, I don't know if he can do that.
Exactly.
His arm is not. I'm just saying.
Now he runs better than Cousins. Well, he can probably scramble. He can.
But that's one component of Purdy's game next year. You don't want to see because he shouldn't have to utilize it because that's a byproduct of having to run for his life. But again, Steiny, on the quarterback sheet of what you can do and what you can't do, he can't hold the candle to Kirk Cousins on his best day.
Well,
I don't know about that.
Statistically, Brock Purdy's season last year is better than any season that Kirk Cousins has ever had.
Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I mean, I mean the numbers are the numbers, but what I'm saying is over the course of a season, is Brock Purdy smarter than Kirk Cousins?
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt right now.
I would say
he has not choked in lemon booty moments like Kirk Cousins had.
I would say they're both pretty cerebral. Myself, I would say Purdy's more mobile and was more mobile than Cousins, even when Cousins was in his prime.
But I can make the
Cousins
argument.
Can throw the ball downfield better.
Yeah, I was just saying there's no demerits on Purdy choking in big time situations.
Well, you call it choking, and I don't call it choking.
Look, I mean, Kirk Cousins has never had an MVP vote in his career.
All right.
Purdy has.
Right. But, okay, but has he ever quarterbacked a team like the Niners last year, Kirk Cousins?
I mean, he's the quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings.
Exactly. So the Vikings, we were talking about the Vikings weaponry like we talk about the 49ers weaponry. I don't think we do.
And Evan, are you giving them, not that you meant it this way,
I mean, that's how people are talking about Darnold right now.
Yeah. But are you giving Purdy $60 million because he got an MVP vote?
No, but you have to take it into account. Are you judging Purdy off of this year, or are you judging him off of what he's done his entire career?
I think it would be fair to do the entire career. But if the team is different and it's not going to be what it was 2 years ago, Stoney.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, gift scratchers from the California
can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's what I meant, Evan. I don't want to get into, is Purdy better than Cousins? What I want to get into is, I think we know what kind of quarterback Brock Purdy is. And here's what I mean. I don't think he's ever going to be one of these 7 guys. Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Stafford, Rodgers, Burrow. Aaron Rodgers obviously in his prime.
I have no problem with that.
All right. So to me, that means he's going to be like a Prescott, Love, Lawrence, Tua, Hurts, Cousins, Mayfield. Guys like that who we have to find out if they're good enough to win a Super Bowl.
And as bad as I'm talking about Dak, he comes back. His career's not over. He could finally do the Andy Reid, the coaching version, and get one like Elway at the end. But you are right. And the bottom line is Kyle has a persona to where, and I get it, Steiny, he's the smartest guy in the room. His offense has worked. All that I'm saying is if we just throw this season out and we hit reset, I think a lot of people will feel like Ross Tucker, to where the Niners get that health, Trent will be the best version of him, and there'll be a problem. But if they're not, then it's like the Warriors, and this thing is over from when you were Billy Badass standpoint. It's over.
Well, the only thing I would say about that is I felt like the Warriors had an opportunity to not re-sign Draymond Green. They could have done that right there and pivoted.
Wow.
What I'm saying about the Niners is I don't think they can pivot right now.
It's different. There's no doubt.
Like, I don't think they can because they don't have any monster guy they can come off of or guys. Ryan in Irvine.
Well, you could come off Debo.
But, like, I don't think he's not that important he's not Draymond Green.
But he ain't, you're not paying a minimum wage is what I'm saying. Like,
well, what is Debo's going to, they can't just cut him for nothing. They're going to have to eat something, I'm sure.
No, I was thinking about trade or something, but I don't know how.
But that's the other thing.
Attractive Debo is.
He ain't going any. You want to trade Debo before you know what's going on with Ayuk?
No.
Like that was just some bad luck.
But
for
you got Jennings, who has been your number one.
Is he under contract next year?
Yeah, but I believe so. He just resigned.
Well, he should hold out because he had a great year.
But man.
Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. My bad, Ryan. What's up?
Hey, no worries. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hey, I wanted to go back to what Goo just started talking about this before the break. Started talking about Kyle Shanahan, his inability to adapt with his personnel.
Eh?
And then also, you mentioned Ricky Pearsall. So this is what I want to get at. This will never happen. But if I were the 49ers, if I was Jed York, I would say, Kyle, we're prepared to give Purdy a market-setting contract, but he's your guy. He's your guy. He has your name. It might as well say Shanahan on the back of his jersey. And then secondly, you are not allowed to be involved in personnel and our draft anymore. You've proven too many times that you get involved in the first couple rounds too much. You whiff. You've messed up so many of those opportunities in the early round drafts. And then on top of that, you don't even have conviction in your decisions. And here's my reasoning behind that. The 49ers organization was prepared to trade both Debo and Ayuk. They had deals in place. And what did Kyle do at the last minute? After not going through practice and training camp, at the last minute, he goes in there and pounds his fist on the table and says, I want my guys. And he gets his deals. He gets his guys. So no more. You don't get the Belichick treatment anymore. You don't get to pick everyone. You don't get to have GM control, personnel control. This is your guy. You're going to stick by him, and that's it.
Appreciate the call, Ryan. What if Kyle says, well, no, then he's not my guy for $60 million. I don't want to pay him $60 million.
Then you got that would be the backup plan. But no,
what would the backup plan be?
It would be plan B, but that I don't know. And that's why I don't think it's going to happen. And Evan said something he said it on the air. Steiny, what are we? I don't believe I'm being fair when you look at the totality of Brock Purdy's career, that he's gone to a Super Bowl. Half the dudes on that list that you read getting the chicken have not even sniffed it, and an NFC championship game. And then the team comes up with just a stinker, and you listed all the reasons why. I think in a crazy world, Brock may have earned 50 of that 60 if he gets it with the season like he's turned into. But if I were a true detective like Woody Harrelson, Steiny, I'm really starting to smell the odor of Debo may not really be done. The offense inefficiency in the red zone falls solely on the creator, and that's Kyle. And I'm just starting to wonder how much of that stench is starting to make players in the offense look like they're not doing their job. Like, I think there's
I don't know. How did it work the last few years?
It was golden.
But I guess everybody's caught up. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. Jerry Rice.
Oh, boy.
This is on Brock Purdy.
Hide the kid.
He can improve if you keep building around him. You got to give him the weapons. And these weapons, they got to produce. Football is a team sport. If the Dallas Cowboys, if they gave Dak Prescott $60 million, Brock is going to ask for probably the same amount. Plus, Brock also has taken the San Francisco 49ers to the Super Bowl. Dak hasn't done that. So, it's just about the right time and being in the right position. But he can get better if you keep adding, to the puzzle where this guy doesn't feel the pressure of having to do it on his own on the football field, where you got other weapons out there that can make plays and also take some of that pressure off.
I mean, can you really escape that in today's NFL?
How many weapons do you need?
Exactly. And I thought he was a weapon. I thought, who's a weapon? Joe Burrow.
Exactly.
Josh Allen.
But
Matthew Stafford is this, but those are weapons.
Right, but he's not going to be that guy. We pretty much know that.
Or I'm looking at you, Steiny. Can I say last year he was that guy?
No, he wasn't. Come on, Goo.
But to Evan's point, he got an MVP vote. I'm just telling you the facts.
Okay, so you think Brock Purdy can be a Lamar, can be a Mahomes or a Josh Allen?
No, he'll never be. But they're not asking him to be.
Well, so they're gonna when they pay him 60.
Now that's different.
Well, that isn't different. That's my point.
But no, you're honing in on it. My point is, Steiny, he got on that. He was in the MVP conversation, predicated not trying to be Lamar, mastering Brock Purdy with what was around him, running his offense.
You're not going to be able to do that anymore. And that's what I mean. If you want to pay, don't pay him $60 million, take away his weapons, and think he's going to be Josh Allen or Burrow or Mahomes or Stafford. I don't think he can do that. So you got to figure out how much is too much. The other thing is, how many weapons do you need? He's had weapons, That's all we've talked about is how many weapons he has. Oh, McCaffrey goes out, and then Mason's the leading rusher in the league. This is Jerry Rice on injuries.
Guys, I don't like making excuses. Everybody talking about, there are so many injuries and stuff like that. I don't care about that. That doesn't mean anything to me. You still find a way to win. Everybody got, excuses out there. And this is the offensive line, so many players hurt and stuff like that. Man, forget that, man. You're a team. You find a way to win no matter what. And I'm tired of hearing all of that.
That's fine. You're tired of hearing all of it. But the problem is you got to factor it in.
But their depth has been tested.
That's right.
And they don't have. It's not as deep as it once was.
So my point is,
injuries do matter, though, Jerry.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, I don't want to hear about injuries. Well, you're going to hear about injuries all year.
Right.
Well, all off season when we talk about what we're paying Brock Purdy.
But he's from old school too, though. He means that.
He means what?
He don't want to hear about it. It is what it is. But the bottom line is, if it's to the wrong guy, it can throw your whole season off. We've seen it.
This is the one.
Kyle.
This is, you know what? Here's Jerry Rice with more comments.
And I think it's exactly what Steve Young said. He got to reinvent himself. It's like defense coordinators, they catch up to you. They know your scheme and stuff like that. And if you don't do certain things, they're going to take away the strength of your offense. So my thing is, we know that we don't throw the ball that much to the outside. You need to spread that offense out and let these route runners, these playmakers run routes. When you spread everything out, there's bigger lanes where the quarterback can actually deliver the football. And we also know that Brock Purdy is not like a 6'4" quarterback. With everything being condensed like that, he's not going to be able to see over that offensive line, like a guy that's 6'4" or much taller. So there got to be lanes where he can throw the football.
You're going to laugh, but there's something to having him in shotgun to where he'd be able to see, just have better vision, and we do see him in shotgun a lot. But, Stoney, that sounded to me, tell me if I'm wrong, in regard to Kyle, let Brock in this offense cook.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
No, that's funny. I mean, that's not who first of all, Jerry, what does it mean to reinvent yourself? Like, what is Kyle Shanahan reinventing himself? What would that, like, I don't.
Throw the ball outside some of the route trees, so outside of the hashes.
They don't have the personnel. What if I told you that?
Okay, I hear you, but I don't believe that.
Okay, if they have the personnel, why isn't Kyle doing it? Because he's just so stubborn?
Yeah.
I don't believe
and he's had success doing it Frank Sinatra, his way.
Like, I don't know what that means, and I don't necessarily, like, you can change play calling, but it's like if you don't have a burner, why would you throw a 60-yard pass? If you don't have a precision receiver, why would you have him making cuts over the middle? Like, maybe that's the problem. Is their personnel doesn't match whatever Kyle Shanahan's strength is. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You said coordinators catch up, and I know a lot of other teams are running Kyle's system, but they got different personnel. But, I mean, when this season does come to a climax, Donnie, in 3 weeks, I am really going to look at you and Evan and any listener that would sit down with me and have a chicken Caesar salad and say, what the hell, and I mean this, Donnie, what the hell has happened to Deebo Samuel? It all just can't be him. And Jerry is speaking to coordinators catch up. So, Stoney, I bring that up because I'm just saying, what if half of that is true? Then you got to evolve. And I'm not saying pull the plug on what you do and you've been so successful with, but if you're looking around and everybody's kind of taking a step back that you know has talent, then something's going on bigger than any one individual outside of Kyle calling it different or dialing it up different.
Yeah, I think the players have all lost something. And Kyle's plays aren't working as well as they used to. And the idea that then, like, I think he could drop the same plays next year and it'll be just the same because I think there's a fall off with the players. Maybe there, if you want to say that Kyle Shanahan, like, oh, he should drop a new offense because the team, like, if he's got a great offense, and they have been good enough offensively to win a Super Bowl, and now they're not good enough offensively to win a Super Bowl, my first thing would be, well, that's because the players aren't good enough anymore. They're older, they've been banged up, they've lost a step, and I, for one, don't think you can do much about that.
But you talk about their record since that, and I hate it, you talk about their record since the Christmas game against the Ravens, and it's not over 500, but I ask you then, so the players just start eroding then?
Yeah.
Yes. Did people, defensive coordinators, look at that game plan by McDonald, Seattle's new coach now, and take something from that?
It's not one or the other, I don't think. It's a million different things. But, yeah.
Brock was in the MVP discussion.
Right, and they were wiped out by the end of the year. They had a good year, and the last 6 weeks were not good. They went 3-3
and got to the bowl and had a lead.
But they didn't win. And this year has been nothing but a continuation of the last 6 weeks.
Which you think? Oh, go ahead. Ed.
No, just a hypothetical. If the Niners had won that Super Bowl, Brock Purdy played the exact same way that he did, and they followed up with this exact season, are we still having this conversation?
No, I'm not
about Brock.
Still blank check. That Super Bowl is going to give you, go ahead, Stoney, still a blank. Give him the 60. He got it done.
No, we would still be having this conversation.
You think?
You don't give a guy.
Now we're talking about a Super Bowl winning quarterback, though, Stoney.
Right.
On his best.
And then how did he do this past year? That's the point.
And that's what I'm asking you, I guess, now then to answer for me. Are you putting all this regression on Barack?
Dude, I'm putting all three. I'm putting every throw he's ever made in his entire career on there.
But the reason it has to be an answer is because you got to differentiate.
I'm telling you no.
All the others got their contract. Brock's is up.
I'm telling you no.
So how does, okay, got you.
Like if.
So how do you start that conversation?
Like and I get it. You got to win a Super Bowl ring, but the difference between Brock Purdy winning a ring last year and not winning a ring might have been Patrick Mahomes. So it's like now we're going into next year or this year and he has a terrible year. It's like I don't look at Brock as a Super Bowl loser. I look at Brock Purdy, went to the Super Bowl, didn't get it done, whatever.
Jimmy did that too, Stoney.
That's my point, is that when you do it, like Jimmy Garoppolo was this like everybody says, oh, he's a loser, he's a winner.
Come on,
well, the reality is there's that much difference.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo was a sliver away from winning a Super Bowl.
Changed his whole
wouldn't
career.
have been a better quarterback today,
but he
just would have won a Super Bowl.
Opportunities to fade in the oblivion.
And I'm just telling you that if Brock Purdy won a Super Bowl last year and had this kind of year this year, I think they'd be reluctant to make him the highest paid quarterback in football.
I totally disagree.
So there'd be no consequences for this year for Brock.
No,
for not having a good year.
Eyebrows would be raised, but the euphoria of what you just pulled off and the fact that you wanted Stoney, he would really get the benefit of the doubt.
Well, no, he wouldn't, because the team would have won a Super Bowl last year, and then this year would have been indescribably disappointing.
But what if, because he was at camp, what if Brock used your list and itemized everything that you said started and jumped off that threw the team off from camp? Like you talking about me, but what about the stuff around me that Stoney just told Goo and everybody that's listening that I had nothing to do with?
Yeah, that's what he'll bring to the negotiating table. But the reality of the situation is he had 2 good years and 1 down year.
Yeah.
Now what are we paying him?
No doubt.
Well, let's throw the down year out. All right, well then pay him $65. Well, we can't throw the bad year out. Okay, well let's offer him $40. That's what they got to figure out. And I don't know what the answer is.
Right.
But I know that I wouldn't pay, I wouldn't pay him 60 plus. Although, you know what? I shouldn't say that. I don't want to pay him 60, but they may do it because that's all they can do with the team they have right now.
Boy.
And the aging veterans who, despite not getting it done this year, you have to give them another shot. Just like the Warriors did with their aging core, and they didn't make the playoffs.
Well, okay, you're right, but this is just like Ross said, Ross Tucker, who joined us earlier, Steiny, if it's about next year, and I'll just, real quick, I'll hit that. I said Super Bowl or bust next year is you have to make the playoffs, because I didn't see this debacle happening of a season to where with 3 weeks left, they pretty much were done.
They're done. And it was with 4 weeks
now
left.
I'm wondering, again, is this injuries or is this just their window has closed? Regardless, Brock Purdy's going to have new money if it's closed or not, and he's going to be a part of the solution if you deem it closed of trying to reopen it, because he's going to be the quarterback leading this team in the future.
You know, in a way, I was thinking it's not dissimilar from Steph Curry. And that is the young guys on the Warriors aren't ready to be champions yet, and Steph Curry's, like, declining.
His clock's ticking.
The 49ers ostensibly are ready to win a Super Bowl right now, but Brock Purdy's only starting his career.
No, he just had you in the game.
Yeah, but he's making it right.
He didn't cost you the game.
But my point is like
he took you to the game.
He was the quarterback, is what he was.
Right.
So
You got to give him props for that.
Nobody's not giving him props, but then you're saying he can win a Super Bowl.
Damn sure.
Okay, well then you got to pay him 60.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
They might, but I wouldn't agree with it. But
my feeling is they're just like the Warriors. Their best players are too old right now. I don't think they can turn back the clock.
I'll tell you this.
I don't think next year they're going to be better than last year.
But they're going to be the ones that control that and prove us wrong.
They're not going to control anything. It's now controlling them. They can't move off these players.
No, I'm talking about the schedule. If they go out there and have 60 minutes to remind everybody just how good and bad and ferocious they are, or we could be like, oh man, maybe it's the end of an era. All I'm telling you is Brock Purdy leading this team or being the quarterback and being an MVP candidate last year, Steiny, that is major. It's not like he got to the wild card round and they got it, and lost. He was minutes or they were seconds away, and he wasn't just a bus driver. He was on the MVP list up into the Christmas game. I'm just saying, has he really played that bad this year to erase that?
And I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I don't think he has.
If you think everybody gets offended when it's said, but if you think the 49ers don't have to weigh paying this guy $60 million and then having to worry about how many weapons he has around him, that's the crux of the thing. Of course they're doing it. And you know what? I'd like to pay 60 and have all the weapons we had last year. Well, you can't do that. You got to pay him 60, and then we got to lose some guys. And now how does he look?
Right now, that's not that wouldn't be his first year after that. You got McCaffrey coming back. Hopefully Ayuk is back, but you got Kittle. The weapons that you're accustomed to are still there
for one more year, and then you're going to have to make wholesale changes then his contract kicks in.
But Steiny, every team has done. Look at who's Josh Allen throwing the ball to this year.
You use Josh Allen. He's one of the 7. You're Tua. You might be Tua if he doesn't get it done.
Tua's got weapons. He's just not hitting them. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, I mean,
he's got Tyreek Hill and Waddle. Come on.
Purdy ostensibly had more weaponry than anybody in football the last couple years, and they didn't get it done. And now they might be declining. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got crossover coming up in 30 minutes. Willard and Dibbs will be in the house. Other than that, we got to get we got a couple more calls we'll get into, and we'll tie up this Brock Purdy discussion with a bow. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. That segment also brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift,
The rent is goddamn due.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, every once in a while, there's a situation that comes up, whether it's a contract situation or negotiating situation, where I think it's a lose-lose.
Right.
You know, I remember when Draymond Green came up for free agency. I was like, I don't want to do either. I don't want to sign him to a long-term contract, but I don't really want to let him go for nothing. And they, to me, took the lesser of two evils or whatever it was, but it wouldn't have been good either way.
But the two parties feel different. Go ahead.
Do they?
At the time of the signing, Dre was probably somewhere celebrating, and rightfully so, with his fam. And the Warriors were like, we got this guy is.
Right. He's still under contract for 2.5 more years, and he's declining. What I'm saying about Brock Purdy is I don't want to pay him $60+ million because that will severely hamstring what we can put around him. And I don't believe he's one of those quarterbacks like an Allen, like a Burrow, like a Lamar, where the quarterback in and of himself, for the most part, guarantees success. But I don't want to let him go either.
So how much of that is taking a hit this year? Because he's had Kittle. He's had what we thought the real Debo.
Right.
And for umpteen games, he had Ayuk, and they weren't making sweet music together.
Okay, then don't pay him.
I'm not saying that
No,
for
but
that. I'm wondering how much do you hold that?
Everything. Like, I hold everything. Every single thing. Like, he was great with all his weapons. This year, he wasn't as great without all his weapons. You got to figure that out.
Wow, man. This
Doug's on the Bay Bridge.
Dougie.
Not anymore. I'm not on the Bay Bridge anymore. Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm not on the Bay Bridge anymore. I'm closer to home. Couple things. One, is this a trick question? Hypothetically, they win the Super Bowl last year, and then this year they got all these injuries, and they don't do as well. And we're blaming Brock? What? Well, come on. You don't blame – if you take you got 5 great things going on. You take 4 of them away, and then you're going to blame the one thing that's left? Come on. The second thing is what nobody's talking about or addressing. This $60 million figure is just being thrown out there repeatedly again and again and again. So let's delve into that a little bit. The person that got $60 million, let's really look at that. He's not worth $60 million. Arguably, no quarterback is worth $60 million, but certainly the one that got paid $60 million isn't worth $60 million. So let's have a second look at that figure and not throw it out like it's just etched in stone. It's not. In fact, if you go forward and you look at an example, you're going to have a hard time paying anybody $60 million. Those are my thoughts. Thanks for taking the call.
Well, here's the way I look at it, and maybe I'm different, but I seem to think that, like, if the 49ers had won a Super Bowl last year, then everything would be different this year with Brock Purdy, and he would just get his money.
I believe so.
Well, okay. And this is where I think the front office people look at it differently than us. They don't look at it as though, well, one guy lost the Super Bowl and one guy won the Super Bowl. The reality is, if people are saying that Kyle Shanahan blew it in the Super Bowl, well, then you can't hold it against Brock Purdy for not winning a Super Bowl. And
I don't.
Okay. Well, then pay him.
Well,
because
this year happened. This year happened.
The difference between Purdy being a Super Bowl winner and a Super Bowl loser might have nothing to do with the quarterback he is. If Patrick Mahomes would have thrown a pick 6, Brock Purdy would still be the same player. He just would have a Super Bowl. And we would have said, well, he played well enough to win a Super Bowl. Now, instead, we say he didn't play well enough, but he's still the same quarterback. He's the exact same quarterback. So just make your, don't say, well, he won it. I wouldn't say, well, he won it. He gets the most money of any quarterback, but he didn't win it. Now he's going to only make half that. Well, he's not twice as good a quarterback just because he would have won a Super Bowl.
Well, two things that happened, Stoney, from that moment that they didn't win the Super Bowl. I thought he didn't do himself any harm. I don't believe at all. I thought he was more than serviceable, and had he won, I just think in sports at his young age, that would have given him the benefit of the doubt. There is draftism. There was haterade, but he didn't listen to any of that. Brock Purdy, and he got his team to the Super Bowl, and regardless if they would have kicked 20 field goals and won, Stoney, I do believe the fact that he was a hotshot MVP candidate last year and he would have parlayed that into a win, you bet your breath, there's no doubt in my mind this would be, even if he was at fault of why they're where they're at this year, he would be given the benefit of the doubt because he's Super Bowl winning champ.
He might be, but he's still moving forward the same quarterback. Whether Mahomes would have messed that thing up or not. And what I'm saying is he would have the accolades and he would have he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but we would still be right here, right now, talking about him and saying, what do we do?
The organization, though.
That's what I mean. I mean, is it really, if you're the organization, are you really saying, well, he won a Super Bowl last year, so we're going to give him 60, as opposed to, well, he didn't get it done last year, but could have, so now we're going to pay him 40. What I'm getting at is he's still the same quarterback. If you believe in him, then you got to pay him.
Yeah, and I believe they believe in him, and I believe Kyle doesn't think people have caught up to his offense, but it doesn't really matter about those answers because the bottom line is in real time, this Niner offense from week one with 6 field goals, I have not forgot, against the Jets at home when we thought, okay, hey, it's the Niners, and they earned the benefit of the doubt, and now we see all season long, for whatever reason, they're not explosive. They can't get the red zone's kryptonite all of a sudden. So, Steiny, I don't know what it is, but I believe the man is getting paid. And let's just, to your point right there with your what if, how many times does the team go the other way when they cash in and Purdy would have got that Super Bowl win? He would have got the Joe Flacco treatment. And the reason I bring up Joe Flacco, Steiny, is I think he got 3 more years in Baltimore just off that one
right
Super
away?
Bowl they got. No, later. Right. You won a Super Bowl, so that's going to give you another season, I believe. And Purdy's so young, Steiny, this would just be a blip, but there would be no second guessing because he's not the only problem this year. The offense as a whole. But that perfume or aroma of the Super Bowl victory would be so strong.
I think
Brock would be at the bottom, Steiny.
I think you're not taking into account how devastating it would be this year, coming off a Super Bowl, to have this year and to see Purdy, who's the same guy, regress just like this. Even though you won a Super Bowl, you know that he's a different. Even if you would have won a Super Bowl, nobody's saying, well, he's Joe Montana. They just would have said, he got it done. And the disappointment this year, to me, would have absolutely had fans scratching their heads saying, should we pay him? No, we have to. We won a Super Bowl 2 years ago. I think there'd be a lot of discussion about it, about, the regression. There would have to be. Because in all fairness, the regression would even be worse.
Well, I think it would be, I would feel better about the regression because he was an MVP candidate. He got the Super Bowl they wanted, then I would feel better. But it comes down to who's the real Brock Purdy.
But he played the exact same way, either way. You know what I mean? He gets to be the Super Bowl winner, but playing the exact same way.
So let me ask you this. In the grand scheme of things, right now on this lovely Tuesday, just on an individual basis for Brock Purdy, do you think he's hurt himself at all or cost himself any money? If it's all predicated on play. Not honestly, because they're in a position as a team.
No, he hasn't. You know why? Because you can't pay him now anyway. He's just like a house. He's just like a house that's not for sale yet. It doesn't matter that, what if we would have had signed Brock Purdy last year? Well, we would have given him 60. Well, we don't have to. We have to sign him next year. So he might be worth 80 or he might be worth 40. Like, that's the one thing that I always thought was foolish is, what would you pay Brock Purdy? What would you have paid Brock Purdy before the season? Doesn't matter. You can't. There was no scenario where you could have paid him. So you must take into account this past year, and you got to figure it out.
So what do you call people like myself who, I keep going to Evan, going into that Christmas game, Baltimore Niners, Brock Purdy was on that list, that short list of MVP candidates along with Lamar Jackson. I said at the time, and I wasn't by myself, but I'll take it here, give him a blank check. From that time, that game, and what we have seen now, Steiny, I think just from a quarterback play, I've seen some red flags that are really concerning me that are...
And that's not the way I evaluate.
No, elaborate on that.
This is like Justin. I don't watch games like you.
Yeah, but what do you mean?
What I mean is, I don't even have a number last Christmas. I don't care
I was
about
saying
a number.
Blank check, yeah.
Right. I don't, why would, you don't have to even entertain that. You're a year and a half from even entertaining what he's worth. So why would you say, well, he gets a blank check after 25 games?
Okay. No, but now I'm saying compare it to now.
I'm not. There's nothing to compare it to.
I am. And I think I'm scared. I don't know who's at fault for the regression. Now, it's not all his fault.
See, and maybe it's unfair to call it regression. Maybe this is what his career's going to be.
And that would explain why he was the last pick in the draft. I'm not being mean, but, I mean, how many times does the whole league get it wrong? That concerns me.
Oh, now it concerns you.
Because we're
2 years ago, it was Kyle the genius.
Because I was watching it play out between the both of them.
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is, it didn't, who cares what you thought or anybody thought he was worth? Who cares what the Niners thought he was worth a year and a half ago?
No,
they didn't have to pay him.
But it does matter what they think now about what's happened this season.
Exactly.
And I guess that's what I was trying to ask you. But you're saying you don't evaluate it like that, and I get it. But the Niners, they know what's going on. They know if they're limited because the quarterback can't make all the throws, or when he couldn't make all the throws, you didn't need him. Everything you were dialing up was working. I'm just looking around, partner. You can't manipulate the game or hide your quarterback in regard to his arm strength. So I'm just wondering, and I'm not saying that's why they're not good in the red zone, but if I'm giving a guy 50 to 60 million, Stoney, more times than not on Sundays, I don't want a Derek Carr.
It's just like, you know what who's like?
I want that guy.
It's like Pajemski. It's exactly like Pajemski. Wow. It's like he plays 1 year, and it's like, you would have said, oh, Steiny, he's going to, not you, people. Oh,
the owner said he lost.
Yeah. Hey, right. And this owner here said Purdy's going to reset the market. It doesn't matter. So Pajemski plays 1 year, and we're looking at him, we're like, man, I bet you, boy, if he had a contract right now, you'd have to pay him 25. Well, who cares? He's not up for an extension.
But
and you know what? Then he plays another year, and you're like, oh my God, well, I'm glad we didn't pay him 25. Well, you couldn't have anyway. That's the point. You have to let it all play out. So is Brandon Pajemski losing money this year? Well, first of all, he's not a free agent for another 2 or 3 years. And secondly, no, he's not losing money. He's just showing more to everybody of who he is. That's the way that's just the way I look at it. I mean, I get it. I get it. Last year at Christmas, he was 23-2 or whatever he was, 23-4. Let's go to Jeff and Marin. What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call, fellas. I have a couple comments about Purdy. First of all, you know what? There's a big difference. Look at how he played against Chicago. Zone defense. He looked like, and the offense looked like Purdy of old, right? When we get into man coverage, our receivers don't get any separation. That is a function, I think, both of those receivers, but it's also a function of the coaching schemes. right? That was supposed to be one of Shanahan's strengths, that he had game plans, systems that would get his receivers open. They're not getting open anymore. So there's burden of proof, if you will, both on, the players and the design of the play. And how else do you account for that? I think it's something where the defense has figured out, hey, you want to beat Shanahan's system? Go man coverage because the receivers can't get separation, and you're going to stifle Purdy. Purdy's going to be holding on the ball too long. Purdy's going to be throwing up errant throws. So I think that's
a great point, man.
Factored into it.
No doubt. That's a great point.
Appreciate it, Jeff.
And some were trying to put that at the ledger of Brock, but that's phenomenal, Stoney. I think that's the greater Kyle issue. I can't remember the last time a defense, it might have been Dallas, taking on this Niner team and running zone, and he was carving them up. But we've seen Minnesota this year and last year, Cleveland, the Ravens, those types, the Chiefs in the Super Bowl that dare the Niner receivers to get open. And even though I've been Mr. Late to the party, Stoney, if Brock Purdy could really tell us, hey, dude, when we're going up against man, my dudes aren't getting open, and it's making me look like I don't know what I'm doing. To be honest with you, Stoney, I'm starting to lead more towards maybe he's right if he's saying that. Or that's a Kyle issue against man if you got these receivers that can't beat it.
Okay. Like this is what I mean. I'm not answering.
Make me feel better about giving 50 or 60 million because we saw again. I know it was Chicago, but that was a top 10 defense. Whatever. But man, Stoney, he carved it up. He seemed comfortable. Brock, but that man, that's when that accuracy and if we're saying, hey, the ball was there, I don't know, but I think that was a valid point. Man.
Let's go to Jackie. Jackie's on 580. What's up, Jackie? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Hey, I have two questions I always use. First, how's that working for you? And the second question, if not Brock in this case, who? If not him, who? Are you going? You're okay if you can get Sam Darnold back? That's like an okay option. You're going to hope that you find a Super Bowl seeking quarterback that's looking for a trade. I just always wonder, you throw the money around, you do all that. That's great. If not Brock, though, who? And I just think that's a hard answer.
I agree, Jackie, and that's why they're going to pay him because I don't think they have a choice.
Okay. Or, Stoney, let's not sell Lynch and Kyle short. He could have seen some red flags way long ago, and the list that I can't come up with outside of Darnold, they may have some on there. I know that's far-fetched, but the bottom line is they get paid to be 2 to 3 steps ahead. So right now it's kind of, but man, what if it was Cousins, who's doing himself no favors this season, Stoney? But what if Kyle knows it? I know who the real Kirk Cousins is, and if something could pop off, would that prevent him from marrying?
You know what?
Brock Purdy,
this is almost one of those things where because you've catered and caved to all your veteran players, maybe you should ask them.
But Ayuk's not a vet.
Well, but he got paid.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. You're stuck with McCaffrey and Trent and Ayuk and Debo, Kittle.
But teams would love.
Ask them who they want a quarterback.
But Stoney, teams would love to be married to those guys.
No, not now. They wouldn't
this season,
right? But it's not before anymore.
Right. But we could get Operation Get
you know
Back.
what? And
what are the chances of that repeating itself next year? All those guys not answering.
They're
the bell.
high. I think they're high. And let's not. Let's not act like there weren't a lot of people. I'm not saying I was one that knew the 49ers to get back to the Super Bowl was going to be so much harder than anybody ever thought it was.
And
then what happened? They got hurt and they broke down and their mental fatigue and some of them got fat and hungry and it all combined for one big bowl of crap. And now, because you paid all your guys, they're going to be here, so you better give them a quarterback now. And the only quarterback you can give it to is Purdy.
And if you really believe in who you are, you do run it back, Stoney. And again, I know it's like, well, what can you do, Goo? You're stuck, but you're stuck with something that's been good or magnificent the last 4 years. and you just hope
it
when
hasn't.
you bring this offseason doesn't have the drama, and you would alleviate that with getting this done earlier. But that's their reality. Hoping guys get healthy.
Exactly. That's their and older guys who are already. That's the other thing. We're already talking. We know Trent Williams is declining. We know that. We're talking about Debo possibly declining, and other people throw out cavalierly. He's washed.
Yeah.
Okay. And we know that Christian McCaffrey is up there for a running back, and he led the league in touches for the 2 years prior to when he got hurt. And now we know that our young guy who is in his prime will not be healthy at the start of the year. Like, those to me are bigger unknowns than what Brock Purdy's going to give us out of the quarterback position. I know what Brock's going to give us. He ain't going to be a big boy like the big boys, but he's going to be pretty good.
Or he could revert back to the Brock Purdy where he was the MVP candidate.
But can he do? Well, I don't think he can with this team. Because I don't think this team.
You're saying he's a product of what's around him.
He was a product of what's around him. I don't believe this team, the key players, the 5 pieces of weaponry, can get back to the level that they were at, which will be 2 years ago.
So how does one justify giving a guy $50 million, not 60-50,
because
if you know he's not at his best or he can't function
because you have no other opportunity, because you have no other thing you can do, and because you've already started the process of paying your veteran so-called champions.
Now, what if you decide, hey, we botched that, we got to do it different moving forward?
Well, then tell Brock Purdy, come back on one and play, and he'll either do it or he won't, and then he'll hold out. And then I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens at that point. But I don't, like, if I believed it were all injuries, I would have to look at every player who was hurt and try to make, and I'm sure Brock, like, do you really think that Shanahan, if he's talking about Trent Williams, says to let's go into next season, Trent's going to play 17 games at the highest level he's ever played? You can't expect that.
And even on your best day, you can't do that.
Instead of, how many games do you think we can get out of Trent? Oh, that's a good question. Well, all I know is we better get somebody to back him up.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
But nobody was worthy in the first
Debo
round.
Samuel. Or let's go.
Because you took a receiver.
Debo Samuel. Okay. What's his situation? Do we really think he's going to be better next year? You know what? We think he's going to be better.
I don't.
Okay. Okay, you don't.
No.
Okay. So
but
then
I'm
get rid of
wondering
him.
if the situation with Ayuk, which is we know he's not going to be available early, gives him another, continues his career here with the Niners. I just can't recall a fall off as fast as one with Debo Samuel. And get this, I'm going to add the Niners offense with that.
All right, coming up next is the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, and that's always a lot of fun. And that segment was brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery.
the whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. 49ers in a shambles. They're in shambles.
Please explain.
They're caught between a rock and a hard place with their quarterback.
I learned last week that it's actually caught between a hard place and a rock.
Shout out Jonathan in San Francisco.
There you go.
Yeah.
Listen to our show more often.
Yeah. He just did it backwards.
He did it backwards.
Inverted.
There is no order. You're still in the same place.
Yeah, it actually, that's why it's
You're still in the same place.
It actually still makes
I'm just
sense.
fascinated by that notion.
It sounded so bad.
So if Ronnie Bell catches the ball and Jordan Mason doesn't fumble and you don't give up a huge punt return and you're 8-6, are you still in shambles?
Oh, I'm talking about their,
I'm not saying shambles.
I'm talking about what they do with Brock Purdy.
Right.
So why is that shambles?
Because I feel like it's a lose-lose.
Really?
Yes, there is no there. It's like Draymond Green's contract.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Why is it? Okay.
Well, the only way it's not a lose-lose is if they announce we've re-signed Brock Purdy to a 3-year, $120 million deal.
Okay.
Then that I would take.
So a 3-year at $40 million
40.
per.
Yeah.
Which again, I hate doing this because it's not fun for radio, but the whole average per year thing is not really what they're negotiating.
But that's the easiest one to layer.
Okay. All right. So that's not happening.
Okay.
All right. So, but why are the other ones? Why are they all lose-lose?
Because I don't want to pay him $60.
Okay.
I just don't.
That's fine.
Because
I get it.
Like, let me just explain it to you. Yeah. For everybody who says, well, we don't know who Brock Purdy is. I feel like, okay, we do know. I don't think he's Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Stafford, Burrow, or like an Aaron Rodgers.
That's interesting. You threw that last one in.
Well,
there,
because
you mean who he used to be?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So to me, he's going to be like a Prescott, Love, Lawrence, Tua, Hurts, Cousins, Mayfield, maybe Cousins. Like that's kind of who he is.
Oh, Cousins is done. I don't know. If
you didn't even need to.
I'm talking about these guys. I'm talking about these guys. Kind of either what they will become, or you think they will become, or what they've kind of been. In other words, we know he's never going to be elite of elite.
If he's Jordan Love, let's just say he's Jordan Love.
Well, I don't know what Jordan Love is.
Well, Jordan Love is really good, and he's heading to the playoffs, and he makes 55.
You got a rocket arm.
Brock Purdy's got 4 playoff wins, and Jordan Love has one playoff win.
Jordan's 1-1 with his one loss coming to Brock Purdy.
I mean, I don't know. It just becomes interesting to me when we talk about what he's worth, and set aside what Mark was saying about the actual guaranteed number and all the rest of it, because you can give him $55 million a year, but only $100 guaranteed. You can front load it and get out of it in 2 years.
Well, that's what will happen.
Absolutely. It's what the Niners do to every contract.
Right. You mean contractually? You don't mean the Niners are definitely going to move on from him in 2 years?
No.
Okay.
In fact, I think they're in a position where they've got to sign him.
Well, probably.
They've got to bring him back.
Probably. And I guess that, when you say lose-lose, is there any room in that beautiful heart of yours that the Niners sign Brock and it ends up being something that they enjoy and they win?
For 60 plus?
If they win, who cares?
Right. Well, that's not.
Who cares if they win?
And that's something that maybe I've determined I don't
think they can?
Maybe not.
Okay.
And I'm putting myself in.
No, listen, I don't think that I get the person who feels like that's too much money.
I just do.
Because I got a question for you.
But you're also right in that, and I don't know if it's 60, 55, it doesn't matter to me.
Exactly.
The bottom line is do you think the 49ers should sign Brock Purdy to an extension? I heard a lot of people call you guys today.
Well, what about, I was going to ask you and Dibs.
Suggest playing it out.
Yeah.
Which I think is a non-starter.
Okay. Right.
He
would hold out, right?
More than anyone has ever held out before, because there's no money sitting for him there to go get.
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk was looking at leaving $14 million on the table. Brock's leaving $1 million. Toyota pays him more than that. Why? My God, if there's ever been a holdout candidate, if the 49ers don't want to pay him, and I'm Brock Purdy, I'm like, see you when I see you. I'm not showing up without a deal.
Yeah, and period. Set aside Sam Darnold for just a moment. If you want to look at the free agent quarterback list, it might be the worst free agent quarterback list class in the history of free agent quarterback classes. And
has he soured on Cousins, though, Kyle? Has he looked at this year? What about a trade?
I don't think, if you watch last night and you watch Cousins hobble around back there, he's not all the way back. And he does not look like the precise Kirk Cousins that he was in Minnesota. And I don't know if he's too old, but his Achilles doesn't look right. I don't think that Kyle would look at that, give up assets and pay him. What does Kirk make, 40?
Yeah, he's also making 40. Yeah, he's making
got 100 guaranteed.
45.
He's making 45.
45.
So he's making 45.
So I love it. We're going to save money.
You're going to give up assets. Well, you're going to save money and give up assets.
Are you actually going to save money? You're not. You're picking up this 40.
Well, you're going to pay Brock more than 45, I believe.
Not next year.
Exactly.
Not next year. So keep that in mind.
Yeah. And the Sam Darnold thing to me.
Kirk Cousins for 45.
But he may get more than 45, Brock.
Not next year.
Oh, okay, but yeah.
Not next year. That's the year after.
Yeah.
And if Minnesota continues on this run, I don't think that they're going to let Sam Darnold walk out the door. And if they don't want to give him a long-term deal and Sam wants 3 and 120, they can just slap the tag on him.
You didn't ask me, but you two didn't ask me. No, about how my football brain. I'm not Cosell or Baldy, but I'm the guy, Willard, that said I'm giving Brock a blank check, and I believe had they won that game, it wasn't his fault. Had they won that game and he had Super Bowl winning quarterback next to his name, there's no doubt if this year could happen, he would get 60-50. Nobody would say anything because of that win. But I've noticed some things, and I can't put my finger on it, but I'm starting to look at the offense and how it's being called as a culprit, especially after you said, you know what, Goo? And I saw Debo carry the ball for 60 yards. It got called back. But I'm like, with the ball in his hands, he's still something. Maybe it's just a bad play calling season from Kyle mixed in with bad luck. All these guys can't be regressing at the same time. But to hear Baldy on the roast this morning, I want your thoughts on he would swap, if he could, Darnold, who was just here in the same quarterback room with Brock. I start to, I get validated, but I'm starting to say the things that I'm getting worried about with Brock and other guys that know football more than me are going to say that. Maybe there is something more going on here at the quarterback position because Steiny lobbied last year. I want to see him without his weaponry. We have, and I'm not saying bad, but something's changed, and I don't know what it is.
Well, I don't hold it against any quarterback when everything starts to fall apart around them. Their performance is going to be worse. That's okay. That's the way it works, I would argue. Tua, over 50, not a good year. Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is Joe Burrow.
Dak.
And phenomenal. They're 6-8. Dak Prescott's another good example, and we could give more. Like, we were feeling great about Kyler Murray and his contract 3 weeks ago. How do you feel now? So all of this stuff is prisoner of the moment stuff to me, and so I'm not saying it's wrong, but it makes me chuckle a little bit. Really? Sam Darnold? Like, if anything screams prisoner of the moment, it's Darnold's having a good year, Brock's not. So we're just going to forget everything that we've ever known for the last 4 years of our lives?
Exactly.
I'm not.
Well,
I don't want to do that.
And here's the other thing. I guarantee, and this, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, even though the Niners have been eliminated, I'll bet you if they go 3-0, and Brock looks great the last 3 games, that's what we're going to be left with.
I told him I disagree with that.
At that point, we'll be able to say almost, well, I mean, it couldn't have been Brock because he got it going late in the season, and he didn't really have anybody all. If the 49ers win their last, if they win the last 3 games and Brock looks really good, then there's going to be fewer people on the day after that are going to say, well, you can't pay him 60.
I wonder if you were to do a list right now at 6-8 and you wanted to rank in order the reasons. Shout out Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Reasons.
Thank you. Yeah. Why the Niners have had an underperforming year. I think Brock on my list, and I'm just brainstorming it live, he's probably 6th or 7th
Injuries
on the list.
You could say injuries. I wouldn't say injuries.
For me.
You could say regression of older players regressing,
right.
The scheme,
I get it.
the special teams,
I get it.
the DC, the injuries, the schedule, quite frankly, if you want to be fair about
Right.
the schedule they have versus what they have next year, then you get to Brock. And I think that about, for me, is where he falls. He's not number one, your headliner on why they underperform.
But to Steiny's point, I feel like that if you care, they know what he is behind closed doors, Willard. They don't need 12 more quarters for him, the organization. Now, the fans, that's a different thing. But for him to look like Bart Starr against the Bears and then have that game that he had Thursday, Will, if you're into it, that was an opportunity to say, okay, here we go. And he didn't have his best game Thursday, but it comes off the cusp of looking like Joe Montana against the Bears.
Bears,
Steiny, I would just say nobody's going to forget that. And I think they really know if his arm kind of dinged up, the offseason, I'm going to do him so good. And you didn't say the organization needs to see these 3 games, but I think they know who he and what he is.
That's my point. This is what I said. Yeah. I said, if you just look at some guys on this team, the key guys, and I said to you, and I don't know if you heard it or not, let's talk about what we know about a player going into next year. Do you know more about who Brock Purdy's going to be next year or McCaffrey?
I can't wait to hear your answer because I asked.
Brock Purdy.
Exactly.
Yeah, Brock Purdy.
Do you know who Brock Purdy's going to be next year or Deebo Samuel?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
More of a short. What about Brock Purdy and Trent Williams?
I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, probably Brock Purdy. I mean, Trent's going to be 37.
And then Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk.
He's coming off a 2 ligament injury.
Well, you didn't say McCaffrey. Did I miss you saying
McCaffrey?
And what did you guys say to that?
Brock Purdy.
It's Purdy.
Wow. Brock Purdy. I mean,
that's what I mean. Like, we know who he is.
There's a year filled with injuries for every one of those players except for Deebo, and Deebo's the biggest head scratcher in the NFL right now.
But am I sipping too much? The glass is half full Kool-Aid when I say, let's just write this off as a bad year for Trent. All pro the last 3 seasons. He's hobbled. He'll be back. And this is no shaded Brock as we have I know what he's bringing if he's healthy.
He'll be back, but he'll be 37.
But when he was 35, he was throwing dudes around.
Yeah, that's 35.
What are you going to do about the line behind him?
And even at 35, Trent, how has Trent played a full season without missing games with the Niners?
That I don't.
I think that if we're going to talk about Steph and Draymond like this, why can't we talk about Trent like this?
So what is it you know about Purdy that supersedes or the trepidation you guys have for the guys that are injured? Like, I'm just asking, what do you know about him?
He's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback, and they can win with him. And he's young, so he's likely to play all the games. That's my first answer, is he's got a higher likelihood of playing all the games than those other players. Part of that is his position. Part of it is his age. But I know that the 49ers can win with him because they always have until this year. And now, here's the other thing I'll say, though, and this is meeting people, I think, halfway. Even if we acknowledge, okay, Steiny's list is a good one, right? He's not Burrow, he's not Allen, he's not Mahomes, he's not Lamar.
They don't ask him to be.
Right. But watch how many NFL teams have been in that position where even if they settle on this, and I'm not calling Brock this, some will agree, some won't, but what if you looked at Brock and you're just like, he's a B+. That's it. But your B+ quarterback, says his agent, is worth $60 million. or whatever top of the market is in that particular moment. Watch how many NFL teams have said, then leave. The answer's none. None. They'll sign Trevor Lawrence.
All right.
They'll sign Kyler Murray.
Dak.
They'll sign Tua.
Dak.
They'll sign Dak. They'll do it because they know.
Goff.
Exactly. They know that that's A, better than the alternative, and B, you can win. Like, do you think y'all think the Lions can win the Super Bowl this year? They have a shot?
It's
less
gone
so now, but it's not gone, but it's lessened.
Okay,
I think.
but injuries. I still think the road to the Super Bowl in the NFC is going to go through Detroit, and that's a hard place to win. And so I would still give them a very healthy shot to do it. And nobody's getting Jared Goff confused with who's going to come out of the AFC, but they could win. They could.
The Giants gave their C+ quarterback, Steiny, 160
and
million.
that's being kind. I don't know if he's a C+.
Well, at the time he was coming off a really good year.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What I'm getting at with the big boys is, like if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, okay, let's talk about the running back position. Okay, I'm not saying, well, we got Christian who's going to play 17 games. Like you can't say that. You have to say, okay, boy, he's coming off injury. We better make sure we got Mason here.
Free agent.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so then you make sure Mason's back, but that costs you something. Like Trent Williams. Oh, you want to bring him back? You better not just expect him to play 17 games. If he does, great, but if not, who's his backup?
You draft a tackle.
How much depth do we have there? Because we can't count on him. And you just go down the line, and it's not a matter of, we'll keep him or get rid of him. It's like Deebo Samuel. Do you really... Might they need another receiver in here?
Absolutely.
Like, that's unbelievable if you think about it.
By the way, Dibs, I looked up Brandon Ayuk's surgery date today.
Yeah.
Because Doc Pandia told us about 10 months.
Man.
And that's on the if it goes well side. But the surgery came almost a month after the injury because you got to wait for the swelling to go down.
Yeah.
So it was right around the start of December, which would mean a full 10 months would put him at October 1.
There you go.
It would put him at October 1. So, yeah, I don't expect Brandon to, quote, miss most of the year like I hear a lot of people say, but I also think he's probably going to miss the start of the year.
Probably miss a month.
There's no
and
doubt.
if he misses a month and Ricky Pearsall is not maybe what you thought he was, and I'm not writing the kid off, but to me makes it so that Deebo Samuel's more likely to return. One name you mentioned earlier, Javon Hargrave, they restructured his deal.
Explain that.
So, they restructured it, and they made it so that the dead cap hit is less than it would have been without the restructure. So I do believe he's going to be a cap casualty. Mooney Ward probably gone. Dre Greenlaw to me is the really interesting one because you want to keep him, and you hope to keep him, but it depends on how he plays. My big tell over these next 3 games from the Niners is win eliminated. If the Rams win this weekend, the Niners are basically eliminated. They are eliminated from the NFC West, and they're probably eliminated already.
In their minds, I think they are eliminated.
But in their minds, they're still going to play because that's what you do when you're a professional team. But let's just say Niners win, Rams win, Commanders win, Niners are officially eliminated. If the Niners really love Brock Purdy as much as I think that they do, you stop playing him because you have all the information on Brock Purdy. For me, it does you no good to then go out and play him for the final 8 quarters of the year.
Fred Warner, too. Let's add him to that list.
I would argue that at minimum, this is just the way I look at it, you owe it to the league to play Detroit. They've got a lot on the line. You owe it to the league to play the Detroit.
I know what you're saying, but you owe it to your own franchise more than you owe it to the league.
Yeah, but
football's a violent game.
I understand that.
And your quarterback may already have a little bit of a shoulder issue.
It's interesting that you say that because this is the exact opposite of the debate point that you stood there and took in the preseason about Brock.
Let's get out of here.
You
play him to get him ready.
Football players play
to get ready for a season. And when you get to this spot and there's nothing to play for your team and you have a quarterback who you want to keep and sign, you don't play him.
Every quarter is an opportunity to get better.
Right. It's also an opportunity to get hurt.
Sure. But it's an opportunity to get yourself going with Ricky Pearsall, who might be your WR1 next year.
I'm riding for him.
You know what I mean?
I've seen enough for me to think it's not what he's doing.
You saw enough to give Brock a blank check.
No, this is different.
And now you changed.
Well, the wide receiver room is going to be a whole conversation into itself for next year.
But do you look at the Niners and question the drafting of Ricky Pearsall? Because let's be honest.
Wait, what do you think? What you like Pearsall?
I do. And when you run 61 routes and not get one target, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. And when you have the ball, I've seen some things to where I could see why they drafted you. Right. But to pull the plug and all the people Pearsall's this or that, it might just be a byproduct, Willard, of whatever, the system not having its best year, and it's eating at its own now. We're questioning Debo. We're questioning so maybe this is just an anomaly, or hopefully it's not something that'll go into next year. But I seen Pearsall pop against Tampa Bay and Dallas, and I'm sitting there like, okay, why'd the water just get, not that he's getting 8 targets for 200 yards, but it's kind of perplexing that all of a sudden now he's just nothing.
Juwan has stepped forward. George Kittle is George Kittle. So even if he's doing well, he's option 4 in the passing game. And therefore, I don't think that he's ever going to be a target monster type. I'm with you. I like him, and he never had any time to get rhythm going with Brock. And we've watched Brock miss him a few times where Ricky made one decision, Brock kind of made the other. And he's missed him in what could be big plays. So I have no concerns right now about Ricky Pearsall, but concerns about the larger room I do have. I don't know how that's going to shake out.
I'm going to tell Steiny, lay out, just real quick, this personal. Abundant Life, 7 pounds in 2 days. Last 2, I have dropped 1 pound. I'm getting a little nervous. Am I doing anything wrong? Because I'm like.
Well, all you have to do is listen to the live read, and Denver's got one coming up at 4:42.
Okay, so 4:42, mark that down.
You can find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. 1 pound of fat a day. If you're losing a pound a day, you're doing great.
That's a lot.
And as we discussed offline,
the initial thing is always more, right?
Yeah,
like
you're going to lose.
Initial. 1 a day is a goal.
1 a day is great, and it's gonna slow down. And the key to any weight loss program, especially AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com, if you want to get on board with it, you got to be patient because, as Steiny knows, Captain Fast, he'll drop 5 or 6 in 2 days not eating, and then gradually it slows down. So your metabolism is re-regulating. Stay the course.
Right. I want the Willard
1,000 points of light. Stay the course. You can't have it.
All right, I got you.
He won the genetic lottery with the metabolism.
The Elm diet.
Yeah.
Eat less, move more.
Yeah. No, you got Steve Kerr today, right?
We got Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock.
Wow.
Yes. I'm coming for Kerr today.
You already came for Kerr. And he put up the Heisman on you.
I went down there to do a little. I had a little bit planned because today is elementary school referee appreciation day.
I love it.
And so,
National Day calendar. Look at it.
It is now.
Go ahead.
So I went down there to do a little, hey, Steve, thanks for shouting us out, all of us elementary school officials. Means a lot to us. And
Too soon?
Practice ran long because they're trying to teach Dennis Schroder the inbound plays.
Do it on the show.
Yeah.
Because, he apologized for his rant.
Because he didn't get fined. I would have
He said, I'm embarrassed. Every time I do that, I feel embarrassed afterwards.
I don't believe him.
How did he not get fined, though, Willard?
He told us the week before.
How did he not get fined?
How did he not get fined?
Great question.
Seriously, ask him.
No profanity. He did use the word unconscionable.
Elementary?
He called him elementary school.
I tell you what, I would have no problem saying fined.
He said they were worse than elementary school refs.
Give him how come you didn't get fined.
Even in elementary school
Give us that. Give the street stat, Diz.
I'll ask him. I'll say, when you do get fined, what is it like? Like, is it, because in the NFL, you get like the FedEx envelope in your locker. When you get fined in the NFL, it just shows up in your locker like an invoice.
I thought it just gets like it's the opposite of direct deposit. Yeah, like it's just not. Yeah,
but they give you a notice in your locker,
right? And then in your next check, it's not in the check.
Your socks were not the appropriate length. $7,500.
Like if Draymond gets a $30,000 fine, your next paycheck is just 30 light.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, if you're making $26 million, do you even check your direct deposit?
I mean,
like we all celebrate this Thursday or this Friday.
Day of the week.
This Friday when we get our direct deposits, we all get all excited.
If there's $5 missing, we're like, what's going on?
Dude.
Shohei Ohtani in 10 years is going to be like, oh my God, I got fined a bunch. I had no idea.
I got some magnetic chip clips at Home Goods over the weekend, $3.99. My wife's like, take them back. I'm taking it back to get my $4.44.
How long did it take her to notice the charge?
8 seconds.
Yeah.
She's like, what the hell did you buy? I said, well, they're magnets, and you wanted magnets, and we also need chip clips for baby girls.
Okay, no, this is getting ridiculous.
This is
Steve Kerr, 4 o'clock.
No. Cody Ballinger is a Yankee. Did you see that? Did you see it?
I did. I heard
Cody
about it.
Ballinger has been traded to the Yankees.
And I heard about it from somebody here on 95.7, the game.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, Lucas.
Are they they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's do this. What's going on? 888-957-9570 is the number. And first of all, we'll congratulate Sam Darnold for a wonderful performance last night because it also led to a win for you and for me. It tightens up the NFC, and so I'm not surprised that Sam Darnold, former 49er, is sort of a talking point today and at the center of all of this. Sam Darnold has always been a very, very good quarterback in terms of arm talent.
Oh, right. Yeah.
In terms of arm talent, he's always had the arm talent. And in fact, prior to Sam Darnold coming to the 49ers, did you not hear buzz that the Niners, they like Sam. They like Sam. They think Sam is one of those, he's always been locked with a bad team guys. And why don't we talk about Baker Mayfield as well? They were teammates together with the Carolina Panthers, and neither one of them could consistently get first downs. Look at them now. They're both going to go to the playoffs this year. Baker, again, in fact, I know his division is crap, but still, like, all of the sudden, they can play. Is that what we're going to go with? Quote, all of the sudden, they can play? Or are we just going to, like, this is what I would say, Dibs. Can we put our machismo away long enough to admit that football players as individuals do not make teams? It is not a criticism of a quarterback to say, yes, things around him need to be going at least somewhat well for him to function at his highest level.
You could look across the league throughout history, and the only one that might be a set-aside on that is Lamar Jackson, because he truly can do magical things. Even if his line breaks down and his guys aren't open, he can make plays that most other human beings cannot make. But there's other guys on the list, and Jared Goff was mentioned before, and he's a great one. He was dealt from L.A. because that head coach and that system had lost faith in him, and they were right. Stafford came in and won the Super Bowl, but Goff landed in a situation with amazing talent and a really good head coach, a great play caller, maybe the best in football, and a situation that happens to fit him perfectly. Geno Smith in Seattle resurrected his career. And there are many other instances of guys who, Sam Darnold's maybe the poster child of it, where Carolina stinks and the Jets stink and you're seeing ghosts and all that. He comes here, he gets a year, regroups, and now he's leading a team that is one of the favorites to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. So we in this business and fans, we all get far too fixated on the quarterback. He touches the ball on every play. I get it. But if your line stinks and you don't have good receivers and you don't have good running backs and you don't have a coach who knows what he's doing, doesn't matter how good you are. You're not going to play great.
I also think we're talking as if Brock Purdy has just been disastrous this year, and he hasn't. He has not been as good. And if you have hesitation surrounding Brock Purdy this year, I get it. I really do. I expected more from him this year. He hasn't offered that. We can acknowledge that and bring that into the discussion. I have no issue with that. But my thing is, are we just blind to the context of what's going on with every football team? And if you do want to grab a player or two like you just did, I'm cool with that too, by the way, where you're like, okay, there's a couple guys we want to set aside. Like the Bills are Josh Allen, and Josh Allen is the Bills. I get it. Same with Lamar to a degree. I would argue that, like, the Ravens defense this year, they're kind of crappy. They're kind of not
good. The Bills defense isn't very good either.
No, and the Bengals defense is so bad that's cratering another really good quarterback who, by the way, is having a fine year. Like, he's playing well, but his team is also 6-8. So context matters. If everything around you is crumbling, and I'd argue with the 49ers this year, it did, you're going to get a lesser player. It doesn't change for me what the only question is. Can they win with him? That's my only question.
I don't have a question about that because they have.
Then there you go.
And I look at Brock, and the question is, who is Brock? Is Brock the quarterback that last year was top 5 in the MVP, or is Brock this quarterback who has regressed a little bit? The answer is somewhere in the middle.
Both.
Yeah,
or both.
Quite frankly, he's probably somewhere in the middle. Last year, everything broke their way. They had almost no injuries and an easier schedule, and he was amazing. This year, they had a ton of injuries and a harder schedule, and he's been okay. Oof. And I was saying this to Evan before the show started. If they wouldn't have blown the Ram game and they wouldn't have blown the Arizona game, and they're sitting here on this beautiful Tuesday morning, 7 days from Christmas, make it 8, and they were 8-6.
In first place.
They'd be 8-6.
Yep.
What would we be saying? What would the conversation be?
We'd be like,
vis-a-vis Sam Darnold. It would be, they have an inside track for the 4 seed, and, how does that look? And who do you want to face in the wild card? And would they be favored over Green Bay and Minnesota? It's a rematch.
With all the bad stuff that's happened, they're still 8-6 and leading the division. That's exactly how it works out.
It's tough to leap ahead to the offseason and leap ahead to the will they or won't they. And I know that's what people want to talk about at 888-957-9570, but they were a couple plays away from that not even being an issue right now.
Well, definitely. And also, let's back up and let everybody know what got the day going on this. And it was from Bonte and Joe on the roast, and Baldy's doing his weekly hit with him. And they asked him what you would feel comfortable doing with Brock Purdy going forward. And here came the big, old, shiny, kaboom answer.
I'd say I'd go flip them for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean, what Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a sec. You sat there as a backup all year. He learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller, with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give him top flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger and stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
Okay, so first and foremost, and I love Baldy, but the scenario he actually throws out is not even possible or allowed. There is no trading of Sam Darnold. The trade deadline has passed, and Sam will be a free agent when the year is over. The Vikings cannot trade him because whoever were to acquire him would suddenly be sitting there going, wait a minute, now we have a free agent and he's going to leave. So that's not even allowed. So first of all, you can take that sort of part of the conversation away. But let's get into the concept of what he's talking about because he even throws in, hey, grab them both. You could look at Brock in the face and be like, you have to play for 1.1 next year, and we're signing Sam Darnold for a 3-year, $30 million contract. Now let's have everybody come in and play in the sandbox together and see who wins. My only thing in response to that would be, gee, what could go wrong other than everything?
Well, it worked with Jimmy G when you put him on the kiddie field. That one worked out pretty well for you.
Did it? It only
worked. A lot of shows out of it.
Exactly. And everybody's legs exploded, which is why it suddenly, quote unquote, worked out because the last pick in the draft ended up being a good player. Other than that, it wouldn't have worked, and it didn't work, and it did lead to a lot of screaming. And the 49ers don't want to be a clown show. So I get where Baldy's coming from, but to actually act in that fashion, I would argue makes the 49ers a clown show. You would be a clown show. Call the Vikings and ask if they can trade. They'll be like, that's not even allowed. Get off my phone. Okay, let's sign him as a free agent. Bring him in here to battle with somebody who was in the Super Bowl less than a year ago and creates a contractual situation going forward that's completely impossible. Now, if you want to just move on from Brock and replace him with Sam as a free agent, you can do that. Does anybody want to do that?
Well, you could do it by having Brock still be here and be the backup and make $1 million. It's kind of what Baldy's saying.
Right, and I'm sure that the locker room will love that. Players
they already
love
both
that.
were here before, and Brock ostensibly beat him out.
Sure.
And it was Brock's job to lose. I get that, but they brought in Sam as insurance in case the elbow wasn't good. The elbow was good, and then Brock was simply better than that. And the other piece of it is Minnesota doesn't have to let him go to free agency. They can franchise tag him.
That's correct.
And I think that might be the way they go. If Minnesota goes on a good, deep run, and they do like their quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, but they're not sure if he's ready just yet, Minnesota goes to the NFC Championship, and they lose. Darnold finishes off a really good year that he's having, and then they get to the offseason, and they think, well, we're still in a window here. We don't want to turn it over to the Rook just yet. You could franchise tag him and pay him $57 for 1 year.
Big check, yeah.
Big check.
Yeah, you can, I don't know what their situation
at the same time,
is, but
if you're going to do that, this would be the time because you give JJ a healthy year as a backup.
Agreed.
You get one more run, Super Bowl or try again, and then at that point, you would let Sam go and you would turn it over to JJ
All right,
McCarthy.
what if we whittle this down to what I think Baldy was trying to get to, which is he just thinks Sam is better than Brock? What do you think?
I don't think so, but one thing that he said definitely struck a chord with me, and it's the fact that Sam is bigger and he's got a bigger arm. Because what I saw from the offense this year, and Jerry Rice actually had a great comment on this yesterday morning, talking about what Shanahan's offense is doing with everyone bunched up close to the line of scrimmage and what that does to hurt Brock Purdy. He doesn't have throwing lanes. Brock is only 6'1", and when you have all your splits really tight, all the defenders are also in tight. So when Brock is looking to make throws, you've got a lot more people in the way. So that's something where if Sam is bigger, Sam wouldn't have that problem.
You want to hear what the GOAT said?
Yeah, I do.
Exactly what Dibbs is referring to is right here.
And I think it's exactly what Steve Young said. You know, he got to reinvent himself. You know, it's like defense coordinators, they catch up to you. They know your scheme and stuff like that. And if you don't do certain things, they're going to take away the strength of your offense. So my thing is, we know that we don't throw the ball that much to the outside. You need to spread that offense out and let these route runners, these playmakers run routes. When you spread everything out, there's bigger lanes where the quarterback can actually deliver the football. And we also know that also Brock Purdy is not like a 6'4" quarterback. You know, with everything being condensed like that, he's not going to be able to see over that offensive line. You know, like a guy that's 6'4" or much taller. So there got to be lanes where he can throw the football.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting point, and I think all of us have mixed feelings when Brock does the jump pass that we've watched a bunch this year.
Right.
It's like, that's a cool athletic move. It's cool that you can still be kind of accurate doing that. At the same time, kind of wish you didn't have to do that.
Right. And the weird thing about it, though, is he didn't have to do it last year.
Right.
So this year he had to do it because the offensive line was not creating the pocket that he wanted to create. So I like Jerry's point, and he's playing off of what Steve Young said. I would like to see them spread the offense out a little bit more. And I mentioned before, schematically going no huddle, rolling him out, more screens, more draws. These are all back to the drawing board things for Shanahan. But when it comes to me and Darnold or Purdy, I still think Purdy is a better quarterback, even though he's not as big or as strong.
Yeah, let's dive into this for just a second. Do some of you have a wandering eye right now? Because one thing I've learned in business, there are always options. If you do not like your personnel, you can figure it out. And the Niners do a good job of keeping enough flexibility. So let's have a conversation about it. You have a wandering eye? Would you rather have Sam Darnold quarterbacking this football team? Forget the money for a second, although I know you can't. That's a piece of this puzzle that we can get to. But would you rather have Sam Darnold quarterbacking this team than Brock Purdy? Let's dial in right now. We can take some phone calls on that. It's been talked about all day here. Baldy says flip him for Sam. 888-957-9570. Let's take some phone calls on that. There's a lot more to say about it. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Need a little extra holiday cheer? Enter SFO's Holiday Sweepstakes for a chance to win amazing prizes like $1,000 travel.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Can I ask a question? And no, it's not a question. It's a statement.
You just asked a question.
I know.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
And it's kind of what I mean. I'm not really asking you a question if I can ask a question.
Just ask the damn
question.
question.
The host of the show, I know I can ask a question.
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
Oh, stink.
Thank you, Stink.
I hate being teased. Well, depends. But anyway. Anyway, this is what I'm saying.
You better be careful.
And I'm going to say it in the form of a question. Why do we consider it so offensive to acknowledge that a quarterback is going to perform at a lower level when everything around him goes wrong? Why is that so bad? That's how it is. That's how it is. Even for the greats, I know the Chiefs are still winning, but I can look at like Tyreek Hill left and Patrick Mahomes' numbers go down.
Yep.
They go down.
He's got a lower QBR than Brock Purdy. He's 11th in QBR, which I think is the gold standard of basic quarterback metrics.
But he has a defense.
13-1.
He has people blocking field goals at the end of games. He's got those blocked black and white striped people on the field who are helping him. He's got
easy.
I'm sorry.
Easy.
I couldn't resist.
Left my shirt in the car. Should have brought it.
You know what I'm saying?
Joe Burrow is third in QBR, and they're 6-8.
Right.
It's because he doesn't get help on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, because they lose the game 40-35.
Right. So all of this is so interrelated, and that's where, as we get into, is it Sam or is it Brock? Well, there's a nice debate to that, but do you also have Christian and Trent and Debo and Brandon? Like, if you want to take this year's team and you put Sam in instead of Brock, what would Sam have done this year with Jordan and Isaac and Ricky and Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky and Mike? Thank you.
If I love the Brock, who cares who you like?
Would he be, 12-2? Sammy D?
Why don't I ask that a different way? What do you think the Vikings would be this year if Brock Purdy were their quarterback?
Probably about the same.
12-2.
Maybe 11-3. Sam's had a better year than Brock, but he's had
a better year than Brock, but he's had a better
offensive line. He's got better weapons.
Yeah, he has had a better year than Brock had last year.
Right.
And Sam has never done this before in his career.
Because he's never had this before in his career. So I'm with you on the context needed for this conversation through and through, because when you have what Sam has this year, which is a great coach, a good O-line, the best receiver in football, a really good running back, and a great scheme, you're going to have a good year and health.
And again, we're reacting to Brian Baldinger on the roast this morning. When asked what to do with Brock going forward, he said this.
I'd say I'd go flip him for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean, so Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a second. You sat there as a backup all year. He learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give him top flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger, stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
Yeah, I don't see any of those ideas as realistic. First of all, you can't trade for Sam Darnold. He's about to be a free agent. And you can't trade for him this year for a few reasons. Trade deadline is passed, and I'm pretty sure the Vikings would like to actually play in the playoffs with him. So, and then the idea of bringing him in next year and having some competition while one's making $30 million and the other one's going to be screaming for a long-term extension. Come on, man. This is not realistic. This is not Madden. This is not the schoolyard. This is the National Football League. It's $1 billion industry. And as Steve Kerr, our guest later today, would tell you, people's jobs are on the line. We're not going to turn this into a complete clown show. I'm not telling you that it's a crazy sort of thought. I'm telling you that it's not really doable. And so here's what I don't hear a lot of people acknowledge that I think the 49ers know in their heart of hearts. They have no choice. They have no choice in this right now. There is no other good option on the table for the 49ers. Now, that does not mean that you just need to cower at the feet of Brock and give him $60 million. You need to have an adult conversation and negotiation. And yes, you could go another way if you want, but there's no other way for the 49ers to compete at a high level next year.
Well, the only other way would be to sign Sam Darnold as a free agent or roll the dice with some of the other free agents who are all C-level at best. And I ran down the list yesterday. I don't even want to bring it up again because it made my stomach turn, because it's a bunch of Jameis Winstons and Trey Lance is on that list, and they aren't really good proven quarterbacks, not as good or proven as Brock Purdy. So your choices are go in the draft, lots of luck, or sign Brock Purdy. And if you do sign Brock Purdy, the salary doesn't kick in until the next year, but he would get a nice signing bonus. So you can create a contract where Brock Purdy gets a lot of money and a bonus up front. You prorate it throughout the cap, through the life of the deal, and then the base salary kicks in the next year. Or you can say to Brock, play it on the $1 million, which he won't do, or you can go out and bring in Sam Darnold as a free agent and let them compete, which you won't do. So I'm with you, Mark. You really have no plausible choice on what you're going to do. You're going to sign Brock Purdy. You're going to pay him. It's a question of structure of the deal and how big the deal is.
This is an interesting, let's go to the phones, but this is an interesting text that just came through Comcast Business Text Line, 714. Thank you for listening and texting. Why don't they say it's the system with Darnold?
It is the system with Darnold.
It completely is.
It's the system with everyone except for Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, I would say.
Yeah, and I guess what people would respond and say, those guys are the system. But even them, you better have some solid offensive line play. Now, Lamar can run away from it, but he can't just beat the other 11 guys all the time, every play. He's also got time. He delivers the football way better than people give him credit for. Lamar's an incredibly smart player and a dynamic one at that. So is Josh Allen. I don't really here's the other thing. I know everybody wants those players. I'm not obsessed with the idea that my favorite football team has to have one of those guys. If they're available, sure. But I'm not going to sit here and compare every quarterback in the NFL to Lamar, Josh, and Patrick. They're not those guys.
Right.
They're not.
And
but you can still win a Super Bowl with someone else.
Of course, it's not easy to do it, and not that many of them have done it. And you and I ran down the list a couple of weeks ago of quarterbacks who aren't elite who win the Super Bowl, and Nick Foles was one of them. I think that was the last one going back. But, based on how good your team is, you can do it. Brock was close to doing it last year, and a lot of it is, I think, the structure. And you look at Josh Allen, he has the second fewest sack percentage in the league. He's only sacked on 3% of dropbacks. And Jordan Love, Bo Nix is only sacked 4% of the time. Young quarterback, good O-line, gets rid of the ball. That's what you want. Brock Purdy is right about average on how often he gets sacked because the offensive line has not been good.
Let's talk to some people out there. Hey, Matt in San Rafael, thanks for calling. What's going on? Matt, you there?
Matty, I hear you.
All right, I'm going to put Matt back on hold. You can see, Lucas, if you can grab him. Let's go to Raymond in Richmond. Hi, Raymond. Thanks for calling.
Willard and Gibbs, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
What's cooking?
I just want to say, I respect Baldy's opinion, but please give me some of whatever he's smoking, man. I would say if the Niners thought that Sam Darnold was better than Brock Purdy, Brock would be in Minnesota right now, and Sam would be quarterbacking for us. I just think his fault. It's the system around him, and nobody's saying he got. They kept saying Brock has the Avengers around him. I think you could say the same thing about Sam Darnold right now. I just think the fall from grace is going to be hard when he actually shows who he really is, and we're going to be just fine with Brock, and we're going to pay him, and we're going to move on. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the time.
Raymond, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I don't know if Minnesota is the Avengers. I don't know if the 49ers were actually the Avengers, right? We said that last year. Christian McCaffrey is at the top of the league. Trent Williams is. Brandon Ayuk did not start last year as an Avenger. He came out of the year as one. Was that because of Brandon, or was it because of what was going on around him and the calls that were being called and the way Debo was able to play? I don't know, man. Again, I just look at all of these guys through the same exact prism, and to me, it's not a criticism of them to say that, yes, you're better if everything around you is better, and you're worse if everything around you is worse. Sam is in a wonderful situation right now, and then credit him for stepping into that role and crushing it,
right?
And going 12-2. Sam has always been, I thought, a really good player, and if given the right circumstance, he can do this. And I think the same about Brock, and I don't need to prove it because it's already happened.
Exactly. And I think when you look at Brock Purdy, you look at last year and you look at this year, and for me, will the real Brock Purdy please stand up? Please stand up. He's probably somewhere in between, because you're not going to have a lot of years like last year where you have virtually no injuries. I know a couple guys missed a couple games here and there, but you had Christian and George and Brandon and Debo and Trent and Kyle Juszczyk and the majority of your O-line. You had them all on offense. You didn't really have injuries. This year, you had a ton of them, and Brock Purdy suffered from that. His pocket is not as clean, and his weapons aren't as good, and the schedule is tougher. So these are not excuses, but it's reality. So is he as good as last year? No. Is he as bad as this year? No. He's somewhere in between. And I look at a quarterback like Jared Goff, for me, is a great example, and the year he has had, and he is top 8 in just about everything because his offensive coordinator, his play designer, Ben Johnson, is really, really good. Their locker room is off the charts in terms of chemistry. They've been incredibly healthy up until Sunday when they lost David Montgomery. I know their tight end was out for a handful of games, but they've got elite receivers, elite running backs, great play caller, health, and all the rest of it. And so all those things together lead you to have a really good year.
Yeah, what's up, Grandy? What do you got?
Well, Diz, you brought up like all quarterbacks are the system, maybe other than Josh Allen and Lamar, and maybe you could throw Burrow or Mahomes in there. But it got me thinking, do you remember the way that the Ravens negotiated the contract with Lamar? They were so hesitant to pay him. They were open to trading him. They offered him the franchise tag, and then they eventually finally realized that they should probably sign him. But you're talking about one of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL, and the team that drafted and developed him and has gone deep into the playoffs, well, kind of deep in the playoffs with him a number of times, even they were hesitant to give him major money.
Yeah.
Like, that's just what teams should do, right?
He'd already won an MVP, right, at that point?
Yes, he had, and then he won another one after he signed it. Yeah. And I would also say, like, yes, you should always, and I think the Niners will be no different on this, I wonder that specific situation you're bringing up, if there weren't some circumstances in play, because it was right after the Deshaun Watson thing in Cleveland. And I do think that Lamar was kind of like, I think he was negotiating off of that. And the Ravens were like, look, we love you. We want you to be our quarterback. We're not doing that. Because that's the stupidest thing any NFL team has ever done.
Yeah, but the Niners and Brock Purdy will be negotiating off of Dak Prescott and off of Trevor Lawrence off of Tua. And off of...
but that's where the fans go, oh, it's $60 a year, and it's not. Like Deshaun's guarantee was $235. Dak's is only like, what, half that. And so that's all that I think is going to happen here. The 49ers are going to do a deal with Brock Purdy, and it's going to have wiggle room. And if he's not good 2 years from now, they'll get out of it. They'll get out of it. And it'll happen exactly like what the Giants did with Daniel Jones.
Agreed.
If it's not good, they'll get out of it. But I think that they think he's not Daniel Jones.
Well, he's not.
And he's not.
He's better. And I do think the Lamar one is a little curious because a lot of his greatness, I think, was born out of athleticism. And there were questions internally about whether or not he could be a pocket passer. Can he win games from the pocket? And, well, he's gone on in the last 2 years and shown that, yes, he can.
Well, and can he stay healthy long term? That's always, when somebody runs a lot, that's always the question. It's like, do we sign you until you're 33 years old and you lose a step and you get hit more and all of those things? By the way, we should apologize to Matt in San Rafael because his name is Chris in San Rafael.
Oh, no wonder why he didn't answer.
Lucas, director of sports. Come on.
He's not the director of names.
No, Kyle Shanahan's supposed to take accountability whenever something doesn't go right. Am I right? Huh?
Oh, yeah. Hand up. That's on me.
All right. Thank you. Hi, Chris. Thank you for calling, and thank you for being called Matt.
Hey, guys. Hey, one, thanks for taking my call. Two, I apologize. I don't actually have a different take than anything I've heard in the last 45 minutes. It's just beating a dead horse.
No, that's okay.
Like, whatever he's smoking, it's got to be good, and that dude needs to share. Purdy has already proven in the last couple of years he's legit. You give him weapons who are healthy, not missing a game where he's missing not one, not two, but three of his starting receivers, not having CMC out there, who is the number one running back in the NFL. And if that ain't the case, he's at least one of them. Like, if you have no weapons and you have no offensive line except for one Hall of Fame tackle, you don't have an offense, and one quarterback can't make that up. You put Patrick Mahomes in this year, I don't think it's much better, frankly.
Oh,
Patrick Mahomes is only being carried by the Zebras and by his defense.
Patrick Mahomes, look at the numbers, is not playing better than Brock this year. Like, again, I know that'll bother people because of the standings. Chris, thank you very much. Let me add this to the conversation. Here's I think, another part of it, because I am seeing some engagement with the idea of, look, Baldy kind of said it in a funny way, but you guys understand what he actually means. They can move on from Purdy and sign Sam. You can do that. Yes, you can. And you know what? If you want them to do that, let's hear from you. I would love to hear you state your case and understand where you're coming from on that. 888-957-9570. But understand this. I think, about franchises. This is one of the things, for example, that I would argue the Los Angeles Lakers, just as an example, they go too far with this. But they are so concerned. The Warriors are too. They're so concerned with how star players around the league view them that they will make sure at all times that they are treating their players contractually and otherwise a certain way. And you do not make a mockery of people who have achieved for your organization. So the idea of next year, after what Brock Purdy has done in 3 seasons as a pro, a Super Bowl and 2 NFC title games, and he has everyone in that locker room behind him, the idea of the 49ers looking at him and going, that's adorable. We really appreciate it. We're now going to make you our backup for 1 year at $1.1 million, and then we're going to decline anything going forward, and we're going to sweep you out the door, and we're going to bring in last year's backup and guarantee him $30 million next year and a 3-year contract to be the starter in front of you simply because last year you were good rather than great. How do you think that players would view the 49ers? That is a joke of an idea.
Yeah. Yeah,
it makes them look like absolute morons.
And it, as opposed to being an organization that takes care of its own, even though that sometimes can come across as a mistake. And maybe giving Brandon Ayuk $30 million a year, not fully guaranteed, but $30 million, that may be a mistake, but around the league, that's seen as taking care of your guy.
Totally.
And you look at all the restructures they've done, and I do think that Javon Hargrave is an interesting one where you restructured him, you give him money up front, and you're probably going to end up cutting him in the offseason, but you at least gave him some money before you did that, and you've seen that with a bunch of different players, and players will take those restructures because it's cash in hand and it helps the team, and that's the way you do business. So you take Brock Purdy, who's been really good as your quarterback, and you bring in a journeyman to replace him for 1 year.
His backup.
Exactly.
Last year's backup.
Yeah, that's probably not going to be a good message.
I mean, Sam is good. Sam should not even last year, the reason the Niners were so quick to sign him as their backup in free agency right away.
Day one, yeah.
Well, there was 2 reasons, I thought. Number one, they clearly, there was some discomfort with everything that was going on with the Trey Lance situation. Number one. And number 2, I don't think they thought that Brock was for sure going to be ready to go by the beginning of the year. So they wanted somebody who they thought, what if we need to play him for a month? Can he go 2-2 or 3-1 for us? And Sam can do that. He's proven that. So that's why they brought in Sam. They like Sam. I don't think you're crazy if you think Sam can win in this league when surrounded by a very good system, a good coach, good players. He's proving right now that he can do that. But Brock Purdy has proven the exact same thing. So to me, this is just me. If you want to replace Brock Purdy, you better be talking about, like, Josh Allen has to be available. Sam's not an upgrade on Brock.
Well, nobody is available who is an upgrade. And we don't need to play the list game and list all the quarterbacks who would be an upgrade. And, Tom Brady's probably not walking through that door anymore, but that's somebody that they wanted before, and he's not available. And Aaron Rodgers is too old, and so all the quarterbacks who would be an upgrade, none of them are available. Lateral moves? Sure. And if you want to call Kirk Cousins a lateral move, well, he's not available either. The only one would be Sam Darnold. If he even springs free, the Vikings can franchise him, and then he's not available. So there is no other available quarterback.
Grandy, say that on the air. What'd you just say? Say that.
Go find the next Sam Darnold.
Okay, tell me what that looks like. What do you even mean by that?
Well, Sam Darnold is going to make a decent amount this offseason, so that obviously is a point against him if you're trying to, build a roster, or if you're trying to bring somebody in to compete with some other quarterback. But you signed Sam Darnold 2 off seasons ago for what, like $4.5 million?
I think it was more, but it's the high-level backup
something
money.
Like that.
Yeah.
And no one really thought much of it.
Right.
Go find the next Sam Darnold, who's about ready to, when you get him in the right spot, is going to take off and flourish and become a brand new quarterback.
So they didn't already do that by drafting Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant and going to 2 NFC title games and a Super Bowl. Like, is Brock Purdy in the last 3 years, he's not flourishing?
Oh, yeah, he has been, but now you're going to have to pay him upwards of $50 million.
So for you, it's money. You want to find this kind of production for a lot less dough.
That's the dream.
Yeah, that's the dream. Unfortunately, like I can sit here and like nod my head like that'd be great. I don't think that exists.
Well, we can play the backup quarterback game, and we can look at the list of backups who were in Sam Darnold's spot, and you've got Jimmy Garoppolo's one. He's a guy you could get.
Yes, you could get him.
Kenny Pickett and Carson Wentz.
I think what we're
Andy
asking,
Dalton.
What you're asking for is Baker or Sam, or in theory, Brock, if he had not had so much playoff achievement and next year would only command 30. Is there somebody laying in the weeds who you can have for a lot less, but you can still produce? Because here, I'll say something out loud that maybe will surprise you guys. You don't think I'll say this. Brock's replaceable.
Everyone's replaceable.
He's very replaceable. He is not the only one who can do this with Kyle Shanahan. But there aren't 20. There aren't 20 of them. There's probably 10.
And none of them are available.
Right.
So if you want to try to find the next Sam Darnold and bring him in, you're talking about somebody's backup, and you're looking at Joe Flacco or Drew Lock or Jacoby Brissett or Jameis Winston. You're looking at guys who have warts, and they don't have the accomplishments that Brock has. They're going to be more expensive. And then what? So even if you land a guy, right? Maybe it's Josh Dobbs. You realize that it's Dobbsy. So you give Dobbs the gig, or you bring them both back. You don't pay Brock, and you make him compete, and Dobbs wins the job. Okay, you go 7-10 next year. Then what?
Better take that backup quarterback commercial off the air. I'm looking at that if you're bringing in Josh Dobbs to be your $25 million starter.
Exactly.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Also sponsored by the California Lottery. Much more you want to weigh in. We go directly to you, to the phones next. 888-957-9570. Is that what you want? Do you want to move on and start wooing Darnold to come back to the Niners quarterback room? We'll keep taking your calls. Baldy said more about the Darnold market and the Purdy future. We'll play that for you coming up next. Keep taking your calls. Willard and Dibbs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from,
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Want to thank our good friend Carlos Ramirez for listening. What's up, Carlos?
Tama Papa
is
on the X
tweeting out some ideas at me with regard to, and I like this idea. This is what I would do. I do think there is a way to structure a deal so that it is not so, scary for the 49ers. Because we know Brock Purdy is not a disaster of a quarterback. We at minimum know that. The whole tone of it is kind of funny to me. If this is his floor, well, it's not like he's just a ridiculously awful QB this year. He has not been as good. That's fair. But I think there is a way to structure a deal so that it is not in stone for 5 years, number one. And number two, I would like to see higher level play at the backup position. In case he gets hurt, in case things get out of whack, have somebody else in there who, you think could be interesting, kind of the way you did last year with Sam. And Carlos just tweeted that at me, and I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know necessarily exactly who the people are, but, man, if Kyle Shanahan, and I'll still never know to my dying day if this was true, but if he was so damn rumored to be so infatuated with Mac Jones in the draft, well, let's see it. Let's see Mac Jones in the Kyle Shanahan system, because the New England Patriots had a defensive coordinator calling plays for him, and now he's a backup with the Jags who have nothing.
He's a starter now.
He's a starter.
Yeah, and looking pretty good.
Not terrible. Like, that's kind of the point. Like he looks like Sam Darnold used to look. So I don't know what he would do.
Last year, the rookie deal, fifth-year option not picked up.
I don't hate the idea of him as a backup next year.
Yeah, not bad. And he's, fits kind of the mold for Kyle Shanahan. Not super tall, not super good with the arm, but a guy who can, make some of the throws. Diminutive.
Well, did Kyle love him as much as we were all told he did? If so, let's see it.
Well, if so, then if he really loved him as much as everyone thought, then you should have stuck at 12 and taken him at 12.
Agreed.
Instead of trading 3 first-round picks to move up and take Trey Lance, who also is a free agent.
Will be available, exactly.
He's available. As for the contract, I'm looking at the Lamar Jackson deal that he signed. Grandy mentioned it before. He signed for $5 and $260, which is an average annual of $52. That's not important. The total guarantee was $135.
For which player is this?
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar, okay.
And he's not as good as Lamar, but this is a deal that was signed a couple years ago, and he got $75 million $72.5 signing bonus, prorated over 5 years. So the first 3 years of the deal, not a huge cap hit. The fourth year, the cap hit is $75 million. So you get to that spot, and you play out that year, and if Lamar still isn't good or he's hurt, he's 29, you can get out of it at that spot, and you can structure something with Brock accordingly.
Let's take some more calls. Patrick in Florida is on the line. Hi, Patrick. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thanks for having me, Willard and Dibbs. It is a pleasure. I'm a big fan.
Thanks, Patrick.
No, thank you for the great content. Listen to you guys every day after work, and a little bit during too. But what I wanted to say was, I'm a big Brock Purdy fan. Definitely don't think that Niners should move on from him. But one thing I have noticed is this whole man coverage thing, because early in Brock's career, he was so good at adapting to when the league adapted to him. That's the number one trait of a great quarterback. When the league has a book on you, you adapt to it. So early in his career, what did he do? He ran and rolled out to the left all the time. Teams caught on to that. He stopped doing it. All good. The other thing that happened was he wasn't very proficient at throwing deep early in his career. He didn't try it a lot, and when he did, it was just off. It didn't look good. So what happened? Defenses forced him to throw deep, and he quickly adjusted to that, and he became a nice deep ball thrower, at least last year and in the half year before that. So my question is, as far as this man coverage thing, this seems like it's something that he has not been able to shake this year. You look at those splits between, his quarterback rating, his completion percentage, and everything. zone coverage versus man coverage. He leads the league in zone coverage, and he's one of the worst when it comes to man. So what is that? Is it his arm strength? Is it the personnel around him as far as his wide receivers go? I know that the Niners receivers were pretty bad as far as, gaining separation this year.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, I want to lean towards that. But then at the same time, the arm strength thing does make up a lot for those times where you got to just get it in there in that little window. And I feel like when they play man coverage, press man in particular, he's forced to do that a lot. So that's just the only concern is this is the one thing he hasn't been able to kind of shake this year.
And
constant.
Yeah, and Patrick, thanks so much for the call. I would say, and Dibs, I bet you're going to agree with me. Is some of that on Purdy's plate for sure, but it's much bigger than Purdy. That's also Kyle Shanahan's assignment right now. I would argue that it's definitely been Deebo Samuel's assignment, and I don't know if Deebo has the pencil in order to get this assignment done because everybody we've talked to has said that's just not what Deebo does. He's not a man beater. And that's maybe why they drafted Ricky Pearsall, because in theory, he's supposed to be able to do that more. That's the evolution we're looking for. This started in the Super Bowl. Steve Spagnuolo said it out loud after the game.
Yeah.
And it literally signaled to the league. Because Spagnuolo, if you remember after the game, said, I told everyone on our sideline, we came out in zone, and he's like, this kid is picking us apart. We are dead if we stay here.
It's because the receivers are able to get open against it, and he can deliver the ball on time.
And so he switched to man, and they had really good corners, and they kind of, to a degree, not completely, but they at least slowed down Deebo and Brandon, and the 49ers as a group were unable to adjust, and the league came back this year and said, perfect, let's do that every time. And you've seen the results. And it still hasn't meant that the Niners were just like some horrible offense. That's not what the stats say. But it's been a lesser team. No question about that. That's the job for all of them. And Kyle has to lead that, and to me, Brock follows suit. So anyway, it's on him, but it doesn't start with him.
It's on all of them. It starts with Kyle, to me, and the scheme, and something that Jerry said, and you played it last hour about, the way they go about running their offense. He has to adapt, and they have to go to more wide splits where you're going to widen out the defense and make your receivers have to go out there and beat a guy one-on-one. When you have everything tight to the line of scrimmage, and I'll ask Greg Cosell this tomorrow when we have him on our weekly visit, it seems a lot easier to cover when you don't have the same amount of space that you have to cover defensively. And, Brock hasn't had the same amount of time. He's fled the pocket too eagerly. And, Ricky Pearsall, I don't think has, even after the shooting and he's gotten into the flow, he hasn't been as much of a man beater, a man threat in the offense as I had thought that he was going to be.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I just think the two of them have not, and for good reason, they're not on the same page yet. They just haven't had enough time together. Telmo in the city next up. Hi, Telmo. Thanks for the call.
What's up, fellas? How you doing today?
Good. Telmo.
I need you guys to know this because you'll appreciate it real quick. I lost my first round of the playoff matchup in fantasy yesterday by 12 tenths of a point.
Oh, for crying out loud.
0-1-2 because of Sincere McCormick got hurt in the game. Had he had another 2 yards, I would have won. But anyways, it was I was sick. But anyways, back to this Brock Purdy thing. What are we doing? What's going on here? Why are we having this conversation? I feel like this is all because of the generation where we get next day packages and all of our entertainment is in 30-second clips. It's all about like the right now, the immediacy of it all. Because are we forgetting who the heck Sam Darnold is? Like, he's nice. He has a good arm. He has moments. He's Sam Darnold. He's had so many years in the league to show us who he is. And we have Brock Purdy. Is Brock Purdy the perfect specimen of an athlete? No. Can he process? Can he play good football, make good decisions? Is he experienced? Yes. Has he led? Has he taken a team further than Sam Darnold has ever closed his eyes and dreamt of at night? Yes. So people are like, oh, they say the grass isn't greener on the other side. It's greener where you water it. We need to commit to Brock, okay? And I don't understand. So what are you going to do? You're going to bring in Sam Darnold for $30 million, and then he falls apart, and then we're nowhere better off. We're just back on the turnstile of quarterbacks where we've been since God knows when, since the Jeff Garcia days. We have an opportunity. We found gold in the last pick of the 7th round in the NFL draft. He's taken the team to 2 NFC championship games and was really the defense a 4th down stop away from winning a Super Bowl, even though he didn't play great, but or one lineman had made a block and we would have won their Super Bowl. So I don't know what we're doing. I don't know where this conversation is. I don't know what's going on, but people need to just chill out, go believe in Brock, commit to Brock, keep building the team. The team needs adjustment anyways. Keep going down that path and let good things happen.
Yeah, Telmo, thank you very much for the call. And again, just to answer real quick, and I know you mean this rhetorically, but the conversation comes from Brian Baldinger, who's a big friend of the station, goes on with the roast every week.
NFL expert.
And he said, I'd flip Brock for Sam right now, which may not really be realistically possible, certainly with the way that he presented it. But the response from Telmo, I think, is a very fair one. I'll just say this, though. When he goes, hey, have we forgotten who Sam is? There's too much of that for me. Sam is this. Brock is this. Oh, but now Brock is this. And now Sam is this. Just like any other human being, like these guys all have multiple personalities as employees, as quarterbacks. And it is based on what's going on around them. Brock is in a great system. The system broke down this year. Sam is now in a great system. And now you're getting that production. There's just, to me, there's a little bit too much labeling going on. These are living, breathing things each football season. Not done with it. More of you want to weigh in, we'll keep going. We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. And I promised you the other sound from Baldinger with regard to the market on Sam and the decision ahead for Purdy. We'll play that for you next. Keep going with you. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our LifeSource water. And now, when you buy LifeSource, we will pay your sale.
on here? Why are we having this conversation?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, let's answer that because I sort of feel the same way. Now, I guess the quick answer, what are we doing here? Talking about Brock or Sam.
What are we doing?
It's a little bit of a cop-out to say, well, because Brian Baldinger said this.
I'd say I'd go flip them for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
what, like, so Minnesota, like, look, let's just think about Sam for a second. You sat there as a backup all year. He learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. Like, he saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller, with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give him top flight money, or they could trade him. Like, I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger and stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
Okay, so I don't agree. I don't even think that that's possible. We've talked about that, and I'm not trying to pin Baldy in a weird spot, but he talks about trading for Sam. You're not allowed to do that. Trade deadline's over, and Sam's a free agent at the end of the year. That, like, if Minnesota franchises him or does something different, then you could. So that's not even possible. The idea of bringing him in and having a competition with Brock would mean that you need to sign Sam to a very large deal and then bring him in to compete with someone who went to the Super Bowl just a handful of months ago. I think that makes your organization look absurd. So I don't think that any of that's possible. But I'll answer the question, Dibbs. I don't know how you feel. We're not just having this conversation because Baldy said that. It is my sense, and this is our job, to have sort of a sense of what kind of makes you all go. It is my feeling that a lot of 49er fans have questions, hesitations, and concerns in this moment, with the idea of Brock Purdy being their long-term quarterback and what it would mean for the rest of the roster.
And I think that's the bigger part of it. I don't think that there's doubt as far as Brock Purdy being good enough to win, but it's the money. It's the sticker shock and what that means for the rest of the roster. Because if you told the fan base right now that the two sides have agreed in principle to a 5-year, $100 million deal, Brock Purdy's going to make $20 million a year for the next 5 years, I would bet the majority of Niner fans would sign up. Now, there are some who are just anti-Brock, period, and I get that. You're entitled to it. I don't believe that. I think he's shown enough to be worth any amount of money, but if you gave Brock Purdy a really well below market deal, the majority of fans wouldn't blush, and they would say, okay, if it doesn't work out in a couple years, we can cut him and eat it from there. For me, the bigger issue is the money. And when you hear Tom Pelissero over the weekend say, why would Brock Purdy take anything other than top of the market? That's where fans start to say, whoa. We've watched it all year. He's regressed. He's not that good. He's a system guy. He's not worth $60 million a year. So that, to me, becomes where this is a topic, because Sam Darnold's not going to get top of the market money.
Correct.
No matter what. The best he's going to do is franchise money, franchise tag, or he gets a 3-year deal somewhere. So for me, it's less about is Brock any good, and it's more about the sticker shock of Brock.
Okay.
The sticker Brock. Had to.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I do.
Good friend of mine has a conversation with me the other day, and I'm just being a dad, and I'm all concerned about some things with regard to my kids. And this woman says to me, what are you scared of? And I go, oh, okay, that's a good question. And then I lay it out, and I lay out this whole scenario for the next 2 to 5 years of my kids' lives. And she goes, okay, thank you for expressing that. Do you realize you just made up a story?
Right.
You just made up a story. None of that has happened. None of it is true. None of it is on the brink of happening. You made up a story.
And most of it's not going to happen, right? Most likely not going to happen.
Very, like, yes. Made up a story. And this is what we do when we worry. We make up a story of something that's going to happen in the future. So Every one of you that's worried about Brock and $60 million, I would like to challenge you right now. I think you're making up a story because unless you can tell me who it is you're worried about losing with Brock getting that 60, then I'd argue you're making up a story. You're telling yourself it means Debo is gone, and it means George Kittle. You don't know that.
Hargrave and Bosa
you
and
don't
Trent
know that.
And Fred.
The 49ers have been telling you for a year that they've budgeted for this.
You've told me Cap Schmap ever since the first show we did together 3.5 years ago.
And I stand by Cap Schmap. I can't believe someone hasn't bought me a Cap Schmap cap for Christmas.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good idea.
Pretty good.
You're making up a story. Now, it does happen, but that would be my thing. I wish I could pull the 49er front office aside and go, talk to me about 60 or 55 for Brock. And what does that mean for the rest of your roster? Remember when Kyle Shanahan went on the TK show? This was earlier this year, like 6 months ago, and told the story of the DeForest Buckner negotiation. Do y'all remember that? We played it then. Here it is again.
The Buckner thing was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through. I loved DeForest Buckner. We don't want to get rid of him at all, but we're trying to budget a certain amount of money. And then when it gets to a certain price and we know what the options are, you got to choose paying Buck whatever it was, which is a few more than what we were willing, which, all right, let's go there. Guys, what does that mean? Well, you got to get rid of Jimmy Ward and Armstead. Ooh, that's a tough decision. Well, I don't know where I'm going to go with that decision. What if we told you if you get rid of Buck, you get Jimmy Ward, Armstead, and the 13th pick in the draft? Man, that makes sense from an organizational standpoint. Man, I don't want to lose Buck. He's like everything you want for a Niner. But those are the tough decisions you got to make for that. And that does make sense. You can go either way, but I understand that decision and had nothing to do with Buck. That just had to do with what we were trying to build and how many more people we could get, and we think it's 3-1. Those aren't easy, but I don't shy away from that.
That's the information I wish for, because I don't care if Brock gets 80 if you tell me, but you're not losing anybody else.
Right. Well, you're going to lose players. Like Hargrave is going to be gone, I think, almost certainly.
Yeah, but I kind of want him to be gone.
Fine, but you're going to lose. I don't think that they do, because already you've got major problems in the A-gap. And I was listening to Bonte and Joe this morning talk about the wide nine. The wide nine works if you have good defensive tackles, and they don't. So now you've got Nick Bosa 73 yards away from the line of scrimmage, wide nining it up, and teams are just running down the middle, whoop, whoop, because you can't stop it. But that's a digression. I'm looking at the overall list of cap space right now in the National Football League. Do you know where the Niners rank currently in cap availability?
I have a very good guess. Are you ready?
Take a guess.
Number 1.
That's correct, Mark.
Number 1.
$51.1 million. So they are going to have to lose some players. They're not going to lose any of the big boys. And they've prepared for this by storing up $51.1 million in cap space. So even if you give Brock 60 and 888-957-9570, it's an overpay, light him up. You have prepared for this by shoring up your cap.
I don't care if they give him 100.
Okay, it's crazy now.
I don't care. I don't care.
Now you got me worried.
No, and you'll make up stories.
Yep.
Look, as soon as we got done saying this, 650 Comcast Business Text Line, it means no Dre Greenlaw. No, it doesn't. You're making up a story. You're making up a story unless 650 6926, whatever that number is. If that's Parag, if that's you, blink 2 times.
He is in the 650.
If that's you, Parag, let me know, and then I'll know that 60 means no Dre Greenlaw. But if your name is Ken and you're just a Niner fan, you're making up a story. So you might be right. I can't tell you you're wrong. But that's the information I want. I don't care what the number is. I care who we lose if you do it.
And just real quick on Dre Greenlaw, how much do you think he's going to get if they do re-sign him? Because his last deal, when he was healthy Dre Greenlaw, game-wrecking Dre Greenlaw, he got 2 years and $16.4 million. He got $8 million a year.
You're going to get more.
Maybe, not a lot more.
Well,
He's coming off an injury year.
He is, but he looked phenomenal the other night.
He sure did, for a half.
And then he got hurt again.
For a half. My point is, the Dre Greenlaw contract is not going to be a victim. Now, if you want to talk about losing Debo, that's interesting. and Javon Hargrave. And, Kyle Juszczyk at 32 restructured his deal. That's a small number, but these are people, human beings, who you may lose because of this contract being up there in the $60 million range if it does go that way.
Really quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
maybe,
ahead,
you talk about who you might lose and maybe throw out Debo or you throw
Sure.
okay, maybe Niner fans are okay with not having Debo around anymore. Maybe the other way to think about it is if you sign a quarterback to $60 million versus $40 million or whatever the number is, maybe you lose out on the ability to go out and sign a center, a free agent center, or a guard, or a right tackle, or a defensive lineman.
But thank you for using the word maybe. Like, that's my point. I am going to trust, and again, doesn't mean they don't make mistakes, because good Lord, they do. But the Niners are not a stupid organization. You can see one. You have TVs. You see the Jets. You see the Giants. You watch them. You watch the Giants go, Saquon for 12, Devin Singletary for 9.
Right.
Woo, we playing chess. No, you're not. You're playing Parcheesi, and Saquon Barkley's in your division, and you suck. You can see a stupid organization. The Niners aren't it. So I'm going to trust that they know this is coming. They've known this was coming for a long time, and they can structure it so that they can still maneuver. To me, that's clearly the way to go.
Well, they've already done that, and I'm looking at McCaffrey's right now, and if you get out of McCaffrey at the end of this year, the dead cap is $22 million. If you wait one more season of McCaffrey, you hope he gets healthy and he's 80% of what he was with this latest injury. It's fair to think that he can be that. After next season, the dead cap is $8.5 million. So McCaffrey is probably a one more year guy. Trent Williams, one more year. Kittle's restructure, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's probably 1 or 2 more years. So all these things, by the time the Brock number, kapow, really hits your books, a lot of these guys that we know and love are going to be phasing out anyway in their early 30s.
Dude, you got to maneuver. You're going to have to draft well. And I love, you brought this up a couple months ago, and I love it. I love looking at the Green Bay Packers. They're coached by a Kyle Shanahan disciple. They also have a young quarterback who just came out of a rookie deal. They had to pay him before they really wanted to. Boy, they would have loved to have more information. But running around on the field with him are a bunch of receivers making $2 an hour. And they're going, man. They're going. That team's going to the playoffs, and we're going to see what they can do. And they are a contender. They are one of 4 contenders in the NFC this year.
Jaden Reed, 2nd round. Tucker Kraft, 3rd round. Dontavian Wicks, 5th round. The year before, you got Romeo Doubs in the 4th round. Christian Watson in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
So, and that's what the Niners need to do. To Grandy's point, you need a center. You need to tackle the future. You need multiple defensive tackles. You need probably another corner. You need some guys, and the best way to do it is in the draft, and you're going to be probably picking 13.
I love that you just said this, because, by the way, everyone's freaking out about that number 60, right? I don't want to pay 60. What are you paying Brandon and Debo?
I'd have to do the math, but I think it's damn near 60. 58.
And you're getting bubkiss for it. You want to talk about wasting your 60 while the Packers are running around with Dontavian Wicks?
Yep.
Out of the what round?
5th.
Like,
Jaden Reed's 2nd, which means he's slotted at somewhat small money.
And there's criticisms baked into that because the Niners did those deals, and then their 5th round draft pick, Jacob Cowing, can't get on the field. And Ricky Pearsall has an unfortunate year, and all. So they're going to have to nail people at that position. But, like, that's where I don't want to spend 60 in the wide receiver room.
And just real quick before we go back to the phones about the draft, look at last year's draft for the Niners. They got, I think, 5 starters.
They're good players.
And, you got Purdy, who's really good. He's a starter. And Green and Malik Mustafa, who's now hurt, but he looks legit. So you did pretty well in the draft as far as what you used your capital on.
And I'm not done with Pearsall at all.
No,
there's so many circumstances surrounding that situation.
4 years and then a 5th-year option if you're so inclined.
Mike in Santa Clara. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon, and thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
In general, I actually am – I'm not – look, this season is done, okay? The season is done. What I'm more interested in is, Brock, with all his contributions and everything, with making it to, NFC championships, etc. Just I don't think he's worth $60 million. So I'm not in that category of thinking I'm not worried about that. I think he's probably more, for my opinion, like 30 to 40 million. But you're also looking at, other players you're going to lose. For example, just one name I'll throw out there is Ward. Ward is probably not going to come back on the team. And Dibs, I agree. I think what we need to do, especially with going into the draft, we've always had a overall average percentage of having good players coming out of the draft into the late rounds as well. So I'm not worried about that. Plus, you're probably going to get Dre Greenlaw, on a smaller deal if you actually want to go down that route. And then we also have to look at, McCaffrey's probably going to have Garendo behind him, P. Taylor in this case, but also are you going to look at another running back also because Mason's going to be costing too much. So there's a lot of moves that I see that are happening in general, and you're going to have Campbell coming off the books, thank freaking God, because that guy's a dumbass in this case. But, you're going to have all these moves that are coming up, and I think we're going to be okay. This was just an anomaly year. So many injuries happened. So I think we're going to be okay, but just focus on the positions that we need to get, O-line, D-line, and DB side of it.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question before you go? Because there's something interesting. When you said to you, Brock is like worth 30 or 40. Like, how do you come to that number?
I just don't think, you know what? Let me put it like this, Willard. If he had the weapons around him, Ayuk was in there, Kittle, Debo, all healthy. Juwan Jennings has been, technically our best receiver of the freaking year outside of Kittle. If he had the weapons behind him that were not injured, and he was actually making the plays. I mean, our offense wasn't whole, Willard. So that's why I think, he was able to do what he did, especially on his feet as well, of making those rushing plays. But, honestly, I just don't think he's worth that full contract. I think that, he's still within that 30 to 40 million a year type of player.
Mike, thanks. I get it. I really do. I just wonder where, to me, that's it's a cloud. We're just throwing this number out. He's worth 30 or 40 based on what? Again, if I'm
look at comps, but the comps, he's better than the comps who make 40.
Yeah, he's better than some of the comps who make 55.
If you
he's better than the guy who makes 60.
Yeah, well, Jordan Love makes 55, and Jordan Love right now is better. He's had a better year.
But Trevor Lawrence makes 55.
Facts.
And Dak makes 60. So
Daniel Jones got 4 and 160, and I'm looking at the structure, and this is why I think the Jones structure might work at a higher level. He got a $36 million signing bonus, escalated right away first year, bam. The next year he made $36 million, and then it was bye-bye because he only had about $15 million left guaranteed, if that, and you were able to flush him after 2.
Totally. And he had just such it was such a small sample of good because it was questions, boom, we're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, about 8 games,
and then won a playoff game on the road, and the Giants had to blink. It was almost as if the second they signed it, they're like, we know that this isn't going to go well. And they knew.
Yeah.
So they had to build in and out. And if you want to do that with the 49ers, I get that, and that makes sense. Sure, build in as quick of an out as you possibly can, but let's not make this that. Brock Purdy situation is not the Daniel Jones situation.
It's not, but you do, and I'm going to borrow from Guru here, and you do want some Geico. You want some insurance.
Sure.
Just in case.
Always.
Right, in case he gets hurt or in case, he doesn't get back to that elite level where he was.
Tom in the city has some concerns. Hi, Tom. Thanks for calling.
Hey, my quick question. Don't you guys think that York, Shanahan, and Lynch already know their max deal for this guy and what the number at which they're willing to let him walk?
I don't need. Okay, so probably.
I agree,
Tom, I think they discussed the number, but the whole quote, let him walk, I don't know. You know what I mean? He still has another year on his deal at 1.1. So, in other words, if you don't sign him to a deal, there's no way for this to not get messy next summer. Do you know what I mean by that?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's no way he's going to play with a franchise tag or.
You can't even tag him yet.
Yeah.
You can't even tag him yet. For him to play next year without an extension means he's willing to play for $1 million, which he won't. He won't.
No, never going to happen. But I think they already know their number, and they don't need any more evidence, and they should probably let him sit.
Okay, but then
I think they will let him sit after Miami if they lose and they are eliminated. I think they will have him sit. And I think that's what he's referring to.
You're talking about this year, Tom, or you're talking about like if he doesn't hit their number, then you just let him sit next year?
No. I mean this year.
I
think they have enough evidence to establish their max deal, their max contract, how many years, et cetera. Because I'm scared they're going to lock into like a Kirk Cousins, a Jay Cutler, good enough to get you to 9-8 without the surrounding cast, but not good enough to take you over the hump when you need somebody.
Yeah, I just don't know how many of those guys are even on earth, Tom. The whole everything created around him, but that one guy just dragged you to the playoffs in the 1 seed by himself. I just don't even know if that really exists. Maybe if you want to talk about Lamar and Josh and Patrick, maybe. But Lamar's not in first place right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can't just go win in football by himself. Whenever everyone says that he can't play well without a lot of stuff around him, then put stuff around him.
Right.
That's your job.
Look on the other side of the ball where
put stuff around him.
Nick Bosa missed 3 or 4 games and he's had a down year because he doesn't have a lot of stuff around him. So he gets double teamed, he gets chipped, he gets held because offenses realize that he's really the main game wrecker you have to worry about. And it's complimentary football. Brock can't possibly be his best without good players around him.
Maurice and Jonathan and Jeff and Brendan and more. We're coming. 888-957-9570. More from Brian Baldinger saying flip him for Sam. Do you have concerns about Brock Purdy's future? Do you want to try to explore a different option? We'll continue with this. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in an hour and 20 minutes. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com. We'll squeeze this in also coming up in the next hour. Dennis Schroder had his introductory press conference today. Oh, he said one thing in particular I noticed that, he's gonna make you love him. Right? Oh, that irritant. It goes all away with one comment. And we'll tell you what that is as well. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Doobie-doobie-doo.
I want to go, man.
The Doobie Awards are coming this Friday. Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale, 6 to 10 a.m. Food and drink are provided.
Yeah.
Just stop right there.
Do they have a high chair?
What other stupid stuff? Let's drink. Thank you.
I'm going to eat it.
Like, human beings are listening to us right now. Do you need to hear anything else when someone says food and drink are provided? Do you need more little things sprinkled in?
Why do you think I went to the Niner game with Lucas?
I love the other stuff that comes after this. Oh, we're handing out awards, and Bonte and Shasky will be dressed up. Whatever, dude.
Tuxedos.
I said food and drink are provided.
Provided.
Lucas came in here during one of the other breaks. We got a little cookie making station in the room right now. He's like, there's cookies in the other room. I was gone by the time he got to the word room.
Yep.
When the food and drink are provided.
Some of our coworkers are out there crushing it. Shout out Sarah Kawaguchi, the Gooch.
Sarah killed it.
Her cookies.
She has a 3-cookie layered. She almost made a gingerbread house out of cookies. Like, very impressive.
Very impressive.
Very impressive.
Most impressive.
Leave some cookies for the rest of us, Gooch.
I would love to go participate, but, we can go in there in like 4-minute stints. And so I told them all I'm able to do is eat.
I went in and started decorating mine, and next thing you know, I ate the legs.
You're supposed to sweep the legs, not eat the legs.
Damn it.
Come on, man. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Come on, Purdy haters. Let's do this. Let's talk it out. I mean, honestly, at the base of all of this, and I think people get this by now. I'm not trying to come down anybody's road, but you have to sort of understand the hypocrisy that lies at the base of all things Brock Purdy, and it's okay. I've reasoned with it. It's okay. And if you think that I'm dumb for liking Brock as much as I do, that's fine too. It's totally fine. I get where everyone's perspective kind of comes from. I can be disappointed in the way he played this year, but you can go player to player around the league at the quarterback position, and you'll see a bunch of stuff that is way worse than what's being discussed with Brock Purdy, but no one has any issue with it because they were all top 10 picks. Nobody thinks Tua is better than Brock. Jared Goff is right now sitting there with the 1 seed. You could have a very healthy conversation about those two quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence makes 55. Jordan Love was signed to 55 after he had started about 10 football games. All of these things happen, and nobody really questions them. Nobody questions them, because if Jordan Love has a howitzer arm and he's 6'4", and he's a first-round draft pick, you see 3 games, and you're like, I'm done. I love him. Brock can do 3 seasons. He can go to multiple NFC title games, and if he has 2 bad games, I hear a lot of people go, yep, that's it. The slipper doesn't fit. This is over. Paper tiger. No more Cinderella. Let's go back to life. I get it. It's very hard to believe. And so, Brock is Santa Claus. You either believe or you don't. It's up to you.
Well, we usually steer away from that one, especially this time of year.
What?
Kids in the car.
And they believe, as do I. What's wrong?
Nobody mentions...
You don't believe in Santa Claus?
Of course I do, Mark.
What are you, anti-American?
Don't even go there.
All right.
Don't paint me into that corner. Okay, you're the one bringing it up as if it's some sort of a question. Brick.
That was a splash.
The one thing that people don't talk about contracts-wise is Aaron Rodgers. How you doing, Jets?
Yep.
When you gave him 3 and 112.5, and the majority of that, $75 million of that, was guaranteed at signing, and he's been awful. So we all talk about all these contracts and this and that. They still owe him $49 million. The dead cap number for him is $49 million if they want to get rid of him this year. So they're stuck with him for one more season.
He's been worse than awful because there's the quarterbacking that you're talking about. I would argue there's something even worse, which is he's stripped the pants off of the organization. They handed him so much power that they got rid of their coach and then they got rid of their GM. And they're sitting there, and then they went and acquired his buddy receiver. And thank you for the fantasy points last week. But you guys have 4 wins.
Right.
You have 4 wins. Like, Literally, Devontae Adams talked his way off of a 2-win team to get to a 4-win team.
It's an upgrade. That's an upgrade because the Raiders, and again, we can talk about quarterbacks. Kurt Warner going to join us at 4 o'clock, which is exciting.
Yep, Kurt Warner at 4, Steve Kerr at 5.
I'm not going to ask
who's
Kurt.
producing this show.
I'm not going to ask Kurt about the Raider quarterback situation, but that's what broken looks like when you've got a situation as bad as that.
Absolutely. Okay, let's go. Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, man, you mentioned Mac Jones, and I started choking on the sidewalk. I'm like, no way, dude. Could that be like another little wide receiver with average arm partnered with little quarterback with average arm partnered with little wide receivers with average speed? We've seen that movie twice.
Yeah, but Jonathan, we were talking about backups. We're talking about potential backups.
No, I would rather have them draft another quarterback, preferably somebody big with a strong arm, because I really want to see this offense with a big quarterback with a strong arm and also a legitimate number one receiver with speed and size.
So are you wanting to move on from Brock then?
There's really no good answer, bro. There's no who's out there. If I was them, though, if I was a GM calling shots, I'll build me a Bentley of an offensive line and a Rolls Royce of a defensive line and just build the trenches, and then whatever happens to the quarterback happens to the quarterback. But, Kyle has shown us he could take a Brock Purdy and a Jimmy to the Super Bowl. But at the end of the day, those dudes are just not good enough because you're going up against a Patrick Mahomes and a Josh Allen. Those dudes, they could thread a needle even 60 yards away.
So, Jonathan, I like the one thing that, and thanks, Jonathan. Those guys aren't good enough. Sure they are.
And how were they? How was Brock almost good enough?
Right,
it's because your defense was good enough. And so that's where we all get fixated on, can Brock Purdy beat Patrick Mahomes? Can he beat Josh Allen? No, of course he can't beat them, but the whole idea of complementary football is you have a defense that is good enough to prevent these really good quarterbacks from dominating you and allow your offense to possess the ball long enough to shrink the game into a spot where your lesser quarterback, who's a solid B, maybe a B plus, however you see him, that's complementary football, is putting your quarterback, who's the 9th, 13th, 15th best, whatever he is, putting him in a spot where he can win that sort of a game.
I hope this doesn't sound like a moral victory. You can't go to overtime of the Super Bowl and then tell me that guy can't win. No, that's so razor thin. That's so razor thin. One play goes this way or one play goes that way. That game goes the other way. And it didn't. So this isn't revisionist history, but the kid's 24 years old. You cannot go to overtime of the Super Bowl. Like, I won't say Jalen Hurts can't win the Super Bowl. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. He lost the game 38-35.
Right.
Yes, he can. That's so close. Doesn't mean he's going to win most of them.
35 points, and your defense made a, was it holding or it was PI in the end zone? I think it was holding that they called.
It was holding. Yeah.
Just a gaffe. It was a defensive mistake that cost him. Jalen Hurts is pretty good in that game.
Yeah. Maurice, Rancho Cordova. Hi, Maurice. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great, man.
Hey, first thing, now, and like, I'm 32 years old, and there's like a sentiment, especially with a lot of, I would say, the older crowd, where you guys are okay with just being okay because you've actually seen the Niners go. It's almost like a billionaire telling someone who's making $40,000, it's okay making $40,000. Don't worry about being a billionaire. I want with that type of like rhetoric to just like get away from me with that. That's something that I just really don't understand. You guys understand our position because you've seen a Super Bowl, so you're okay with team 12-3 getting to the NFC Conference Championship, losing. At this point, it's been 94.
See, Maurice, this is a really interesting point. This is a very, very interesting point, but I'm going to clap back a little bit. I don't think because we lived through the 80s that means we're okay with being just okay. Because I don't think the last handful of the years for the Niners were just okay. They were disappointing in the end. They were a lot better than okay. And then my other sort of challenge to you would be, what you're saying is you have to be so overly obsessed with just winning one ring, I'll accept that if you can tell me the person who's not named Brock Purdy that's going to give you that shot.
That's available right now. There is none.
Okay.
And that brings me to my next point. That brings me to my next point. We already have the quarterback who's going to win the Super Bowl during this era. They're already on the roster. When you go back and this is historical data. You go back and you look at the quarterbacks that's winning Super Bowls, they are famers. You have your Nick Foles, you have your Gophers, but they are Hall of Famers. Right now, we're paying Brock Purdy just like somebody on a hat that says Los Angeles Lakers, New York Yankees. It does not matter at this point. If you don't want to go keep searching through the draft for the next generational quarterback, you are just going to be a middle-of-the-road quarterback. Because it doesn't matter how many times we get to the Super Bowl, we're going to have to see Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes there. They're going to be there waiting for us. And we're going to keep losing. That's just how that goes. You can't tell me. People say, how can you tell me Brock Purdy can't? Well, how many Brock Purdys have won a Super Bowl? Nick Foles, Trent Dilfer? Like how many of those, we know who those guys are. How many of those type of guys win Super Bowls? We already know who's going to win the Super Bowl for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, our next guest is one of those guys, so let's not.
I don't buy that, Maurice. I'm confused, but you said the guy is already on the roster?
On other rosters is what he meant.
Oh, okay.
Those generational quarterbacks are already spoken for. So Maurice's idea is go out and find the next one, and you can do that, but let's look at this upcoming draft.
Can you?
Well, you can, but you need to have a top 2 or 3 pick, and you need that player to be that guy.
That player needs to exist, which I have no idea if he does.
Let's just pretend it's Shedeur Sanders for just the moment. Kurt Warner up in mere seconds. If it is Shedeur Sanders and you're picking 13th or 14th this year, he's not going to be available. So then we're back to the insanity of trading first-round capital to move up, to roll the dice, to see if this guy's actually one of those dudes.
And there's something else that's tucked in there, and this will surprise no one. I am going to flatly reject that Brock Purdy is Nick Foles and Trent Dilfer. No.
It'd be cool if he was Kurt Warner.
It sure would. So I know someone we can ask, and we'll talk to him, as you said, in mere seconds. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. To the River Islands guest line, and here he comes, Kurt Warner, on with Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Kurt, thank you so much for doing this. And how would you respond to that, to the idea that Brock Purdy is, or his ceiling is, like a Nick Foles or like a Trent Dilfer? Do you buy that?
I mean, no, I don't buy that. And again, I mean, you have to kind of put it all in perspective that, so much of it is about the situation that you're in, what you bring your team in that situation. So, I mean, I don't want to sit here and say Trent Dilfer wasn't a good quarterback or Nick Foles wasn't a good quarterback. Both guys obviously going to and winning Super Bowls, of course. I just think you have to look at the body of work, and you have to look at the situation that they're in. And you have to ask yourself the question, most importantly, is who do we think we have in this quarterback? And, how does he fit into our system? And then maybe the last piece is there somebody else, and not even somebody else, are there numerous people that we think we could place into this situation and them play the position better than who we have? And those, to me, are the questions that every team has to ask. I look at Miami. There's a lot of conversations about Tua and Miami and all of that stuff. Tua, I don't know if he's as good in another system or other systems as he is in Miami. But I could also say I don't know how many quarterbacks in the National Football League would be as good as Tua in that system. And so they went and paid him. Why? Because he's really, really good at what they're asking him to do, and they don't believe there's other guys out there, or more than a couple other guys out there that, chances they probably aren't going to get him anyways, a couple other guys out there that could play in that system as well as he does. So that to me becomes a big part of the equation. And then I think the other part of the equation is, if that's the case, what are you willing to pay the guy? Because I do believe there always has to be an element of understanding whether that player, that quarterback specifically, can truly elevate your team if you don't have all the pieces around them that maybe they've had. And I think, Brock's a great example. They've had great talent and they have a great situation. And I think Brock plays in that situation at an extremely high level and does things that I don't think there's very many quarterbacks in the National Football League that could do as consistently in that system. And that to me is where he's got tremendous value. But you also realize if you go and pay a guy $50, $60 million, you're not going to have the same pieces around him in most situations. So does he have the ability to elevate your team without those pieces? And that's where I think all of this comes in is, is he a $60 million quarterback? Is he a $40 million quarterback? And I know the league has gone crazy in the standpoint that so much of it is next man up. Next man up. We've got to pay him, more than the last guy got. I'm not a believer in that. Now, I don't know how you get around it. I don't have to do that as a general manager, but I'm not a believer that everybody is just a $60 million quarterback because they're a starting quarterback in the National Football League. But, you have to figure that out within an organization to say, hey, where's the quarterback see himself? Does the quarterback think he can go get $60 million somewhere else? Does he think he can be as successful in another system so he's going to hold out to get more money? Or do they realistically understand situation is beneficial to me? I'm a good quarterback, and together we have a chance to be really, really successful, for me to have a great career. And so I do understand where I fit in the hierarchy of quarterbacks in the NFL, and I'll take what I believe or where I believe I fit. I'll take $40 million. I'll take $35 million to be a part of this and to have a chance to succeed for the long term.
Hall of Famer Kurt Warner here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. So you talked about system, and I know you've seen every snap from every team this year, which I love, by the way. When you look at Brock Purdy and the system and the scheme, why has it seemed like a regression from Brock Purdy this year as opposed to last year?
Well, I will say I don't think Brock has played and seen the game quite as well this year as he has the last couple of years, and especially down the stretch here. And, I can't explain exactly why. In watching what they do in San Francisco, Kyle does an unbelievable job of building this offense around their run game and around their play action. And he does a great job of creating opportunities for guys and creating open players. But I also believe that the system and the way it's set up doesn't always get those guys open the way that Kyle wants them to be open. And what I mean by that is it's not structured in such a way that, if I've got a big in route that's running 18 yards, there's not always a guy underneath that in route. So if the linebacker falls underneath the end, I can automatically just go right to the guy underneath it, and it becomes an easy high-low read. The offense isn't always dictated that way. So the quarterback, gets put in a position where it's like, find a way to make that throw if you can, right? And Brock does a great job of layering throws and have great anticipation and timing to be able to make some of these throws work that, aren't really, set up perfectly for him to make them work, or for any quarterback to make work. And so I believe there are some challenges within the pass game of the 49ers that really challenge a quarterback. And so, some of those throws are hard. And I've seen Brock make a lot of those throws consistently over the last few years. This year, not as much. And, so when the game is hard, but we're in situations where the game is harder, I know we expect guys to make that throw every time, but sometimes you just don't. Sometimes those throws are just hard, and you can't make that hard throw every time. And it just seems like there's been way more of those situations and way more times when Brock just hasn't made the throw, and when he hasn't seen the field quite as well as he has the past couple of years. And so, again, it adds another layer to this whole conversation, right? Is that, if you're asking this conversation the last 2 years, you're just like, man, you're seeing a different subset of how he's playing. And then you have a bit of a down year for whatever reason. A lot of different things obviously are going on in San Francisco. A little bit of a down year, which now starts you to ask the question, who exactly is Brock Purdy moving forward, and who's he going to be, and why is he not seeing it as well? I mean, I could say the same thing about Patrick Mahomes. I don't think Patrick Mahomes is playing nearly as well this year, kind of on schedule and within the scheme of things. I think he's missing throws that he has made in the past. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but I could look at that. He's just got enough of a body of work, obviously, for us to go, all right, we're going to chalk this up, and probably more than chalk it up to a bad year, we're going to blame other things, right? We're going to blame the protection, and we're going to blame the weapons on the outside more than we're going to blame Patrick Mahomes, because he's shown us what he is. And so there's just so many factors that go into how we're looking at it and when we're looking at these kind of situations, and then having an understanding of play to play, game to game, how a player is really playing, what's really going on, and then probably what is their overall value, to that team or to that situation, and what are we willing to pay a guy because of whatever that skill set is.
Kurt, conversely, I want to ask you about Sam Darnold. A lot of talk about him here because he was here last year. Also, our friend Brian Baldinger came on earlier this morning and said he would try to flip Purdy for Darnold, even though that's not sort of really possible based on their situations. But I do want to ask you about Sam. Why has he suddenly popped and looked so much better, in your opinion?
I mean, the first thing just makes me laugh because, what about the last 2 years with Brock Purdy? I remember I kind of went through since St. Louis too, is that, went to a couple Super Bowls, won a couple MVPs, and then we had a down year after our second Super Bowl. And, and people were asking, well, are you going to, change quarterbacks and whatever? And I just remember Mike Martz at one point in the season going, what, are you guys a part of the amnesia crowd? Have you forgot, what happened the last 3 years and how good Kurt was? We're not just going to panic because we've had a bad stretch here, but it's almost like that's what we're doing in San Francisco. Let's forget about these last 2 years because this year hasn't been as good. And then the same with Sam Darnold. Let's forget about everything else he's done in the league because he's been wildly inconsistent. And although he's shown glimpses, he's never been able to put it together. And now he's having this incredible year in Minnesota, and we're all ready to say, oh, let's flop him and let's take this guy because he's having a great year, even though he's never shown the ability to put 2 great years together back to back. So it's so funny how we have such recency bias on so many different things in this league instead of just trying to figure out, okay, who is this guy? Yeah, that's what we need to know. Who is Sam Darnold? Is Sam Darnold the inconsistent up and down guy that we've seen most of his career, or is he the guy that we're seeing this year play with great confidence and being surrounded by great playmakers and being surrounded by a coach that believes in him and setting him up for success in a lot of situations? Is that what we're going to get from Sam Darnold? Is it just now he's matured, he's found the right system, and we're going to see this guy play this way the rest of his career? I don't know the answer to that, but I would have to see it. I would need to see another season like this before I'm ready to say that's who he is, because we've seen plenty of players in this league that, run into one of those just magical seasons. They have a magical run, in one season. They can win an MVP. They can go to the Super Bowl. All these things can happen in one season. But then what happens is we normally see how this levels out. And you go, oh, okay, they had that one outlier season that was just better than everything else. And the rest of their career, they're this guy. And that's really what you're trying to figure out with all of these quarterbacks. And so Sam, I think, is in a great situation. He's playing really good football. He's surrounded by a lot of really good pieces that have made the game easier for him. And so things have just kind of come together perfectly for Sam this year. But I want to see another year like this. Before I'm ready to go, that's the guy. And this is, who we thought he could be. I want to see him stack another season together that's just not quite as perfect, right? The things around him aren't quite as good, and show me that you can still be a similar type player. And now I can invest in something like that.
Is it fair to put the Niners in that same bucket with Brock Purdy? Because last year, everything kind of broke his way. They were healthy. The schedule was easier, and he was amazing. And then this year, injuries, maybe teams caught up to the scheme, tougher schedule. He hasn't had the same kind of year. Is it fair for the Niners to still kind of have the jury out based on what you've seen?
Well, I mean, Brock's had more than just 1 year. Right? He's been behind center, quite a while now, and he's shown the consistency, in my opinion, to say, I know who Brock Purdy is. I know what he is. And this year, again, if it was just Brock Purdy this year and not a whole bunch of other factors, maybe that would give me a little bit more pause on who I think he is as a quarterback. But with, seeing when the situation was good and how they expected it to be, and he was always at a high level. He was playing really, really well from the time he became a starter up until, this year. So that to me was a pretty good body of work to say, I know who Brock is. And I've even seen glimpses of all of that stuff this year. So it's not like all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not seeing him do anything that he's done the last 2 years. What the heck has happened to him? He still does a lot of those really good things within the offense. He just hasn't had as good a year. He just hasn't seen it as well. The situation, he's got different guys in there. The continuity is not there. It's just not the same. I mean, what about C.J. Stroud? What are we saying about C.J. Stroud right now? Is C.J. Stroud a top-level starter in the league because we saw him be Rookie of the Year last year and we saw him come on the scene and you were just like, oh my gosh, this guy's incredible. And now here in his second year, he hasn't been nearly as good. And so now what do we say about him? So again, that to me is why you don't really know who a quarterback is until you're 4 or 5 years into that thing. And you could really see and have the consistency to go, okay, this is what he does well. This is what we can hang our hat on. This is the guy that can carry us. Yep, he's going to throw some interceptions. He's going to do this. But these are the things that we know about him. It's hard to tell after a season or two. We just want to jump one way or another instead of saying, hey, let's ride the course and, let's figure out who he is. And then we'll figure out what his value is and what we're willing to pay him and all of those pieces from there.
The great Kurt Warner is joining us here on Willard and Debs 95.7 The Game. Kurt, we've talked to you so much about Purdy, and it's evident that there's a connection there, at least in your mind, because of the fact that you guys had, I guess, maybe somewhat similar paths in that you weren't high draft picks. And because of that, it does feel like you have to prove yourself over and over. What's that like once you've proved it and then you still have everybody doubting it?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough, but you also understand it's the nature of this business. I mean, it's the nature of what we do, and and there's always going to be that and I don't say always, for a period of time, there's always going to be that underlying idea of this is why you weren't drafted, Kurt, right? There was a reason you weren't drafted and became a free agent. And so every time there's a glimpse of something that doesn't measure up or isn't great, it's easy to kind of fall back in your mind or your mindset to just say, okay, here it is. This is why, right? Brock doesn't have a big cannon arm, so he's not going to wow us with throws like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or whoever that is. And so you're going to see that at times, and you're going to be like, that's why, he's Mr. Irrelevant. That's why he wasn't drafted high. Maybe that's the reason why he can't be good in this league, or we shouldn't pay him $60 million. So I just think, and I think, too, as a player, I understood that. Like, I understood what my limitations were. And so I understood why people could gravitate to certain things. And for me, it was always, but here's the things that I do really, really well. Here are the things that make me different from everybody else. And so I could always kind of hang on the realism of knowing, yep, I'm not going to wow people that way, right? I'm not going to do that. And so, the games that I struggle, I was talking to somebody the other day, and we were talking about Lamar Jackson. And, Lamar is so good in so many different ways. But, he had like another game where he had, same amount of incompletions as touchdowns or vice versa, whatever. And, and when you watch him play, the amazing thing about Lamar Jackson and why he has so many games like that is because when there's one time where a guy isn't open or he doesn't see it, he doesn't just have to throw it anyways. He doesn't have to try to make that throw into tight coverage, or he doesn't have to throw the ball away. He can go and create, even if it's a 5-yard run, he goes and creates a positive play in a situation where a guy like me has to throw that ball away, take a sack, or try to, make the perfect throw into coverage to get a completion there. And so I understood, those are my limitations. There are going to be some games where I throw 5 interceptions where Lamar Jackson probably won't throw 5 interceptions, because where I know I've got to do something with my right arm, he says, I don't have to do that. I can go run around and I can do something else and do something positive for my team. I couldn't do that. I was stuck, because of my limitations. And I understood that. And I knew there were going to be games like that, but I also knew there was going to be games where I was going to see it faster and I was going to make more plays and I was going to be more accurate and I was going to do those things. And that would carry me. But in those games where, all those things just, weren't easy and they were hard and I wasn't on the top of my game, I understood that, hey, those are going to happen. They are going to happen because I am very reliant on the things around me to allow me to have success. I'm not going to go out there and be Josh Allen and be able to run around and run through 5 guys. And if I don't see it, run for 30 yards and get a touchdown. It's just not going to happen. And so there's most guys in the league are like that, like me, that have limitations. And we have got to win with this one kind of skill set and strength set that we have. And anything that falls outside of that is going to be more of a challenge for us. And so, Brock falls into that category, is that I get it. He is not one of those other guys. So he does need pieces to be right around him. And, Jared Goff, same way. And he's playing great football and he's in the MVP conversation, but things have to be more right around him than they have to be for some of these other guys. And, that doesn't mean that they're not valuable. It doesn't mean they're not a starting quarterback in the National Football League. It just means they don't have all the skill sets. And, you guys know it. Every team would love to have Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. That's what every team would love to have. But there's 3 of those guys. There's only 3 of them. And they're rare. And so, to try to always compare really good quarterbacks to those guys and understand, you're not having that many games where you have more touchdowns and incompletions, then you're not valuable. Well, you're just valuable in a different way. And that's what each team has to do. They have to value their guy in their way based on their system and decide, what that number is for them if they're going to re-sign them to a deal.
Hall of Famer Kurt Warner here on 95.7 The Game. Is it difficult to not press when you get in that spot? Because I'm looking at your 3-year run where you go 35-8, you go to 2 Super Bowls, you win 1, and then the next year looked like the struggle bus hit you, and Brock this year struggled. Is it very difficult in that spot to tune out the noise and to avoid kind of pressing and trying to do too much?
Yeah. I mean, there's no question. And, and there's so many factors. I was talking to somebody again, it relates to you guys. I was talking to somebody again about the Buffalo game against San Francisco, and where you guys had to go out and play in the snow. And, a lot of people jumped on that one and go, look, there's Brock playing in the snow, and, then there's Josh Allen playing in the snow. And Josh Allen can, can overcome, all the weather and all the conditions and all that stuff. And again, no doubt Josh is a freak in that way. But, what I was saying is, so if you're a guy that game is built off of seeing things quickly, anticipating, letting the ball go because maybe you don't have a cannon arm, but anticipating throws and making that kind of a play, and you have to go play in the snow, it's not just because you can't play and throw in the snow, but there was no way for anybody to anticipate in that game. No longer did it become about anticipating because you had guys like running on skates that, they couldn't turn the corner. Their break, instead of being what would normally be 1 to 2 yards, became 5 or 6 yards. So now you have to wait for that guy to get open and wait for that guy to get out of his route. And then you have to drive this really big throw in there. And it's like, that's not who Brock is. And so, yeah, he's always going to be, at a disadvantage in that game where Josh can wait for his guy to come out and then throw a laser in there because he's got this big cannon arm and he gets away with it. So you can't always just look at that situation and go, well, Josh is this and Brock isn't. Yeah, because Brock's strength, in another situation, Josh may have an incomplete pass because he's holding it, waiting for a guy to get 2 steps open, where Brock lets it go before the guy comes open and boom, the ball's right on the money. And in another situation, Brock's separating himself from Josh in something like that. And so I just think, you just have to understand. And again, I'm just saying it again, is that you just have to understand who your guy is and what he does well. And you have to put a value on what he does well within your system, not compare him to the next guy, not all of those things, but say, hey, in our system, here's what the value we put on it in our system. Okay. How much does he need pieces around him? How much does he need things to be right? What can he overcome? And the goal for every team is to win Super Bowls and to try to build a team that can win Super Bowls. And some teams, can have a quarterback that can elevate their team and carry their team a little bit more than other teams. And that's where you have to piece together this entire pie of the salary cap and how much you can pay a quarterback to still be able to build a team that can win a Super Bowl around that quarterback. And it's different for each and every guy.
Kurt, we could talk to you all day. We really could, man. Just great stuff. And by the way, for our listeners, if you want more content from Kurt and the film breakdowns and just all of this kind of content, it's really, really good. QBconfidential.com. That's the website, right, Kurt? Okay. QBconfidential.com. So send everybody there, and we thank you so much for the time today.
You got it. My pleasure, guys. Take care.
Okay, you too. There he goes. Kurt Warner. Damn.
He's awesome.
We ended up doing a podcast with him.
Well, and my big takeaway is find a guy who fits your system. Forget trying to comp him to other people and other teams. If you got a guy who fits in your system, figure out what that number is to make it work, and you keep him.
Well, and stop having amnesia.
That was good.
Good Lord. The people who called in earlier today, like, what are we doing? Why are we talking about Sam Darnold versus Brock Purdy? Like, just raise your hand and tell us that you were born in December. That's all. Come on. We keep talking about this. Steve Kerr's on in a half hour. We'll get you ready for Warriors. But I feel we've been hanging out talking about this for 2.5 hours. I feel like I want to let it out.
Yeah.
Really? The world started at Thanksgiving.
Well, even beyond that, he mentioned 3 quarterbacks who you definitely would swap for, but of all the quarterbacks you would want, none of them are available.
Correct.
So what are we even talking about here?
Let's find out. We'll take more of your calls. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in a half hour. Dennis Schroder said something that's going to make you love him. We'll tell you about that coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from, you're sure to find the right gift for anyone on your list.
Sam Darnold. A lot of talk about him here because he was here last year. Also, our friend Brian Baldinger came on earlier this morning and said he would try to flip Purdy for Darnold, even though that's not sort of really possible based on their situations. But I do want to ask you about Sam. Why has he suddenly popped and looked so much better, in your opinion?
I mean, the first thing just makes me laugh because, what about the last 2 years with Brock Purdy?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's a lot of amnesia. Although, I mean, I do feel like the majority of our conversation today, I think a lot of 49er fans have Brock Purdy's back. And it's just a matter of the number. But as I said earlier, I really think we're making up stories in our heads. We don't know what the number's going to be. I don't know what Brock's going to demand. I don't know what the 49ers are going to offer. And what's most important to me is if and when they do indeed sign him, I don't know who has to get cut. I don't know. I know we've made it up in our head.
Right.
Oh, Debo's gone. I don't know that.
No, not necessarily.
They won't sign Dre Greenlaw. I don't know that.
It depends on the number. And somebody earlier talked about Jordan Mason, and based on the running back market, I don't think he's going to go out there and get $7 or $8 million a year. He's going to get a small deal from whomever, and I would imagine he gets a small deal to stay here and be the backup.
Maybe, but he probably. If I'm Jordan, I'm not looking for money. I'm looking for role.
Right, and the role here looks pretty good.
Maybe. I mean, Christian McCaffrey has every possibility of being healthy and a bell cow next year.
He sure does.
I'd look for a spot where someone's like, you could at least compete for the starting gig.
I think that you go here and you are RB2 at the worst, and you're in a spot where McCaffrey has had not just the one injury, he's had a lot of injuries, and he's getting up there, so not really appropriate for this conversation, but looks like Javon Hargrave likely won't be back. Mooney Ward is going to be a free agent. I don't think Dre Greenlaw is going to break the bank no matter what he does over the last 3 games. Debo is the interesting one because he restructured his deal in September, and he took a big chunk of his money in a signing bonus. And so the dead cap number for Debo is not that high if he's a post June 1st cut. So you get through, the offseason starts, the draft, and all the rest of it. You get into June before minicamp and before training camp, and you cut him then the dead cap number is not so bad that you can't make that move if you need to.
Willard and Dibs, and we're sponsored by the California Lottery. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Dennis Schroder said he's been trying to get Steph Curry's jersey for his kids his whole career, and only recently was he able to finally track it down. Click, end scene, press conference over. Dennis Schroder, everybody's new favorite Warrior.
There you go.
And Steve Kerr joins us at 25 minutes.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Look forward to his first thoughts and his first glimpse at Dennis Schroder out there at practice.
He had some interesting things to say about Brandon Bachemski's role as well, which we will talk to Steve about coming up again in 23 minutes. But right now, still talking to you about Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold. Brian Baldinger says, I'd flip him. And the further I get into this conversation, I'm just like, I'm like open hand to face on this idea. And that goes beyond the fact that it's not even possible. You can't trade a free agent. I have no idea what Minnesota's plans are going forward. But I just think I don't think you're crazy if you were like, oh, I'm intrigued by Sam Darnold. I don't think that's nuts. I just think that if you functionally try to play out logically what's being suggested, you're suggesting that the 49ers are willing to just be idiots. Like, you can't do that to a locker room. You don't do that to a locker room. You would be a clown show. If a guy comes in, he's your quarterback, he plays for $1 million, he takes you to 2 NFC title games, he takes you to a Super Bowl, and then right as he's ready to sign a contract, you go spend a bunch of money on his ex-backup to bring him in and go, no, it'll be fine. You guys compete. Go play. Do you have any idea what players around the league would think of a team that pulls a maneuver like that?
They would think it's a clown organization, and they would think it's not a place where you want to go. And the other piece of it, put aside the perception angle, what they've done so well this year isn't win games, but it is create cap room. And they've got $51 million in cap space that you can carry over into next year. So why would you take that $51 million and take 30 of it to give it to Sam Darnold.
Sam.
And no disrespect to Sam, but you've created all this money so that you can pay Brock Purdy and be able to keep a majority of the guys you want to keep.
I'm so glad you bring this up because I wonder if everyone gets that. If you're worried about losing other players, bringing in Sam would make it worse.
Exactly.
Markedly worse.
Immediately worse.
Way more expensive next year.
Well, if you pay Brock Purdy whatever the market says, 50, 55, 60, it doesn't matter. Not next year, but the year after, you're probably going to have to make some hard choices. And Trent will be 38, and McCaffrey will be 30, 31, and George, and Debo, and all these players who are getting older and more expensive. Next year is when you have that choice.
Some of those choices might be ones that you want to make by then.
Yeah, exactly.
You might want to make them by then. All right, Jeff and Marin. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. First of all, Kurt Warner was just great. And it's like some fans have just got to grow up. There's a difference between what you want to have and what you can have. And, some people were coming in, well, we just need to get rid of him and draft the first-round quarterback. Like, that's a cinch? Like, can you say Trey Lance? Look at that, Trevor Lawrence. Meanwhile, you got Kurt Warner calling in, who's an undrafted Hall of Famer. You got Tom Brady, who's a sixth-round draft pick. Just because the quarterback's drafted in the first round doesn't mean that they're going to be a lock cinch in the NFL. Purdy has played well. How much they're going to pay him, that's, the $64 million question, no pun intended. But I think it's something where you need to hang on to him. I would like to point out one other thing here, maybe a couple, but this for sure. We play Chicago, and, Chicago's not a great team, but what kind of defense did they run? They ran a zone defense, and what did our offense do? Purdy looked like Purdy of last year. Our receivers look like the players of last year. We're racking up points, lots of yards. What's the problem with our offensive system? If they get into man defense, our receivers can't get separation. We get jammed up. Brock ends up having to hold the ball too long, and then he's trying to force the ball into tighter coverage. That's the problem that I think is twofold. One, it's on the players, and two, it's also on the design of the play. And that's supposed to be, Shanahan's forte is scheming plays to get his receivers open. I think, again, Warner was spot on. It's like, grow up. Yeah, we need to keep Purdy. I think he's good for the system. I haven't forgotten what he's looked like the last 2.5 years. He's a good young quarterback, and you're not going to replace him easily.
No, Jeff,
one last point.
Yeah,
Jeff does not have amnesia.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Sam Darnold, I think, benefited from having Greasy's a quarterback coach and the coaching on the 49ers. I think that's what really improved him a lot in terms of how he's playing this year with Minnesota.
Yeah, Jeff, thanks. I think there's a lot of good points in there. There's a lot of good points in there. And there is, that is something that and this is a very layman's point, but it's something I'm curious about. I wonder if Kyle Shanahan got caught this year not quite ready for the league-wide switch to man-to-man against the Niners. That's way too simplistically described. But again, the Chiefs made that switch in-game, out of zone. They go to man, and the Niners struggled more. And then that gets the copycat league thing takes over.
Yep.
And the offseason, everyone's looking at Shanahan's offense going, we're going to have to crack this code. And they got out ahead of him. And Kyle did not have a good year. That's why both Steve Young and Jerry Rice said this week, guy's got to reinvent himself. But I hope that fans don't hear that and go, oh, Kyle finally got figured out. He needs to switch. No, this happens. This is part of the normal evolution.
Of course.
Like, he's done this before, and now he's got to do it again.
Well, and I also think that it's fair to look at a scheme in terms of success and failure based on the players who go out there and execute the scheme. And the offensive line has not been great at protecting the passer, and the passer has been on the run. Early in the year, he was choosing to run a lot more. Your best man beater held in, came in rusty, and then got hurt. He had about one good game in his season. He's your number one man beater. Your number two man beater got shot in August, and he was not ready to play until October, and he and the quarterback have never been on the same page. End of man beating wide receiver. So it's scheme, it's execution, it's injury, and it's also the quarterback. And Kurt made a great point during that podcast we just did about Brock didn't see it as well as he did the previous year.
No, he's not on a great year. That's
there were
okay
guys
to
who
say.
were open that he wasn't finding and he wasn't unleashing the football. So it's all those things. I do believe the scheme needs to get adjusted, but it's not as simple as, to me, defense has figured him out and Shanahan couldn't have a counterpunch.
He used the phrase recency bias.
Yeah.
And I think
and amnesia, which I love.
That's pretty heavy. Like that is a big part of this conversation. And I get it. That's fine. That's fine if that's how do you think Vegas builds its buildings? It's on recency bias. We watch a game. Oh my God, the Bears almost beat the Lions. Well, they're definitely only going to be like they should only be a 3-point underdog against the 49ers. The Niners won by 1,000 points.
Right.
Like, all we do is remember what we saw last night.
Well, and also, like, you walk up to a roulette table and you look at the big board and it's been red 5 times in a row, and you're thinking, it's got to be black. It's going to have to be black, right? Because it's black is due. Or you're the other person saying, yeah, red is hot. And I'm hot. Red is hot.
You are hot, yeah.
Either way, like, you get these thoughts in your mind about what just happened, and therefore you draw these conclusions that make no sense.
And my dad, the math teacher, taught me that every single time that roulette ball rolls, it's 50-50, except for the little green ones. But anyway.
I don't know if you've been to Vegas lately, but they added a third green. There's now 0, 00, and 000.
What?
It's a bunch of crap.
I have been to what? No, it's not craps. That's a different game, and I like that one much better than roulette, actually. I have been to Vegas recently, and I don't play roulette. But anyway, Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, that was an amazing interview.
Well, thanks,
he said
Bob.
everything I would have said.
He's pretty good, isn't he? That Kurt Warner guy.
He is amazing. Yeah, he is. I'm glad he brought up the comparison to himself. That's humble right there. I mean, so right there, he's giving you the experience of what it takes to be a quarterback. So I just feel that, all this stuff is premature. I think there's a lot of people ready to jump the gun just because they want satisfaction. They want it now. They want to change now instead of waiting the course. You wait the course, you see what this guy can do. How can you not see what he can do? Anyway, in my opinion, I go all the way back when he was a rookie, and it was a preseason game, and they put him in the second half. Man, he went boom, 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 right into the end zone. And I was thinking to myself, my God, who is this guy? And I was so impressed with him. So when he finally took over after Jimmy got hurt, I was satisfied. And then you saw what he did. So, I mean, Brock is the guy. And I think we need to build a team around him and change some schemes. Get our O-line together, get our defensive line together, and I think we'll be all right.
Bob, thanks. I tell you what, to Bob's point, here's one thing that I haven't heard yet that I would look for if we really want to, if you want to dive deep, if you want to go have this conversation, and you're nervous about Purdy. Yeah, that's fine. I get it. You be nervous about Purdy. Nobody's got a good idea of what else to do. No one has a good idea. You want to draft someone? The Niners aren't even in the top 10. Brian Baldinger suggests flip him for Darnold. That's not allowed. He's not available. And if he is, it's not through a trade. It's through spending a bunch of money that so many of us are worried they don't have.
You want to get another free agent?
You've laid
Check
out
the list.
You've laid out the free agents. They stink.
Yeah.
They stink.
Trey Lance.
So
Flacco.
Now here's what I understand. You don't want to look at and go, well, we have no other options, so might as well just break the bank and pay him. I understand if that's uncomfortable. I really do. But the way I look at it is this. Both sides are up a creek. So it would make sense to find common ground. The Niners do not have another good option. Neither does Brock. I said this about Brandon all summer, and it's ×3 for the quarterback, who, by the way, has never made a lot of money and is a 7th-round draft pick. The worst thing for everybody to do is get into a you-know-what match and have this bleed into
chess match.
My God, you'll look awful. He'll look awful. He won't get his money. You won't have a quarterback. You can sit there and play hardball, and so can he, and your team will stink.
Well, think about the problems this year. They were holdouts and hold-ins, and a receiver who, because he was shot, couldn't get on the same page, as your quarterback. So you get into March in the new league year. Wouldn't it be great for Debo and Ricky and Cowing and Jawan to be able to get their quarterback into some voluntary workouts and go play pitch and catch in some field in Arizona, get to know each other, learn the routes, learn the way Ricky Pearsall likes to run a bang 8, for example, and start to get on the same page in March as opposed to this year, which was, Brandon, you're rusty. It'd be great if you were up to speed. And Ricky, take your time. You have a hole in your body. And Cowing, you were hurt in camp, so you're far behind. And Debo, you either lost a step or you're mad at everybody. The whole thing offensively was broken.
Yeah, completely. It just totally soured. Carrie in Scottsdale next up. Hi, Carrie. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
I am begging you to tell me where I am wrong. I like Brock Purdy. I think he's a good quarterback, but I don't think he has durability, number one, for the long term, because I think he's got issues either from the shoulder or the elbow. I've been seeing a lot of floaters this year. I see him missing guys short. I see him missing guys long. You're talking about injuries. His accuracy has nothing to do with injuries. And I don't know how the technicalities work, if Darnold were available and you could get him for $30 million, would it not make more sense to get a quarterback equal the value of Brock Purdy in talent and save $30 million to apply to a team that needs to get retooled with new, fresh players? That's where I'm coming from, and I think that's where Baldinger was coming from.
It's actually not a savings of $30 million. It's a cost of $30 because Brock's making 1.1 this upcoming season, so it'd actually be a net loss of $29 million this year. Now, for year 2, if Sam's making 30 and Brock would have made 60, you can recoup it at that point.
Yeah, and I think that, I would detail it this way, Carrie. You're looking for an answer as to where someone can tell you you're wrong, and I'm going to use it one word, resume. I'm sorry, it matters to me. I'm not going to sit here and accept that Sam Darnold is now amazing because you've all liked the last 14 games, and that Brock Purdy now stinks because you haven't liked the last 4. I'm not willing to go there. Plus, Dibbs just laid out the financial aspect, which makes it harder. And then I'll add the one last thing, which I've said twice today. I think around the league, players would look at the Niners and say, you're a flippin' clown show. You're a clown show. This cat came out of the 7th round, makes peanuts, takes you to 2 NFC title games, gets his arm completely rebooted, and produces at that level, and you reward him by making him a backup in year 4 and paying someone else $30 million who has been unsuccessful for the majority of his career to come in and take the starting job when he was his backup the year before? Do you know how that would feel around the league? So, Kerry, I firmly, and so does Dibbs, I firmly think we have the answer to your question. It's just an awful idea. I understand your conceptual thought. I really do.
I don't understand all of it because Brock has been durable. He missed 1 game last year because the coach didn't want him to play.
Correct.
And he missed 1 game this year because he was dinged up. He had the shoulder.
Yeah. No, not the durability part. I mean in general. If you're nervous right now about the money and you want to keep playing the savings game, I conceptually understand where you're coming from. But this activation of your idea, in my opinion, is a bad one.
Well, and I also think you have to...
not realistic, even.
You have to think about the player, and I'm looking at Darnold in New York, 3 years, 59.8% completion. And he had almost as many picks as touchdowns. 2 years in Carolina, 59.5, 16 touchdowns, 16 picks. It's not until he gets to Minnesota where now he's at 67.6% completions. So in 5 years on crappy teams, he had crappy years. And now he's on a really good team, and he's having a really good year.
Yeah.
Can we see the correlation?
Of course.
Now, that means to me that he comes here, and he's probably really good. But Brock's here, and he's also really good, and he'd be making $29 million less than Sam next year when you have $51 million in cap space.
Man. I mean, Christmas is a week from tomorrow.
Don't remind me.
And since we've had Christmas, Brock Purdy went to overtime in the Super Bowl. And now he'd have flick. leave. You don't do well in the snow.
Well, what else has he done since then? A lot of overthrows and some fumbles. Can't play in the rain, can't play in the snow.
What he's done since then is have another year of being one of the top 10 rated quarterbacks in the NFL and have better stats than Sam Darnold has ever had before in his life prior to this year. That's all. Steve Kerr joins us in just a handful of minutes. We want to wet the whistle. Listen to this, okay? This is Dennis Schroder and his love for the city of San Francisco.
I mean, I was in the Four Seasons every time when we came down with the team. But then when you walked out, it kind of looked like Europe, kind of looked like Berlin, with the train right on the street. That's what we have, and had one store with German candy in it. I remember. So I loved San Francisco, from the start. It was always great being here, playing here. Seeing the fan base when they went on a crazy one, how loud it got, and
I mean, from Matt Chapman to Willie Adames to Dennis Schroder, we're suddenly on a good run of athletes loving the Bay Area again.
And I love him. It's the accent, it's the feistiness with which he plays.
It's a good start.
And
dude.
is he talking about Ghirardelli? Is that a German chocolatier, or is there another chocolatier that he'd be referencing?
I don't know. He just said he found German chocolate in a store.
And I like the German chocolate.
We're going to have to ask him when he comes on. But he's not coming on yet. Steve Kerr is. Steve Kerr joins us next on what has been a big day. His reaction to Dennis Schroder and his opening remarks, where the Warriors sit in the standings, and what Steve said today that was unfair to Brandon Pajemski. His own words. We'll tell you all about it. We'll talk to Steve about it. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley, and all that chocolate talk is just a distraction when you're on it.
on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibbs? I like your picks.
You should, Steve, because I'm hot.
You're hot for the first time all year. You've won 3 in a row, and I don't want to hear any more about bad beats because the Raiders missed they had an extra point blocked.
Not a bad beat.
To give you a win last night.
Special teams, my brother.
Whatever. Anyway, out to the River Islands guest line. Let's have some fun with our friend Steve Kerr. Presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Hey, Steve, how are you?
I'm good. I'm thinking I'm going to need Dibbs' help next week in my football pool. So if you're hot, send me your picks, please.
Yeah, no doubt. I might actually be around tomorrow. I tried to pop by today to see you, but you were more focused on improving your team than you were hanging out with me, which I take offense to that, Steve.
I heard you were in full official regalia. Is that right?
Yeah, I even brought a
Referee
whistle.
regalia?
I thought maybe you'd put me in for some scrimmage activity. That way I could kind of, regulate between Dennis and Pods and the fellas and try to keep things in line.
Well, man, we should have arranged for that. You can't just show up unannounced. We got to set this stuff up.
Yeah, I'll do better in the future. Yeah, I got excited. I saw the stripes this morning in my drawer, and my whistle was there. I said, I'm going to go see Steve. He loves refs.
Well, we got to make it happen for sure. I'm definitely coming out to see you in Marin, though, on your work day.
Oh my gosh, Steve! If you don't let me know ahead of time, I'm gonna be so mad. We gotta do this. It would be phenomenal. Hey, Dennis Schroder introduced himself today to everybody. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it was really exciting just to get him here so quickly. Sometimes when you trade for a guy, it can take a few days, but he wanted to get out here and get some practice right away. So he flew yesterday, had his physical, and had a great practice today. We'll have another one tomorrow before we fly to Memphis, and really exciting to have him here.
And so what would at least in the immediate, what is your plan for him starting Thursday night?
Well, we haven't decided exactly who our starting lineup is yet, but you can bet he's going to be out there quite a bit. He'll take all the non-Steph minutes for sure, and he'll play with Steph some as well. I just think having 2 point guards, 2 guys at the point of attack who can penetrate the paint and get the ball moving, I think that's important in the modern NBA. So Dennis is going to play a lot for us, and there's a reason we traded for him. We need him right now. Our last 10 games, our offense has been among the worst in the league, and we think he's going to fill the shoes of DeAnthony Melton, who was our starter next to Steph, as you know, and gave us another point of attack guy. So we've missed that, and it's exciting to get Dennis because he's a hell of a player.
Does this affect the Pods minutes at all, or is his role completely indirect as it relates to Schroder now joining the team?
I actually think this will really help Brandon. A year ago, he played most of his minutes, like 90%, next to either Chris Paul or Steph Curry. So he was really playing the two, and what we like about Brandon is his playmaking. But this year he's been playing mostly as the one, and that's a different role entirely. And so I think this will be good for him. He's really good on the backside of a play. When somebody else creates an advantage and then he gets the ball, he's great at creating the next advantage or the next pass that's there. And that's where he thrived last year, and I'm hopeful that getting him back into that role will help him get going.
Yeah, Coach, you actually said today that you felt it was almost unfair that you guys have put him in that position so far. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, well, he came to us last year as a combo guard, and he played next to 2 Hall of Fame point guards in Chris and Steph, and then to make him the lead ball handler behind Steph this year on a team that, isn't like really a modern NBA spacing team where you got 4 or 5 out. We put him in some positions where, he's trying to make plays. There's not a ton of spacing. It wasn't easy on him, and that was a role that was new for him anyway. So I think this will make the game a little easier for him. I think, anytime you get a new player, you kind of have to gauge what it does with everybody else's role. And so this will create some opportunity. Obviously, Dennis will also take up some minutes, and there could be some opportunities taken away as well. But we are just going to do whatever it takes to win. And that's the plan. And, we'll see how it shakes out.
Has that been the message to Pods with Dennis coming in that, now he doesn't have to necessarily press as much or try to make as many things happen when he has the ball on offense?
I told him exactly what I just told you guys about, kind of returning to last year's role, which so he understands that. And he's a great young guy, and he's competitive, and he's frustrated with his own play. So he's sometimes with a young guy, you almost need to free him up from himself. And that's the idea, is to help him along, make the game a little smoother, a little easier for him, and let him shine in the areas where he's really good.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, you guys made this trade literally the first second you could. And I get the replacement of Melton and that specific need, but I wonder what else you would say this sort of says about the urgency that you guys currently have, especially Mike Dunleavy said with the window of Steph, Andre, and you.
Well, we won 46 games last year and missed the playoffs, so we know how tough the West is, and the longer we waited on this move, the tougher it would have been to not only to acclimate Dennis, but to win games, because we needed his skill set. And so Mike was really operating with a sense of urgency, got the deal done. I think it's a hell of a move, and we're just excited to get this thing going.
Is size a challenge late in games defensively when you play Dennis and Steph together? And if so, does that change what you're going to do with the other 3 players on the floor late in games?
It can be, but most often I don't think it really is in the modern NBA. With the game so spread out, to me, it's more about speed and quickness than it is about size. And it all depends on the combinations you put out there. But again, I like having the 2-pronged point guard attack. Dennis is really good defensively. He's not a big guy, but he's quick. He's got long arms. He can guard either spot. And he's got a great feel. He's a competitor. So I think those two will end up closing a lot of games together.
Steve, you guys have talked so much about the offense and the struggles there, but the defense has kind of been a calling card. And then here comes Dallas and scores 143 points. Were they just on fire, or did you see something of concern there?
No, they played a game that they're not gonna lose that game the way they played, no matter who they're playing, no matter what scheme we're in. They were lights out that night. Watching the tape, you always have some regrets. You think maybe we should have done this, maybe we should have done that. But I look at the big picture. 25 games in, that was the exception, not the rule. The rule has been, we've been a really, really top-notch defensive team, and I know that we're going to return to that.
How challenging will it be for you going forward to balance out Kuminga and Draymond playing together? And I'm asking because if Kuminga's out there playing the 4, then Draymond's playing the 5, and it seems like there's some reluctance to play him at the 5 a lot. How are you going to look to balance that out going forward with Kuminga and Draymond out there together?
Yeah, that's really the challenge, But the pieces have to fit. They have to fit on both sides of the floor, and we have to navigate our way through that. So, what we know about our team is we don't want Draymond to be the full-time center. That's too much to ask of him. He's at his best when he's at the 4. We're at our best defensively with Draymond at the 4, and either Trace or Loon at the 5. But that does limit some of the minutes JK can play if we're going that route. So it's tough, but I think each game is going to be different. There will be games where JK and Draymond close with Draymond at the 5, and there's going to be games that Draymond misses, and JK will play a lot at the 4, and every game's different, and you just have to figure your way through it.
Coach, I get that this could be a wee bit sensitive. That's not what I'm going for. I just have to be honest with you. It caught my attention when Mike Dunleavy the other day said, hey, we're mindful of this short window that we have with Steph and Dre and Steve. Like, it caught my attention that he put your name in there as well. I don't know. How did that grab you? And what can we take from that?
Oh, I wouldn't read into that at all. I think Mike was just being complimentary of the fact that we've had this amazing run over the last decade, and the three of us have obviously been part of it together, and we're trying to maximize this run for sure. And this is the NBA. I mean, I'm under no illusion that I'm going to be Greg Popovich and be the coach of the Warriors for 25 years. So I signed a 2-year extension, this past summer. I'm feeling great. I love my job. I love working with these guys. I love working with Mike, and he's just speaking the truth. Like, this is a window we've got. We're going for it, and when the window's closed or whatever, we just see where everything is, and we all decide what we're going to do, and I don't even give one thought to that comment.
Yeah, and you've done really well at staying in the moment, and over the course of the last week worth of moments, you've had just the one game. What's that been like for you and the other coaches and the team to have kind of a mini all-star break to just regroup and get ready for the final 57 games of the year?
Well, it came at a good time. We've had guys banged up. Wiggs missed a couple games. Steph was really hurting last week. So I think getting this time off, we will have had 4 practices in a week by the time we get to Memphis Thursday night for the game. So that's huge for us. We hardly ever practice in the NBA these days anymore. It's just game every other night, travel. So to get 4 real days of practice, particularly with Dennis joining the team and, getting to acclimate him, I think it's really important for us.
Interesting with all the time off to see that Moses Moody is still listed as doubtful for the game on Thursday. Is this injury maybe a little bit more than we realized?
I don't think so. Rick has assured me that this is not something they're worried about long term. It's just we got to use this time to get him right. And until he's right, it doesn't make sense to throw him out there. But he's using this time wisely. He's been in the training room, the weight room. Didn't scrimmage today, but got a lot of shooting and conditioning in. So I don't think it'll be long. And Rick has given me that same indication.
Buddy's been in a little bit of a slump. Buddy Hield, and I know he's a super gym rat and gets up shots at all times and all hours. What can he do, and you as an offense, to get Buddy back to where, maybe not exactly where he was at the start of the year, where he was completely on fire, but back to what we're used to seeing from Buddy Hield?
Well, I think shooting comes and goes. Even the best shooters go through dry spells, and Buddy is one of the best shooters in the game. So, sorry about that.
There it is.
Yeah. They're big Buddy fans, so they heard me mention his name. No, I just think, if I had to say one thing for Buddy to get going, the best thing he does is run the floor in transition, and it just helps us and him so much. And so with the faster our pace is, the better Buddy is. And so I want to really, get back to playing at a fast pace and free up Buddy in transition, and I think that'll help him get going.
Steve, did some Amazon packages just arrive or something?
I think my daughter is walking in the house right now. So
yeah.
They were excited. Dogs were excited to see her. So.
Dibs is over here being hot with his picks, and he's taking that as like, he's going to start picking all the underdogs.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
None at all. Yeah. And yes, no response needed from you on that. Steve, since I know you're locked into 95.7 The Game and listening every single day, you know that this conversation about now versus the future comes up all the time. And here's one thing that fans wonder about, and I wonder what you would say about it. We know Steph can still perform at a very high level, but is it realistic to build a championship-level team around someone who, come playoff time, will be 37 years old?
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff, and that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. We went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again, because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
What can you do to help him late in games? Because one thing Mark and I were talking about is a lot of screen roll with Draymond, and most teams just now trap him and get the ball out of his hands. Are there other sets or other approaches that you're looking at to try to find other ways to not only get him more effective late, but maybe get other people involved in the fourth quarter scoring?
Yeah, we've spent a good chunk of the last 3 practices going over late game execution, and it's one of the reasons we traded for Dennis. Frankly, he's a guy who can handle the ball under pressure and get Steph off the ball, and those two can play together down the stretch, and we can do a lot of things there. I think Wiggs is having a great year. I've got to do a better job of putting him in a position to attack in some of those situations. And then we've just got to execute better, and that comes with practice and being locked in and executing our stuff, and more than anything, getting stops. At the other end, when you can get 3 stops in a row late in the game, that's really ultimately what wins games. But all of that stuff combined is the answer. And we know we've given a few games away this year, and so we've got to tighten that up for sure and be able to finish games out.
Steve Kerr with us. All right, Steve, now to the good stuff. We won't talk to you again before Christmas, and you've mentioned to us that you've struggled in your past as a gift giver. And so strategically, how are you going about it this year to see if you can improve?
It's amazing that you just asked that question, because I just got home from Christmas shopping about an hour ago.
Okay.
And, and my wife saw me walk in with packages, and she said, "It's December 17th. I don't even know who you are anymore. You're a week early.
Yeah.
You're a week early." So, I got it done today. I'm very proud of myself, I must say, and I'm awful at this stuff. So I think this year I somehow got it together.
Well, where'd you go shopping, and how many people are you shopping for?
Just immediate family. So my wife kind of handles the rest of it for extended family, which is she's very good at, and I'm very blessed that she handles all that. So just my kids and my wife. And, we're going to keep that quiet, because they all listen to this show, religiously. They love listening to their dad/husband talk, because they don't get to hear me talk enough at home. So, so I don't want to give away where I went to get their gift.
Okay.
Right. And if you're still thinking about gifts for, I don't know, your 2 favorite radio hosts, Mark and Dibs, I'll take an autographed Zach Zarba picture if you can come across one.
I'll actually take one of those. Zach, yeah, that's a great ref and a handsome man.
You said it, Steve.
Do you know why I'm jealous, Steve? That you're like, I went shopping and now I'm done. Like, did you just do this in a day? I've been working on this with 3 kids for a month right now.
Well, how old are your kids?
They are 17, 15, and 10.
Yeah, way tougher. Mine are 32, 30, and 26. It gets way easier. Trust me.
Yeah, my kids are 23 and 21, and all it took was a trip to the ATM, Steve, and that was done.
Yeah, there you go. Give them cash. Cash is always welcome.
That's it.
Hey, Steve, happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Get a bunch of wins before we talk to you next, too, okay?
We will. Happy holidays to you guys, too, and everybody listening out there. And, we're going to get things rolling again.
Steve, thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. There it is. Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game, a one-day Christmas shopper, and December 17th, the earliest he's ever gone.
And his wife is absolutely stunned that he walked in with packages and he's done 8 days in advance.
Well, I mean, how many days off have they had over the last week?
A bunch.
I don't like this, by the way. This is another reason I hate the NBA Cup.
The final's coming up in 7 minutes.
Yeah. You know what?
Big game.
Bleep you guys, Bucks and Thunder. I don't care. I'm not watching.
NBA Finals preview, Bucks and Thunder.
I'm furious that this is going this way. I want more games. I don't like this. So let's take a week and a half and have one game.
Well, you're going to get some games now.
I know.
They play on Thursday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Monday.
I know. They get into an every other day cadence now for the next week and a half. Which is why
he needed to shop today, because they fly out tomorrow in the afternoon to Memphis, then Minnesota. They come back the 22nd. Sunday the 22nd would be his only real day other than Christmas Eve day. And Sunday the 22nd, I would advise people, you better stay out the stores.
Yeah, you bet.
That's going to be the day.
Sunday is, for me, like, just watch football. I tried to take my daughter shopping last Sunday, and I did. And all she did was get frustrated with me and make me feel like a horrible person because we're spending time together, right? And I'm in the middle of the fantasy playoffs, and every time she turns her head to look at an item, I'm like, whoop, how we doing? Whoop,
I'm on
doing? She's like, put your phone down. I'm like, but Devontae Adams just got another catch, honey.
And isn't she in the playoffs too?
No, she didn't make it.
She didn't make it.
She didn't make it. But I finally ended on this. I'm like, honey, do you want me to afford the gifts that I'm buying for you or not? I need to win this fantasy league.
And this upcoming week too.
And maybe one of my other leagues too. I need this, honey.
You need this.
You need this.
You need me to need it.
You want another? I'll get you another gift if we win this thing. Anyway, yeah, I can't. I don't want to be in the mall on Sunday during the witching hour.
Do the kids buy for each other?
They do. And this is the stressful thing.
So the big will buy for his sister and the little will buy for the two bigs and vice versa.
And guess what? They're like, I want to get him a car. Can I have some money so I can buy him a car?
Right.
And they're like, and what do you want? I'm like, I don't want anything.
I want you out of my wallet. That's what I want.
I just gave you a bunch of money to buy other people gifts, and now you're asking what I want. I want you to stop asking me for money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Christmas for us with the 21-year-old. He sends me an email. Mom says you guys are going halvesies on a new computer. Here's the invoice. Merry Christmas. Who do I Venmo?
Wow. So thoughtful of you.
Well, hey, I mean, he hit me. I looked at the price point and said, all right.
Not bad.
Looks like I'm Venmoing your mother. Christmas is over.
Dennis Schroder on playing with Steph Curry.
When we got traded, I was kind of shocked, and my wife told him we got traded, and he asked where we going, and we said Golden State. He was like, we lucky now. It's a good team at least. And that was the first thing, and I had to laugh, and I was in a bad mood. So he's, of course, Steph Curry fan. We battled in London as well with our national team for the NBA showcase, and he got to see him there. And then, of course, in Paris, he's a big fan.
Yeah, I tell you what, it is just the most incredible dynamic maybe that the NBA has ever seen. There's always popular players. Certainly for our generation, nobody was ever more popular than Michael Jordan. But Steph Curry, even still now, he's 36 years old. If you're a little kid, if you're like elementary school, maybe even middle school or lower, and you ask that group, and I don't care what city you live in, who's your favorite player? I swear to God, the answer 95% of the time is Steph Curry. He has, whatever this thing is, it speaks obviously to all NBA fans, but to kids, probably more than any athlete I've ever seen in my entire life. It's crazy.
It's because you can look at him and think,
in the eye,
maybe.
You
can look at him and think, maybe I can be that. You look at LeBron James as like your son is a fifth grader. He can't look at LeBron and think, yeah, I could be LeBron. No, you can't, son. Your dad is tall, not that muscular, and you're not going to be 6'8" and an absolute monster of physicality. It's probably not going to be your route. You look at Steph Curry and the baby-faced assassin. He's not super yoked. All he is incredibly highly skilled. And yes, genetic lottery. His dad's a knockdown shooter, and his mom was an elite D1 athlete. So he's got that going for him, which is nice. But the kid put in the work. He shot the shots. He dribbled the dribbles. He did all the things. So when you're a kid, you can look at him and think, maybe I can be that guy, which I guess is why I love Chris Mullin as a kid.
Okay.
Not that I was ever going to be 6'7", but you watch the way he played, and he didn't overwhelm you with athleticism.
Close to the ground.
Close to the ground. Not necessarily the fastest, but highly skilled.
Sure.
Unbelievable shooter. Put in the work. Smart player. All the things that you can kind of assimilate to. You can kind of look at him, and I couldn't be Patrick Ewing.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we gravitate to who we sort of see ourselves in. We had this conversation with Kurt Warner earlier, and he brought up, like, yeah, he loves Brock Purdy. Like, he can sort of relate to the path that they were on. You mentioned my fifth grade son. He loves Steph Curry, but you know who else he loves? If you asked him who his favorite player is, he'd probably say Steph, but pretty quick down the road, he would say De'Aaron Fox. You want to know why? My son's left-handed.
There you go.
So he sees...
Also small and quick.
Yes, he sees De'Aaron Fox play, and he's like, oh, hey, that's like me. Right? Which, no, it's not like you, but you get what I'm saying. So that's a good observation. I'm also struck by what Steve just said to us. And you know what? We can open up the lines on this. And I wonder if Steve convinced any of you. I wonder. 888-957-9570. We do not need to let this fall into a two timelines, Jonathan Kuminga conversation. Should they trade him? Should they not? But I was struck by the definitive nature of Steve's answer when I said, is it realistic to build a championship team around someone who's going to be 37 years old? And he's like, yes. Yes. Not every 37-year-old, but this 37-year-old. Do you have it, Grandy? Here it is.
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay. Do you buy that? Does everybody buy that? 888-957-9570. Just focus on Steph. Do you believe that guy at age 36, going to be 37 in March, still has it in him to be an NBA 1 on a championship team?
Yeah. And I say it with hesitancy because, and I'll use your phrase, he's allowed to. And I also think it's a little bit like the Brock Purdy conversation where you don't have another choice. You're not going to be able to bring in another 1, I don't believe, unless you completely gut the franchise and gut it of picks. You're probably not going to bring in a player better than Steph. Let's just say that Steph is the 10th best player in the league right now this season. might be higher, might be lower, whatever. The top 9 most likely aren't available, so you don't really have a choice. And I do think that when I asked him as a follow-up, like, what's up with the end of the game? How do you get somebody else involved? And he said, well, the last 3 practices, we've actually worked on that, and this is where Dennis can help. Schroder is a guy who can come in and maybe take off some of the burden from Steph. It doesn't mean that he's now the one, but if Steph has help, if Wiggs continues to play well and Kuminga can score and Schroeder's a threat, well, now you have a more plausible route to still do that.
Okay, so do I have this right? The finishing lineup, I know he didn't announce it, but the finishing lineup, assuming health for all, Steph, Schroder, Wiggins, Kuminga at the 4, Draymond at the 5. But the starting lineup, Steph, Schroder, Wiggins, Draymond at the 4, Looney/TJD, Kuminga off the bench. Is that what we're thinking right now?
I think so.
That's what I'm thinking. Grandy, is that what you're thinking?
But yeah, possibly. He said at times we could close with Kuminga and Draymond. So maybe it's a matchup-based thing. Maybe they still go with an actual Looney or TJD to close as well.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Depending on Draymond's matchup at the 5 and also how, he's doing physically.
Sure. And foul trouble 5. And all the things, right?
Yeah, many things. But I do think that, having Steph and Schroder on the court finishing is good for the offense. I wonder about the defense. When you play some of these teams with a couple of big guards or bigger guards, OKC's a matchup nightmare no matter what. But Steph at 6'2" and Schroder at 6'1", and I know he's got a 6'8" wingspan. Everyone's talked about that all day.
Yeah, he does. He's got big arms.
Quite a span. So
he's a good defender. Not a great defender. He's a good defender.
Feisty. I like the feistiness, but size-wise, that's a kind of a small backcourt defensively.
It is, but to me, if what you're throwing at people defensively at the end of the game is Steph, Schroder, Kuminga, Wiggins, and Draymond, you could do worse.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Well, and Wiggins can guard anybody 2 through 4. Draymond can guard 3 through 5. Kuminga, he can guard a wing. He can guard a 4. And then, Steph and Schroder will have to find a way to guard the point guard, and maybe you put one of them on the worst offensive player on the other team.
Yeah. Let's go to Matthew in the city on this. Hi, Matthew. Thanks for the call. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just driving home. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Guys, I have to tell you, I'm a little nervous about Schroder and Curry in the backcourt for the same reasons you said. I just think they're undersized, and I just wish we had a bigger guard. I was struggling with Melton and Curry, but now you get Schroder and Curry, and we're smaller. And I just know I'm just not convinced it's going to work. But I'm an optimist. I'm a Warrior fan. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. But I am a little concerned.
Matthew, that's fair. And I don't know what it's going to look like defensively. I certainly don't think you're losing anything by going from, say, a Pods or whatever it is to Schroder. Do you lose maybe an inch or 2 in height? Okay. But the offense that you're gaining, it's a push-pull. And I think the offense that you're gaining is definitely worth what you're losing defensively, and I'm not convinced you're losing anything defensively. You're losing a little size, but you're certainly gaining some know-how, some moxie, and all of that. So I don't know. The concern is warranted, but I don't know, man. To me, it's an upgrade on both sides.
No doubt, and it's an upgrade because you go from a player who can't play to a guy who can play, and just looking at the Pods portion of it, Pods can be in there in the finishing lineup if he's playing well, but if he's not, you feel comfortable with Schroder, who can do a lot of things defensively that Pods can't. Pods can rebound better, and he takes charges, but I think Dennis Schroder is a more overall polished defender. Steph and Draymond are going to be out there, and Wiggins, the way he's playing, he is too. And then that 5th spot, it can rotate. It could be GP2 if you want to focus more on defense. It could be, somebody else, TJD, if you want the size, right?
This was just brought to my attention. That cut we just played of Steve Kerr, him saying, yes, Steph Curry at age 37 can absolutely still be the one on an NBA championship team. Listen to where this goes at the end. Listen to the way he phrases what he says about helping Steph Curry. And then let's talk about this for a second. This is an almost minute-long piece of Steve Kerr's interview Listen closely to the end and what he says about getting help. Check it out.
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
We have to give him every resource to take us home. How does that grab you?
That grabs me to the point where Mike Dunleavy's working the phones and he's going to Mike and saying, let's go to the phones. And every resource to me is in a small way what they have in the building, and it's getting the players that you have better. But if you're going to look to get every resource, that to me involves other players that you can bring in to help this team be better.
Oh, for sure.
That's the resource. And Dennis Schroder, and you had a great question about that. He didn't give you a great question, but it was a great question. You said the very second that you could do it, you went out and you did do it. And Steve
That's a
said,
great question.
Steve said, yeah, we did that because we need the help. Now's a very important time in the season. And they went out and got resources for an injured Melton. You got the German Dennis Schroder to come in and immediately try to help you on this journey.
That is an impactful statement.
Yeah.
That's an impactful statement.
Every resource.
I just think, look, does it mean something's definitely going to happen? I don't know.
Trades are hard.
They're hard, and you need 2 to tango and all that stuff. And then, they're not going to do something that's wrong for the organization. I buy it. To me, though, it is just a window into the thought process. That's really what we're trying to access right now, the thought process. And what I wonder is do you get to a point where the Warriors do kind of say, bleep it, like we're going to take
these picks?
Well, we're going to take a risk on doing something that we even feel 5 years from now may not be the best thing that we've ever done. Might not be the smartest thing we've ever done. But hell, in that moment, it made all the sense in the world. And, I'm mindful of all the conversation that I've heard around this idea. Which is, don't do with the
mortgage the future.
The picks and Kuminga's going to be, you don't know. Kuminga could still be amazing. I just think that's the Warriors' thought process. So they may look at you and go, you're right. Kuminga might be amazing. But, quote, we have to give him every resource to take us home. So that's what I'm bracing myself for. I'm bracing myself for something that may not look so smart a few years from now.
May not work out in the short term. Could be a huge gamble, but if Steve's talking about giving him every resource, I think that those resources are out on the open market ahead of the trade deadline. And, it's up to the Warriors and the players to go from now to the deadline and continue to be a team that looks like they are one resource away from being a championship team.
No doubt. Absolutely right. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We'll take your Warrior phone calls on the way out the door here at 888-957-9570, but also major breaking quarterback news in the NFL that we will tell you about coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Need parts now? O'ReillyAuto.com offers in-store pickup, same-day home delivery.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead, hit it.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
The Atlanta Falcons are benching Kirk Cousins and handing the job over to Michael Penix Jr., their first-round draft pick out of Washington.
You like that?
There is more. He does not like that. Ooh, but there's more.
You like that?
No, you don't. It's not just a benching. I want you to hear the exact wording of the statement put out by Raheem Morris, the head coach. Okay? This is after beating the Raiders last night, but Cousins still looked not good. Quote, after review, we have made the decision Michael Penix Jr. will be the Atlanta Falcons starting quarterback moving forward.
Oh, moving forward.
Moving forward.
Not in week 17.
Not in week 17.
In week 17, 18, and 1 next year.
And forever.
Right. Wow.
So he says this was a football decision. We're fully focused on preparing for the New York Giants. Now, what this means, it is relevant to us because Kirk Cousins is now available on the trade market.
Oh, boy. Thank God the show's almost over. I just can't.
Now, here's something to know. The Falcons paid Kirk Cousins $62.5 million just this year. As part of the 4-year, $180 million deal because of signing bonuses. 62.5 already gone. He is due 27.5 fully guaranteed next year. So that's the number. It's not 60. It's not 40. It's 27.5 for Kirk Cousins. And he has a full no trade clause. But I promise you this. If somebody else is offering him a starting job, he'll waive that no-trade clause.
No doubt.
Now, I don't want the gravity in my voice to be taken as I'm suggesting that the Niners go get Kirk Cousins instead of Brock Purdy, but I have a feeling there will be some Niner fans intrigued by it if Brock continues to struggle on the way out the door this year.
I guess.
And Kirk and Kyle has flirted with the idea of Kirk, as we know, before.
Many, many times.
Right.
He's had Kirk, and he was a part of the team that drafted Kirk after they had already drafted another quarterback right before him. And the out would be at the end of next year where it's a $35 million dead cap. So if you do trade for him, if you're out on Brock and you want somebody and Darnold's not available, maybe you go out and you get Kirk Cousins for a year, 37 years old next year, and maybe it's because of the Achilles that he didn't look good this year. Maybe it's because he's just getting older, but he's looked progressively worse with each of the successive starts.
He's been brutal the last month. I mean, brutal.
Brutal.
Interception machine the last few weeks. Kirk Cousins.
Well, he leads football in interceptions thrown with 16.
16.
Yeah.
Had 4 against the Chargers on December 1st, 2 more against the Vikings last week, and then another one against the Raiders last night to go with 112 yards passing in that game last night. And he's got weapons, okay? He got Drake London and Darnell Mooney and Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts. Like, he's got everything that you would need. I'm with you. I don't know about the injury. I don't have that many questions about Brock Purdy. We can talk about playing in bad weather. We can talk about whether or not he's actually elite. Let's define elite. But I have no problem with Brock Purdy as a good quarterback. He's the future quarterback. I don't think that this will make the 49ers blink, but who knows?
It's fodder at the very least because of the Kyle Cousins connection.
Right, and it kicks the can down the road. I mean, I still don't know what the hell you would do with Brock. What you could do, have him as your backup? You know? You're going to trade for Kirk and pay him $27 million for him to be the backup? Or are you just like, yawn, whatever. This does not involve us.
It's yawn whatever, I think. But, I mean, to the extent that we've talked about Sam Darnold and Brock the majority of the day, Kirk Cousins is, right now, he's probably not as good as Sam Darnold, but there is the Shanahan connection with Kirk Cousins. So if it is because he hasn't been healthy this year and Kyle has a belief that maybe he can be healthier and better next year, well, then there is a conversation.
Let's take some calls on this.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins has a full no-trade clause.
Right. We mentioned. But
so he can dictate wherever he wants to go.
Right, but if he's going to be benched and someone else is offering him a job, he's going to waive the clause. And my God, if he could go to Kyle Shanahan,
seems interesting.
He would drive himself if he knew he could have the job.
Well,
I don't think the job is open. I'm saying that out loud. The job's
there
not open.
There are other jobs that will be open.
Yes.
And some of the mocks I was looking at yesterday are saying only 2 quarterbacks in the first round, so it's not a good quarterback draft. And as I mentioned before, this free agent class is trash for quarterbacks. And so you look at a lot of teams that are going to need a quarterback.
Yeah. Do the Titans want him? Do the Colts want him?
The Giants?
Do the Raiders want him? They got a good look at him last night. The Giants is a great
Tennessee,
a great answer.
I mean, Will Levis.
Sure.
Not very good. Yeah.
Yep.
There's some options. I mean, Cleveland. Did you mention Cleveland?
I did not.
I mean, Cleveland's got.
Are the Jets going to move on from Aaron?
Well, that number is gigantic.
It is.
I mean, that's a big eat.
I'm going to eat it.
Totally.
You know?
I don't know. It's
all right, let me
very interesting.
It is. I'm going to take a pause and I'm going to say this. It's going to be a no from me, dog.
Thank you.
Thank you. But let's go to Jay in many places. Hey, Jay, what's up?
Hey, man, this is Jay. Yeah, I was Jay in Oakland, Jay on the 24, Jay getting a massage, and then Jay at the weed store.
Hey,
Jay.
That got serious fast. Good job, Jay.
Indica or sativa, Jay?
Oh, hybrid.
Attaboy.
Indica leaning.
I like that.
But hybrid.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's the only way to go. Shit, man. Oh, damn it. Sorry.
Yep. Guess where you are now, Jay. You go.
Oh, my God.
Let's go to Sebastian in Monterey. Hi, Sebastian. How you doing?
Hey, guys, doing good. First time calling in, but love listening to you guys every day after work.
Thank you, sir.
So just wanted to say, obviously I think this whole situation now with the QBs is going to make it very interesting for the Niners. I personally don't think you should trade off Brock for it, but I think it's going to give the Niners some negotiating on that price that Brock can maybe get from them. I don't know if they want to play that dangerous game like they've been doing each year, but I think it does give them some negotiating. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Well, that's an interesting point. Sebastian, thanks. I mean, I guess if you're going to get into a conversation with Brock and the numbers aren't right, you do need to have a plausible other idea to sort of dangle in front of Brock to make him scared that maybe he would lose his job. Yep. I mean, sure, it could go that way. I don't think it's going to, but that's part of the conversation, I guess.
Right. And, the fact that Atlanta's doing this now tells you that they don't cling to their playoff chances. They're 2 back of Washington. They would need wins and some help. So they're looking at it and thinking, I'd rather have 3 games of Penix and take our chances as opposed to watch one more snap of that. And you're right about the no trade clause. If he's getting yanked now for a guy who's never taken a snap in the league, that tells you that if he still wants to play football, he's going to look to go somewhere else.
This was such a fascinating pick when the Falcons made it. I've never seen a team do this. Use I think it was number 8, the number 8 pick in the draft on a quarterback and break off somebody $62 million to also come play quarterback for you that year in a $180 million overall deal. It got so much discussion at the time, and this is just the next soap opera twist.
Yeah.
So, all right. We were sitting here taking bets on what Steiny will want to talk about at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Because he loves Captain Kirk.
Kirk Cousins or Steve Kerr saying that every resource needs to go to Steph. What's your pick?
Kerr.
Yeah. We got a big old show tomorrow.
Me and you?
Two. You got to get your butt ready for Greg Cosell.
I'm ready. I got notes.
Bobby Marks is on the show.
He's awesome.
Hunter Pence is on the show.
Who woke up Lucas?
Yeah. Probably not him. Somebody else.
Hell no.
Yeah.
We're in the freaking Bay.
What's up? That's a big show.
Yeah. Good morning, Lucas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And that's tomorrow. That's coming up tomorrow. You want to be here for it?
I kind of do,
okay.
yeah.
All right, good. Do you want to be here for the best of the game with Mark Grandy?
I'll listen to it on my walk.
All right,
I always do.
It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, and for the director of sports, Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hey, Mario Lopez here, and I've got the ultimate pickleball.